Welcome to the European International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before our eyes. Since 2017, the International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the ultimate in Pokémon match play. This weekend, we're all part of that same story. Get ready to see amazing skills and strong will in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year at the Excel in London, a beloved favorite from France left his mark in the world of Pokémon Go.
This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for World.
A blast burn on a low health Stephanus for the 3-0 sweep.
Over on the VG stage,
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
last season, Talibobo believers etched their name in history as the inaugural winners of Unite at EUIC, proudly claiming the EU EOS Cup title.
In the end, we just pulled through and we were all so happy. It means the world to us.
This season, the EOS Cup is welcoming competitors from all regions. Hailing from the USA, Alex Szymanski made an impact in Pokémon TCG, triumphing over Tord Reklev and winning the EUIC Champion Trophy.
I never really doubted my strategy this weekend, just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me.
Who emerges victorious in this clash of trainers is a thrilling uncertainty, as each competes with determination and skill, aiming to rise up and seize the title of International Champion.
Stomping tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Flutter as it does get caught with the freeze dry. Risk 2-0. Straight away.
Oh, wow, straight away.
Does he get to it in time? Yes, he does! This is huge!
Can they get some of these points in? That goes in! That goes in!
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships. Yeah. We are so happy to have all of you here for an exciting weekend of competitive Pokemon. I am Jake.
And I'm Charlie, and we are coming to you live from London, UK, here at the Excel Centre, where we have trainers battling it out to see who will be crowned an international champion.
That's right, across all of our titles, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game, our trainers are giving their all to make it deep into this tournament, and it's anyone's guess who will persevere to the very end.
Tell you what, Jake, in Pokemon Go, Dunebug, Scafo99, and Ventuski had incredible battles yesterday, but a double elimination bracket today means a huge amount can still happen in the coming matches.
Well, Charlie, my friend, let me tell you a little bit about Pokemon Unite, where Fusion, Nouns Esports, and Rework Respawn are poised to take those top 3 spots as we head towards our finals later this evening. But with so many amazing teams from around the world, it's anyone's guess who could change that story.
Now, I know what you're thinking, Jake. What about Pokemon TCG?
Exactly.
Well, let me tell you, Tord Reklev, Alessandro Cremascoli, and Yuho Kalama are at the top of the TCG standings from day 1 and have a solid chance of making it through top 8 and into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Well, Charlie, my sweet prince, I know you're wondering about the Pokemon video game,
I sure am.
Many trainers are vying for those top 2 spots. Victor Medina, Aurelian Sula, and Arash Omadi have a clear path to victory unless someone is able to stand in their way.
All of our games will be in their most crucial stages of the competition today, so all of you watching, are in for an absolute treat.
That's right. At this point, nothing is guaranteed, so make sure you stay tuned to see who comes out on top.
We, of course, have Worlds 2024 coming up later this year in Honolulu, Hawaii, and trainers are still fighting for enough championship points to secure their invite.
That's right. Make sure that you are here on Championship Sunday live at the end of our broadcast for more new information about Worlds 2024 in Honolulu.
Jack and I also wanted to say a massive thank you to all of our staff, judges, and production crew for their phenomenal work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to one-up you, but I want to give an even bigger thank you than Charlie to all of the unsung heroes that make an event like this such a massive success. Thank you to everyone here live. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Charlie, I think it's time that we figure out who is going to be our 2024 EUIC champions.
I'm on board with that.
All right. Trainers, are you ready? You know what, Charlie? I think they're ready.
I think they might be.
I think they might be ready. Yeah. Casters, take it away.
What started as over 2,500 players has now whittled its way down to just 275, and at the end of today, we will be left with just 2. Welcome into the TCG side of the stream. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya Piers. Freya, how excited are we for today's Day 2 action at EUIC?
Absolutely over the moon, and I don't know about you, but I don't think we could top an intro like that on the stage. They absolutely stole the show over there. I think we're gonna have to bring the energy up if we want to match that intro.
Now we are here at our international championships. We have 3 this year. Let's take a look at how the schedule has played out for our international championships. Latin America, an excellent event. Europe, posed to be an even better one. And of course, North America will host the final international championship, followed by those world championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
I don't know about you, Ethan, but I am planning on going myself to the New Orleans Internationals. As a player, I had such a good time at the NAIC last year, so gonna go again this year. Day 2 last year, hopefully gonna do even better this year, but even if not, New Orleans is such a cool city. I cannot wait to go and have a good time there.
Of course, these players are battling it out for those championship points to qualify for the World Championships later this year. Big championship points on the line. That first place player getting 500 championship points, getting that automatic invite, as well as that second place player breaking all the way down. We see to the top 64 players walking around with that hefty amount. And of course, we not just have our Masters divisions and our juniors, seniors, and of course, the points changing based off of the region you're in.
Yeah, absolutely. You get your automatic invite, but then of course, if you're going for that higher tier 1 invite, it is a huge chunk of points towards that as well. 500 is an absurd amount of championship points, to be quite frank. And so, if you manage to get yourself first place, you're in very good stead to get yourself a tier 1 invite and get, of course, that round 1 bye at the World Championships.
Well, this is the International Championship, the highest level of competition from players around the world are competing here. Let's take a look at the format for this event.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing thrilling Pokémon TCG matches all weekend from London, United Kingdom. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. Now, those trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination Top Cut bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday to secure the EUIC trophy and a place in the history books. Who is taking home the title of European International Championship? Can Alex Szymanski defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
The stakes could not be bigger at this event. $25,000 on the line for our Masters Division champion, and even players placing into this elusive top 8 bracket, walking around with a solid $7,000 in cash. Cannot complain for that at all.
No, absolutely. You make your way into top 8, you're already very, very handsomely rewarded with those points and the cash prizing. As you had already mentioned, the first and second place getting that automatic Worlds invite. There is so much on the line for these players, so it is going to be all to play for in this Day 2 at this Internationals.
And let's not forget about our juniors and senior division players. They will also be playing their final matches on the big stage for Championship Sunday. battling it out for a lot of cash, of course, getting those trips, trying to get themselves maybe above a tier 1 invite when it comes to getting themselves to the World Championships. Just because they're a little bit younger doesn't mean they don't have skill. I mean, Freya, we've seen lots of these players come from the junior and senior divisions and have success in the Masters division.
Absolutely, and sort of a key example there we mentioned earlier, the Fernandez brothers, of course. Yesterday we see Vinny and Gabriel. Gabriel, a senior world champion, Vinny, a regional champion, and looking to make a spot in here in day 2 and winning internationals as well. So yeah, these players are aging up and still absolutely crushing it in the Masters division.
Yeah, speaking of Vinny Fernandez, he is one of our Day 2 players. Let's look at our standings for Day 2. Of course, 275 Masters competing in this tournament throughout the second day. Needed at least 19 match points, but these top 16 players so far in the standings, they have more than that, 25, 24, 23 match points, trying to get to that what it looks like 36-ish match points to secure themselves a spot. They've got 6 rounds to do it. It's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah. And I got to point out there in the top 3, Juho Kalama, our current Latin American international champion, sitting there at the top of the standings at 8-0-1. Could he run the back-to-back? Is he going to be the new Tord? Speaking of which, Tord is also there as well at 8-0-1. It's the time for the reigning champion to get more titles, I guess.
It's a new format, but that doesn't mean we're seeing completely new names. Common names, Isaiah Bradner, looking to get that international title, looking to get that regional win. He is so close. He is almost there. He is still looking for that big victory. Noah Sawyer was the person who fell to Juho in the finals, still sitting at 24 match points in a super solid position. But again, it's anybody's game. We've seen miracle runs. Players start off at 6-2-1. Cal Connor is a name that comes to mind at NAIC. Started off at 6-2-1 and won all 6 Swiss rounds to put himself in a spot to get into top cut. Made top 4 at that tournament. Just because these players started off well in day 1 does not mean they have a guaranteed spot in top 8.
No, it really doesn't. Another name I'd like to draw attention to, Bert Walters, of course, prior to Owen's regionals win, was the last Dutch regional champion, all the way back in 2017 at the Leipzig regionals, and here making a comeback and making his way all the way to 10th place at 8-1. So, one of the Netherlands' best alongside the Kammerman brothers there, and with a good shot making top 8 as well.
Well, we had an exciting day yesterday. Of course, we covered all 9 of our Swiss rounds, and that's the best part of these international championships. We get to give all of the exciting action, all of the intense matches. We can only feature so much on stream, but Frey, I'm going to be honest, we had some incredible matches to review yesterday.
Yeah, we really did. The one that springs to mind especially to me was, of course, Chriso against Michael Pramawat. We saw the absolute devastating Origin form Dialga V-Star with that Star Chronos, just taking 2 double knockouts 2 games in a row to finish a match in insanely fast fashion.
Yeah, as well, we had the Christian Labella playing this Arceus Armor Rouge deck. I think this is maybe in my books for one of the funniest moments that happened on stream towards the end in time, and this was an exciting match for sure. We had the Origin form Dialga, one of my favorite Radiant Pokemon, that Radiant Heatran getting in there, using that Raging Blast to take the knockout. But Ryan, even though he really struggled in this game 1, really had a solid route in game 2. Christian, this is a great example, Freya, of how small little mistakes, something like benching that extra Pokemon, that Bidoof at the end of the game, can open up doors for your opponent who has a lot of options playing a deck like this Lost Stone Toolbox.
Yeah, sometimes you just get in your own head too much. You're trying to account for multiple different scenarios, you're trying to account for disruption and all that, but in trying to account for disruption, didn't think, oh, it's the extra bench that is going to mean that Raiku's going to do enough damage to KO one of my Pokemon. So yeah, these small mistakes, you don't even think of it as a mistake at the time, but you realize afterwards, oh, that was actually where I let myself a little bit astray.
So cool to see some of these archetypes that have already existed. Arceus V-Star, I mean, Frey, there's no more V Pokemon coming out, but still finding ways to innovate and keep up with these new EX kids on the block.
Yeah, I mean, searching for any 2 cards from your deck, I think it's going to be strong as long as it's in the format, right? So, and with the ability to do a bunch of damage and attach energy as well, I think Arceus is going to be around basically until it rotates.
Yeah, Starbirth, one of the most powerful abilities, and yeah, it really was that final turn benching the Bidoof. It's kind of hard to play when you don't know what outs your opponent has. Christian thought it was the correct play, but I really have to imagine how that game would have ended differently if those 2 prize cards weren't given up from Christian, and Ryan on this final turn was able to use that Iron Leaves, take the knockout. We didn't really have a necessary finish to game 3, but we did see a little funny moment at the end.
Yeah, we did there. So both of the players were playing out a little bit, but then we saw the boss's orders on the Ditto, which couldn't even do anything because it was past turn 1, and then moving the energies over and Genome hacking, copying Splat for 10 damage to finish the game with a tie.
And this was one of the craziest games we have seen on stream. This turn 2 was incredible. Double Matang, double Metal Maker on board, and it was hitting enough energy cards for Chriso to get this turn 2 Star Chronos, take an extra turn, knock out this Arceus V, and then Metal Blast the Giratina, and things did not get better for Michael in that second game.
Yeah, just just flipping the energy around, just sort of reeling the Metal Maker to himself, and then just plop down the energy, plop down the other one from hand, and then Michael knows exactly what's up. And yeah, both players had such a good time in this match because they knew exactly what was going on. They knew that it was the stream moment.
Yeah, we're actually going to be seeing both of these players in day 2. Michael Bramelot actually held a poll on X to see if he should ID his last round at 6-2 or play it out. People told him to play it out, and yeah, what's better than 1 match point? Let's get 3 match points.
Absolutely.
He won his match. He's at 7-2, still in a good spot to maybe make a deep run with this Arceus Giratina deck and make it into the top 8.
Yeah, and we did see there in game 2, Michael taking a very wise sort of KO on the Metang, just trying to prevent Chriso from doing that devastating double turn again, but was able to find all the energies needed, and yeah, Star Chronos into Metal Blast, and Michael not even technically losing there and there, but knowing the game was basically over, extended the hand, and yeah, Dialga V-Star.
It's a lot. I think taking extra turns, whether it's with all of these Dialga cards, I mean, there was the level X that had a really funny Poke Power that you flip 2 coins,
yeah.
both of them are heads. You take an extra turn, if tails, your turn ends. So I think that having cards that sort of match the style of the Pokemon, super cool. I need a Pokemon that maybe goes to sleep. Oh, I mean, there is the Musharna.
Yeah,
so that
there is.
Musharna. So Pokemon does do this with more than Dialga. They've got great card designs, and of course, things are only going to get more interesting, and that's what makes Pokemon so interesting. The pieces are always changing. The pieces are always moving. This new format is going to open up a lot of options for our players.
So looking a little bit more back at day 1, we saw 2 of the, I guess, really the, not a lot of key matches, but 2 of the most memorable matches from yesterday. But all the matches yesterday were so great. What match, out of, other than those 2 which were already featured, what match sticks out the most in your mind from yesterday, do you think?
I think seeing Brent's deck at the end of the day was really interesting. Few players kind of came to the same conclusion that Charizard's very good, Pidgeot EX is very good. And you know what else is good? Rare Candy, Devolution, things like that to disrupt that strategy, and that electromagnetic sonar is a great way to bring cards back from the discard pile and sort of take your archetype that's usually one that just wants to attack, put on aggression, have that flexibility of quick search, and just have all of that, plus the ability to disrupt and put things a little bit more into your tempo.
Yeah, and another interesting development we saw yesterday as well is some Charizard players opting to, instead of playing the Rotom V, opted to play Cleffa. Of course, for no energy, it just has that attack that lets you just draw until you have 7 cards in hand. And unlike with Rotom V, you can get Cleffa off a Buddy Pop in, so all you need is an energy to retreat whatever your active is, bring that Cleffa active, and it essentially acts as a more searchable way to get that extra draw turn 1.
Well, of course, we have giveaways going on all week. Pokemon Go is holding a giveaway where you guys can have Twitch drops going now. And of course, the TCG having a giveaway as well. PTCG Live is hosting a giveaway up until April 15th where you can get that special art Raging Bolt EX, Bellowing Thunder. This is also one of the decks being featured on the Battle Pass for PTCG Live. Go ahead and use that code BURSTROAR EUIC24. We haven't really seen a lot of Raging Bolt this weekend, but, maybe someone's cooking off stream. They could go on a deep run. I'm not going to count our long neck boy out just yet.
You see, I'm thinking about it. I need to go put in that code myself. I actually forgot yesterday. We gotta get on that.
Well, Freya, we've been busy at work. We've had great matches so far.
Exactly.
We've been making sure to bring everybody exciting coverage of this event. Yeah. Ancient Box, such a cool deck. These ancient and future Pokemon, just because it's the first event, just because they're not everywhere, doesn't mean that things could shift throughout this event. But wow, here we go, Freya. We had 9 Swiss rounds yesterday. We are now coming back into day 2 action, where these players are going to be battling through 6 Swiss rounds, and then after, we'll be crowning our 2 finalists, and then playing on Championship Sunday to see who will be our champion.
Now, of course, it's not just future Pokemon in the trading card game. In the video game as well, we do have Marco Silva's Iron Hands that we're giving away as well. So make sure if you play the video game there, that code FakeOutEUIC with the 0 instead of the O and the 1 instead of the I, and you can get Marco Silva's Iron Hands in-game there. So make sure to put that in before the 8th of April at 23:59 UTC. You can get Iron Hands in-game, a video game and a trading card game staple. Who would have guessed?
Of course, Pokemon Go is holding Twitch drops through this weekend, so make sure that if you want to get access to them, I know we have some TCG players who like to play Go as well. Go to that Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. Twitch drops, watch and earn. You're not going to want to miss out on those. Make sure to go check it out.
Now, but as you mentioned, Ethan, we are getting ready to get into our first round here in day 2, and we do have a slew of notable matches here to show you guys, just to give you an idea of what the match is going to be in this round 10 here. And we're also going to show you our feature match. We will be featuring Hector Ibarra against Tord Reklev.
That is going to be an incredible match. We've got future, ancient decks, and all sorts in between. Charizard, almost half of the names on here. We've got 3 players playing this Charizard deck, of course. Tord Reklev, the one we will be featuring on our stream match. Aiden Koos and Calvin Connor. They are both playing a very interesting strategy using that electromagnetic sonar on that Regieleki. But let's focus in here. We've got Hector Ibarra versus Tord Reklev. Now, Hector has been an up-and-coming player. He's been playing the Pokemon TCG for a while, but has had a very solid season, of course. If you guys have been watching matches, he got very, very close in a win-and-in match. The past is the past, the future is the future, but right now is the present. We are ready to start and kick our second day of competition off. Let's throw it down to the table and get into this match. It's going to be one that a lot of players were expecting to see. A lot of players, I'm sure, were preparing this Charizard EX deck up against Chien-Pao EX.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask a lot of the top players what would be, the 2 expected, top decks in terms of decks that were good before but also better now in terms of Chien-Pao, but also top before and still top now, I think Charizard and Chien-Pao would have probably been 2 of the top picks that most of the top players would have mentioned to you.
This is a very interesting dynamic. These are 2 very interesting lists playing cool cards. Now, most players with this Chien-Pao deck are just going to use that Baxcalibur line and utilize Rare Candy, and Hector is still doing that, but funnily enough, maybe as a little bit of support and maybe as a tech to the popular Technical Machine Devolution card, is playing a copy of that Arctibax. What do you think about that, Freya?
It's a very interesting inclusion. We were just talking yesterday about how, the Bennett EX inclusion in John Eng's list could be a way to disrupt these Chien-Pao decks. If they, you can't Rare Candy, you can't get the Baxcalibur out. If you have an Arctibax, you have a way to play around that.
So a lot of interesting dynamics. Now, technically, I feel like a lot of people would give Chien-Pao the edge in this matchup. There's a lot of different pieces, a lot of different routes that they can go for, and I'm sure Tord has practiced against this matchup a lot. There's a lot of different plays that he can make. Is there anything you think he wants to try and establish early on that could be important in this match?
So I think there's going to be a couple of things. So we were talking about earlier about how Clever could be a good play replacement for Rotom V because those are your early game setup cards. Tord is in fact playing both. And it's a good thing that he is, because something I want to draw attention to, Hector is playing that Spiritomb that shuts off the abilities of basic Pokemon V. So, if Tord was to get down a Rotom, and Hector can have that get down that Spiritomb, that Rotom does get shut off a little bit. So good that Tord has that Cleffa there as a backup, so he can still draw cards in that eventuality.
Well, there are a lot of dynamics to talk about in this matchup. Excited to see how these 2 players clash. Hector, more so up and coming, has yet to break into the top 8, has been close several times, but is really looking to get a top 8, and there would be no better place to do it than here at the International Championships in Europe.
Absolutely, we do see that Hector does have a mulligan for the first draw, just plenty of very useful cards, but no basic, unfortunately, so that's shuffle in. Tord will get an extra card. I mean, if Tord is going first, it's going to be an extra boon for him, of course. So even if you're going second, I mean, there's turn 1 disruption used to be more of a common thing in the trading card game. Nowadays, not so much, especially if you're going first. There's very few cards that can disrupt that early on, but yeah, the more options you have to see, the better. So you really want to mulligan as little as possible.
More cards, the better. Of course, this Charizard deck loves to get that Pidgeot EX established as well as Charizard, but ideally in the same turn, but it can be a little bit hard to have both of those pieces. You gotta use something like your Star Power, so the more cards, the better for sure. So Hector will draw another hand of 7 cards. Of course, every time you don't find a basic Pokemon, it's gonna give Tord 1 extra card to work with, and it looks like we've got yet another mulligan, just more assistance to Tord at the start of this game.
Yeah. And I got to say, you guys can't quite see the camera yet, but we've got a little bit of a different view. Hector's deck, we're talking like maximum shiny here. We've got reverse foils, we've got full arts, everything. I almost got blinded when he dropped the mulligan down.
You got to respect the bling for sure. Lots of players really feel connections when they're playing these high rarity cards. Can't blame him at all. I mean, Hector has actually pivoted off of the Lost Zone Giratina deck that he was playing a lot this previous rotation before, of course, we rotated for our first event here at EUIC. He's now shifted over to this Chien-Pao deck, and even though he's been using Giratina a lot, he clearly knows what he's doing with this deck at 8-0-1.
Yeah, and it looks like Hector did finally draw basic here, so only 2 mulligans for Tord, but still going to be happy to see those extra 2 cards. And now both players are going to put out their prizes, and we are going to be ready to go, I guess. So, yeah, wow, what an incredible first match we're getting here at day 2. An absolute treat for us for sure.
Absolute treat, of course. Lots of players battling it out in the field, but we are here to focus on this match. Every win counts. Players really can't afford to lose more than 2 matches out of the 6 Swiss rounds that are happening today. We'll also be featuring our top 8 and our top 4. So let's get into this. I am super excited. Keep our eyes out for the prize cards and see what is going to go down. Now, Chien Pao versus Charizard. There's an interesting thing to include. A card that we sort of see be a back and forth discussion in this Charizard deck is the choice of A-Spec. Do you play Prime Catcher? Do you play that Maximum Belt? Tord has chosen to not play Maximum Belt, is playing that Prime Catcher. How could this change the dynamic of this matchup?
It'll essentially be another gusting option that Hector might not necessarily expect. I don't, at this point, we're not so late on the day where everyone knows everyone's listed, card for card. There are still so many players in this day too. You don't really have the easy means to be able to scout out what other people are playing as much. Maybe you might hear some murmurs, but yeah, go for the Prime Catcher there means that Hector's going to need to be a little bit uneasier, I guess, about keeping track of how many gusting options that Tord has been through, and but also can maybe rest a little bit easier knowing that a Maximum Belt can't come down early on to get a KO when Tord might otherwise not be able to get it.
Yeah, one of the big things with Chien Pao is you could kind of just sit and wait to take a prize card before certain pieces come out. And there are 2 Baxcalibur in the prize cards, and that is the only 2 Baxcalibur that Hector plays, and they're both at the top. Hector, at this point, is going to be shut off from using that Super Cold ability. That is a devastating blow for him to not have those cards.
That is an absolute disaster for Hector. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. So Hector here is going to have to find his Hisuian Heavy Ball very fast, shuffle the prizes, and then hopefully, it'll shuffle it into a more favorable position to be able to take it. That is absolutely devastating start for Hector. Goodness me.
Yeah, and I would note that Tord does have that Manaphy prize. That is an important card.
Oh,
but
yeah.
How important is it when you have to manual attach 3 times to your Radiant Greninja to be able to use that Moonlight Shuriken? Wow, we're getting a lot of plot armor. I feel like every time Tord goes on stream, he's got so much plot armor. Hey, who put those Baxcalibur in the prize cards? Who put them there? I want to talk to them.
I couldn't possibly tell you, Ethan, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting to see how this develops, right? Because we're going to see Hector try and do a setup, notice what's going on, and I think Tord's going to concentrate on very quickly to, hold on, something's not quite right here. You know what I mean? We just have that hunch.
Yeah, it's hard to hide the fact that your main energy acceleration, the whole namesake of this deck, is prized. Prized or not, we are getting into this round number 10, the first round of day 2. It's kicking off. Hector will be going first, so they'll have the opportunity to check this deck, and I would say this is an excellent start. We have to note that those Baxcalibur are prized, but a pair of Buddy Poffin in the hand means that Hector will get these basic Pokemon into play and very quickly will realize something is not right.
Yeah, it's like, hold on a second. This doesn't feel good. We do see he does go for that Spiritomb straight away. We did mention earlier that it's a great option to shut off the Rotom V, and given that Tord did start the Rotom V, seems like a very obvious first thing to go for, just to make sure that there's no instant charges happening early on. And yeah, as you mentioned, Ethan, the second Buddy Poffin as well. So, I mean, normally you look at this and you think, what a phenomenal first turn setup, but if you can't evolve it to Baxcalibur, then what are you going to do?
So Hector can't chase the prize cards, but he's got to play this game out. What do you think his best unconventional strategy here is without having that Super Cold ability online?
I think the best unconventional strategy is, as I mentioned before, find that Hisuian Heavy Ball, shuffle the prizes, and hopefully you can get to the Baxcalibur sooner rather than later. You're going to have to do some manual attachments, take some KOs somewhere, and just try to find some way to fish this Baxcalibur out. I mean, without it, your deck's just dead in the water. You have to fish it out.
Well, it's hard for Hector because Hector doesn't have that information that those 2 Baxcalibur at the top, so Hisuian Heavy Ball doesn't really change anything
no, I guess
for
you're
him.
right, yeah. I mean, he might still go for it anyway just because there is a Chien Pao in the prizes as well, and so maybe he might want to fish that out, or maybe knowing that, the 2 Baxcaliburs are prized, maybe he wants to do Hisuian Heavy Ball just to see what else is in there. I mean, it's a nice thing to go for early on when you can, but yeah, maybe digging for it specifically when you need to set up other stuff isn't the best. But we do see an attachment onto the bench Frigibax, and then just a pass from Hector.
So Tord did get a few of those mulligan cards to start the turn off. We'll have lots of pieces to work with, and no surprise, Buddy Poffin, the first card getting played. Tord will check the deck, see what's available, and start to get these basic Pokemon into play.
Yeah, and I imagine, especially if he has access to even more basic Pokemon from the deck, or maybe if he wants like more Buddy Poffins or more Nest Balls, he will be wanting to grab that Cleffa. Of course, that Spiritomb is already online, as we mentioned earlier, so this Rotom V is not going to be doing much of anything right now other than sitting there being pretty. And so if Tord wants to get that extra draw, that Cleffa is going to become very, very important.
Yeah, kills still can be a target for that Forest Steel Stone.
That is true.
So you can still use that Star Alchemy V-Star power. It's a little bit of a quirk that, while it's technically an ability that is on Rotom, it's not Rotom's ability, but we'll say the nitty-gritty and technical details for another time. And I mean, there isn't really anything like a Arven in this hand or an Iono to draw more cards. So I think from this point here, Tord is just going to play this Professor Turo, take that Rotom out of play. It's not going to have a lot of value, like you mentioned, because of that Feathered in Misfortune ability on the Spiritomb. And we'll just pitch it away with Ultra Ball, get another basic Pokemon into play, and use that Grasping Draw at the end of the turn to fill the hand back up.
And honestly, all things considered, this is a pretty perfect start from Tord, considering, you know, what he was when it went up against. So able to use it, not just, you know, attach into retreat, but actually one of his 2 Professor Turo to pick up the Rotom, and as you mentioned, not doing much, so just taking it out of play, Ultra Ball it away, grab it on a basic, and then prevent that Cleffa. It's a really, really good start from Tord.
Yeah. Sure, Tord is probably sweating a little bit here because that Manaphy is prized. There's really no point to put this second Charmander down because you're just going to kind of get Moonlight Shuriken regardless and lose both of those pieces. So I think Tord at this point said, you know what, my opponent, he didn't retreat into Qianpao. I know there's not a lot of energy cards most likely in this hand. How realistic is it for my opponent to get that Greninja down, use that Moonlight Shuriken, get Rare Candy, Baxcalibur? So I think Tord is just going to be content with filling the hand up and giving himself some options for the following turn.
And I must say, I'm a fan of how Tord, and it seems like a lot of the Charizard players are doing this. You're worried about, you know, Pidgeot EX being shut off or being an easy target for Iron Hands, so you're playing a mixture of the Barrel and the Pidgeot EX. You have the option to like draw, you have the option to search. I think it's really cool that these Charizard lists are opting for the split, and it makes a lot of sense in my eyes.
And preemptively playing that Collapse Stadium, not letting Hector put another Pokemon into play. None of these Pokemon right now are great attackers. So Hector will need to find one of those 2 Pokestop that are in the deck, and that could be Tord maybe having some list knowledge because most GM-Pow decks do not play such low copies of that Pokestop Stadium card.
Yeah, absolutely. Even we are at the point where these players may have, again, like I mentioned at the start, some idea, but not a perfect idea of what each other is playing. So, you know, maybe at this point, you know, Tord has some idea, like you mentioned, that there's a low Pokestop count and opting to preemptively play that Collapse Stadium just to give Hector a bit of a harder time. But we do see there Hector going for the Ultra Ball, just grab that big barrel straight away.
Yeah, bit of a costly Ultra Ball at that. Does have to get rid of Rare Candy and that Superior Energy Retrieval, but the Barrel is here now. Be able to use that Industrious Incisor's ability to draw some more cards, and we're just going to see the Prime Catcher on the Charmander, and it is that 60 HP Charmander. That means this Frigibax with 1 more energy can hit this Charmander for weakness and knock it out.
You were talking earlier about, you know, what's the strategy, what's the heads-up play that you can do when your back against the wall. This seems pretty good.
Hey, look, Frigibax can get in there. Just because Baxcalibur is unavailable doesn't mean that Hector is going to give up without a fight. We're even going to see the Arctibax potentially get grabbed. And hold on, can this Arctibax take a knockout too? I mean, I've got to be honest, we really don't see Arctibax in this deck a lot, so we'll have to see how this puts on pressure.
Yeah, wow. We were talking about how it was a great utility card just to make sure that, you know, you're able to evolve through a item lock and also giving yourself a contingency plan against TM Devolution. But now maybe we're just going to see it attack as well.
Yeah, it does have that attack. Sharp Fin for 2 energy. That does deal 40 damage, but not needed when you can just use this Frigibax to deal enough to knock out this Charmander. And I mean, I have to wonder for Tord, was it worth getting down something like that Bidoof when you could have instead put another Charmander into play and given yourself a lot better attacking options for the following turn?
You know, you're so nailed in on, you know, being scared about Greninja to the point where you think there's not much point getting 2 down, but then you forget, oh, what if my opponent could just use something like a Prime Catcher to bring up my 1 Charmander and KO that? And this is going to buy Hector the time he needs to find these Baxcaliburs too. So this is very, very important for Hector to do.
Yeah, but we still have not seen that Hisuian Heavy Ball be used. So Hector will take a prize card, but it's not that Baxcalibur. Those 2 Baxcalibur are still sitting in the prize cards, unavailable. And Hector now, he did all he could, tried to take that prize card. I mean, you had a 1 out of 3 chance of drawing into one of those 2 Baxcalibur, but didn't find that. And with how this is looking for Tord, maybe this Frigibax for now could be safe. There's not a lot necessarily threatening an attack, but who knows how much more can this Frigibax do if more Charmanders are going to come into play. Now Hector has lost that gusting option that's available. That is the only way that Hector can bring up bench Pokemon that he chooses. Does play that Iron Bundle, but Tord is not going to be giving up these Charmanders easily from this point.
Okay, you say that. There is technically one way in which Hector could do more gusting. He is playing the one of Silene.
Oh,
and
boy.
he could use that to put the Prime Catcher back on top of the deck.
Are we flipping coins to win? This feels like a different time period. You know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for some exciting action to kick off our first round of day 2. Now Tord does have this Cleffa in the active spot. I mean, you can draw some more cards, but you're just going to be giving up another prize card to Hector because Cleffa, while it's a great support Pokemon, does only have that 30 HP.
I gotta say, is this the first time we've seen Chili for KO on stream on the Frigibax? I think it actually might be.
Definitely could count the amount of times on both fingers, most likely. And it looks like we're just going to see that barrel get evolved on Tord's side, and then the Industrious Incisors to draw a few more cards, and now has a few choices of some supporter cards. Do you play that Arven, or maybe disrupt the hand a little bit with Iono? And Tord will choose to play that Iono, and I mean, this Collapse Stadium didn't really do much for Hector, and more on the other side for Tord. There's only just that one Charmander in play because both players only having 4 bench Pokemon due to that Stadium's effect means that there's no more Pokemon that can be played down for either player.
Yeah, I was going to say, you had this Collapse Stadium here, and you thought, preemptively, you reduce Hector's bench options, but Tord did actually have the other Charmander in hand, but then just couldn't bench it because of his own Collapse Stadium that he played. So yeah, kind of backing himself into the corner a little bit there, and now he's kind of in that same vulnerable spot where, although, as we mentioned, it's unlikely given the resources that Hector has access to, if he can use another Gusting card, bring up the Charmander, Tord is basically in the same spot again.
Yeah, and with this Ultra Ball, it looks like Tord's hand is pretty poor. We may see this Cleffa fill the hand up. Ultra Ball will discard 2 cards to put 1 into the hand, so essentially a net -2 in terms of hand size for Tord. We will see what the choice is, but I mean, you know your opponent's probably struggling. They didn't play Rare Candy to get that Baxcalibur, and yep, it's just going to be another Cleffa filling the hand back up, and Hector will have another chance to find one of these Baxcalibur out of the prize cards.
Yeah, and you know what this means? This means not only is Chili taking a knockout, it's going to take another one 2 turns in a row potentially just because this Cleffa has such a low amount of HP and Chili does enough damage.
Wow, we are going to see some more energy cards put onto these support Pokemon, onto that Arctibax. And the question for Hector is, what else do you do? I mean, the way this sort of is going to work out, I think, oh boy, does Hector have that Silene? Is it time to just play this Silene? I don't think there's any other way for Hector to play these cards, and I think we're probably just going to see the Silene get played. The energy's been played down, but no. Just going to preserve the Silene. Hector taking another prize card and still not drawing into those Baxcalibur, and now they are still stuck at the top. Hector has to just be thinking, come on, this is the most important match for me to start the day off. What can I do?
No, most important matches to start off, and somehow Hector has a 2-prize lead in spite of the fact that he has Baxcalibur in play, and this Frigibax is putting in work.
Speaking of another Pokemon we don't see get into early, it looks like Tord may be looking to use this Radiant Charizard's Combustion Blast with another energy attachment or Infernal Rain ability. Will have enough energy due to Hector taking 2 prize cards, of course, that Excited Heart ability, allowing that 5 energy attack cost on Charizard to be reduced based off of the amount of prize cards your opponent has taken. So we'll finally see Rare Candy Pidgeot now towards main support engine online. We'll just grab another Rare Candy, so here we go. Infernal Rain will get that 3rd energy card onto this Radiant Charizard and power up this bench Charizard EX.
Yeah, so Tord definitely firing on all cylinders now, as unlike Hector, Tord has full access to all the stage 2s, and yeah, this Charizard is going to put in some great sort of 1-prize work and deal with this Frigibax that's done so much damage to Tord. Or slight correction from earlier, the Chili is the other Frigibax, of course, this one just has the Tackle attack, that does 30 damage.
Hey, look, Tackle can get the job done, it more than did that here for Hector, but not taking either of those Baxcalibur, just so unlucky to have those both stuck at the top of the prize cards. And now for Tord, you've got Radiant Charizard set up. That's a great Pokemon to deal with the only major threat. I'm sure maybe Tord has some sort of leaning suspicion that Hector may have prized some of those important key Baxcalibur pieces.
Yeah, that is a very interesting tech card from Tord. We see not a common inclusion in Charizard list. That Team Yeld's Cheer, which it looks like it's about to be slammed down now, maybe? Thinking about it? Of course, it does let you get back supporters, and just supporters, or is it stadiums as well? Yeah,
you can get Pokemon back with it as well.
That was
it will be that Rotom chosen to be put back into the deck. We see that Tord is holding on to that Forest Seal Stone, and that is just one more way to get some more pieces out of the deck. Still has yet to use that Barrel, so we can see a card drawn off Industrious Incisors. Tord has found what he needs to. Did lose that Charmander early, but has clawed his way back. Thanks to, of course, the help of Hector not having some of those key pieces available. But you've got to take what you can take when you're at this position.
Yeah, and this is going to be really tricky for Hector now because Hector doesn't really have a great response to this Radiant Charizard. You know, right now, if he had a Baxcalibur, he'd be absolutely smooth sailing. He could power up a Greninja or pretty much anything. But with only 1 energy attachment, I don't think there's any way that Hector can take a knockout on pretty much anything that Tord has.
So there it is, Combustion Blast, dealing more than enough damage to knock out this poor Frigibax, but you gotta do what you've gotta do. Hector sending up this Spiritomb. That has got to be a little bit of a red flag for Tord maybe to see, especially because Spiritomb really not here to use any of its attacks, just here for that Fettered in Misfortune ability. Lap Stadium is still in play, so Hector can only grab one Pokemon potentially off of this Buddy Poffin. I think it's all gonna be about maybe playing a bunch of these item cards that are in the hand. We do see Irida and Silene, both supporter options. But I feel like now that Tord has evolved all these Pokemon, now that they're sort of out of range from anything like the Radiant Greninja, like this Arctibax, feels like Hector is really going to struggle to take these prize cards, especially needing to take this Baxcalibur off the next prize. If it's not taken off the next one, if it's in those last 3 prize cards, really Hector is going to start running out of options.
Yeah, so I think at this point what you have to do is put down a Chien-Pao and just start attaching to it manually and then, you know, try and take a knockout on something, because it's pretty much the one thing that can do the most damage with the fewest manual energy attachments.
It's so tough, because if you put that Chien-Pao down, because you've already taken 2 prize cards, that Charizard EX, using that Burning Darkness will be dealing enough damage to knock Chien-Pao out.
Yeah.
So as soon as you drop the energy onto it, Quick Search can find that boss's orders, and now you will be in an even worse spot, minus an energy attachment, minus 2 prize cards, and Tord will just start running away with this game.
Where's Path to the Peak when you need it?
Well, Path to the Peak, that ship has sailed now. There is no way to shut off at the moment these rule box Pokemon abilities. Besides something like the few niche options, and you know what you gotta do to save sometimes, you gotta flip these coins. It is a double heads. Hector bumping his fist up, and you know, even in a position like this, having a little bit of fun, that's all you can really do. And maybe Hector is thinking, do I bring back this Prime Catcher, try and stall up this Barrel? But you've gotta have a feeling your opponent hasn't played anything like a Turo. They actually just shuffled one of those Professor Turos into the deck.
They played just one very early on, right, to pick up that Rotom, and then it's back in the deck now, so Hector knows it's something that Tord can get, because of course with Quick Search, just once per turn, you can just get any card you want. There's the perfect card for every single turn, and that's why Pidgeot is still such a phenomenal card in these Charizard decks and just in general.
Got even better now that that Path to the Peak has rotated out of the format. See those cards get put onto the top of the deck, and either ability can be used, so just make sure we have a clarification on everything that is going down in the game. I believe we have not seen concealed cards be used yet, so we'll finally see that. Drawing 2 cards will be into that Prime Catcher and the Superior Energy Retrieval that was put onto the top of the deck thanks to that Silene supporter. I mean, look, if Silene Red put 2 cards from your discard pile on top of your deck, it would be very, very good. Yes. The only issue with this card is sometimes the supporter reads, play this card, have some fun, flip some coins, and then do nothing.
Yeah, that is the risk you take with these coin flip cards. You know, some of them, as Silene, are strong enough to just warrant it. We saw the VMAX list played Silene for a very, very long time because it was one of the few ways to get back vital resources. It seems like now Hector is taking that same logic and applying it to Chien-Pao.
Yeah, and just use that Industrious Incisors for 1 card. Was really looking for a useless card to pitch away with the Superior Energy Retrieval, but drew into another supporter card, and now Hector has a very tough decision. Do you get rid of an Irida? That's a powerful resource to grab key pieces. Do you get rid of the Cypher Maniac? That's another way to search out specific cards, and it will have to be that Cypher Maniacs used to be discarded, and it's just going to be an attachment to this Arctibax and a pass of the turn over. Now, Tord's action has started. The big advantage, though, to not having Switch in your deck, or rather the downside, is that you cannot play something like a Professor Turo the same turn as a Gusting card like Boss's Orders, but guess what A-Spec Tord is playing in his deck? It is that Prime Catcher.
A Prime Catcher coming in super clutch here, and this is exactly for situations like this that I think Tord ended up thinking to himself, you know what? Prime Catcher is so vital in so many situations. I would rather have that than the extra damage from Maximum Belt, because in these situations here, it is so powerful.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Hector, as soon as you see this Prime Catcher get slammed down, I think you just pick up your cards. There's no way to win this back. I honestly think after you took that prize card, that wasn't a Baxcalibur, I think you also just picked up your cards. But Hector just wants to play things out. But the downside to playing a game out like this that's a little bit longer is that you really start cutting your chances to win a set, because if the next game goes for a standard 20 to 30 minutes, there's not going to be 3 games completed. We will see the Prime Catcher get played, and I think if you're Hector in this position, this is probably a position where you've got to pick your cards up and say, yeah, I'm not winning this game, let's just go to the next one.
It's not a nice thing to talk about necessarily, because you don't want to say, oh, the players should just give up, but it's not just about saying, oh, you give up because you don't think you can win. It's about recognizing the reality of the situation with the timer on the clock and making sure that you, exactly like you mentioned, Ethan, you have enough time to maybe play out a second and third game to make that comeback.
Will just be another Combustion Blast. Radiant Charizard getting in there, taking some prize cards, and Hector is just left with support Pokemon all in the play. We'll see the Irida get played. I mean, Hector's going to take one more look at the deck, see what can I really do in this spot. But Freya, I think it's game 2 time, and Hector agrees here.
Maybe to do one last Irida, just check. Everything is definitely prized, right? I'm not just imagining it. And yeah, he's going to have a look now and realize, yeah, I was never getting those Excaliburs, was I?
Yeah, I think you probably just keep your mouth shut and just pretend like something wrong happened, but I'm sure Tord, being the player he is, had a hunch that he got a very lucky break in that game. Didn't necessarily need to be bailed out based on his draws, but because of those Excalibur being prized, that was almost like a non-game Hector. Had some cute plays that he did. We did see the tackle get in there and take a knockout on the Charmander, but that was really all Hector could do these niche plays to try and buy some time, take some prize cards. But Excalibur hiding out in his little ice cave, not coming out at all for Hector here in round 10.
And yeah, maybe if, as you mentioned, maybe if Hector found the Excalibur early off the first or second prize, maybe there could have been a chance for something, because Hector did everything he could. Given the hand he was dealt, he played as well as he could have done, and he did exactly the right things. He took his knockouts, he tried to stop Tord from being able to set up as well by carrying the lone Charmander, but just not able to find those Excaliburs.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit of a better game in game 2. It's part of the Pokemon TCG, it's part of that variance. You hate to see it happen on the big stage, but there's representation for what happens when you're playing 16 best-of-3 rounds. If you go to distance multiple rounds, there is a chance that you're going to have multiple of those key pieces prized. We'll see if Hector decides to go first or second. I feel like this is a matchup where you pretty much always want to just start things out, go first, try and put on pressure. Hector is playing a copy of that, or is actually not playing something like the Canceling Cologne. That is a card that can be super useful against a deck that plays Manaphy like Tord's to maybe threaten that Moonlight Shuriken on the second turn, but that can be really difficult to find, especially when you're going first.
Yeah, it really can be. It's there's no Cancer Clone in this list, is there? I don't know if I can see. So yeah, there's unfortunately not an option, but it is something that we have seen a lot in Champ lists in the past. It's like there's a sudden surge of noise in the venue. Something exciting is happening in one of the other games.
Yeah, looks like we're having a little bit of technical issues, but we'll make sure we get things settled out. We're in a little bit of a tense moment here between our players. So once everything is figured out, you see everybody's sort of holding onto their headphones, so I hope everything gets resolved and worked out. So we'll sort of pause talking a little bit about maybe the specifics of this matchup, but I mean, there are so many storylines, of course, going outside of the field. We'll be providing updates throughout the rounds. Of course, players are looking to get to those 36 match points, and this is what sort of happens. I mean, it's crazy to think that international championships used to be at a little bit of a situation where sometimes you could get in at something like 11-3-1. There were times before where there were only 15 rounds. Some of the smaller international championships, even more recently when we still had the Oceania International Championships, we had players only playing through 14 rounds instead. So you had, or rather, 14 rounds instead, so a little bit less competition. These are going to be some of the hardest ornaments to top cut. And this is sort of what happens through the game. We had a lot of things change through this season. We had the prize money increased. We, of course, had an excellent destination for our World Championships, Honolulu, Hawaii. More players are getting back into the game, are putting more time into the game, and these events are getting bigger, which thus in turn means it's harder to make top cut.
Yeah, and there's more on the line than ever, right? You know, the more that is on the line, the more players are going to want to be really gunning for those top spots, as you mentioned. $25,000 for the winner. That is a huge prize, and that's going to draw people from all over the globe to try and compete to be that top trainer.
Yeah, more than double of what it was last year, that $10,000 prize for winning one of these international championships. Of course, that guaranteed invite. Usually, if you win an international championship, you've played a little bit of Pokemon this season, so you're going to have the necessary points to get yourself to that Honolulu, Hawaii destination at the end of the year. So hopefully we'll get everything resolved, get back to the match. But this is going to be intense. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the other stories in the event. We, of course, saw a bunch of different decks. We featured some decks and we didn't feature some decks. We actually have a really interesting statistic here. At the start of this round, 1/4 of the players at 24 match points or more. were playing some sort of a control deck, having the potential to maybe have an alternate win condition of trapping a Pokemon in the active, getting rid of resources. How does that statistic sit with you?
It's kind of surprising and not at the same time. I think Eerie is the really, really big factor here. That is one of the most powerful control cards we've seen in a very long time. Of course, that support card that lets you just look at your opponent's hand and discard 2 items from there. So strong. And I think that's going to be, that's really the crutch that's making control so much more powerful than it is, and is drawing so many more people to play it than usual.
Yeah, super versatile card. I think when the card came out, people maybe got flashbacks to some other hand disruption cards. Erica didn't really see play in a lot of other control type decks because, yeah, most of the time your opponent could have something like a Luminion or a Squawkabilly hiding in their hand, and that would be a great Pokemon to bring up, maybe use a Amp You Very Much, put some pressure on, take some extra prize cards, but for the most part, there's better options in the format for that gusting effect. In terms of discarding items, we're at a point where item cards maybe have never been more powerful in the Pokemon TCG. There's been some times, but Mirage Gate Super Rod is a recovery card. That's usually the only way people are putting Pokemon and energy cards from their discard pile back into their decks, of course. Rare Candy, Ultra Ball, ways to search out. There's so many good trainer cards, rather good item cards. And Eerie not only gives you that hand information, but allows you to discard those cards and completely throw your opponent off their game plan.
Yeah, and it's the information, looking at what your opponent's hand, discarding their resources, it lets you sort of plan around what they're going to do next as well. Because if you see, you discard a couple of items, but you see your opponent, has, you basically decide what to do based on what supports they have in hand. Say if they have an Iono or a Professor Researcher, if they have no supporter at all, you might think, okay, I'm not going to Iono them because that's going to give them a fresh hand. There's like so much you could do with that information.
Will be a big card to see how everything plays out. And I think we are ready to get back into things. After a short delay, we are going to get back to our feature table match. So we'll throw it back down to the stage and pick up where we left off. So looks like Hector will be going first this game. Come on! We have double Bibarel in the prize cards now. First we had double Baxcalibur, and now we're prizing both our Bibarel. What is going on here?
And not only that, but one of the Baxcaliburs is in the prize too.
You know what? One of them was lured out of the den. The other one maybe a little bit more timid, staying in the den for now.
Yeah, and actually that's Silene as well that we saw be invited to get back the Prime Catcher last game, also in the prizes. So yeah, Hector's prize is really not treating him well.
So no cards played for Hector besides those 2. Frigibax coming down to play, and Tord with an excellent top deck to start things off. Finds that Buddy Puffin, can get some of these low HP Pokemon into play, these set-up Pokemon. We'll just check the deck through, see what pieces are available, and decide how he wants to navigate this matchup, how he wants to build his board up.
It is very interesting to note sort of the shift in Charmanders. We see that, for a long while, the 70 HP Charmander, of course, from the 151 was more popular, but a lot of players I've noted opted to go for the 60 HP one from Obsidian Flames instead, Tord included.
Yeah, I think really the way that 70 HP Charmander shined, that first attack for 1 fire energy, allowing you to discard a Stadium, very powerful at getting rid of Path to the Peak. It acts as sort of a last resort option to make sure that your quick search is turned back on, but because we're early on in the format, there's not a lot of super disruptive or necessarily harmful Stadium cards that exist. There's maybe things like Lost City, but that's really the most harmful I could think about. So having that 30 damage, especially when it has some usage against taking knockouts versus things like Roaring Moon when it uses Frenzied Gouging, makes sense why Tord is playing that in his deck.
And also, of course, important to note that, you're not really fearing a turn 2 Sableye much anymore. Like, your Sableye is becoming a 1 of, maybe even a 0 of in a lot of Lost Zone Toolbox decks. Of course, Lost Mine does 120, you put 120 damage or 12 damage counts anywhere on the field, and that could very easily knock out 2 60 HP Pokemon. But if you're not worried as much about that, you don't mind having that slightly less HP and trading off for that, 1 fire energy, 30 damage attack, which can be relevant in a few situations.
So I think Tord is just deciding how he wants to play the rest of his hand out at this point. Does have a Fire Energy and a Professor Turo. Now, Professor Turo is a great card, but it's not necessarily something that you want to just get rid of, or it's not necessarily something that's super impactful in this matchup. And I think Tord realizing that Spiritomb is not down as of right now. You're usually just using this instant charge on turn 1. So it will just be the Buddy Puffin grabbing that Pidgeon Charmander, and Rotom V, one of my personal favorites, coming down onto play. And I'm sure we'll see an instant charge to close things out.
Yeah, instant charge, really nice to top up the hand, of course, and Hector not able to get down that Spiritomb turn 1, so Tord going to make the most of that ability whilst he still has access to it. And yeah, just going to go for that straight away with the instant charge, drawing 3 cards. It looks like, the Forest Sealstone, another Charmander, and a Clefairy, it looks like.
Yeah, but this is still a spot where you've got to hold your breath a little bit as Tord. You just have that 1 Charmander down, and the first card played here for Hector is that Irida. There is already a rare candy in the hand. if Hector can establish this Super Cold ability and get 3 energy cards onto this Radiant Greninja, we could see that turn 2 Moonlight Shuriken knock out both the Pidgey and the Charmander and leave Tord really without a great response for the next turn.
It's a very scary position to be in, and it is very much not impossible at all. It's a bit hard for Hector to get there, but it's very much within reach. He just needs to find, I guess, a way to... Well, you don't need to retreat the Greninja, it's already inactive, but you need free energy. So a vessel can almost get you there, but you're going to be one short.
Yeah, you may have to just bank off of using concealed cards to see what you can find, but there's really just not a lot of great options because that Barrel is unavailable because those 2 are in the prize cards. You're really not going to have the ability to fill the hand up a lot more. If Hector just had 1 energy card in hand, would just have everything he needs in this spot, but now may have to gamble a little bit off of concealed cards. I mean, this has got to be a return at this point for Hector. You had all the luck go wrong on your side. You have still more bad luck with those Barrel prized. You've got to hope for just 1 good break to go your way.
So there is another Earthen Vessel in the deck. So, if Hector can draw either 2 energy or that Earthen Vessel, that will be enough to do it. So I'm actually going to be using concealed cards to get rid of this lightning energy. Here it is, concealed cards. What does Hector find?
Big 2 cards. If we see 2 energy cards or ways to put energy in, but it's just the 1 energy card. There's no way to play something like a superior energy retrieval at this point. However, did find a Nest Ball, so at worst, Hector can still take a prize card this turn. There is a Chien-Pao in the deck, of course, Rare Candy Excalibur also online, and I think Hector understands he needs to put aggression on in this spot.
Is there any way that Hector could maybe switch the Chien-Pao back out? No, I don't think there is there? You've got to retreat.
No, there isn't, but Hector does have a super useful tech card in this deck, that Iron Bundle with the Hyper Blower ability. I think this would be a perfect opportunity to use it. There's really not a great Pokemon that Tord wants to put up. However, I think that Tord may want to just push the Rotom V up in this spot because I feel like in this spot, Freya, if Tord knew that Hector had 3 energy cards before this Chien-Pao, there's really no reason to just not use Moonlight Shuriken to take the knockout instead.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like actually Hector kind of maybe not even going to go for that, just opposite Ultra Ball away the 3rd Water Energy and bring up that Bidoof. Of course, Bibaro going to be very important to find more resources later on. Maybe Hector's just committing to carrying this Jirachi.
It's tough because you also want to take prize cards because this deck really struggles to function without Industrious Incisors, that ability on the Bibarel. And this may be another situation where Hector has to make some slightly uncomfortable plays and is just actually going to pass the turn over, not knocking out this Jirachi.
I like this a lot because this makes it a lot harder for Tord to take a knockout on this Chien-Pao. Of course, you got to be careful whenever you take a prize against a Charizard. That is, of course, 30 more damage that Burning Darkness will do. So in this instance, giving that the KO on the Jirachi is not irrelevant, just leave it inactive instead, reduce Tord's damage output. A phenomenal heads-up play from Hector.
Tord does have that Forest Seal Stone and that Rare Candy in the hand, as well as another one to follow this up. Star Alchemy, perfect use in this deck. Pidgeot is now online. Tord can use Quick Search to catch Charizard EX into play if he so chooses to. And this is where the decision-making comes in for Tord. What attack do you want to use this turn? Tord is playing that Defiance band, so yes, if Hector did take this knockout, he would be in for a world of pain. So how will Tord decide to establish the rest of his board? We're just going to see the Charizard get grabbed. And there hasn't been a supporter card played yet, so Tord still has the potential to maybe make a few different plays if he chooses to.
Yeah, there are a lot of different options for Tord here. There's... he just grabs a Charizard off the Quick Search. Okay, yeah, Rare Candy already in hand. Nothing feels great to attack into here, though. I mean, you want to take prizes, of course, to win, but you can't knock out the Chien-Pao. You don't really have, as far as I'm aware, Tord doesn't really have any gusting options in the hand, so no Prime Catch or anything like that to bring something else up. So just going to still Rare Candy into the Charizard, of course, use that Infernal Rain ability, just get 2 energy on there just to get things ready, and then maybe...
I think I understand what Tord is doing here. We may just see this Professor Turo potentially pick up the Jirachi and then bench Charmander. That way, there isn't 2 Pokemon on Tord's bench that have less than 90 HP that can fall to something like a Moonlight Shuriken. And Hector has a pretty sizable hand at that, but really had to burn a lot of resources. There's really no reason to give him potentially more things like supporter cards or energies to work with, and that will be what Tord decides to do.
Yeah, again, very smart heads-up play from Tord, so denying that Moonlight Shuriken option from Hector and, going to put down that Charmander instead, and yeah, sure, Hector can KO that, but then as you mentioned earlier, all it took was a Defiance Band on a Charizard EX, and you can take a return knockout on the Chen Pao.
And we talked about how Heat Tackle can be useful. Here is a great instance. Put 30 damage on this Chen Pao and slowly start telling Hector, if you don't take any prize cards, I'm going to just hit you with Heat Tackle a few times and then use Burning Darkness to finish off this Chen Pao EX.
Yeah, very, very smart. So back over to Hector, as we do see the Conceal card straight away, finds a Manaphy and a Superior Energy Retrieval. So unlike many of the lists that we've seen, there's no Delphox in Tord's list, so there's no worry about sort of preventing bench damage there, and if Hector's aware of that, he of course won't put down that Manaphy. But it's something you have to be a little bit scared of, because you don't know the list 100%. Sometimes, that Delphox can catch you a little bit off guard.
It's a risk you've got to take some time. I'm sure something like under 10% of Charizard lists are probably playing that Delphox, especially in the Pidgeot version. I feel like I've seen that more when players are really just playing the full barrel version. We'll just see concealed cards be used, and now the next Shivery Chill ability is coming into play. And you actually saw a smart choice from Hector. Didn't play Rare Candy into that Baxcalibur. May have maybe been punished if Tord played something like Iono, but just didn't want to have one of these Baxcaliburs get chased down without having a great support engine like that Barrel to help Hector get another one established.
Yeah, especially with the knowledge as well. I'm sure Hector probably checked and realized that the second bit Baxcalibur was prized, so if that one got knocked out, then it had to be a Super Rod to get it back in, and then you had to fish it out again. So just, going to preserve it until it's actually useful and can do the attacks. So that was going to be the retreat from the Chen Pao, so 2 attachments, and then Superior Energy Retrieval going to get back a bunch of energy, and then Super Cold is going to attach a bunch more on, and I guess you just go for the Moonlight Shuriken, and you can soften up the Charizard, I guess, as well, taking a KO on this Charmander, or you could even just do 90 on 2 things that won't get knocked out, and again, deny that extra damage from the Burning Darkness.
And this is where Professor Turo is so strong, because with the Professor Turo, this 90 damage on the Pidgeot means that it is in range of potentially an Ampu very much later on, taking 3 prize cards, and Turo could heal that up, but you would shut off your Pidgeot engine because, of course, you can't evolve Pokemon you put down on the same turn. No. So this is probably the best target here for Hector, is in a lot better of a spot, but because Hector has now taken a prize card, that means that this Chen Pao with 30 damage on it could be in range for a knockout from Burning Darkness.
So Tord going to be evaluating his options here, recognizing that that 90 on the Pidgeot does leave it a little bit vulnerable to that Iron Hands EX, but he's going to do a quick search at the very least first. Looking for a few different options. Looks like, or maybe just considering go for that Buddy Poffin. Gonna set up that Manaphy and just Bidoof there on the bench, of course. So doesn't want to fall victims to any more shenanigans with that Moonlight Shuriken. So just gonna sort of deny that further option from Hector. And yeah, looks like he's gonna go for that Buddy Poffin.
This is where you have to think about what you want the rest of your Pokemon to look like. Hector is at a position where if he takes a knockout onto this Charizard EX, Radiant Charizard itself will not be able to attack in a single turn with a manual attachment. So this is where you've got to be thinking here for Tord. How do you want to put together the rest of your board? Manaphy will finally come down, and the Bidoof as well, and the Yell Cheer as the supporter for turn. Tord sees what Hector is trying to cook up later on, wants to have that Professor Turo for later, will be shuffled back into the deck thanks to this team's Yell Cheer.
Yeah, such a versatile supporter. One of the first times we've really seen this in a non-control archetype. Very interesting choice here for Tord. The fact that he can get back any combination of supporters and Pokemon means that you have a little bit more of a flexibility of using it, because I guess in theory you can still do the same level of recovery with a combination of a Super Rod and Palpad, but this just lets you do it in one supporter card.
We do see another Charmander in the hand. I'm sure we'll see that get played down, and we will see just the Charizard retreat. And is there any way to bring up a bench Pokemon? No, more than content knocking out this Greninja, especially since there is no Barrel in play. Hector will really struggle to be drawing a lot of cards and putting pieces together. He did not draw into that Barrel off the prize card. That Barrel still just sitting there, chilling out in the prizes, and with no Radiant Greninja, with no Barrel, Hector is really going to struggle to put together these big Hailblade knockouts with the key pieces that he'll have access to right now.
Yeah, not feeling great. Although we did see Hector did just draw a Prime Catcher for turn, so could maybe bring up that Pidgeot and just finish that off of a Hailblade instead. There are options for Hector here.
So can still use that Shivery Chill ability. Now, there are a lot of water energy in the discard pile. I think there's only potentially 1 water energy left in the deck, so we'll need the 1 energy to retreat if Prime Catcher is used. Of course, you also have to switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. And then from there, this Pidgeot does have 190 HP remaining, so with how it stands, it's that awkward number where you would need to discard 4 water energy. And at this point, Hector has to take a prize card, at some point, and it will just be the Prime Catcher, and we're gonna see another tackle come in to take a knockout onto this Charmander, but yet again, just doesn't draw either of the barrels. Super heartbreaking for Hector. It hasn't come down to how he's played it out, but just these factors outside of his control are killing him in this matchup. They're making him struggle really, really hard.
It's either, pick your poison. Do you want, no draw or no option to accelerate your energy and do your deck's main strategy? It is really not a good feeling no matter which way you look at it. And Tord, again, probably recognizing that the awkward situation that Hector's in, going to try and capitalize on it as much as possible. We're going to start off with that quick search, looking through to just kind of decide how he wants to go for this next. There is that boss's orders that you could just maybe decide to bring up that Baxcalibur and just knock it out whilst, recognizing that Hector isn't really drawing much and is just currently barrel-less.
Yeah, even going after one of those Bidoof could be good later on in the game. You would shut that option off. Tord is at 5 prize cards, so we'll still need to take a few sizable knockouts, and this is where really the great players are separated from the good players. Tord knows what he needs to do in this matchup, and already preparing that Radiant Charizard, knows that if one of these 2 prize Pokemon falls, that is going to be the next best Pokemon to use, especially to knock out one of these Chien Pao EX.
Yeah, that's a tough situation here for Hector. Tord doing everything he can to sort of capitalize on this struggle. Just puts down that Radiant Charizard with the 1 energy, and there's the counter catcher as well. Just going to bring out that Chien Pao and actually just going to go race for prizes at this point.
Yeah, that's the advantage that you have for playing these counter catchers, for falling behind early, and there it is, Burning Darkness, that heat tackle setting up perfectly. 210 damage, knocking out Chien Pao, and Hector is now stuck without a Chien Pao, without any sizable ways to draw cards, but does find an Iono off the top, but really at this point, without having any access to Barrel still, with this massive 330 HP Charizard sitting in the active spot, what can you do?
You can attach to the active, I guess?
The world's strongest Frigibax, well, it may have to be trying to draw into something like the Arctibax at this point. Tord doing the smart choice, thinking about all the cards in his hand. Those will go to the bottom of the deck. He can, of course, find one of those if he chooses to with that quick search ability. And I'm just thinking, what does Hector need to find here? Maybe
that's good.
Rare Candy Baxcalibur. Hold on. There is the Rare Candy Baxcalibur, but it would be at a very hefty cost, getting rid of another one of those superior energy retrievals, and isn't even going to put another Baxcalibur to play, discarding that Rare Candy.
Well, he can't. The other Baxcalibur's still in the prices, remember?
Or the Arctibax, rather.
Yeah, okay, that would make more sense. So
I don't even think the Arctibax is available is the big problem. And
did he discard it earlier, maybe? Or
I think the biggest issue here, so the Barrel and one of those Baxcalibur are in the prize card, so Hector may have discarded the Arctibax, but really, what does the Arctibax do for you? I mean, it sets up it means so you have a little less energy, but that's pretty much the same thing as 3 energy doing what, the 40 or 60 damage that those stage 1 Pokemon can put together, and this is where it gets very, very tricky.
But you're kind of committed to this now because you've done this Ultra Ball. That means you don't have enough cards to discard to play Superior Energy Retrieval. So yeah, just going to have to grab that Arctibax and then, yeah, I guess what's the second attack do? 90 damage?
It does do 80 damage,
okay.
So at this point, it will put Charizard at 250 HP, but that's, again, another awkward number. It means that you're still going to have to discard 5 energies. I don't know if Hector has said this a lot this weekend. Frost Smash for 80 damage.
Wow.
And now Tord is just 100% in the driver's seat. If Tord can just take a 1-prize knockout, which is lined up on any of these Pokemon, that means that the next time Hector puts down a Chien Pao EX, it's as good as knocked out at this point. Tord has several ways to take a knockout onto that EX Pokemon.
Yeah, and at this point, if you have the means to go for it, you just KO this Baxcalibur, right? You're noting that Hector is really not drawing much of anything, so whether it's because of bad draws, whether because it's prizing, you just take out this Baxcalibur, take out any real option for a comeback from attaching more energy. I think that's got to be what you're thinking of if you're Tord here.
Yeah, maybe even just establishing your board. You have Quick Search available, and if this Pidgeot gets knocked out by anything that can deal enough damage, those Pokemon are two prize Pokemon. So the Charizard that's already powered up will be able to finish that Pokemon off, and I think Tord is doing what he could possibly do. You have to think in your head, how do I lose this game? And the only way you can really lose is some crazy play like another Iono coming down, maybe a Prime Catcher or a Counter Catcher knocking out your Pidgeot, and then you have no way to draw cards and continue your game plan. So Tord is going to set up this Barrel, backup option number 2 in terms of drawing cards, and even has the boss's orders and will do exactly like you said, Freya, bring up this Baxcalibur, draw more cards with Barrel. Tord Reklev is smelling victory. He is so close to remaining at an undefeated record and moving to 28 match points.
Yeah, the door is closing really on Hector. Just again, the pricing just really messing him over in both of those games. Just first with the Baxcalibur, now the Barrel, just really, really tough breaks for Hector. As you do see, yeah, the Baxcalibur goes down. And what do you do if you're Hector here?
You've got to think in the tank. Got to figure out what your play looks like. And there's just nothing in this hand. 2 superior energy retrieval. Can't even play it. We're just going to see the Frost Smash and a concession toward Reklev, continuing his run undefeated. 9-0-1. You've got to feel for Hector there. But that's just more plot armor for our second place player, our 4-time international champion, Tord Reklev, in a great spot to continue his run to another international championship top cut.
The plot armor is real as Tord moves on to 9-0-1 now, and maybe gonna go. We were talking about redemption arcs, right? We were talking about how Noah Sawyer, how maybe he wants to make his way to the finals and this time win. And but Tord has a bit more of a personal vendetta with the European International specifically. Of course, did finish, as you mentioned, a second last year, run up to Alex Szymanski, maybe looking to avenge that and take the victory this year.
Yeah, there's still plenty of Pokemon left to play, so we'll make sure we don't get ahead of ourselves too quickly. Wow, what a crazy set that was. If you ever want to understand how prize cards can lose you the game, this is a match to walk back. Game 1, it was Baxcalibur. Not having Baxcalibur, you kind of see what this GMO deck is when it doesn't have energy acceleration. I don't like to use this word a lot, but it did feel like Hector was kind of playing a theme deck that match. It was like playing a theme deck against somebody who has like it's like going into a battle with level 1 weapons against a boss who has maxed out stats.
Yeah, it really was not a great situation for Hector. And like I mentioned before, Hector played his absolute heart out, all things considered. He was still trying to do those little KOs, trying to fish the prizes out, but just not really finding them in time. And yeah, and again, game 2, double Barrel prize. What a tough break.
Got to feel for Hector. Still in a solid spot, 8-1-1. Plenty of room to make a deep run here in day 2. It's hard when your first match of the day, you wake up early, you prepare yourself, you get a good night's rest, and it feels like the final boss is sitting in front of you. And not only is the final boss in front of you, but it feels like you're playing with a debuff at that because all of your Pokemon that you want are just unavailable. And that really was the theme for Hector. I was really looking forward to seeing how the prize dynamic would work, where Prime Catcher or Defiance Band would really have value, but it was Hector's prize cards that were just holding him back from really putting together a solid strategy, causing his loss in this match.
And then off that last INO, finding an Ultra Ball to go with the Arctibax going in and then just attack and concede. Yeah, super tough break for Hector, but super well played from him. And yeah, congratulations to Tord, our first feature match winner today.
Our first match winner. This is one of our 6 Swiss rounds that we'll be bringing to you. Of course, we have me and Freya, and then of course Alex and Mike will be covering the action. We've got a great team here. We've got some great action, so I'm glad for everybody for tuning in this morning, no matter where you are. Maybe we've got some people in the States. It's what time right now? It's 4 a.m. in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning.
Something like that, yeah.
If you are a waker at this early up, you are devoted to Pokemon. You know what? You got to respect the grind. Right? You've got to respect the devotion to watching Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, I've waking up early, perhaps staying up all night to just tune in. That would be the option. Of course, if you're on the West Coast, maybe something it's a little bit easier. You maybe you're tuning in around about midnight. That's not so bad. But if you see like stay up to watch the whole thing, maybe that's definitely dedication.
Yeah, of course. We've got the VODs available. We've got our Twitch chat watching, YouTube, so make sure you guys are following the channel, staying tuned with everything that we have for Pokemon TCG. And if you ever missed the broadcast, you can watch back the videos on both of those respectful channels. And wow, what a match to think about. Where are we at now?
So not only that, actually, just want to important note, we actually do a rebroadcast of each day as well. So if you want to watch a little bit more of a sort of more fitting time for you, then straight after the stream's over, there will be a rebroadcast being done, so you can catch that as well.
Yeah, that's a fun part of watching these live streams. You can interact with other viewers through our Twitch chat, share your thoughts on the games. We've had lots of exciting moments, lots of funny moments throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we'll be having lots more of those as the time progresses.
Yeah, so, wow. What a match there. I imagine we'll be getting ready to queue up an interview with Tord on the main stage. It's always such a pleasure to hear from in the interviews. Not quite ready yet, of course, but I'll be very curious to see what he has to say on the deck building choices, why he chose Charizard specifically, and yeah, just what he thought about that match in general.
Well, he's no stranger to the stage. Tord Reklev on a great run to start day 2. Let's throw it down to the stage for an interview.
All right, Pokemon fans, I'm down here on the stage with our winner from round number 10, Tord Reklev, moving to a record of 9-0-1. An incredible start here at EUIC. Tord, how are you feeling, man?
Feeling great. Charizard is pretty good.
A lot of HP, does a lot of damage, and yeah, I actually do want to talk to you about your deck a little bit because you've got some very interesting cards in there that I think a lot of people would not have necessarily expected coming into the weekend. I mean, first off, There's always been this debate, this format of Pidgeot versus Gabriel, which one is better? You decided to answer that question with why not both?
Why not both? So, like, obviously Pidgeot is the better one to have in play, right? But it's just a little bit of liability. It's worth 2 prices, lightning weakness. A lot of decks try to take advantage of that, especially with the deck being the most popular one. So with the Gabriel line, you get to, you know, don't have to put all your eggs in one basket, right? You have more avenues to play on. And it also doesn't help you to set a multiple Pidgeot, but one Gabriel and one Pidgeot, that does quite a lot extra for you. So.
Right. Yeah, Gabriel, very powerful, especially against some of the disruption supporters that are popular in the format. Because Pidgeot, while it does get you any one card, sometimes one card is not quite enough. And I want to talk to you a little bit about your A-Spec choice as well. So you're someone who's been playing the game for a very long time. You know, you played back when A-Specs originally were a part of the game in the black and white era. First off, I guess for you as someone who has been around so long and seen so much success, you know, what did you think of the A-Spec mechanic at the time in black and white when it came out, and how do you feel about it coming back into the game now?
I honestly always liked the A-Spec mechanic. It's a really powerful one-off you can play in your deck, but you have to choose which one. And like depending on your deck and like what you're trying to accomplish, that will change, right? So I think the A-Spec mechanic has been really cool. I was really happy to see it reintroduced this time around as well.
And you've gone with the Prime Catcher in your deck this weekend, which I think many players would agree is overall the most powerful of the A-Specs, but many Charizard players have chosen to include the Maximum Belt as their choice. For matchups like the Chien-Pao, which we just saw you play against, Iron Hands, you can be really aggressive with Charizard, which you normally wouldn't be able to otherwise. You know, why did you decide to go with the Prime Catcher? I'm sure you obviously weighed all of the different options.
Yeah, so Prime Catcher, as you said, is probably the most powerful A-Spec, like just standalone. And that was like mainly why I wanted to go for it as well. Maximum Belt, which is the other one most people are playing, is really good in a couple matchups, right? Most noticeably like the Mirror and the Chien-Pao matchup here, as you can knock out Chien-Pao immediately. You don't have to wait until they take prices. If you do that, obviously you have a huge advantage. But the Prime Catcher is just so flexible in like any game. You're never sad about seeing it. And like, there's a lot of weird positions in a game where your opponent like tries to say boss, pass, right? Put something that you don't want to hit in active, and then Prime Catcher is just the perfect answer. Like happened in this game even, right? The boss and Gabriel pass. Without the Prime Catcher, I wouldn't have any clean answer to keep up my aggression. And Maximum Belt, even though like would do more damage, isn't like always live in the same sense as the Prime Catcher again. So and the Prime Catcher also felt a lot better against the Control and Stall decks, which I also heavily teched against this weekend.
And speaking of which, you know, teching against the Control and Stall, we saw in that game you playing the Team Yell's Cheer, and you've got the pair of Professor Turo's Scenario in your deck as well. You know, Team Yell's Cheer is a card we've seen competitively, but it's pretty much always been in the Control and Stall decks, right? Very rarely in a deck that's trying to answer those. Why was that the choice for you this weekend? Plenty of Charizard players out there have been packing answers. You know, we've seen the Regieleki on the stream and talked about that a good bit. Why did you go with the Team Yell's Cheer?
So Regieleki was my original choice as like tech against Control. That was actually the Yell Cheer spot. Just cycle my my Turos and my Prime Catcher, and I was like, oh, this works great. But it doesn't work against the Pidgeot Control variant, as they have Luxray V, and that's just a straight-up counter. Sure. So you pick up a trainer, and they discard a trainer, and then you don't do anything. So, and then they like just something else in active and stuck you. So the Yell Chair shuffling 3 supporters is a lot harder to deal with. It guarantees you get to play, you know, quad Turo, triple boss in a game against the Pidgeot version and against the Snorlax version as well, or like the straight Snorlax, and that's quite a lot for them to deal with. So it's not as easy, but it gives you a fair chance no matter what they throw at you, I feel like. So I went with a more conservative route there.
Sure. Well, there is plenty of control up at the top tables, and you found yourself at 901. Decent shot, you'll find one in the next couple of rounds. Is that something you're really hoping to face since you've got those answers built into your deck?
Honestly, even with all the techs, no. It's like just really stressful to play.
Of course. Yeah.
And obviously, like I can win, right? I think it's a relatively close matchup, but I think I'd rather play something a little bit simpler, a little bit more Smash. But we'll see how it goes.
Well, hopefully you can do plenty of Charizard Smash through the rest of the tournament. 901, hoping to see you make another deep run. You know, you've had tons of success at internationals in general, but this event as well, you know, winning it back in the past. In the 2018 season, you got second place last year. What would it mean for you to make another deep run?
Sorry?
What would it mean for you to make another deep run at this tournament?
I mean, it would be great. The UIC, I think, is probably my favorite tournament of the year. So it would be great to have a good showing here. And we're starting off pretty well, so I'm very happy about that.
Well, best of luck to you, Tord, through the rest of the tournament. We'll throw it back over to the casters.
Always a pleasure to hear from our 4-time international champion, Tord Reklev. Really just looking for that world's placement, but you know, he's already got his invite, he's already got his accolades. He's just here because he wants more, and you've got to respect him for that.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, when you're already at the top level of competition, you know, and you have so many titles behind you, you have that confidence to just, you know, get even more, and why not, right? I mean, you're off to such a great start here in day 2 already, and Tord is just one of those people who can just keep again and again and again making these day 2s, and not just making day 2s, but in very high positions as well, and making all the way to top cuts and winning.
Well, of course, throughout this weekend, we've been holding a community bracket for some of the new cards from our newest expansion, legal this weekend, that Temporal Forces bracket. Seeing what our votes have looked like thus far. Prime Catcher, clearly one of the favorites, smashing Roaring Moon out of the competition, and we are down to our 4 trainer cards. We have Prime Catcher versus Cypher Maniacs Code Breaking, and Airy up against Maximum Belt, and then the winner of those 2 will be in our final community vote bracket.
Yeah, I think it's very important to talk about the development of, you know, how the community vote went yesterday, because I think we even mentioned this when we did our last debate, but all the cards that won yesterday were generic utility cards versus deck-specific cards. You see, Prime Catcher beat Roaring Moon, Cypher Maniac beat Iron Crown, Airy beat Iron Leaves, and Maximum Belt beat Chinchino.
So we'll see what we are arguing on. I believe we're doing Prime Catcher versus Cypher Maniac. And you know what? I'm just going to say it right now. I think that Prime Catcher is not only the best card in this set, but it is one of the best cards printed of all time. I think that if Prime Catcher was printed at the same time as Computer Surge, players would most likely play Prime Catcher because of how broken that card is. It gusts up a Pokemon, it can be found off of many of the surging cards. It can even be found off of Cypher Maniac. You know what's better than Cypher Maniac? A card that just does everything better. It's just an extra gusting card. It switches Pokemon up. It allows you to have pivoting options as well. Look, if Charizard showed how powerful it is, the card can just be added in so many different decks. It's a great card. It allows you to bring things up. I think it is a clear smash out of the park. I don't even have to say anything more. Prime Catcher is just the GOAT. Prime Catcher is the greatest of all time. This is the GOAT card.
Didn't even need to use all your time.
No, nope. I am that confident in Twitch chat to just vote on Prime Catcher. I think it is that clear. I think it is a blowout. Prime Catcher has got it. I don't even need to say anything.
Okay.
It's just broken.
All right. So I'm going to use your endpoints against you, because you just mentioned that about you know, what's better than the Cypher Maniac, the actual thing itself. But Prime Catcher, you can't search it. How are you going to get Prime Catcher to your hand? You know, you use Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. You partner that with you know, it's. You know, you combine it with Goldengo or whatever else, and, you know, then you can get that. And not just that, maybe Prime Catcher isn't the best card to play in this given situation. Maybe you need to find something else. Maybe you need to set up. Maybe you need to find some energy, and Cypher Maniac can find you exactly what you need. Prime Catcher is a great card, but it's not always the best card in every single situation. Cypher Maniac can find you exactly what you need at any given time, including Prime Catcher, if that is the best card choice. And that's why I'm putting down my argument that it's going to be the winner over Prime Catcher.
Well, Twitch chat, who do you guys think won? Leave your votes in the poll. Be getting the results very, very shortly. Now that we've sort of argued our points, I think it's very funny that for Cypher Maniac, the first example you used was not Radiant Greninja, which is what we see usually be used with it, but the Goldengo's coin bonus ability.
It's just whatever always springs to mind, just because I think I think a lot about my partner. He plays Goldengo a lot, and Cypher Maniac is such like a boon for that deck specifically. So yeah, it's just always the first example that comes to mind. Even though it's not as we saw from the deck breakdown, not the most meta relevant example lately. But yeah, of course, Radiant Greninja, Pokestop, many ways to use Cypher Maniac.
Yeah, lots of utility for sure. I'm sure we have some Goldengo fans out there. I know there were a few that made it into day 2, so they could go on a little bit of a run, and that's what's so special about these international championships. Nothing is set in stone. No lead is safe, and any match could go either way. So we'll see the results on that. Make sure you guys go vote in the Twitch chat if you're on YouTube. Maybe you guys want to join the party next time. So we'll have both of these coming up, and we'll see who our final 2 cards are. Speaking of making sure you guys are keeping up, make sure you guys are following the Twitch channel. Make sure you guys are following all the social medias. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon, that hashtag PokemonEUIC. We want to hear from you. We've been featuring some posts on X throughout the weekend. So if you guys have something to share, whether you're here in the venue, at home watching, or anywhere in between, Share your experience, share your thoughts. We want to hear it.
Yeah, we do have a few tweets already that I think that you guys have been sending in. We've been like combing through just to see. We see our fellow EU caster Shea Burton there. Wonder if this was the most amount of damage in day one at EUIC. Metal Blast for 960. Shame I still lost though.
Oh, still lost that?
Wow.
Wow, that is... I have a picture of Andrew Mahone using Metal Blast, but it was not for that many energy. I saw him take down a Charizard, but that poor Baxcalibur, that Baxcalibur is going to be in the Pokemon Center for at least 3 to 5 business weeks.
I can only imagine, yeah. And even after that, still not able to win. So yeah,
3 to 5 business weeks, then another 5 months of home recovery, then some physical therapy. You know, it's a longer road of recovery for this Baxcalibur.
It really is. But yeah, great to see there that, you know, I think a lot of people, like, not necessarily forget, but, you know, us casters, we are players too. We like playing in events when we're not casting. We like, you know, staying involved there at the ground level, so we have an idea of what's going on. So yeah, we like to stay involved, and Shea very much in that camp as well. Had a great time yesterday playing in the EUIC.
Yeah, it's at home for a lot of our EU casters. I can't speak for a lot of you because, you know, I came overseas to come cast this tournament, but it's nice to see the casters getting in there playing, showing their faces. I think it's a great thing for sure. We've got some more posts to share with everybody. Okay, man, So first it was Countercatcher, and now Countercatcher has turned into Raging Bolt. I want to meet this animal. I want to have a talk. This is, you know how, like, we don't have Pokemon in real life, but this is a legendary Pokemon right here. This is a legendary creature.
It's just, I got nothing even. I really got nothing on this.
I'm just admiring the size of this neck. Is this real? Chat, is this real?
I mean, it must be, right? Like,
I mean, if you see it online, it must be true, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah. I mean, you never get anyone to do that, right? Go on the internet and tell lies?
Who would do that, right? Who would manipulate the meta? Who would share pictures of things that are not real? So, looks like Raging Bolt, our exclusive ancient Pokemon, coming to a park near you. That's Raging Bolt EX. These have been some banger tweets from MoonPie, so maybe you should follow them because I want to see what other Pokemon or item cards are there. We have Countercatcher, we have Raging Bolt. What else can we do? I mean, it can only go up from here.
Yeah, we only can. Let's see what else we have here queued up for you guys, what you guys have been tweeting in. And actually, oh wait, no, never mind. I just got word in the ear. Ding, 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 ding. We have the results from our community choice vote. So let's see what you guys voted for. Who won in the end? Yeah, okay.
It was a blowout. Yeah, you know, I decided to take the easy one, Frey. I'm going to be honest. Prime Catcher is just too broken. Yeah. I honestly think that Prime Catcher is probably going to win this. My prediction from the beginning was it's going to be Prime Catcher versus Maximum Belt. That is, I think, going to be close. That could potentially go either way depending on who our viewers are, who are watching. But another W for Prime Catcher, and our next one we'll be looking at later on will be Erie versus Maximum Belt. We could see a shocking upset. I know there's some big Erie believers out there, so who knows? We could be seeing that face off against Prime Catcher in our finals of our community vote bracket.
Yeah, that could be quite interesting there. Yeah, because we were talking about how, you know, Control made a really surprise big showing in day 2, and as I already mentioned, Erie is a big part of that. So maybe that impact to be enough to, you know, maybe, you know, get it a win over Maximum Belt, but it's very hard to say at this point.
So as I mentioned before, we started off with just over 2,500 players, and we are cut down to just 275, and that means the meta has shifted a little bit. Let's take a look at our day 2 meta breakdown. What decks are being used? And Charizard, Chien-Pao, and Lugia still staying as 1, 2, and 3, but a little bit of shift in the back half.
Yeah, sure looks like it. I mean, you know, a lot of the decks that were most popular in day 1 did end up making their way to day 2 as well. So we do see Charizard and Chien-Pao as they've expected, Archeops and Lugia, Iron Hands, but yeah, Arceus Giratina V-Star coming in at the back end is kind of really coming up and showing up strong with 18 showings at 6.55%.
Yeah, it was our number 4 most popular deck yesterday, bumped down 2 slots. And
it bumped down? Oh,
it did
sorry,
bump
you're right.
down,
Sorry,
and you know, it bumped up that Iron Crowns, Iron Hands EX deck now at the number 4 slot, almost. It's just a little bit over 9%. Very interesting to see the math exactly lined up. There is actually a 3-way tie exactly between Archeops, Lugia, Iron Hands, Iron Crowns, and this Lost Zone Giratina deck. That is something we do not see often.
No, not at all. But yeah, both showing that, you know, all 3 of these decks are very solid contenders for this tournament, and definitely not really surprising at all. But Lost Zone Giratina V-Star, that was 6th yesterday in the day 1 stats. So that's definitely seen a bit of a bump up, which is quite interesting to see. But other than that, yeah, not too many crazy surprises based on the day 1 breakdown.
Very cool to see indeed. Of course, we also have our back half, so the best of the rest of the decks that are still having a fight just because they're low in amount doesn't mean they don't have a shot to make it into top cut and potentially take home a win. And that big best of the rest deck that I have my eye on is that other control, because right now, as it stands, we have some solid players up there. 2 players sitting at 28 and 27 match points are playing a deck surrounding this strategy.
Yeah, with the Pidgeot and the Mawile and all these sorts of different like control tools. One of them, of course, being piloted by Alessandro Cremascoli, very well known, probably other than Sander, the most well known control player sort of across the world and in Europe, I would say. And yeah, on an absolute tear of it at 28 points right now.
Yeah, undefeated thus far. He'll actually be at table 1 playing against Tord Reklev this round. That is another great match. I wish I could be out in the field watching it, but we're still going to have another banger match to showcase on this stream. Some other interesting decks here. I'm surprised that Arceus Armoru, 6 people playing this archetype. So maybe a similar group or some players playing the same 60 cards. You know, lots of times these players will battle out and practice in the group and bring the same deck list. That's sort of the fun aspect, the team aspect behind Pokemon tournaments. And it looks like a few of them have made it into day 2 here.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it being played on stream yesterday, and the archetype looked so impressive, so I'm not surprised at all to see it perhaps being overrepresented in day 2 based on the day 1 showing. It looks super strong, so I'm rooting for it to go all the way, honestly.
Yeah, and another great statistic that tells me a really good sign at the beginning of a format is there are 32.7% of different archetypes not listed here. That it means there are a wide variety of decks that not only exist and are playable at a top level, but they are also at day 2 of an international championship. That means that these decks could shift up and down. We could see new ideas come in. We could see some of these lower decks in terms of play start to gain popularity. A lot is going to change based off of the results at this tournament, the first tournament of this rotation.
Yeah, and I think one that especially I want to draw attention to right at the end there, Gardevoir EX. So we know that, yeah, there weren't too many in day 1, but there were a few in day 2, and one of the ones that did make day 2 was, of course, we saw it on stream yesterday, Fabian Puyol had a very strong showing with it, and I do believe is doing quite well in day 2 as well, correct me if I'm wrong?
Unfortunately lost that first round to Alessandro. That it can be a little bit of a tough matchup against the Pidgeot control deck, so Fabian sitting at 8-2 now, so not out of it by any means, but really needs to just go 4-1 from this point. That is so tough. Even going into the strong record like 8-1, you still have to go 4-2 in such a tough field, especially when you're starting off at a really solid record.
Yeah, I mean, something we talked about at the start of the day was how, yeah, there's 275 people in day 2. That means that in this tournament, it is possible to make day 2 and not even make top 256, which blows my mind, honestly.
That is insane. I remember my first Masters regional was Philadelphia Regionals in 2018, and that was the first time that they changed from having a top cut at the end of day 2. Usually the top 32 players moved on from the regional championships to now making it so that if there are more than 32 players that have 19 match points, then instead it's playing Swiss rounds with that. And that regional had about 800 players, and that was a lot for 2018. And I remember people saying, wait, so people are going to miss top 64 at this event because there's more than 64 players in day 2? That's crazy. And we've gone from that moment 6 years ago to now players playing in day 2. You can't even drop out of day 2 without essentially giving up your slot at getting top 256 points. You'll be in the same bracket as players who didn't have a good enough record to make it to the second day of competition.
Oh, how the times have changed. Just, yeah, but that does mean there's just the competition is fiercer than ever. And again, with the prizes online everyone mentioned, it really is all to play for. And players are going to be hungrier than ever to chase away to top 8. And that goes back to the discussion we had yesterday about, if you're making your way into day 2, do you want to, just squeak in at that 6-2-1 record, take an intentional tie, or do you think, no, you know what, actually, it's way more worth it to play it out?
Yeah, personally, I would play it out. I'm just built different, so that's what I would personally do. But, it makes sense that a majority, I think, somewhere around 80 to 90% of players ID'd at 18 match points. I think there were only a few people who played it out, and mainly the reason that is the case is because these international championships, they warrant so many points once you enter the 256 and above bracket. Of course, it's in essentially multiples of 2, right? So you stop with the first, the second place, top 4, so that means 3rd and 4th get the same amount of points, 5th through 8th gets the same amount of points, and then of course that same logic breaking all the way down, 16, top 32, you get the point. Yeah. So players really don't want to short themselves out. If you lose that match, you go from potentially being anywhere from the champion to somewhere in top maybe 64, 128 to now being in the top 5-12, and that is a huge change in terms of not only the points that you're getting, but the cash opportunities as well for a strong finish.
Yeah, ultimately, you're giving yourself a chance to play 6 more games of Pokemon, right? That's what it is, and if you feel confident enough that, you know, you're going to do that in day 2 and that's going to give you a good result, then you might as well go for that, especially if you're not as worried about winning the whole thing, and specifically, like you just mentioned, you're just chasing those points. You have 6 more chances to get up the rankings and get those points that you need for your World's Invitation.
We are getting into round 11. We still have plenty of Pokemon action. It feels like we've been here a while, but we are only just getting started, and this is going to be an epic match of great proportions. We've got somebody who has been so close to winning second place multiple times over and over again, still looking for that big win up against more of a newcomer, had a breakout performance at a regional championship on the West Coast, has been piloting a bunch of these different decks, but has switched to play something a little bit more unconventional. This is going to be a great match.
It is, but just before we get into that, I did just get word in my ear. I think Chip is out there on the floor, so let's go over to Chip on the floor right now to see what he has to say.
Chip Ritchie out here at the top tables at EUIC. We're in Swiss round number 11, and it's a star-studded top tables with a lot of very interesting decks as well. All the way up here at table 1, we've got Tord Reklev and Alessandro Crimascoli. We saw Tord on stream. I spoke to Alessandro yesterday playing his very unique Pidgeot control deck. We've got Aiden Coos coming all the way from America playing his unique Charizard deck with a lot of interesting things in there. You know, really great players all the way up through these top tables. We've got Raz, we've got Bert, we've got Chriso here, who we saw yesterday with his Dialga V-Star, still doing extremely well, playing against Lucas Zing, coming here from Canada to compete in this tournament. So many different unique decks as well. I see a lot of Iron Hands up here, both the Iron Crown variant and also Lost Zone decks utilizing the Iron Hands EX. No surprise that that card is still having an incredible impact. Plenty of Charizard EX still doing well at the tournament, which I think is to the surprise of absolutely no one. We've got Fabian Pujol here playing the Gardevoir. We saw him yesterday. He had an incredible 8-0 start and is still doing well, sitting here at table number 13. Noah Sawyer, who we saw earlier, playing against William Azevedo currently in this round. Absolutely incredible games happening out here on the floor, but we've got an amazing one coming up for you on our streamed featured match. There's going to be a pair of American players, Nathan Ginsberg up against Isaiah Bradner. Let's get down to the stage and get this feature match underway.
So cool to see what is happening out in the field, but we are going to turn our attention to this match. Isaiah Bradner, to no one's surprise, playing his tried and true deck he's been sticking with for a while. Giratina V-Star paired with this Lost Zone engine, while Nathan, who is someone who has also played a lot of Lost Zone recently, has now, with the rotation, shifted over to playing a control archetype thanks to that powerful quick search ability.
Yeah, quick search, and also that Hero's Cape A-Spec as well. I think another huge part that we haven't talked about as much, but it's a really, really big boon for these control decks, of course, giving any Pokemon that you attach it to 100 extra HP, which makes some Pokemon so hard to deal with in terms of knocking out.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Now, typically this Lost Zone Giratina deck has a lot of strong options and answers against Nathan. I mean, Nathan's playing a very interesting list. We're going to have lots of time to talk about this. Is there really anything that sticks out to you when comparing both of these players' lists, the cards they have, some of the options at their disposal?
I mean, just looking through now, I mean, the control lists are always fascinating to look at just because there's so many sort of different attacks, different approaches you can take to control. But Nathan is really going for this approach where he essentially wants to create some just big Pokemon that can't be knocked out. And I think the main thing that's going to come into play here is that Wigglytuff EX, which he is in fact playing with that ability that does give it an extra 100 HP if it has a special energy attached. And so it can get itself up to 350 HP, which is an absurd number, quite frankly.
It is a lot. That Wigglytuff, 250 base and then 100 more HP if it has that special energy. And that's a big number. Hey, listen, Giratina V-Star dealing 280, that's still not enough to take a one-hit knockout. So maybe that's a card that Nathan is thinking about. And that MVP for Isaiah, definitely Abyss-Seek Giratina V, build that Lost Zone up. Lots to talk about. I mean, this is a matchup that could go either way. There's draws, there's cards that could definitely impact things. So we'll have to see how these players play it out, and more importantly, how their setup and starts look.
It's going to be absolutely key here, and yeah, the support accounts as well. It's going to be Nathan trying to use resources like Rotom V, Luminion V to try and find as many of these support accounts as possible to do this healing and just deny knockouts over and over again. This is going to be the absolutely key thing here for Nathan, as we do see a few of those already in the prizes, including that Chi Yu option course, in there just to you get a little bit of endgame discard there just to win the game a little bit more quickly by sending the opponent's cards from the deck to the discard pile, but currently in the prizes.
Yeah, that can be access, but that is a big problem a lot of people have sort of noted with this control deck is you don't have a lot of ways to take prize cards unless you decide to get aggressive, and there's some matchups where you don't want to get aggressive. I think this is a matchup where Nathan knows that he's going to have to eventually string some attacks together. Does have that Radiant Charizard. That is a super powerful card. Lots to talk about, lots to get into, but here we are, Swiss round number 11. And Isaiah, a big thing to note, starting that Giratina V, that's going to make it a little bit harder for Nathan to maybe try and trap something in the active spot.
Yeah, Giratina V, pretty much an ideal starter for Isaiah, but also ideal from Nathan's side. Does start with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so he can look for the prizes and just fish out that Shiyu straight away, which I'm sure will be nice for him to just have in the back pocket, just to maybe try and get rid of a few of Isaiah's resources and try to win the game.
He's just going to write down the prize cards. It's a great tool, not only to grab these basic Pokemon out of your prizes, but to also just not have to prize check. Just get that prize knowledge, make sure you are 100% certain of what cards are unavailable at the time being. However, Nathan starting that Radiant Charizard is a little bit frustrating. It does have that Excited Heart ability, but Isaiah is not in a position where he necessarily wants to rush in and take prize card. Nathan has a lot of cards he can utilize once the game progresses, once these Giratina V and V-Stars start taking knockouts, and it does have a hefty 3 retreat cost, so it can be a little bit annoying to pivot out.
Yeah, very, very not ideal to start with it. Definitely something you want to bring in maybe sort of like later on just to deal with a threat that you can't really like stall or just to knock something out. But in the meantime, just going to be sitting there a little bit. Does find that Pidgey turn one, which is a very important find. Going to want to get that pitch out as soon as possible to find the exact right sort of card to disrupt on any given turn. But after that, just going to pass it over to Isaiah, and with that Giratina V start, going to be feeling pretty good about things. Going to start, as you mentioned earlier, even going for the earlier Abyss Deaking, just start to build up the hand and just try and sort of take it from there.
Yeah, and this makes me wonder here with sort of how Nathan didn't use anything like Instant Charge and just has this Pidgey. I mean, that is the key part of the deck, right? This Pidgeot EX. Is this a matchup maybe where Isaiah understands that Nathan's win condition is probably not going to be to trap a Pokemon in the active spot? Does Isaiah get aggressive and maybe go for a Cramorant, or maybe go for one of these tech Pokemon in the deck that's 2-2 Banette line? Of course, having the ability to use that Everlasting Darkness and Item Lock, Nathan plays a lot of powerful item cards in his deck.
Yeah, at that point, Nathan has said we have to be relying on supporters instead, and and I think another important thing to mention: if Isaiah can get that up early enough before Nathan can find a rare candy, there is no Pidgeotto in this deck, so that would actually deny Nathan access to Pidgeot entirely.
Yeah, would have to somehow knock out that the Banette EX. It's a card I'm not necessarily used to saying, and I mean, it's got a lot of useful positions that you can use it in. Of course, it also has the Banette that has the ability to just throw itself in the Lost Zone and get yourself a supporter card back. So we'll have to see how Isaiah decides to play this matchup out, but it is just going to be the Comfey first, so maybe Isaiah just wants to potentially go after this Pidgeot, but it would take a lot of resources to go after this. I'm not sure it's necessarily worth the investment. Of course, that's a spec of choice is that Prime Catcher. This Giratina deck has the ability to play that over Maximum Bell. That's sort of become the norm throughout this weekend. We are going to see Comfey go down, so Isaiah is more than willing to put these Pokemon into play.
Yeah, and you want to get one Comfey down because, of course, although the Abyss Seeking is great to build up your hand, you want to try and build up your hand a little bit more quickly than that, and you want to build up your Lost Zone a little bit more quickly than that. So just putting down there the option of the Comfey from the Nest Ball. Does have a Chorus Experiment as well for good measure, so really off to a great start here in terms of finding more resources. Can be interesting to see what he finds off of this Chorus Experiment, to see, a few things. There is a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, it does find one of those Temple of Sinnoh.
Oh,
that could be a pretty solid card in this case. Nathan is playing one of those Mist Energy in his deck, and Star Requiem could be the best way to deal with something like a Wigglytuff. You see Isaiah prioritizing keeping that card. He has a feeling that card is going to be useful later on in the game.
Yes, and getting rid of that Buddy Poffin because, of course, was able to find the Shuppet already, has it in hand, puts it down on the bench, and yeah, that Bayonet is going to be absolutely vital for Isaiah. Does find another Giratina too for good measure, and with attachment to the active, going to finish off with an Abyss Seeking, and already up to 4 in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, there was a play potentially if Isaiah had a switching card, he could go for a very risky enveloping shadow attack. If he flips heads, he could stop item cards from Nathan, and then the following turn guarantee it if he can find a Banette. But it's just going to be attaching to the Giratina, using this Abyss Seeking, and Nathan does have that Arven in hand, and Isaiah did not bench anything like a Spiritomb is actually not playing the Spiritomb in the deck. I mean, that is a very useful card in situations where your opponent wants to, in the early game with this deck, just use that instant charge ability lots and lots of times to build up the hand.
And not only that as well, Nathan did in fact draw the Pidgeot EX for turn. Absolutely phenomenal draw, as now Nathan can just search for the rare candy and that Pidgeot will be good to go. And Isaiah's kind of missed the chance to deny Nathan that Pidgeot.
Yeah, nothing like Devolution in this deck. There's no way to stop that Pidgeot unless you can find a way to knock it out. And Isaiah, nodding his head, understands this is what's happening. And this is really not something you expect a lot with this control deck. Turn 2 going first, rare candy Pidgeot. Nathan has his support line set up and is going to unlock tons of doors for him here in this position.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal position for Nathan to be in, as now, once per turn, he will be able to search for any card that he pleases. Of course, won't be able to search for any Disruption supporters this turn, given that, you know, you has to use the Arven to find the rare candy, but really not going to be minding that, given how well he's set up now with this Pidgeot ready to go.
So can use that Pidgeot. Quick search ability, we could see something like the Rotom V potentially come down. That way you can just draw some more cards to end the turn off, and I think that's a pretty easy choice here for Nathan. Just double checking everything, making sure. Yeah, you didn't prize the Rotom, right? Nope. It's in the deck. It's right here. And Nathan off to a very excellent start. This is what you want to see as the control player. Lots of times, if you give Giratina lots of time to set up and you are not building your board up as well, you can sort of get overrun later on. And we are actually also going to see that Bravery Charm come down onto the Radiant Charizard. Okay. So that will push it to 210 HP. Doesn't really mess up too many numbers, but you're eventually going to probably want to play something like Penny to pick it up out of the active spot, so you might not just put that down and guarantee it maybe has a little bit more survivability.
Yeah, so instant charge gets fired off. 3 more cards in hand for Nathan. Over to Isaiah, who with 4 in the Lost Zone already is not quite there in terms of being able to use a Mirage Gate, for example, but could maybe get there with a combination of Chorus's Experiment plus that one confidence on the bench. And if Isaiah can find some way to get an easy early knockout on this Pidgeot, that would be really great, but I don't know if he has the means to put it together this turn.
It's hard because putting Cramorant into play is just opening for potentially it to just get stuck, or it gets walled out by things like Wiggly. There's just a lot of issues that Cramorant has to be benched in this matchup. You'd rather be using other Pokemon to play, and this is a very easy choice and a nice find here for Isaiah. Finds 2 of those Pokemon he does not want in play. The Radiant Greninja could potentially be trapped by attempting trap throughout the game if Isaiah runs out of things like those Jet Energy or the switching item cards that he plays. Just taking a look to see if there's something like a Erica's Invitation in this deck for Nathan. You've got to really look and see all the options because things like that are super important. So Nathan is very, very much set on just dealing with the Pokemon in play, not trying to maybe get a little bit lucky or I guess cheeky. I'm in London, right? So I might as well be using some lingo, some British lingo. We are actually going to see the Banette evolved. Does have that ability allowing it to put itself into the Lost Zone, so Isaiah really not prioritizing going for item block at this point, is instead just going to give himself a little bit more consistency, and it's always something that can never be trapped because no matter where it is, it can send itself to the Lost Zone, and you can just promote a new Pokemon.
Yeah, I guess in this instance, right, given that you missed the chance to deny the rare candy, maybe Isaiah thinking, you know what, at this point it's mainly the supporters I'm worried about, so I may as well evolve to shove it into the supporter Bennett instead, and maybe I can use that to get back a resource at a crucial time, or as you mentioned, just make it so that it can't be stalled.
So we finally see enough cards in the Lost Zone thanks to this Flower selecting to use that Mirage Gate. So Chorus twice, of course the Abyss Seeking, and then the 1 Flower selecting. And this is actually a pretty smart choice to Bravery Charm this Charizard. Otherwise, it would have been knocked out by the Shred attack on this Giratina V.
Yeah, I mean, Shred does ignore any effects on the defending Pokemon, but of course you can't ignore the effect of just having more HP, so not going to be able to take a knockout on that Charizard with that Bravery Charm, keeping it in play.
So the question here for Isaiah, are we just going to see this Comfey pivot out of the active spot? And we are. Giratina V comes up. I don't think it's really worth doing a Lost Impact, and yeah, very smart choice for Nathan to put that Bravery Charm there. We're actually just going to see an Abyss Seeking, and I think Isaiah understands, yes, Shred would be great. I need to definitely attack at some point, but if I attack into this Radiant Charizard, it's just going to be pennied out. Pidgeot can guarantee that it's searched, and this becomes tough.
Yeah, and with this Bravery Charm in play, Isaiah does not play Lost Vacuum, so maybe there could have been an argument to go for the Shred if you could, maybe Nathan misses the penny, and then you can just Lost Vacuum, take another KO. But knowing that there is no Lost Vacuum option, no reason to do the damage here, so yeah, just going to go for the Abyss Seeking instead.
So Nathan starting the turn off with Ultra Ball. You can really see now, if you've never watched this control deck function, this is going to be it playing at its maximum capacity. Now that Pidgeot is set up, not only can you, if you'd like to, instant charge to end your turn off, we see that with the Snorlax deck, but also grab a card every single turn. And this Pidgeot allows you to do things like attack and get these Pokemon to play. And here it is, the Jigglypuff coming into play, singing its song and getting ready to evolve and power up into that Wigglytuff EX.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff EX, the absolute tank of a Pokemon, especially once you put that special energy on it. And as you already mentioned, even with that mist energy as well, invulnerable to a Giratina V-Star Star Requiem, so no option to really knock it out one hit at all as long as that mist energy is on it.
Of course, we talked about that Temple of Sinnoh, though, and that is going to be
true.
a card that Isaiah is holding on to. It's always important to note the control in quotations, cards that are in the format. So as it stands currently in the Pokemon TCG standard format, there is no way to discard stadium cards directly. You can use something like Chi-Yu's attack to mill the deck, and if there's a stadium in the top 2 cards, it will be discarded, but otherwise, Isaiah can kind of just hold on to this Temple of Sinnoh, wait to play it until it's necessary, and really get value out of it.
Yeah, and this is one way in which the rotation of Sydney was very, very impactful, of course. That was a control card that did allow you to discard, I believe it was special energies and stadiums in the opponent's hand, but that card is now gone, so that is not an option for control. So stadiums, as you mentioned, very safe to stay in the hand.
Nathan does play Iono as the supporter card, so the hand that Isaiah has been building up with multiple Colress's Experiment, Abyss Seeking, that will go to the bottom of the deck, and looks like Nathan is more than content to just use this instant charge. I think was really looking to find an energy card there off of that Iono. Of course, that Wigglytuff EX does have the attack that does 90 damage, plus 90 more if you play a supporter card, and that is for 3 colorless energy. So with any energy plus a double turbo energy, you can fulfill that attack requirement. So Isaiah will start his turn off. It does still have that Banette in play, so at any point you can just find a supporter card from your discard pile, but look at that, Isaiah finding another Colress's Experiment. This is Colress number 3, hitting the discard pile. Isaiah will now be over the 10 card threshold, so Star Requiem will be an option.
And yeah, that's a very, very timely there from Isaiah. Now he passed the sort of that 10 in Lost and Critical Mass, as it were, because now you have access to Lost Mine, you have access to Star Requiem, you can do pretty much anything that your Lost deck can do, you can reach now for here. We do see the Cautious Experiment, Buddy Puffin going away, and then an interesting choice between the rest here.
It's really tough. It's Giratina, V-Star, Roxanne. Now, normally Roxanne is a card you throw away, but Isaiah understands that Nathan is probably going to try and get in there with that Wigglytuff, and eventually if Nathan takes prizes, then Isaiah could maybe put together a play where he disrupts the hand, maybe takes a knockout on that Pidgeot EX, and all of a sudden Nathan's deck starts to crumble in terms of consistency.
Yeah, exactly. This is like one of the few control archetypes where keeping your own disruption cards can actually be relevant. But we do see that the Prime Catcher bringing up that Pidgeot EX, and as long as Nathan can find, or as long as Isaiah can find a Giratina V-Star, he will be able to knock it out and now deny Nathan further quick searches. And there it is.
Yeah, did keep that Giratina V-Star off the Colress's Experiment, and I think Isaiah has the right idea about this matchup. Target Pidgeot as quickly as possible, shut down this consistency option, and this Lost Impact doing just enough damage to take the knockout on Pidgeot EX, and Isaiah will take the prize lead, even benching Sableye too, so that Lost Mine is an option, and playing out this hand so that all these Pokemon are powered up.
Yeah, really, really phenomenal turn from Isaiah, doing exactly what he needs to do to just try and counteract it. It's to stop Nathan from getting to the point where he has like this big 350 HP Pokemon that just cannot be knocked out by anything that Isaiah has. So yeah, very, very smart heads-up play there, and loading up more energy as well. Or is that? Oh, okay, I was gonna say if that was from hand, but no, that was a Mirage Gate, so that's okay.
Yeah, Isaiah did prize 3 energy, so was only able to get that 1 Grass energy, and did also Lost Zone a Mirage Gate. Maybe it was just 2 Mirage Gate off of that Flower Selecting. So now Isaiah is down to 1 Mirage Gate remaining in this game, and without getting a lot of value off of that previous one, we're just going to see Lost Impact take the knockout on Pidgeot EX, and it's on to Nathan to respond in this situation as Jigglypuff. Look at this matchup, Freya. We have Giratina V-Star, Lord of the Underworld, versus a balloon Pokemon.
This reminds me a little bit of, do you remember all the way back in Cosmic Eclipse, there was sort of that advert where there was like the 3 baby Pokemon going up against Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia. This is it. This is like that matchup, or at least a part of it exactly.
Maybe some trauma from Jigglypuff's early life as an Igglybuff, but Jigglypuff is here as well. Does have that lead attack, so at worst could search for a supporter card, but I really don't think that's what you're necessarily looking for at this point.
No, definitely
here
not.
we go. Gonna see the Arven get played, and Counter Catcher, it looks like a card being eyed up towards the top of the deck. Nathan has to decide when is it correct to put this Jigglypuff into play and evolve it into Wigglytuff. And I think it will be at the same time that Nathan can find a Mist Energy. And with Quick Search not being online, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now, the Forest Sealstone has not been used, and off of this Arven, it looks like that may be what Nathan is looking to get.
Yeah, and I guess the tricky thing here is going to be denying Isaiah a way to try and KO this Pidgey, because, of course, that Sableye is ready to go on the bench. There's nothing in the Lost Zone. It all takes one Psychic Energy, and Lost Mine will be able to take a knockout here. So it is a little bit tricky, because you put this Pidgey down, and you can't really put down the second one to like ensure against that. There goes the Forest Sealstone on the Rotom Beam, Star Requiem.
Let's not forget about Mist Energy, and that can protect against that Lost Mine
Oh,
attack.
right, yes, of course.
Prevent against all effects of attacks, but the problem here is you can only put Mist Energy onto one of these Pokemon, so maybe we're going to see something like that Hero's Cape come down onto the other Pokemon. That way, both of these Pokemon cannot be knocked out, as well as this Ultra Ball, and I think it may be time for Wigglytuff EX to make its grand debut on the stream.
So yeah, with the combination of the Mist Energy and the Hero's Cape, you essentially have that means of sort of banking both, right? You can secure both the Pidgey and the Wigglytuff against these knockouts. So yeah, very, very important play here from Nathan, just to make sure that he has both the Pidgey and the Wigglytuff going for next turn.
Yeah, Wigglytuff, do not be deceived. This is a monster. It may look cute, but it is going to be hard to get through this wall, especially with that expanding body ability. And now that all of these stadium cards like Path to the Peak have rotated out, this card is really seeing a lot more play, because that ability, as of right now, is almost always going to be on and active. We'll actually see the Mist Energy on the active, and then we're actually just going to see an instant charge. And with this, the door is open for Isaiah, if he so chooses to knock this Pidgey out with a Lost Mine. However, Giratina V-Star is not an easy Pokemon to pivot out of the active, especially when Jet Energy as your energy for turn means that you cannot attach the Psychic Energy to something like that Sableye.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why Nathan is okay, leaving the Pidgey a little bit more unguarded, because essentially if you force your opponent to do the Lost Mine, that already confers you an advantage, the fact that you're forcing your opponent to discard 2 more energy, it's 2 more resources that are gone from them, and then they're going to have a harder time to finish off the rest of the game. So you almost make the Pidgey too tempting a target, but the actual real threat is the Wigglytuff that's right in front of you.
So Isaiah will choose to just put this energy, and this is the advantage of playing just the basic switch. Yes, it's tempting to play those switch cards. They can heal some Pokemon off, but they don't allow you to switch your Giratina V-Star out of the active spot. So there it is. Isaiah has now pivoted into this attacking strategy with Sableye, and that Lost Mine attack, since there are more than 10 cards in the Lost Zone, will allow it to place 12 damage counters wherever Isaiah wants, 5 instantly going onto the Pidgey, and the rest going onto Rotom, sets it up with perfect math to be knocked out next turn by another Lost Mine attack.
Okay, so no quick search option now for Nathan. There's a Sableye doing Lost Mines all over the place, and now Nathan really needs to find a double turbo energy and just like knock out the Sableye really in an ideal world. Oh, it is there in hand.
It does have the double turbo energy. We're actually going to see Lumineon V grab the penny. Nathan understands how important it is from this point on to make prize cards as hard as possible for Isaiah Bradner to access. And Penny is a great way to do that, picking up one of these basic Pokemon in play, that being the Rotom V. Lumineon isn't a card we see included a lot into this control deck. Usually Pidgeot can just find you the supporter card you need every turn, but Lumineon, in cases where there's no Pidgeot in play, can find these key resources, and Wigglytuff is finally ready to friend tackle onto Isaiah's Pokemon.
Yeah, it does do 90 damage, and then 90 more if you play the support card from your hand during this turn, which Nathan, as we saw, just did with that penny. So yeah, we'll be very easily able to take a knockout on the Sableye. Oh, maybe not. Actually, no, gonna counter catcher and KO the Banette instead.
I like this a lot. Just get rid of that consistency. Now the Sableye has lost a lot more of its value. There's really no great Pokemon to play. We're just confirming all the damage is the same. Now Penny was played this turn to pick up the Rotom V. Just making sure everything is correct as Nathan will take his first prize card of the game. A little bit late, but better late than never.
Yeah. And this is one of the great things about playing a control archetype more like this. It is quite different in the sense that, unlike other control archetypes where normally you have your 6 prizes and those are cards you can't access the rest of the game, Nathan absolutely can. He can take prizes, he can take knockouts. It might even be like the way that this control deck actually wins. You like, deny your opponent resources until you get to the point where you have this one huge Wigglytuff that your opponent can't KO, and then you just take all your 6 prizes and win.
Now this turn was great for Nathan, but the big thing lacking is lack of support. There's no Pidgeot EX in play, and we keep saying it over and over again because of how crucial it is to make sure you can play your supporter cards every turn that you need to in your specific scenarios. Now, Isaiah, playing this last Colress's experiment, will look at the top 5 cards, pick 3 to the hand, Lost Zone 2, and does find that Temple of Sinnoh, and that is a huge grab to have because Star Requiem can knock out this Wigglytuff because of this Temple of Sinnoh getting the effect of the Mist Energy removed. But I think Isaiah's just gonna play it cool for now, try and take 1 or 2 prize cards here thanks to that Lost Mine, and then knock out one of these final Pokemon with that combination of Temple of Sinnoh plus Star Requiem.
Well, there's 3 prizes left to take, right? So the easy prize app is to just maybe try and spread your damage in a way where you can KO either the Radiant Charizard or the Lumineon, and then go ahead and finish off the Wigglytuff for the last 2 prizes. But no, actually just going to go for it straight away. So now with that Temple of Sinnoh, that Mist Energy is not going to be able to protect the protect the Wigglytuff from the Star Requiem, and that will take a 1-hit knockout and deal with this huge tank of a Pokemon.
And even valuing putting that Banette back into the deck and putting 1 more energy onto this Giratina V-Star. Isaiah Bradner is so close to pushing himself over the finish line in this first game. Star Requiem can knock out this massive Pokemon, 350 HP as it stands, and take 2 prize cards. Isaiah will be just 1 prize away from this long, lengthy game 1 going his way.
Yeah, and Nathan, he has been playing his absolute heart out, but this is the thing when you're playing against Lost Zone Giratina, it does have these options to try and deal with these control archetypes, and right now the Temple of Sinnoh, the one of Temple of Sinnoh coming in huge clutch to deal with this Mist Energy.
Yeah, this is a situation where actually having the Bravery Charm on the Charizard could have been a big deal if there was something like the Defiance Band. That Combustion Blast could have knocked out this Giratina V-Star. Now, there is still a combination of cards that does make something like this possible if you had something like Penny and then another way to switch and the Fire. But with not having Pidgeot EX into play, it seems like Nathan's options are slowly closing. Neither of these Pokemon can survive a Lost Impact attack. It doesn't even matter if you play something like a Mimikyu down because that will still just be knocked out. Nathan does hit a Super Rod, the final Super Rod left, but there are just all the pieces here. Jet Energy and Artisan means that you can pivot back into this Giratina V no matter what, and I think the options are running out for Nathan at this point. What can he do to keep himself in this first game?
Well, knowing that Isaiah has the pieces that he has and knowing that there's no way to disrupt the hand, I think at this point Nathan is basically stuck. I mean, I think with the combination of the cards in both players' hands, I don't think there's actually any way for Nathan to deny Isaiah a KO. So yeah, recognizing that, going to scoop up the cards, and Isaiah's going to take game 1.
An absolute masterclass in how to not let something that's a little bit unorthodox or maybe surprising get the best of you, staying calm, staying collected, and taking that first game. Excellent play from Isaiah.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And it is so, so important when you're up against a archetype you don't recognize, especially Control, to not lose your cool. You have a strategy that you know that works. Just go for that strategy. Make sure that you play your deck in a slightly different way so that you don't fall prey to the normal Control traps. And that's exactly what Isaiah demonstrated there and was able to take game 1 because of it.
Yeah, I mean, Isaiah had still plenty of options left at the end of that game. It was a little bit tough at the beginning because of having 3 of those energy cards prized, but I think Isaiah made the right play, going after that Pidgeot EX early. I think if Nathan has access to that, can maybe deny those final prize cards, keep this Wigglytuff up, but that's really the problem, is not only does Prime Catcher allow you to go aggressive after Pidgeot EX, but the Temple of Sinnoh allows you to also knock out the big wall that Nathan tried to set up. I wonder now, if with Nathan having information about Temple of Sinnoh being in Isaiah's deck, does he still try and go for this setting Wigglytuff strategy up, or does he maybe pivot to a different game plan? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard because I guess you can make a judgment call based on whether you think Isaiah has access to the Temple of Sinnoh or not. I'm not sure if Nathan realizes how many Isaiah plays, because we know that it's a one-of, but Nathan might not necessarily know that. So maybe that changes his thinking a little bit. Maybe he thinks going for the gamble is worth it if Isaiah can't find it. But just knowing that it's there and knowing that Isaiah can play patiently until he gets there makes it a little bit of a tricky situation to evaluate.
It is tough indeed. It is always important when you're playing against these decks that are playing long games to keep note of the clock. That was a 25 almost minute first game. We're getting set up. As things stand, Isaiah is pretty much in a very solid spot. Will not lose fast games against this Control deck, so I mean, even if Isaiah can just prolong the game to be almost as long as that first game was. I mean, Nathan was still at 5 prize cards at that spot, still needed to take multiple knockouts to get into a position, and that is a big card prize there for Nathan. That Wigglytuff is in the prize cards.
And well, I was about to say he's doing heavy ball as well. Of course, you can't get an evolution Pokemon out with that, but yeah, does Nathan play any way to get that Wigglytuff out of the prizes? I'm not sure he does.
No, with Peonia rotating out of the standard format, there is really only very, very few ways to access your prize cards. You can do some pretty weird things like Daisy and then Daisy's Guidance, I think, and then playing something like Arcphone to then switch the top card now that you know what your prizes are, but it really aren't just good options, and that's why Nathan isn't playing anything else. Hey, any Cloth fans in stream? You guys ever seen this card before? I know I haven't seen it on stream.
Cloth EX with that counter-attacking pincer ability. If it's in the active spot and it's damaged by an attack from the opponent's Pokemon, you discard an energy from the attacking Pokemon. A really solid ability in a control deck.
It can get there, and it can get in there too. Falling Press does 100 base, and who likes a good coin flip for some more damage? So, I mean, with double turbo energy, you can cap out at 160. These Comfeys do not have resistance, so with double turbo energy, they would still be knocked out from that Falling Press attack.
Don't even need flip heads.
You don't know, and I mean, Isaiah is going to just put Artisan in play, so maybe this hand is just looking a little bit weak. That's pretty much a gift to Nathan at this point, a free invitation to just get a Pidgey down into play or one of those Jigglypuff.
Yeah, I think the only other basic in Isaiah's hand currently is a Shuppet, which is a good one to have, but you want a little bit more than that. So maybe a second Comfey, maybe a second Shuppet if you think you want to make use of the EX and the non-EX Bayonets. But going to be a second Comfey here, it looks like, just to really try and get the, these early hand setups.
Yeah, and I think with no Pidgey coming down in that first turn for Nathan, there is a solid line for Isaiah to go in and use Everlasting Darkness. However, there becomes a weird situation where Cloth is actually very useful because it can sit here, take the small amounts of damage, and then every time Isaiah is forced to continuously discard Psychic Energy, and it really just doesn't become worth the trade-off for Isaiah when he eventually has to just give up the item lock anyways.
It is, in a sense, it's a pseudo-answer to Bayonet. So maybe, do you think there's a chance that Nathan was aware of the Bayonet threat and maybe included this as an option against that?
Potentially. There's a lot of usage where Cloth can be good, especially against decks that only play certain energy. You also get to choose the energy you discard, so against some decks that only play a specifically small amount of a certain type of basic energy, you can just target after those and then use something like Airy to discard their Super Rods. Could be an effective strategy. I'm sure Nathan had a very solid reason for including it this weekend. This seems like one of them potentially.
Yeah, it really does. So Artisan finds the second Comfey, and Isaiah had a quick look at the sort of deck and has done that quick prize evaluation. I'm sure very mindful of the time and the fact that he was able to win game one, but these games, as we mentioned already, do go on a bit of a long time, so just making sure that he strikes that balance right. Second Flower Selector coming in as a little bit of a trickier decision there. Also of note, with that attachment to the active and the retreat, that does kind of give up the Everlasting Darkness this turn, and I think exactly like you mentioned, Ethan, not really worth going for if you're just going to run into getting your energy discarded all the time.
Yeah, this hand is really not looking too strong for Isaiah. Early on, Isaiah had access to lots of Colress's Experiment, continued to use Colress over and over again every turn. Just had very, very good variance, especially with how limited the flower selecting was in terms of using it on a, or rather on a limited basis, was lots of Abyss seeking. So in this case, Isaiah may be getting a little bit of the back end in terms of consistency. We'll have to see what he can find potentially off of Flower Selecting's next turn. And yeah, not even in the Abyss Seeking, already attached the energy for turn, and we'll just pass things over to Nathan. Luckily, Nathan not only has this Artisan that Isaiah put into play, but it looks like a solid supporter on this first turn, or rather the second turn with Arvin.
Yeah, Arvin, phenomenal supporter. Really a supporter that when it first came out, didn't really see as much play, but really sort of like came into its own, especially as more of these stage 2 and control archetypes are developed. Of course, does let you search for any item and any tool card with the reclassification of tool cards into their own category. Arvin, one of the only ways to really search tools nowadays, but yeah, an absolutely phenomenal supporter.
So Nathan will now just check through the deck. It's important to note what cards are prized, and he will very quickly get the news that Wigglytuff EX is in the prize card. So how will Nathan adjust his strategy knowing that it's not potentially a consistent option to find this game?
Yeah, and especially, I mean, obviously Nathan can't notice, but it is right there at the top of the prizes as well. And given that Wigglytuff is one of your main ways to take knockouts and take more prizes in the first place, going to be a little bit tricky to get it. And so I think in this instance, Nathan's going to think, you know what, maybe I just abandon the Wigglytuff strategy in this game. Maybe I just, maybe we could just attack with his Claw Patch. I mean, double turbos in hand, or you can just like take a prize off of this Comfey straight away.
So Arvin will be the supporter played for turn, and instantly you see how powerful Rotom V's instant charge is. on the first couple of turns before you get Pidgeot set up and established. We'll see Nest Ball, and I'm sure Forest Sealstone will most likely be the item, or rather the tool card of choice. It will make things a little bit easier next turn, especially since Nathan already has that rare candy in the hand.
Yeah, it makes Arven such a powerful double combo, right? Because with the Arven, you can find the Nest Ball for the Rotom V, which is then the target for the Forest Sealstone, and then you put the Forest Sealstone on the Rotom V, and then you have any card guaranteed. So yeah, Arven just really a huge play enabler for that reason, just from like the chain, so the combinations of items and supporters that you can use to really search for any card in the deck that you want.
Hold on, it looks like we're actually going to see potentially Rotom V use that Forest Sealstone this turn. I think Nathan's maybe biggest concern is, can I afford to just leave one Pidgey in play? And Nathan maybe a little bit scared of what will happen if he, again, does not get this Pidgeot EX established early on. Will play that Buddy Poffin thanks to Forest Sealstone grabbing it out of the deck. Even with that Wigglytuff prize, Nathan wants that opportunity to eventually later on in the game establish that as an option.
Yeah, wants to just make sure that the Pidgeot EX has as many opportunities as possible to get into play. Does find that Jigglypuff as... yeah, it does find the Jigglypuff as well, which is interesting. I mean, we did see that Nathan did take a note that Wigglytuff was in the prizes, maybe thinking, you know what, I still want to get the Jigglypuff down, maybe I can take the Wigglytuff off of the prizes eventually and then still evolve into it. But, of course, we know what he doesn't know, which is that Wigglytuff is going to be quite hard to access, so a little bit unfortunate that Nathan is going to have to spend some time making sure that the Jigglypuff just doesn't get knocked out.
So we'll see what Nathan wants to do. Now, Nathan does have a double Turbo Energy in hand, but I think just values using Instant Charge instead of getting ahead for no reason and taking prize cards. Though it can be good, though he knows he has a chance to take that Wigglytuff, it really just isn't worth the plus of just continuing to build your hand up and establishing Pidgeot EX potentially on the next turn.
Yeah, so just going to have an instant charge there, and now it is back over to Isaiah to respond. Now, he was able to keep that one Shuppet in place, so now there's the debate, right? Because you can maybe evolve and start locking off Nathan's items, but as we already mentioned, that Cloth is inactive. If you start going for this item lock over and over again, your energy is going to keep getting discarded, and there are only 5 Psychic Energy in the deck. That is a higher count than normal for a Lost Zone Giratina deck, but you're going to run out eventually. You're only doing 30 damage at a time, and that is a long, long time to take to KO this Cloth, given that it has 220 HP.
Isaiah's got to think about how he wants to navigate through this game, but, I mean, time is on his side. There's 18 minutes left. Nathan's game plan really requires lots of time, lots of resources being burned for Isaiah to keep up with potentially some smaller attacks that Nathan can put together. Of course, the Cloth can get in there and attack. Wigglytuff can. Even Pidgeot EX has an attack that can deal 100 damage after reduction from the double Turbo Energy. So Isaiah will get down this second Shuppet and now has the option to evolve both of these into their useful tech evolution cards.
Yeah. And let's not get it twisted, right? With the two Pidgey down, Nathan can feel pretty safe about one of them becoming a Pidgeot EX, because there are no water energy in these lists. Isaiah's playing a very similar list to John Eng that we saw yesterday. It is just Psychic and Grass. There is no water energy. There's no threat of a Radiant Greninja. And with only 2 in the Lost Zone, there is no way that we're going to see a Sableye Lost Mine coming in this turn to take a double knockout. So yeah, Nathan can feel pretty confident about being safe to have a Pidgey to evolve into a Pidgeot next turn.
Does have to Lost Zone one of those Giratina V. We saw Isaiah really prioritizing getting a second Giratina V into play. Does evolve the Shuppet into the Banette. Does have that ability to bring supporter cards back, but there have been no supporters played yet for Isaiah this game. Just the 1 Psychic Energy in his discard pile, and more time granted to Nathan in this spot.
Yeah, rough hand. Not able to find much from the digging from the flower selecting, and still only freeing the Lost Zone. Not even enough to do a spit innocently with a Cramorant. Very rough going. And meanwhile, by contrast, Nathan has all the resources ready to go. There's a double turbo. We're going to commit that now, and I think we're going to start seeing some falling presses, Ethan.
I think Nathan understands this is a great time to just use some attacks, put some pressure on, but I don't know if I agree with playing Iono. It's just a gift to Isaiah. Isaiah had really no supporter cards. You knew his hand was weak. I think Nathan may have really just started to see that importance of getting Pidgeot EX into play, and while it is definitely going to keep Isaiah in a lot better of a spot while you are attacking. Let's see what these 6 cards can bring. Potentially there's a rare candy and a Pidgeot, but there's just an Arven, and now I'm sure Nathan is just wondering, was it worth that trade-off? Was it worth giving my opponent a brand new hand of 6 when they have yet to play a supporter card so far this game?
And it's so rough, right? Because this is the tricky thing with Iono. Sometimes you need to play it just to see more resources yourself, but then you just give your opponent a complete gift when you know that their hand is not that great. And especially even worse when your draws off your Iono are terrible, and then even after the instant charge, it's still not that great. I mean, you have an Arven for next turn, which I guess is okay, but really not a great turn from Nathan here.
Yeah, that would have been an instance where saving that Forest Seal Stone, not getting that second Pidgey that really didn't matter the previous turn, would have guaranteed the Rare Candy Pidgeot, and then Nathan would have had a lot better of a line, wouldn't have been maybe tempted to play that Iono. And I think Isaiah's just thinking, what do I do in this position? Do I play the Colress's Experiment? Do I continue to dig through? And I mean, Isaiah's just gonna play that Colress, start to finally build this Lost Zone up more. But wow, this is a tough 5 cards. You want access to all 5 of these. The Boss's Orders to Gust. You want these Mirage Gates to power your Pokemon up. But you also want more Colress's Experiment and your Super Rod to bring energy back. 2 cards have to go to the Lost Zone, and it looks like it may be one of those switch as well as that Mirage Gate.
Yeah, you don't need as many Mirage Gates to take you through when you're playing up against these control archetypes, so getting rid of one in the early stage especially can be absolutely fine, because you don't want to get rid of too many of them, because eventually you do want to put that aggression on to make sure that you can take enough prizes in time to win. Although, given that you're one game up as you are in a Isaiah situation, maybe not fearing that as much.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to get rid of Grass Energy either, but it was that Temple of Sinnoh. Isaiah knows how important it is to keep that card around. Another choice where Isaiah will actually value the Cramorant over potentially getting down another Giratina V onto play. And here we go now. Isaiah has unlocked more potential from this Lost Zone deck. There is a Mirage Gate.
Here we
and
go.
Isaiah is going to play it. We'll be able to get out this Psychic and Grass Energy. And the question now is, where do these energy cards go?
Yes.
Do we see this go onto Banette? But, I mean, item blocking is a good way to maybe buy yourself some time, but is it worth having that energy just get discarded back? And Isaiah prepping ahead, having some more energies to play, but this just feels awkward because Nathan is the one who gets to choose the energy cards getting discarded. Will we maybe see something like a Poltergeist potentially? I mean, there is a chance for a knockout, but would need to have a decent amount of item cards to knock out this Clothy X.
I thought Poltergeist was all trainers, not just items. Oh, no, I think of Gengar, I guess, the old one. No, I'm fairly sure, like...
I think it is all trainer cards, so we're going to see this Bayonet EX go into play. The item block does this.
Yeah,
so
he's
yeah,
trainer.
it's
That's what I
all
thought.
trainers. Wow, Isaiah's going to get in here and attack with Poltergeist. Knows that a majority of Nathan's deck is trainers, playing almost 40 trainer cards in this deck. Going to knock this Cloth out, and then from there has the option to still use Everlasting Darkness in future turns.
Yeah, and then now, of course, the Mirage Gate makes a lot more sense. Of course, you will still get that energy discarded, and it will be the Psychic, but you got the attack cost there ready to go, and yeah, you can feel pretty confident, given that Nathan's hand size, and as you mentioned, the amount of trainer that he plays, that it's going to be a knockout on this Cloth.
Yeah, this board looks great, too. Of course, has the ability on that Banette to always get a supporter back, draw more cards, and there it is, Poltergeist. Let's count the item cards. Are there enough in here?
5,
there are
6,
more than
7,
enough.
8 trainers and a Luxray.
That's 480 damage. That's a little bit of damage, just enough to knock out the Cloth. It was definitely a close one.
Quick maths.
That is quick. That is quick indeed. And Nathan will just discard that Psychic Energy. He does get to choose. And the Grass Energy, not great to have on the Banette, but we could just see Poltergeist be a great attack for Isaiah. Didn't use it a lot in game 1, but even against something like Wigglytuff, would be able to knock out that big Pokemon later on. We'll just see the Jigglypuff come into the active spot, and not having Wigglytuff here, it would not be able to knock out this Banette, but if the Banette is just able to fire off attacks over and over again, you're eventually not going to be able to keep up with attacking pressure, especially once it starts to hit 200, 300 plus damage.
And it's so rough for Nathan as well, because you don't really have an easy way to play a bunch of trainers in one turn. The whole point is you want to accumulate them in your hand so that you can play the right one on any given turn, but you can't just play a bunch easily to reduce the damage from Poltergeist. So if Isaiah can just find under Psychic Energy, it might just be Poltergeist until the cows come home, and then Isaiah's going to win this game too.
Yeah, Eri will be the supporter card for turn. Did find a Super Rod, and that's not a bad card to discard at all. Isaiah did have to get rid of that Psychic Energy thanks to the Cloth EX's ability. And now for Nathan, just doesn't really have anything else to follow this up. We're just going to see an instant charge, draw 3 cards, and maybe Isaiah is thinking, does Nathan maybe not have access to this Wigglytuff? Is it worth it for me to maybe use Everlasting Darkness to item block this Jigglypuff, or do I just continue to take prizes and push my aggression in this situation?
Well, I mean, there is a Rotom V there ready to go, right? Looking sitting very, very pretty. So you do, as I did, in fact, just draw the Prime Catcher for turn. So you could use that and pivot into the Banette.
That is a crazy draw for a turn. Isaiah wasn't sitting on it. If Isaiah had that in hand before the top deck, it would have been discarded off that Ares. So an incredible top deck for Isaiah to find. Now, let it be known there is a Colress's Experiment, so could have found it off of that, but it is more better that it was not discarded with that supporter card rather than it is now in the hand. Isaiah's got lots of options. The clock is ticking down. He seems to be in a favorable spot in this round 11 match.
Yeah, wow, a phenomenal top there from Isaiah. And I think that, oh, hold on a second. Can Isaiah get to 10 in the loss zone and maybe do a loss mine and KO both the Pidgeys? Because that would be absolutely devastating. And then next turn, you can just finish things off by KOing the Rotom.
It's pretty much guaranteed. Colress's experiment can put you to 9, and then that Banette sends it to the loss zone, which increases your count by 2. As long as there's a Psychic Energy, that Banette only has a 1 retreat cost, so it's not super hefty, or it does have a 2 retreat cost, excuse me. So it will take something like a switch to get it out of the active spot.
But there is a Psychic Energy from the Colress's experiment.
So that's piece number 1. Isaiah's just got to think about what other pieces do I prioritize in this situation. At this point, you don't really need Ultra Ball. You found all the evolution Pokemon, and that Iron Leaves, yes, it's got a great ability to switch into the active spot, but Isaiah's in a comfortable enough spot that he feels okay to put that into the loss zone.
Yeah, and I think given that there's no Mirage Gate in hand currently, so I think what you got to do at this point is, we did just see a Forest Seal Stone found. I think you just have to whack this on the Giratina V-Star, use that Star Alchemy, and then you just find a switch card, go into the Sableye, take a double knockout. I don't think you're too afraid of giving up the Star Requiem, given that you're so far ahead at this point. You don't really need that to win. You could just take a kill on the Rotom for the last 2 prizes. Or do we have some kind of debate going on?
We'll just figure out exactly what's happening in this situation. So we are just going to have action continue. We are at the point now where there are 9 cards in the loss zone. Honestly, for Isaiah, you could also just play the Prime Catcher this turn. Bring up something like the Rotom. It's kind of annoying to bring out of the active spot, and I think this is Isaiah's best line. Bring up the Rotom, and then use Lost Mine, and just knock out both of these Pidgey. That way, Nathan's not going to be able to set up this powerful line. It could be tempting to take the Jigglypuff out, but you save your V-Star power, and you can use that Star Requiem to take that final prize card.
And here I was just talking about how you maybe use the Forest Seal Stone for the switch, but you can just use the Prime Catcher instead. You pull double duty of pulling out the Rotom preemptively, take a knockout onto the 2 Pidgeys, and now if Nathan doesn't have a way to switch up this Rotom, then it's going to be a very easy 2 prize knockout to win next turn.
Yeah, as long as Isaiah can use that final Mirage Gate to power up this Giratina V-Star, has not used the V-Star power, and is also putting that Forest Seal Stone, so a great choice between either just knocking a Pokemon out or finding any piece. Nathan has got to put something together. The time's winding down. His opponent's at 2 prize cards left, and there is no Pidgeot EX on his board.
Yeah, and there's no great options here for Nathan, right? Because you need to pick up this Rotom, otherwise you're going to lose next turn. But if you pick that up and don't put something else down, then you're stuck anyway. And if this Jigglypuff gets KO'd very easily, so yeah, going to go for this Radiant Charizard here. It's probably the best single prize that Nathan can put down at this point. Isaiah has taken 4 prizes, so that Radiant Charizard will only need 1 Fire Energy to attack.
Excited Heart showing its true value. Charizard is roaring and ready to go, and does have the Fire Energy in hand, and the Defiance Band.
Oh, that's
plus
huge.
The Counter Catcher. Is this the combat that Nathan needs in this spot?
Yes.
We'll play the Penny, put this Rotom up into the hand, Fire Energy, Defiance Band, and the Counter Catcher to bring up Giratina V-Star. And with Isaiah not having another Giratina V in play, it means that this Charizard is, for the time being, relatively safe, and more importantly, there will be no Star Requiem, and Isaiah will potentially have to establish another Giratina V-Star in the upcoming turns.
That was about as perfect a response as Nathan could have asked for, just being able to KO the Giratina V-Star and leave no 2 prizes on board, so it means that Isaiah has no way of guaranteed winning this turn. Maybe if Isaiah was playing Water Energy, you could go for like a Moonlight Shuriken here, take a double knockout with that Water Weakness on the Charizard, but that is not an option here for Isaiah.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm thinking if there's ever a better line to knock out the Banette. I mean, the Banette at this point pretty much will always read knock out your opponent's active Pokemon because of how many trainer cards Nathan has. I mean, yeah, getting rid of Star Requiem and the Alchemy is probably still a better trade-off, but these are things you've always got to be thinking about. Isaiah, with having both of those attacking threats, the Banette and the Giratina V-Star, means that there are always options. There are always choices, and Isaiah is down a few energy cards. We did, of course, see the energy on the Sableye. There's 1 energy in the Lost Zone, and I believe there may actually still be an energy in the prize cards, but Isaiah does have this Psychic Energy, and I think is still in a very, very solid spot.
Yeah, because I mean, you can just KO the Jigglypuff here and then put the rest on the Charizard, and then it would need another, Penny plus something else, but then at that point, Isaiah can just bring up the Bennett and then take a KO with the Poltergeist. So it was a really great comeback play from Nathan, but let's make no mistake, Nathan's back is still very much against the wall here.
Yeah, let's not forget as well that Charizard, using that Combustion Blast, cannot attack the following turn.
No,
so
exactly.
Regardless of what gets put into play, whether the Charizard is damaged or not, a penny will need to be played if it wants to attack again. I think Isaiah knows what he needs to do in this position, even benching the Cramorant into play. And with the way this Lost Mine works, it will set up for knockouts on several different lines. The energy on the Bennett, the Cramorant down into play, and the Sableye. It feels like there are too many options Isaiah is throwing at Nathan for him to respond.
Yeah, so Lost Mine, 5 onto the Jigglypuff for a KO, and then the rest onto the Charizard, and then back over to Nathan. What does he draw? It is a Super Rod.
And I think Nathan understands there's really no coming back to this. Gonna take one final look, think, is there any way for me to come back? Is there any line that makes sense? Can I stall something in the active spot? Can I maybe buy myself some turns, eventually get this Charizard back into play? But it seems like it would just require too many options, and he does not have the answers. Isaiah Bradner wins the set, advancing to 10-0-2, or 9-0-2, excuse me, but doing it in incredible fashion, keeping up his undefeated record and getting one step closer to that top cut.
A phenomenal performance from Isaiah Bradner, showing how to pilot the Giratina V-Star deck to its absolute maximum strength. Huge congratulations to him, and commiserations as well on just a very, very, very well played set.
Yeah, Giratina has historically had a very favorable matchup into these control archetypes, into having answers. It's one of the decks that plays probably the most switching outs, and of course, having the ability to no longer have your Jet Energies or Stadium cards be discarded by, like you mentioned, that Sydney that rotated out means that you have answers to the switching cards, and Nathan had to take this approach where he just tried to try and take knockouts and set up these big Pokemon, and really in this game one, Isaiah was able to put early pressure on, take a knockout onto this Pidgeot, and Nathan's deck slowly started to crumble a little bit, especially when the Pidgeot was offline, and especially when Nathan got the bad news that Isaiah Bradner played that Temple of Sinnoh to shut off the mist energy on this Wigglytuff.
Yeah, that was really the key moment in game one. We saw that, Nathan thought maybe it would have been a little bit safe with the mist energy down on Wigglytuff, but Isaiah putting down that Temple of Sinnoh, and taking the KO with the Star Requiem, and then Nathan couldn't really come back from that.
No, Isaiah managed his resources very, very well. You saw, didn't really get stuck in any options. Nathan, I'm sure, thinking through the entire game, what can I do to really give myself an edge? And Isaiah knew, being in the driver's seat, that you cannot give any sort of control to your opponent. Did it excellently, and I really have to think back to that turn where Nathan decided to play the Iono instead of allowing Isaiah to continue playing with his weak hand. Maybe really just wanted to establish that Pidgeot, but especially when he missed those cards off of the Iono, things just really started to go pretty poor for him.
Yeah, and especially after that, Lost Mine carrying both the Pidgeys, Nathan not able to find the Pidgeot, not even a matter of, there being prized or anything like that, just not able to find them, even with that double Pidgey setup before Isaiah was able to come in with a Lost Mine, KO both of them, and just really leave Nathan with nothing. An amazing attempt at a comeback play here from Nathan. We did see that really huge knockout on the Giratina V-Star with the Defiance Band, but then Isaiah able to just, leave this Charizard in the active, take a KO on the bench at Jigglypuff with the Lost Mine, and then Nathan realizing there was nothing else to be done, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, Isaiah, sure, every match he wins is just telling himself, come on, one more match. It's finally my time. We saw John Eng, who was a testing partner and still is a testing partner with Isaiah, finally get his big win. I know Isaiah said somewhere that the boys, referring to his group, when they win, it feels like I win as well.
Yeah.
We saw Reagan get a win last season. We saw John get a win this season. Isaiah feels like one of the last people in that group that finally needs a big win. It feels like him and Rahul are the last people who need to get that win, and then that whole group will finally have a big title under their belt.
And that's where the team spirit comes in, right? We talked yesterday about how Pokemon, at the end of the day, or the trading card game specifically, is an individual game. You go into the match all by yourself. You have your team behind you, but when you're there in that match, it is just you. But even then, when you win, your teammates feel it too, because even though you're the one playing, you feel all the work that you put in together. And yeah, when one of your teammates wins, it feels like you won as well.
The Giratina devotee, Isaiah Bradner, is our winner, and we've got an interview ready with him, so let's throw it down to that.
Thanks a bunch, casters. I'm joined here at the stage with our winner from the last round, Isaiah Bradner. Isaiah, you got a pretty convincing win in this last round. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great right now. I'm 2-0 on the day, 9-0-2. You really can't be doing much better. Haven't lost a game this weekend, so that matchup's really good for me. It's always a little nerve-wracking playing against Control because you don't really know what's in their deck, and even though you have a good matchup, it's not a traditional one, right? Like, you could maybe lost zone some cards or prize some stuff, and so the entire time, I was like, you know, nervous, thinking through all the lines, but it is a good matchup. I found my way there, and just happy to get the W.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, your opponent was playing a control deck, and like you said, you can never really know for sure what your opponent has. And especially Nathan here was playing a lot of really interesting cards. He had the Cloth, the Wigglytuff. I'd heard rumblings of the Wigglytuff before the tournament. I assume you had as well. You know, your opponent was playing a control deck, but it very much seemed like you were the one in control through both of game 1 and game number 2.
I like that.
How did you ensure that you were the one who was always being able to navigate which way the match was going to go?
I mean, I know what his deck relies on. His deck relies on Pidgeot, and I know most of the attackers in his deck. He can't really surprise me. I know about Radiant Zard, I know about Cloth, and so, I don't know. I mean, I ensured it was in my control by playing correctly. Like, game 1, I think it was right to knock out the Pidgeot the turn I did. I could have burned V-Star early to aggressively kill it, but I thought that it was bad. One thing that I tried to do is I tried to ensure that Temple wouldn't be in my hand, so I think in game 1 I didn't shuffle my deck before I Colressed to make sure I didn't draw into Temple, because I knew the only way I lost was if Temple got Luxrayed, and then somehow I couldn't find a way to get my last prize card. So I tried to prioritize that. There was one important turn where I used Rod to get back only 1 Psychic, because I knew that if he aeried double Rod, I was still probably gonna win, but like there was a chance that I would lose. So just small things like that, thinking about his outs, and carried me to victory.
You got a pretty solid 2-0 victory there. I do want to ask you about your deck list a little bit.
Yeah.
You've got a couple unconventional things in here, namely 2 different Bannettes. Tell us about the 2 different Bannettes and why you and your testing group chose to play them for the tournament this weekend.
So, actually, I just want to give a shout out. I'm doing this tournament. I might get a little emotional for my grandfather. He passed away last weekend, and you know, this is for you, Daddy boy. But actually, I was down in Florida with my parents, and you know, when you're grieving, you need something to turn to, and I turned to Pokemon. And so for the weekend, I was just thinking and trying to find a deck that I thought was good enough. And I love Giratina, but it couldn't beat Chien-Pao. And I was like, well, I had a bunch of different Banette decks, and then I just had the idea to put them together, and I made the list on Monday, and it didn't change a single card. It was just perfect. And so I've been playing it, you know, so much throughout the last week, got a bunch of reps in. I mean, you kind of saw some ways that both the Banettes are good there. And I heard yesterday Azul said I had 5 dead cards. But I think those 5 dead cards have a better record than him. I'm not positive, but I think that's true. So hopefully those cards keep carrying me. They make some of my bad matchups a lot better. And, you know, that's why they're in the deck.
Yeah, and we saw that they can be very useful at certain times. Both are very cool cards that, you know, are the type of cards that people like keep around in the back of their mind. Yeah, they just need the right moment to come through.
It's so cool. It's almost like the fact that these 2 cards do these things is like insane. The fact that there's one stage 1, the fact that there's one basic that evolves into a stage 1, which can item block, which has 250 HP, so Chien-Pao can't KO it with 4 waters. And then the other one is like the designer, this is the way the designers imagine that Banette being played. I am making their prophecy of like the Banette into Colress, into Blow Up, or like the Iono Roxanne. Like it was never good enough because of Forest Seal Stone. But now, because they both evolved from Shuppet, I can finally give it a home. And yeah, it's been great this weekend.
Well, it seems like you've got a lot of plans for all the various different decks that you could come up against. As we're getting into the weeds of this tournament, you know, last few rounds here are going to be incredibly important. Is there anything in these last couple rounds that you're hoping to stay away from? There's a lot of variety up at the top tables.
I don't think so. I mean, there are some bad matchups, but they're not at the top tables. I don't love Lugia. I don't love Arctina. Everything else is honestly completely fine. And even those matchups, like I beat an Arctina yesterday.
Sure.
I was going about even against Lugia in testing. Like, I mean, I'm not really afraid of anything. I just, more than anything, I just got to get a playable opening hand and draw well enough to let me win. I don't got to draw well, just well enough to let my skill get me there.
I know that this tournament, EUIC, and also this room, you know, means you've had a lot of great moments at EUIC and in this room. So at Frankfurt, you got top cut at that tournament, and you lost your win into Worlds in 2022 in this very room. What would it mean for you to find yourself in that position once again for this event?
I mean, it would mean everything. You know, I mean, I spend so much time thinking and playing this game, and I'm really proud of this deck. I was telling my dad on the way over, I feel like this could really be the one. And it's gone well so far, so I mean, it would be a dream come true and so much more. So hopefully I can get there.
Maybe this is the one, Isaiah. Congratulations on the start so
Thank you,
far,
Chip.
and best of luck to you through the rest of the event. We'll surely be following your journey and hope to see more from you. In the meantime, we're going to cut away. Appreciate your time, and thanks again, Isaiah.
Great to see the emotion and everything that goes behind Isaiah Bradner's thought process. Truly an innovator in this game, and seems like Bennett may have finally found its time to shine, albeit in the shadows.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen Bennett on the stream stage, of course. In Poland, we saw some success with Bennett as a rogue archetype. It didn't quite make its way into top 8 and to winning, but yeah, as a 1-1, or like as a 2-1-1 split in Giratina Visa, yeah, really fascinating tech choice, and it does seem like it's really putting in the work.
So far, so good, right? Isaiah sitting at 9-0-2, so he's got 4 more rounds to deal with, so we'll see what he can do in terms of playing. We, of course, are still getting our next round up. We've got round number 12 coming up, so still more exciting action now. Our top players are at 30 match points, so currently Aiden Koos is sitting at 30 match points, 10-1, playing Charizard EX. That is an incredible match. He's up against Tord Reklev, who is at 9-0-2, so the same record as Isaiah. Wow, this is going to be a stacked top cut. No matter who makes it in, looking at all of these names right now, at the top pairings, at the top tables, there is going to be some incredible competition, not just for the rest of our Swiss rounds, but also when we cut down to just 8 players left.
Absolutely. Now, earlier we asked you guys to get in touch with us on social media using all the different platforms. We do have some X posts that you guys have been sharing with us, so we'd like to share some of those back with you guys now, just to, have a look together to see what you guys have been sharing with us. So here we have Nicola Bortolotti. Not so bad for the first international event. Hands up for Lugia. 60 championship points earned. Great. Yeah, not bad. Well done.
Yeah, this list looks pretty good to me. There's 4 Archeops and there's 3 Lugia V-Stars. So whatnot. And of course, you have to have that Chinchino. Crazy to kind of see that Master Ball is still the A-spec, but it makes sense when that's really your biggest issue, right? Getting Archeops into play. Has some of that EUIC swag, and of course that London deck box, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely great photo. It's always fun to see like deck layout photos after an event is over. You see people's like different mat choices, that deck box choices, or their art choices in their decks as well. So well done on your performance there. And Nicola, huge congratulations. Make sure to check him out and give him your congratulations as well. Now let's see, what do we have up next here?
Of course, keep using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share all of your thoughts on social media. We got some more posts. Let's see what else we've got up and coming. Another deckless profile. Is that Snorlax doll? Come on, no way.
It's it's Arceus Vulpix.
The Snorlax doll. Do you not see the Snorlax doll?
Sorry. I thought you said Snorlax stall.
No, Snorlax doll.
Doll. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry, my bad.
You're good. We get a lot of Snorlax stall. Of course, a deck that many players were expecting, but I'm sure what a lot of players were not expecting is when it looks like Arne flipped over his active Pokemon and there was a Snorlax doll in the active spot.
Yes, we did. So it ended with a 5-4 score with this beautiful deck list created by Zapdos TCG, of course, very well-known player in the community. Snorlax doll busted. Had a lot of fun, but sadly couldn't continue my EYT Day 2 streak. We'll get it next year, though. Hashtag #PlayPokemon. Well, I've got to say, that's, as the tech cards go, that's definitely one of the ones that's impressed me the most. It's, you start with that. I imagine you turn more in a few opponents' heads, I'd imagine, when you flipped over that at the start of the game.
Yeah, lots of really interesting inclusions in this deck. There's the 3 Grabber to disrupt a little bit. There's Medical Energy to heal. You know what? I got to give some credit to Arne. There's some spice in here. 5-4, definitely nothing to scoff at. Congratulations again.
Yeah, so what else? Let's move on to our next tweet here. Let's see, what do we have? Maybe another deck list. Maybe it's going to be another point. Yeah, another deck list here. We have Julia. I am beyond happy to say that I went 5-2-2 at EUIC this weekend. My finish landed me a spot in the top 512 players. This is also the last 60 championship points I needed for my Worlds invite. 601 out of 600. I can't wait to see everyone at Worlds. Oh, what a huge congratulations. And representing Girl Power as well, of course. Very well-known TCG team. That's everyone, give a huge hand to Julia. That's I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I like this list a lot. I've been practicing with Snorlax, so I mean, I'll give my little bit of feedback. I like the Patrol Cap, of course. Tool card we really have never seen in Pokemon decks, but now with these control archetypes coming back, it allows you to, if it's attached to your active Pokemon, prevents any of your cards being discarded from your deck. So they cannot be discarded by abilities, attacks, supporter cards. It's just so good. It just prevents, in the mirror match, Chi-Yu from milling your deck. It prevents Misfortune Sisters. So, and then this is your tech for the mirror match. So I'm sure Julia crushed all of the other Snorlax decks they went up against.
So given how many more there were than perhaps we were first expecting, definitely a great call there. So yeah, huge congratulations to you, Julia, on your Worlds invite. And everyone make sure to give them a congratulations on their Twitter page as well. Now let's move on to the next. So give me another deck list maybe. Let's see. I imagine a lot of people making these deck list posts, you know, sort of after their day one to talk about their results. Oh, okay, not quite. Here we have Zach Lesage. Just made day 2 at EUIC with Charizard control. Had a wild day filled with great opponents, but we ended up getting there. Gonna go grab some dinner with friends, get back to my hotel, pass out ASAP, and this deck hurts my brain.
Yeah,
oh boy.
This is not an easy deck to play. I mean, this is the deck that Aiden Koos is 10-1 with. That Reggie Alecki, that electromagnetic sonar to bring back some of those trainer cards from the discard pile. A popular one being that Technical Machine Devolution, great against the Charizard mirror match. Aiden seeing success with this. Zach has so far seen success with this. We'll see exactly what our top 8 looks like. But Reggie Alecki, I mean, that's a card we really haven't talked a little bit. Of course, we saw Brent Tonneson use that card in the final round yesterday. But this card really saw very minimal play throughout its history. I mean, this card came out in the F block, so it's been here for a little bit. But I mean, Freya now, with this card being able to bring back powerful things like A-spec cards from your discard pile, technical machines that discard the turn after, is Reggie Alecki living up to its hype that it's received this weekend? Is it truly a card that players are going to have to start respecting for this tournament and for those to come?
It might be the tech of choice. Of course, remember, Sableye with Junk Hunt all the way back in the day was used as both a control option, but also as a tech option to get back powerful items. And yeah, we could see that coming in again. Now, I do believe we have a very special interview out on the floor with Chip, and I think he's found a face that I think a lot of you at home will already be familiar with, or depending on when you're watching this, good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
Chip Ritchie out here on the floor with an extremely special guest, #1 Fuecoco fan, Ross Gilbert, the Wasi himself, in the house here at EUIC. Ross, buddy, how we doing, man?
It's been a really good couple of days so far. I'm having a wonderful time.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Yeah, I've seen you walking around. I bumped into you at the Pokemon Center. I saw some of the pictures you've been posting online as well. Did that big Wailord come home with you from the Pokemon Center?
The big Wailord is not coming home with me. That thing is way heavier than it looks. And I just want to say, there's a lot of talk about who's the strongest Pokemon trainer. And I'm saying there's only one person at EUIC that has overhead pressed a Wailord this weekend, so...
I mean, isn't Wailord like mostly air, though?
A real Wailord, yes. Plush Wailord, no. That thing is so much heavier than you think it's going to be. But by that point, you're committed to the bit, so you just kind of have to muddle through.
So you've been running around at UIC. I've seen you around doing a lot of different things. You know, have you gotten a chance to watch any of our matches or walk by and see what some people are playing? Have there been any decks out there that have really excited you?
So I've not watched anywhere near as much as I thought. I am way busier than I imagined I was going to be. Dialga being a thing is really confusing to me. There's a lot of what we were expecting, a lot of kind of Arctina, a lot of Lugia, Charizard still the big boy in the format. But I've been saying all weekend, I still think Future Box or Turbo Iron Hands, I still don't know which of those two is best. But I think we're going to be surprised by that. And I know there are a few that made it into day 2, so I'm just saying that deck is one I've got my eye on.
Yeah, we've got a pair of American players that are doing really well with the same 60 cards. James Hart and Noah Sawyer, our runner-up at LAIC this year. We saw him on stream yesterday. They've got a unique list with the Iron Leaves in there, so maybe your Future Box prediction from our pre-show, you know, Maridon doing well could come true. Yeah, so you said you've been really busy. What are some of the things you've been doing while you've been here at EUIC this weekend?
So like as an example, you hit me up today and you're like, hey Ross, do you want to come and chat? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like fun. And then Pokemon come and they're like, hey Ross, do you want to come and do a social hit? And I'm like, yeah, but we got to be quick. Chip needs me. And I've got...
I appreciate you, you know, you're sticking up here.
I kid you not, I'm sitting there talking to Pokemon. I've got my phone on my lap with the stream on, so I know when you need me, Chip. I'm here for you. But this morning I had breakfast with Captain Pikachu himself, and then sat on a beanbag and watched some episodes of Pokemon Horizons, which was a bit weird, but awesome. And we had cake pops. I don't know who out there knows about these cake pops. I'll tweet them out, all right? But they're balls of chocolate cake, and they're decorated like Pokeballs. And Pokemon keep bringing them to events. It's 90% of the reason I go to the events, Chip.
Cake pops and Pokemon Horizons for breakfast sounds like every 10-year-old's dream, but we're getting to do it, you know, as adults. That's pretty cool, right?
I'm absolutely loving it. I turn up and they're like, hey, we got you a present. Here's a bowl. It's a good bowl. I hope I can get it home without breaking it. because that is breakfast every morning from now on. My kids are going to be like, hey, Daddy, can we use a Pikachu bowl today? No.
Well, Ross, I really appreciate the time. Thank you so much for catching up with us. It's been a blast, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your experience here at EUIC. We're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have Swiss Round 12 action.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymin EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge a Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Round 12 is imminent here at EUIC. Plenty of action so far, but plenty more to come. My name is Mike. I'm joined by Alex, ready to kick off round 12, where our players are pretty much ready to go, so not much time to fill here. We're going to be getting down to it, but how are you feeling today?
Yes, so excited. I mean, we had 2 fantastic rounds already, still plenty more to come, as you already highlighted there, Mike. And as we just said, we've got another great match coming up for everyone here, just to enjoy.
Should we get started? I think we've got some amazing decks to look into here. We've got a fun little matchup, so we'll get going as soon as we can, because the players are waiting for us. There they are, Raz and Gabriel. Tell me a bit more about them.
Yeah, Raz is a fantastic player, a well-known player in the circuit, always comes over to the EU and plays in our regionals, of course. Is piloting that Lost Box deck. Loads of little cute techs in it as well, so we're interested to kind of see how he navigates this matchup, because he is up against a little pet deck of yours, Mike.
Oh yeah, I love a bit of Ancient Box, and some interesting inclusions here. We've seen a lot of top players bringing the Ancient Box, an unexpected deck here at EUIC, but some interesting ways to take on Charizard. Now, whether the other inclusions, as we progress through this matchup, will be useful into the Lost Box, we'll find out later on, but Raz has a plethora of EXs to go through for different scenarios, so something to look forward to there.
Yeah, as you sort of mentioned, he's using sort of the Raikou V, again, has access to things like that Forest Seal Stone, of course, but then is using those different attackers depending on the matchup, stuff like the Iron Hands EX, being able to take initial prizes, and Hooper EX as well, is something we don't always see in these kind of decks.
Yeah, now we'll get started here, see what's in the prize cards, and for the Ancient Box, a lot of ancient Pokemon and ancient cards, so either Earthen Vessel supporters or that ancient Booster Energy Capsule can reduce the damage output, but for the most part, these prize cards, I'd say the Toucanfei could be a bit of a problem, maybe setting up early on, but outside of that, fairly normal.
Yeah, if they start going down quite quickly, it can be a little bit detrimental to Raz's game plan going forward, of course. Of course, we've also seen Ancient Box previously. We saw it in our first stream match of day 1, but this one's a little bit less sort of, not less consistent, but it's not the 4 robs that we kind of saw in Vinny's list.
Yeah, there's a few more cards designed for certain matchups, which we probably won't be seeing in this, but the players seem to be ready to kick off. Yep. As the start here will be done by Raz, starting with a Comfey in the active and a Nest Ball to kick things off.
Yeah, remember, this is Swiss round 12 now. Both players still in contention to try and push themselves into that top 8 spots, or even further down if it so happens. As mentioned here, Raz has opened that Comfey with that fantastic flower selecting ability. It's now just doing what we've always said, is that due diligence to find out what has been prized, because he doesn't have the prize cam view that we have, of course.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands EX will be an interesting attacker if we ever see the Radiant Greninja come down, or we see the Fluttermane utilized. Fluttermane, a great way to slow down Lost Box, but unfortunately on this occasion, not the start for Gabriel. We've got the Slitherwing there, which is, speaking about the Iron Hands, it's a great way to attack that early on before you've built up those ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, not something we've seen yesterday in Vinny's list, for example. But it just kind of helps to ramp up that damage that we kind of saw as one of the other ancient Pokemon. But we do see the very early grab from that Radiant Greninja that we've seen so consistently across the stream and the broadcast so far.
I mean, we've got two different cards with very similar effects with Radiant Pokemon and Ace Specs now in the format. And typically we see Radiant Greninja in a lot of decks for consistency, but Lost Box has always been a deck where it can possibly attack. And so it does provide an opportunity to put lots of damage on the board. And that's something I'd be interested to know whether Raz pulls off here, because I've seen this matchup a little bit before, and Lost Box has to try and take these knockouts on big basics.
Yeah.
Basics with 140 HP, sometimes up to 200 with the tools on. So actually using the Radiant Greninja in combination with something like a Sableye can often be a great way to take down lots of attackers all at the same time.
Yeah, that's one of the struggles that Lost Box has had previously. Of course, with the big attackers, can sort of very easily overcome it, but then you are putting a two-prizer down, and it has struggled with sort of big, basic single prizes before, and that's where Gabriel's going to have to lean into in this matchup. But as you sort of mentioned, there's opportunities there for Raz to try and overcome that prize race trade.
Yeah, and often we see the Ancient Box utilizing Counter Catcher, so you don't want to be going ahead in the prize race here because that will just help out the Ancient Box. But as with the previous game we saw of this, the more time you give to Ancient Box, the more it sets up and the more in control the deck becomes. So we'll see how that pans out. I think a little shout out as well to Slitherwing. One of the few cards that has a status condition as part of one of its attacks. That the big attack he'll be using does often knock out its targets, but if not, it does have the ability to burn the opponent too.
Yeah, so that 120 damage from burning Turbulence, and then of course the 20 damage that ticks over because of the burn. So in reality, sort of dealing 140, but the extra 20 is not from a damage of the attack per se, because of the status condition. As we do also see that Gabriel has matched Raz's board state with the Radiant Greninja from the Nest Ball as well. Pokestop, that Boss's Orders and the Explorer's Guidance, plus another Stadium.
Not ideal when we saw the Pal Pad was prized. Typically that wouldn't be too much of a problem. The Pokestop has contingency built into it with a Pal Pad and a Super Rod, but when it's in the prize cards, you won't be able to bring back that Boss's Orders.
Yeah, we do see a Poker Gear now, looking for one of those boards, and the first one there is that Professor Sada's Vitality, a fantastic supporter for this archetype, being able to choose two of your ancient Pokemon and attach a basic energy from your discard pile to each of them, and you get to draw 3 cards as well, so that great synergy with that Radiant Greninja.
We've seen a few of those kinds of cards in recent history, where you attach energy and then consequently draw, you know, Welder, Melanie, but I feel like Professor Sada's Vitality has brought so many ancient decks to life. Roaring Moon EX previously, and it's such a pillar here in the Ancient Box.
Yeah, 100%. As we do see the energy attachment from that Professor Sada's Vitality to the Koraidon there on the bench, that primordial beatdown attack will be something we're very likely to see early on as he starts to build up the ancient Pokemon in the discard pile to sort of really ramp up that Roaring Moon attack.
Just how much thinning you get from this deck. With those Earthen Vessels, being able to discard any card from your hand, sometimes utilizing the Earthen Vessel to increase the damage output of that Roaring Moon. For those who don't know, Roaring Moon, that's just gone down to the bench, is the main attacker in this deck because it can hit such high numbers.
Yeah, Vengeance, Fletching, 70 plus 10, more damage for each ancient card in the discard pile. Just kind of looking at Gabriel's board state and his actions so far, would have loved to have got more value from the Professor Sada's Vitality if only he hit the Earthen Vessel prior to that moment.
Or even the Pokestop discarding energy can often be a dream for Ancient Box.
Exactly that. But, you know, at this moment in time, it's just going to be a lot of single price trading unless Raz decides to try and stretch and overcome. And it's just a pass back over to Raz. So it's on you, Raz, to kick things off for your turn too.
Yeah, the Slitherwing is also a pretty rough start because of such a high retreat cost, 3 retreat. You never want your high retreat cost Pokemon to be your starter if they are not designed for that particular moment. But now it's over to Raz, and this is the turn for Lost Box. You've got that Chorus Experiment, a chance to really ramp up the lost count. But with Toucanfei prized, it will be trickier to build up that lost count through the flower selecting. So this turn, maybe just leaning towards the Cramorant attack and get some damage on the board.
Yeah, there's an ancient Pokemon of his own. That Roaring Moon EX hits the Lost Zone. A fantastic card that we saw of its own archetype, pre-rotation, of course, as we do see the concealed cards here. More information, more card draw in Raz's hands right now, as we do see a further Flower selecting so many cards just from this one turn, just from 2 Pokemon and a supporter to add to his already very well-built hand, it looks like.
See the ace spec of both players sitting in the hand. Raz going for the more popular Prime Catcher that has been utilized across many decks at this event, even finding its way into decks where other ace specs were popularized, whether it be Maximum Belt or Ancient, the Awakening Drum in the Ancient box. But on this occasion, Prime Catcher fits so perfectly with Lost Box. I don't think there's any other ace spec currently that you'd ever think to play.
Yeah, for sure. And you've already mentioned Awakening Drum, just being such a unique card to be utilized in an Ancient box deck, being able to just draw based on the number of Ancient Pokemon that you have in play, and then also ramping up your damage as well as an Ancient ace spec there. As we do see the Cramorant decided off that nest ball there, just to maybe start applying some pressure. We do see the Pokestop as well. Forest Sealstone,
not great
Course
there.
Experiment, and the Water Energy hits the discard. Not ideal. Just wanting maybe one of those switch outs instead of maybe having to utilize an energy as a retreat cost. But here does have a switch card in hand, so has contingency. Switch as well.
Yeah, I do wonder as well with that Forest Seal whether it would have ever made its way into play, because you'd need to put a Raikou down, and with that being weak to fighting and having the Slitherwing revealed early on here, that would be a risky Pokemon to put in play as a 2-prize liability. But back over to Gabriel and see what is possible here. Lots of draws still, the Pokestop available, and the aim here is really to get something powered up for a knockout through that Professor Sider's Vitality maybe. But a lot can be done in this one turn alone, so let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, that one struggle we've already highlighted with that Slitherwing in the active spot. Although it can deal 120 damage, it does 90 to itself, which is not something you typically want to do against Lost Box variants, because you start setting itself up for something like an Iron Hands to come in, or the Sableye, and then where you can start sprinkling damage with Lost Mine. So really not ideal here. Has to try and find a way to either allow it to get knocked out so it activates your counter catchers, or try and maybe find your one-off switch card.
Yeah, the one-off switch card is going to be key here. Otherwise, the Greninja can come into the active and start putting damage around whilst leaving that Slitherwing in the active spot. Maybe even a self-knockout here might be worth doing.
It's definitely an option. You take 1 for 1 pretty much across most of Raz's side of the board, including some of those EX Pokemon as well. But just a Earthen Vessel for now, just thinning out the deck that little bit more, prepping it for further Professor Sala's Vitality, or the other card you mentioned to me just before this game kicked off. Dark Patch is also available in the deck.
Yeah, 2 Dark Patch. We've seen the whole range of no Dark Patch, 1 Dark Patch, 2 Dark Patch across the Ancient boxes featuring at the EUIC event. So I think the big question mark around that will be, is it really that important in the deck? Because Vinny wasn't playing it at all, was just relying on the Professor Sider's Vitality. By having it, it could reduce your consistency early on, as it's not a card you necessarily want to see in those first turns. It's more of like a mid-game stabilizer. But it looks like trying to attack with that active, setting it up at least, maybe even just getting enough energy on it to retreat. But here we go, there's the double fighting energy attached, ready to do the Burning Turbulence, but it will knock itself out with that Pokemon doing 90 damage to itself after using that attack.
But does give Gabriel an opportunity to promote that Flutter Mane into the active spot as well. Has an energy attached from that Professor Sartor's Vitality. So despite sort of taking a 1 for 1 and giving advantage over to Raz, if you can get the Flutter Mane into the active spot, and we do see the self knockout here, double KO on this attack. Because I knocked myself out.
Just explaining, he knocks himself out.
Confirmation there from both players.
Well, they're just going to try and get this all confirmed here. And when you knock your opponent's Pokemon out and knock yourself out, there's some orders to how you promote. Explain that to those at home who might never have done it.
I mean, it's one of those things where you have to finish off the effects of the attack as well first, but because the knockout has happened, Raz typically would be the one who would have to promote first. before the remaining effect on the actual attack itself is carried out, and that's why the Flutter Mane comes up afterwards. But Raz was never really going to go into anything like the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I think both players knew exactly what was going to be promoted in this situation. But it's good for you guys at home who might be less familiar with the order of how things go. Same thing with setup when you have it showing mulligans, everything like that. These players who have made it all the way to these top tables will definitely be more than aware of the order of operations here. As Raz will now try and build up that board, but it's so hard to knock out a lot of these ancient Pokemon as the HP on them is out of range of the lower attacking damage output of Cramorant, of Greninja. So going to have to do some clever workarounds, spreading damage out and finishing them off maybe with the Sableye. But it takes a lot of resources to do that.
Yeah, it's especially when Raz is currently just at the 4 in the lost zone. Of course, with the knockout of the Cramorant, even if it was still around, he wouldn't be able to use that fantastic Spit Instantly attack with Lost Provisions with that Flutter Mane in the active spot. It's why we saw Vinny play 4 copies of it, sort of give himself a great chance against decks like these, which has to utilize a lot of abilities in the active spot because Midnight Fluttering shuts that all down.
2 Mirage Gate in that. We'll be keeping those, getting rid of the Switch and the Manaphy. It does have the Prime Catcher in hand. We saw that.
Okay.
So we'll be able to potentially switch out the active and get that Flower Selecting to tip them over to that 7 in the Lost Zone. Such an important number for this deck to activate that Mirage Gate, which can only be utilized once there are 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a world also where that Radiant Greninja's a target at some point for something like the Iron Hands. Amp very much, an easier Pokemon to target down and take additional prizes. But let's see how Raz is able to navigate this, because this is the one opportunity now to start Flower Select dancing around his board and begin setting up. As he does hit the 7 in the Lost Zone, we do see a switch as well, now hitting up to 8. And those Mirage Gates are now live.
And if you're going to use the Iron Hands, now is the time. You've got rid of the Slitherwing, which is the main counter to it. The Ancient count needs to get quite high for the Roaring Moon to be able to take the knockout. And also with the Roaring Moon with no energy on it, and Gabriel setting up the Koraidon, that just puts the Iron Hands into a strong position to maybe survive a turn. And if that Iron Hand stays in play for more than 1 turn, that'll completely shift it into Raz's favor.
Yeah, would have to ask a few more questions of Gabriel, maybe having to try and get many more of those ancient Pokemon onto the field right now. Of course, let's open up a bench space with the Radiant Greninja knocked out, if possible. There are a lot of energies. This is something I think Raz was trying to avoid, having to pitch so many into the discard. As we do see the Super Rod of that Lightning energy, we just got to make sure we keep track of that, of course, just to make sure that if that is the direction he decides to go down. But it's just the Mirage Gate here in this spot.
I guess the Greninja is the optimal attacker here. And with the Radiant Greninja of Gabriel in the active, that's going to require a manual attachment to retreat or that switch cart. So just slowing down the opposition, such a big part of that Prime Catcher now, allows you to not only switch out, but provide the utility and preparing the Iron Hands as well, potentially for future turns.
Maybe there's a couple of more Mirage Gates. So he wanted to double check what energy is available. As we do see the Lightning energy and the extra water being attached now to the Greninja. So just prepping Iron Hands EX maybe for that future turn, because that Flutter Mane is going to come back active, and that's another Pokemon that could go down quite easily to an Ampy very much.
100%. And now we're going to work out the route to victory. It is a harder matchup to navigate for Lost Box than many, because both sides won prizes across the board, but then Raz has the ability to put those 2 prize attackers in, and we'll be looking to hit the Flutter Mane and the Roaring Moon. So taking a knockout here, activating things like counter catchers, but taking away that disruption that the Flutter Mane can provide.
Yeah, and again, we've already mentioned how much of a sort of main attacker that Roaring Moon with that Vengeance fletching attack is. By just sort of keeping it in range, again, it's just kind of prepping the Iron Hands, just saying, well, I've got a threat on my board with that Lightning energy already on it, and can you handle this right now?
That's it. The Roaring Moon is now, for the rest of the game, in range of that Iron Hands, unless some clever switch cart shenanigans can happen.
Or another Roaring Moon comes down. But at the moment, it's not been as easy for Gabriel to set up that board state, and then utilize things like that Professor Sada's Vitality, those dark patches, and just start powering up those attackers so that they're relevant to come up and retaliate when it needs to.
And not use the Awakening Drum yet. That's something that's important to note. Has had 3 Ancient Pokemon in play. Doesn't want to force it. I think had 4 at one point even. And it's often quite a good late game card to take you out of Disruption. Raz can sit comfortable on the other side knowing that the Ancient box doesn't really have the room to disrupt because you need so many of those Ancient cards. You need the Ancient supporters to utilize them most turns. And so for Gabriel, has to play around that end game scenario where you get Rock Sand or Ironode.
Luckily for Gabriel, both players will be playing their own hands of consistency because there are no disruptions. Oh no, there's 2 Rock Sands. Apologies. That's right at the bottom that I missed.
At this stage, there's no disruption. Until you get to that
Not
3
yet.
prize cards, you're pretty safe from disruption. So you can hold a few cards and just have that big burst turn where you go through the majority of your deck to set up for the Rock Sand turn.
Yeah, it's really important. And it's a card that's typically utilized alongside that Roxanne play is that other Saberlight that we've noticed also benched. You know, he started to already soften up some of the other Pokemon with that Radiant Greninja attack. Another way just to kind of snipe it down would be to use Lost Mine with just 2 more further Lost Zone cards that could enter that area.
Interesting, not using the Heavy Ball. I think there were some Ancient Pokemon in the prize cards.
At least 1 Fluttermane, because there was one of the 2 that were there.
So if I had used the Heavy Ball and discarded it, that would have been increased damage output, but maybe wanting to leave them in there to draw later on. But is that no supporter off that Poker Gear? That's a rare sight for Ancient Box, especially at these late stages where that deck's so thin.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes they just get discarded, either through an Explorer's Guidance or through that Pokestop. We've seen a couple of them hit the discard already, and the way to replenish them, I think, may still be prized for that Power Pad.
It was right at the top when we looked. So we'll see how this particular Poker Gear goes.
There we go. We've got Sada's Vitality once again.
Yeah, that was the hope on that first Poker Gear. Find the Professor Sada's Vitality. Hopefully trying to get some more Ancient Pokemon in play to open up the damage output for the Koraidon and maybe attack with that.
Looks like he did just Ultra Ball one away as well, but obviously doesn't want to use Koraidon really as a main attacker at this point.
That's why the Dark Patch is so good.
Just have to ramp it up where you can, though. Right now, Primordial Beatdown only dealing 90 damage.
Yeah, going to be those 2 Roaring Moon. And early on, Koraidon can be a good attacker, but as the game progresses, you just want to be chaining Roaring Moons as much as possible.
Yeah, so we're just checking and counting from Gabriel's side as well. We'll get confirmation where we can, of course, of the number of Ancient cards in the discard pile, but generally swinging more than enough unless he does think about trying to target down the Iron Hands. 70 damage base for Vengeful Fletching, so needs an additional 16 cards in the discard pile. Ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to work out now with Counter Catcher available as well. That'll be useful. Just getting the Cobalion discarded there. We haven't mentioned that because it's not relevant in this matchup. Now that the Roaring Moon EX has been put into the Lost Zone, but a great little card to include for the Charizard matchup, which can typically be out of range. A Charizard EX, so much HP, and the only way in most lists you can get there is with the perfect, most optimized Ancient discarding. But with Cobalion, the Justified Law ability, your basic Pokemon attack do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Dark Pokemon. So it almost acts as like 3 Ancient Pokemon you've discarded and can be a great damage modifier into the Charizard EX.
Yeah, some of those tech cards that we're seeing in Gabriel's list now. As we're still trying to work out the best, as you already said, best route to victory here. The Superior Energy Retrieval is being played as well, kind of replenishing what it could be available to Gabriel. Remember, his hand's not going to be disrupted as of yet unless he takes the big knockout on an Iron Hands right now. If he just levels up the playing field, go to 4 prizes, that Roxanne's not yet live.
Yeah, and you can see just trying to do the maths around the Ancient Pokemon being discarded and probably trying to get that Iron Hands in range. Might be thinking now, if I take that 2 prize knockout, Roxanne's available, so maybe I just want to take a 1 prize here before I start reaching for the big knockout. And has the Dark Patch to power up a Roaring Moon, has the energy in hand to attach to the Greninja to discard. So everything there ready to get the attack off. It's just deciding what they want to attack.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone as well, despite looking very similar in color to other fighting types, Koraidon, and requiring fighting energy, is a dragon type, so it's not hitting Iron Hands EX for weakness or anything like that. That's why Gabriel has to go down this route to try and take it down via a Roaring Moon instead.
Yeah, the Slitherwing, which started the game, would have been a great attacker in this situation, but was a little bit too keen to get onto the battlefield.
So we do just, again, we're always just double checking. There's dice there. Looks like there's 15 now in the discard. Thankful to the judges there for giving us a little bit of a steer. I think it's helpful for Gabriel as well, as we do just see this 2/6 dies and a 3 there. So just one more to be able to then be in range.
Was that just done with the Earthen Vessel there, maybe?
There's an energy attachment.
There we go, counter catcher. I mean, based off of the way they're playing it out here, I do believe Gabriel's going to have the knockout. The key to Ancient Box is being able to count your cards. And the count has been done here. Iron Hands EX knocked out. Gabriel down to 3 prize cards remaining. And now it's on Raz to try and find a way to get ahead and stay ahead with that Roxanne.
Yeah, we're now in Roxanne range, of course, only able to be played once your opponent is down to 3 prizes or fewer. Allows you to shuffle in and draw 6, while your opponent shuffles in and draws only 2 cards. So needs to find a way to just also prevent Gabriel from effectively finding other ways to rebuild his hand, rebuild that board state, maybe remove that poker stop from play as well, because that's a stadium that can help to hit the Awakening Drum that Gabriel's been holding onto, clinging onto for the mid to late game.
Yeah, with the Poker Gears and the Ancient Drum, typically Ancient Box players will hold them to try and be out to when their hand starts getting disrupted. Like you said, the poker stops are often sticking now with the stadium counts in most decks being a bit lower. So if you put a poker stop in play, often available, and it can just be the saving grace you need to find that last card.
No disruption yet, though. Just a Chorus's experiment. Still plenty of time to try and disrupt later on. There's only single prizes on Raz's side of the board right now. This will also push Raz into that 10 in the lost zone. Activating Saberlize, Lost Mine attack, a fantastic attack that we've seen numerous of times, especially across this season, where you're able to put 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like.
It was MVP for Azul yesterday, chaining 4 attacks back to back to back, and that's really where it shines, is shutting down the evolving decks. In this particular occasion, it's not quite enough damage to chain knockouts into Ancient Box, but it can be a clever way to set up damage, set up the Radiant Greninja, and between the two of them, you can completely destroy a board alongside that Roxanne.
Especially if you're maybe able to also find a way to, bring something up of your own accord as well from your own gusting effects. Raz is currently behind in the prizes now. So there's definitely ways to try and find and put Gabriel into an awkward spot.
Well, the lovely little rescue board there. An underrated card from Temporal Forces, one that's not been spoken about enough. But I think the Lost Engine has needed a retreat cost-reducing tool card ever since it came out, and this is the perfect way to do it, and just allow you to have that pivot on board that can constantly be put up and continue the dig in the deck.
Yeah, it's a perfect card for Lost Box variants, as we do see the Super Rod to replenish the Psychic Energy, the 1 copy of Psychic Energy, to be able to use to attach to the Sableye. Gets the Water Energy also on the Radiant Greninja there. So it looks like we will be seeing a Lost Mine attack this turn. So
Very nice.
The retreat into it.
And with both of these decks taking slow prizes, both 1 prize decks, majority, there are some 2 prizes for Raz, but because it goes all the way to the distance, both players will be getting quite deep into the deck at the end. So then it starts becoming, how do you set up your Pokemon, your energy and everything with the super rods when you put them back in. We mentioned the Power Pad before not being accessible for Gabriel as it was in the prize cards. And so this is where both players now are pretty much fully in control of all the resources they want. And this is where you start looking back at early turns and you wonder whether, say, a Pokestop got rid of something important for Gabriel, or they didn't quite put the right card back in at the right time. And this is where the top players really get tested with their ability to set up their endgame deck state and their hand, especially once that Roxanne hits.
Yeah, what's really key there was the damage placements onto the Roaring Moon and the Koraidon. 30 damage that was placed on both of them, now bringing them within range of that Cramorant that was just put back into the deck, of course, from that Super Rod. So now just trying to set it up so that he could utilize different attackers, different single prize attackers, more importantly, in this matchup.
This is where it becomes hard to chain attacks for Gabriel, and that's where those 2 dark patches that he's got in the list allow you to set up more Pokemon throughout the game. Typically, the Professor Sada's Vitality is your way to put more energy in play than normal, but 2 dark patches plus the 4 Professor Sada's Vitality and the attachment per turn each time, you're going to be able to set up multiple attackers just before you get disrupted.
Yeah, as we do see the dark patch there utilized on that new, fresh Roaring Moon. Energy attachments so that Koraidon ready to start that beatdown. 30 times the number of ancient Pokemon in play. So we do see the Radiant Greninja also utilized. Oh, just a little flick of the card there. One of the cards we haven't really seen yet in Gabriel, having played down and attached to his Pokemon, is that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule as well. A fantastic, another ancient card. Doesn't have to necessarily discard it to sort of stretch for big KOs by discarding it, but by attaching it to his ancient Pokemon, it provides additional 60 HP and cannot be affected by any special conditions.
In this matchup, that's huge. You've then got a single prize basic Pokemon with effectively 200 HP, which is very much out of range of any of the single prize attackers for Raz. And that's where things like Lost Vacuum are very effective in the format right now, but they're limited as a resource, and typically the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules can out-survive a number of Lost Vacuums in most decks.
That's why this turn's really vital here for Raz now. Gabriel, only 2 attack announcements in reality away from taking this game. Raz needs to find a way to overcome what's happening on this board state, as it were, that primordial beatdown there, taking the knockout on the Sableye because of the 3 ancient Pokemon that were in play. And now just that difficulty to also overcome that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule as well. Does have access to that Lost Vacuum, but is there a way around here for Raz? One card we haven't seen yet, there's the Stadium Bump, but gives access to, for Gabriel, to try and also get some more of his ancient Pokemon down if necessary. There's the easy choice here for Raz, the Cramorant.
We've also got that Iron Bundle in there that could come in clutch at some moment towards the end here, forcing a different Pokemon into the active.
Yeah, I love a bit of Iron Bundle. Hyper Blower, great ability. Great attack, in my opinion. Refrigerated Stream, something we don't normally see, but just, you know, if you're up against a Charizard EX and they've only got 1 in play, we could just stop that from attacking next turn. So, back to Razda. His game plan currently shut down because of that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule as well. Can still take the knockout on the Koraidon, especially with that Cramorant now selected from the Artisan. Here we go. Not many cards left in that deck. So Flower selecting here. Switch card straight to the Lost Zone.
You have to be careful in these late stages, as if you Roxanne and have not that many cards left in deck, you can often put yourself in a pretty rough spot, but there is a Super Rod still available, so the ability to get more cards back into the deck will be possible. I think it's about time we see that Roxanne.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Needs to disrupt, needs to make Gabriel maybe miss an attack by missing a Dark Energy attachment of some sort.
Knew exactly what was that final card. Nestball finding the Iron Bundle and then discarded it. Sort of similar to what we saw with the Escape Rope in previous Lost Box. Using that ability to push your opponent's active out of the active, and then they have to choose a new active Pokemon.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of other Pokemon that have been able to do that. I think one used to sort of shuffle itself back into the deck when it was used as well. But Iron Bundle, throwing itself into the discard pile.
Was that Fione?
Yeah, I think it was a Fion. I didn't want to say Manaphy.
Yes, they look very similar.
They are. They're,
very powerful water Pokemon.
Partners in crime. Super Rod here being utilized as well. Knowing that Sableye is likely to be one route to victory. Just if you can trap a really annoying Pokemon in the active spot with some disruption. We saw it again yesterday. Could it happen once again as a Psychic Energy and that Sableye is targeted? Just deciding whether Raz would like to choose one more card there from the discard pile.
Ooh. This is interesting because the attack into the Greninja with the Cramorant would set it up to be the 10 damage on top of the Koraidon and the Roaring Moon, if they remove the tool, with a Sableye Lost Mine, right? So you've got lots of interesting maths coming in at the end here, where actually leaving that Greninja in the active could be very effective.
Yeah, it does feel like a couple of turns is required here. But let's see. Looks like Raz wants to make sure he gets that Sableye available as soon as possible. 2 of the pieces, misses the Pokemon. Does there a way to grab it? Doesn't look like it right now, so we'll just be conceal cards into the Roxanne after maybe that Lost Vacuum being played.
Like I said before, the hand and the deck count is getting quite low. When that Roxanne gets played, Raz is pretty much going to see their whole deck. It's going to be, I think, 2 cards left in deck.
Roughly, but I think if it's going to be 2 turns anyway.
You want to see everything you've got.
Yeah, exactly, especially when Gabriel only has 2 attacks sort of remaining to try and close out this game 1, this very tense game 1 of our Swiss round 12. If you've just joined us, very interesting, intricate matchup that's happened so far. One big EX knockout from Gabriel's side of the boards has put himself in an advantage spot right now.
Yeah, there's the Sableye, but not the right energy for it now. And so we'll be attacking with the Cramorant, attaching, ready for that Radiant Greninja. It looks like 3 cards left in deck. So now the Greninja with just 10 HP remaining.
Oh, hits the switch card off the top deck.
Oh, that is perfect.
So can definitely swing away. Won't be able to knock out the Cramorant, of course, but Artisan being in play. Is there one left in the deck there, Gabriel? Doesn't look like it. Does mean Koraidon is capped at the 90 damage now.
Oh my goodness. Everything just working those numbers right now and thinking ahead. This is really a plan ahead kind of matchup, isn't it? You've got to work out all of those. Oh, there was a Fluttermane in hand.
Didn't quite see that, but that's perfect.
That'll be the numbers.
That's a perfect 120 the Koraidon needs to do to take the knockout. And just 1 prize remaining for Gabriel to take game 1 here. Raz, what can you do? What can you muster up?
Is there any more disruption available for Raz? That is the question, because that Greninja is out of range of the Koraidon. But you cannot rely on that Greninja just to survive in the active. And for Gabriel, the boss's orders was discarded earlier on, and just counter catch is available. If the Power Pad was taken off the prize cards, that might be available then as an option again.
Does have boss in hand, it looks like. So that's one way to try and disrupt. Maybe take the Greninja up, take a knockout, an easier knockout on the Fluttermane, and set up something else for an easy Lost Mine, and just leave the Greninja in the active spot, as we do see that target down from the boss's orders. Greninja in the active spot. I'm sure it's going to be an easy knockout on the Fluttermane, and the 90 on the Roaring Moon. One more turn, Gabriel. Do you have an energy to retreat this active Greninja?
Oh, there's the energy.
He's top decked it, but he, again,
can't knock out the Greninja. Needs the energy onto the Roaring Moon to be able to attack with one of those.
Has Raz worked out one winning spot here? Gabriel, no other playable cards, it doesn't look like.
Oh, just needed access to 1 more energy on those Roaring Moon to put them in range of the attack. And this is where that Koraidon, yes, it's a great attacker early on, but if it's your only option towards the end, as those ancient Pokemon get knocked out, your options become limited.
And as we mentioned, that Power Pad was prized and towards the top parts of the prize mapping.
I think he got it there.
He did. He had got it into hand. If only he got it 1 turn earlier, may have been able to play it and put Professor Sarda's Vitality into the deck just to increase those odds to try and make his way through this matchup. Maybe that stretch on the Iron Hands EX was too far. And it's just caused Gabriel to be in a really sticky situation here.
Just checking those resources to find out what is available at this final stage. And it is one turn. The Sableye will be enough, but I guess at this stage, from Gabriel's point of view, there is nothing on board that's suggesting a knockout is possible. So might just have to try and two-swing into the Radiant Greninja.
I think Raz can guarantee it. I think there was a switch card in hand. If he doesn't hit the Psychic Energy there, Sableye hits the board. Energy into the active spot. Lost Mine will take game one, and there's the handshake. Raz, you are one game up in Swiss round 12 of EUIC 2024.
What a game. The way they planned around all of the different options, disrupted by bringing different things into the active. The Radiant Greninja coming into that active multiple times from Raz's Gust options. And just in those final stages, you can see the Ancient Box really struggles with the disruption. But Gabriel was so close in those final moments.
So close. That Sliver Wing could have been something that just caused a lot of chaos at the start, early game. I'm sure we'll see the recap shortly as well. But Raz has been able to just really pull it out of the bag. He was on the back foot. You know, he's asked the questions of Gabriel by getting the attackers off early, getting the Iron Hands EX on the bench to just say, well, I have this primed and ready going forward. That double KO is not something we see too often as well. So another unique interaction between the two as we saw this game play out really intricately.
Yeah, no Fluttermane in the active from Gabriel is tough. You know, only playing the 2, which typically you'd see 4 of in an Ancient Box, maybe even 3. But those 2 makes it harder to start with it to disrupt the Comfey flower selecting. But not being able to power up multiple Roaring Moon throughout that matchup was really tricky, as Raz very cleverly left the Koraidon in play. It's not a worry, it's not a threat. You can leave it there and play around it.
Yeah, there's the prizes for our game 2 as we're kicking things off here. Nothing too crazy. That boss's orders could be utilized later, but it's in the middle of the pack, so maybe grabbed it later. Does look like Gabriel's chosen to go second, to maybe just start applying pressure.
Starting with the Fluttermane as well, dream start here. And with it being a single prize deck, Ancient Box can take quite a while, and both players went the distance there. So that first game was a pretty lengthy one, meaning the time remaining for Gabriel is not much. So we'll be looking to get aggressive early on, take some big knockouts, and hopefully disrupt Raz enough to fully take the win.
Yeah, starting one of those 2 Fluttermanes is a great spot. Wished he could have done it in game 1, of course. Does mean he shuts down the Mew EX's restart ability. But for the time being, this will just slow down Raz completely until Gabriel can start setting up his own board here. So do see the Comfey here from the Artisan. Again, does give Gabriel an out to a Pokemon, a basic Pokemon as well himself. But evil necessity, sometimes you just need it to get a Pokemon down, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the Mew EX isn't ideal either, is it? Let's be honest. And with restart not being available unless you retreat, that's going to be just a pass there. So there is a world here where Gabriel gets an attack off early on. Professor Sala's Vitality there, lots of Nest Balls too. So it is possible.
Weak to dark, that Mew EX. So that Roaring Moon, if there's a way to just get 2 in the discard, already 1 because of that Earthen Vessel. Gets a double Fluttermane as well. Sort of wary of the Iron Bundle now, has seen that fantastic little inclusion. Radiant Greninja starts setting up the board state as well.
I mean, with the Artisan, that really helps out Gabriel as well, you know. The stadium options for Ancient Box is Artisan or Pokestop. Pokestop being used by more of the Ancient Box here because of the ability to discard so many cards and the amount of item cards in the deck. It's great, but Artisan in some of the earlier lists was being seen as an option.
Yeah, I think it's just that extra opportunity, as you mentioned, to pitch even energies in the discard, Pokemon in the discard, ancient cards in the discard, and this Explorer's Guidance will help to aid that as well. There's a Dark Patch. Is there a switching out? Is there a way to maneuver that Fluttermane out of that spot to start swinging away, maybe even take the knockout on his Mew EX turn 1?
I think without the Professor Sala's Vitality being used there, I don't know if that is possible, but you know, the Dark Patch, such a valuable card in this list, and I think one that Gabriel popularizing here with the 2 count. I think a lot of people didn't even include 1 in there, but after seeing how effective it is here, I think a lot of people will be looking to add more into their decks.
Artisan still being in play does mean Raz can continue to pull out basic Pokemon and place them onto his bench, so limiting the opportunity to be benched out by attacks, of course, as well.
We haven't mentioned it yet, but these wins are huge for Raz. As a player from the Middle East region, they don't need as many CP to get their Worlds invite, and just a top 64 finish for Raz would put him in great standing to get that Worlds invite, as they only need 250 CP there, I believe.
It's a very attainable goal, let's put it that way.
So traveling out to EUIC to try and get access to those CP, and a top finish here will definitely put them in a great spot.
Yeah, and it's great to see Raz being able to make his way to, here in the UK, to European events. We see him a lot. Is a renowned player as well. He's got history at the World Championships. He did finish 17th in the 23 season, so last year. So amazing, amazing player. As we do just see the retreat, just wants to hold on to that Mew EX as a potential attacker going forward. Just sends up one of those comp phase. So you see the Professor Sada's vitality there to the active Flutter main. A really cool, unique attacker as well, despite just being a disruption card in the active spot. Hex Hurl for any free colorless energies. Deals 90 damage and puts 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon on any way you like. So it looks like the damage knockout on the active there and 20 on that Comfey.
Yeah, not bumping the stadium. Like we said before, the Artisan is useful for Gabriel as well, so might not want to get rid of it at this stage. And that Mew could now, in theory, Hex Hurl back at the Flutter main.
Genome hacking, a great attack that we've seen before. It has free retreat. It has a great ability, restart, just to try and full Iono-proof you, or maybe sometimes even Judge-proof you, or Roxanne-proof you, to be able to draw up to 3 cards. But that Genome hacking is a great attack, used a lot against stuff like Giratina V-Star. Being able to just lost impact 280 is an example that you could do.
Just thinking of getting that Iron Bundle out to try and force the Flutter main out the active, but Gabriel set up 2 Flutter mains in preparation for that.
Yeah, it does cause a bit of an awkward spot, or maybe just kind of prepping it for a future turn. Do see there, wants to utilize that Raikou V with the Forest Sealstone as well. Iron Bundle there, popped Hyper Blower.
Easy decision.
Yeah, sending up that Flutter main with just 1 energy. Do see the Raikou V now coming down. This is where, unfortunately, Raz's hand wasn't looking too strong. That's why the Artisan was sort of bailing him out, just to kind of keep Pokemon in play without being benched out in reality. But that Raikou V might need to use that for a Sealstone at some point. Maybe just get a supporter going. There you go. It's just confirmation there.
I mean, just look at this board, though. You've got the Flutter main in the active. You've got 2 prize Pokemon with the Mew EX and the Raikou V that are well within range of an Ancient Box knockout. So Gabriel has a map on board and will just be trying to work out how to make it happen. Get another 1 prize knockout, take out a 2 prizer, take out another 2 prizer. But then that's where, towards the end of the game, Raz might be able to use that Roxanne.
Looks like a boss is going to be targeting that Greninja, and this is one of the fantastic reasons of using Genome hacking as well. Copying Greninja's Midnight Shuriken attack. There's a Super Rod to put the Iron Bundle back into the deck as well as an option. This is a great line of play here and would take out double Flutter main.
Yeah, great spot from Raz, being able to find that knockout at this stage. Not only just the Flutter main going, but all of that energy that has been built up in play being taken away, and now the Lost Box can start going. That is 2 Ancient Pokemon put into the discard pile, which will increase that Ancient damage output. But at this stage, I don't think there was a Professor Sada's Vitality ready to go, so getting this next attack will be tricky.
Yeah, having to try and find a way to weave that in, or the Dark Patch. Of course, has an easy way to return KO on this Mew EX. Remember, right now, Raz has no cards in the Lost Zone. That was a free turn manual attachment to that Mew EX to be able to utilize that Midnight Shuriken.
Seldom see a manual attachment of 3 energy in Lost Box.
Oh, I've been there. I've been there. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. But in this scenario, it's the best he can muster up.
Well, getting lots of Pokemon to the bench will increase that Awakening Drum's draw power. And the Pokestop could be huge here.
Oh, that is not pretty. But again, increases the damage output. Maybe just stretch for that Raikou V at some stage as well. Does have Dark Patch in hand, but needs to find that Professor Sarda's Vitality. Another Dark Patch could help.
Yeah, with energy in
no
hand,
energy
that
in hand.
would do it, but no energy there. Not even an earthen vessel found there.
Pokestop still available, right?
No, that was used.
Oh, that was used with the. That's why we saw the
Explorer's Guidance could find it.
There's at least a couple of pieces there.
Okay, that'll do it. So now you can get the return KO here, which just thanks to that double Dark Patch. And you can see using an Explorer's Guidance on a turn with no energy on board would not typically be possible to get an attack off with Ancient Box, but having that double Dark Patch shows exactly the power of that card. Attachment to the Greninja, switch into the Roaring Moon. The disruption was there from Raz with that double knockout. Genome hacking the Greninja, removing the Fluttermane, but in return, Roaring Moon knocks out that very Mew EX. And now Raz has a lot of work to do to build up that loss zone, which is currently sitting at 0.
Yeah, staring down at a 200 HP Roaring Moon, single prize basic here. Vengeance Fletching dealing plentiful amounts of damage.
With the weakness, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Would love to have known how many is actually in the discard pile, so we know what the damage output was on that Mew EX, that poor Mew EX, which took 2 prizes. It done its work.
I mean, how often have you seen a Lost Box deck with these prize counts on top? You know, 3 prizes for one deck, 4 for the other, and there is 0 cards in the loss zone. Raz only now starting to build up that loss count now that the Fluttermanes have been removed.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that Radiant Greninja just been moved. No, maybe not. It's the Comfey, so he can start dancing around, maybe trying to weave in something like a Cramorant attack. Of course, doesn't want to start swinging away with 2 prizes here. Flower Selecting will be shortly utilized, I'm sure, for the first Lost Zone card that will hit the field in this game 2 of our round 12.
So now a chance to try and work out the new strategy. Raz presented a threat with that Mew EX in the active. Thought, I've got a bit of time here. Hopefully they don't have a Professor Sarda's Vitality. And it went in favor of Gabriel to restabilize after that big turn. Now Raz has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, there you go. Lost Zone of 1, that Nest Ball, prioritizing that water energy over that. A switch into the second Comfey. Does have Prime Catcher in hand as well. Chorus Experiment hitting the Lost Zone. Does that mean this card's super important? It is the
No,
it's a Greninja.
Water type.
It's that's big. I mean, that's usually a tough decision. Sometimes you just have to give up the Radiant Greninja. Hits Chorus's Experiment off that Greninja's concealed cards, however. Pokestops first. Buddy Poffin. 2 items and the Hooper. Great Pokestop.
Yeah, Pokestop, despite not being in Raz's list, does synergize well with Lost Box and has featured in Lost Box of past. Because there are just so many item cards in the deck and so many useful item cards. And you also have such a pre-built contingency plan with the Super Rod. So very rarely can you discard anything too vital. It's normally Colress is the scariest thing to see go. But Raz utilizing that Pokestop beautifully here.
Yeah, we're starting to see time tick away now. Under 1 minute remaining. Gabriel has the opportunity to take 2 knockouts and actually win game 2. You know, that Raikou V presents an easy route to taking this game.
But typically it was counter catchers that you would use to take knockouts on the bench. There is a singular boss's orders in Gabriel's list, which will be tricky to find.
Yeah, especially when he's also in range of a Roxanne as well, based now on being at 3 prizes remaining. Maybe that's what Raz was maybe trying to dig for rather than having to play the Chorus Experiment. Is there actually one in hand? I saw sort of red background.
Yeah, I think there is. I'm just going to be using that Poké Gear, helps find those important supporter cards.
No hits there.
Say that Roxanne, like you mentioned, could be a great way here just to guarantee Gabriel unable to chain attacks, but the Roaring Moon in the active with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is pretty much out of range of most of Raz's attackers at this stage.
So it looks like time has been called. We'll get confirmation of that as well. There is a die there, but wanted to make sure that that's representing our turn, that which would be, if it's been called on Raz's turn, Gabriel would be turn 1. As the Super Rod is played as well, replenish some energies back into the deck, give Raz an opportunity to use concealed cards.
I mean, the Prime Catcher Roxanne combo is very disruptive into the Ancient Box.
What's big and tanky enough to handle maybe an attack? Maybe that Koraidon has to come forward.
I like that there from Gabriel. You know, this is something we see a lot at the internationals, because people are traveling from all over the world. There is often a language barrier between players, and with a deck like this, you need to explain certain things, like how many ancient cards are on the discard pile. Gabriel using his hands to describe it, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about the International Championship, is seeing so many people from all around the world connected through Pokemon and not through language, still being able to play against each other in such a wonderful game, as we see that Roxanne and the Prime Catcher combo. Will it be enough to disrupt Gabriel out of this game towards the end? This is a lot to ask out of Gabriel. Is it possible? Is there the resources at the top of the deck after this disruption?
Lots of questions being asked.
We can continue asking questions.
Yeah, it's just going to keep going. It's going to be a big top 2 cards here. Just kind of double checking. I think maybe a sleeve has ripped there, so we'll just get that replaced from Gabriel's side, of course.
Always bring your spare sleeves.
Yeah, and that's the reasons why.
You never know when it's going to happen.
There you go. Gabriel just progressing the game as well, just kind of cutting there Raz's deck so that Raz can continue his turn whilst we fix the sleeve on Gabriel's side of the board. Important to put the Greninja active, of course, because it's, I guess, the most tanky of your Pokemon. You know, if there's a way to retreat, you're going into the moon anyway, but that's why the option was...
Oh my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. Boss
Wow.
and Earthen Vessel.
Wow, is that an option? Is that, I mean, he's got his hand covering his mouth. Could there be a little sly smirk, depending on what he's just top decked there from that Roxanne to 2? He'll get an additional card to pitch away with the top deck on his turn. Does then have the opportunity to use Concealed Cards if he chooses to do so, or maybe just hold the energies in case anything happens once again.
That's outrageous.
This is a nail biter, double checking the energies that are available to himself, and just the Pokemon and the ancient cards there. Top deck, what is it? It's an energy as well. It doesn't even need to utilize that Earthen Vessel.
Now the concealed cards might be worth doing.
Counter Catcher, Pokestop, Palpad. Palpad could be very good here as well. This is some fantastic draw.
I mean, probably just doing that Pokestop to find something you wanted to discard. When you got so many good cards off of your Roxanne, you don't want to discard anything with the Earthen Vessel, and there we go.
Thin the deck out a little bit more. Thinning is winning, everyone. Energy attachment to the active.
There's 2 Roxanne in Raz's list, but I think one of them was prized. So if that's not been taken off the prize cards, then for Gabriel for the rest of the game, we'll be able to play with what's in their hand.
So we know that boss is there just sitting pretty at the moment. Oh, was about to conceal cards with that Koraidon.
Got it sorted now. What have we got there?
Switch card as well. Maybe power up another attacker at this point, or just kind of save it and hold it. Big attack here. Maybe doesn't even use the boss, but I think it's better to use it now rather than get Roxanne later again. Big knockout here.
Just counting those cards. We'll need 13 ancient cards in the discard pile, and at this stage it's almost guaranteed with how much of the deck has gone through. So Gabriel will be taking the knockout on the Raikou V, going down to 1 prize card remaining. We'll have one more turn from Raz, one more turn from Gabriel. Will this be that opportunity to bring this back to a draw?
Yeah, turn 2 of time for Raz. What can you conjure up here? Is there a way to try and bring up something else? But that switch cards in hand, needs not to know that, of course. He has to play to every one of his outs. Here's a flower selecting. Energy kept, I think, in hand.
That Roxanne just didn't quite do enough.
I mean, it just gave the perfect combo of cards to Gabriel in the end.
But that's what Ancient Box does. I think a lot of people overlook how much the Pokestop, the Greninja, and everything you've got in the deck to help you get through the deck in those final moments. Iono and Roxanne only disrupting what's available, and so much of it already been thinned out. But definitely a little bit of fortune for Gabriel.
Just kind of double checking the number of ancient cards in the discard pile, I'm sure.
Which of my Pokemon is the biggest that I can leave in the active?
Don't think this Comfey is going to be sticking around too long if you leave it there, Raz. Especially if it gives the game away to Gabriel's side of the board. We do see concealed cards being activated now, that water energy being pitched away, switch card it looked like, and an energy. He's hit energy on the last three energies out of the last 6 cards he's seen from flower selecting and the concealed cards.
Wow, you can really see the level of disruption that Fluttermane provided at the beginning. You know, so much of what makes Lost Box so good is how much you thin your deck of those cards you don't want. And now, Gabriel going through these flower selectings, going through these concealed cards, is seeing unuseful cards, ones that they would earlier preferred to get rid of into the lost zone.
Looks like a Roaring Moon and an energy there. Is there a world in a way where you take the knockout here and try and limit the potential of a return KO?
I mean, that's one of the options, right? You know, nothing is out of range of this Roaring Moon. If you try and gust something up, it's just one switch cart away from being put back into the active. So maybe you're right. Maybe a knockout is the key here to Raz's win condition.
Or condition to prevent the loss.
Prevent the loss, yeah. Survive
well,
condition.
Loss of game 2, of course. So really tense here. Real nail biter. We said there was a lot of intricacies. Pokestop being activated. Super Rod. Ooh, could be helpful. Does have Mirage Gate in hand, so can synergize it together with energies. Is there a way to maneuver once again? It doesn't look like it.
Another advantage of that Roaring Moon would be getting rid of the Pokestop.
Well, yeah, exactly that.
Oh, yes, the Iron Bundle.
Oh, boy. Hyper Blower, baby.
Big fan.
Big fan. I'm going to keep saying it.
Okay, so Raz calculating very well here what is needed. And with the information provided, trying to do as much as possible. Does eventually get rid of that stadium. So now for Gabriel, just a Roaring Moon in the active with a 2 retreat cost is the largest... I mean, the largest thing they can do here is try and make it impossible to retreat. But we know there is a switch card in Gabriel's hand, and we'll need to try and find a way to discard a few more ancient Pokemon to get in range of that Roaring Moon EX attack. I'm just going to check now. Guarantee what is available.
How many are there is the question, right? That's the only main thing here. It would have been instantly played if there were enough. It's the first thing.
I mean, what's needed here? We need 16 ancient cards in the discard pile.
Good math there, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Nest Ball being played now. Double check what's in that deck.
I mean, if you can get an ancient supporter and utilize it. Oh, yes, of course, the Cobalion.
Oh, that's again, one slight regret, maybe. Instead of putting up the Iron Hands with the same HP, that Cobalion acts, as you've already highlighted before, an additional 3 ancient Pokemon in the discard, and that will be that. Gabriel was able to tie the series on his last turn of time.
Amazing navigation there from Gabriel. We saw the true game plan of the Ancient Box in that match. First game was a bit tough, starting with that Slitherwing, but this occasion you saw how much that Fluttermane can disrupt the Lost Engine, and it will be a tie for these two players at this stage. But the Ancient Box is a deck I think a lot of people coming into the tournament were underrating. Same thing with Lost Box, to be honest. Both of these decks have exceeded a lot of people's expectations, and you can see why. They have so many options, and they are very good at getting through the deck quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this represents probably both the decks that we've been playing the most in recent times.
100%.
So I've been playing a lot of Lost Box or Lost Box variants. I know you've been playing a lot of Ancient Box yourself. And to get a chance to recap what just happened in our Swiss round 12. Like I said, lots of intricacies. That's the key word that's happened here, because there's been loads of Moonlight Shurikens from Raz's side of the board, both just from the Greninja himself and also that Mew in game 2. But game 1, we're setting up all the damage counters across the board, asking a lot of questions, and that's where Gabriel overstretched to take that big knockout on the Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, the Radiant Greninja was a key part of the matchup, whether it be for Raz as an attacker and for Gabriel as a liability in the active spot. So great for the draw engine, but does have its own downsides as a card in a deck filled with ancient Pokemon. But that Fluttermane was so good. But having to put 2 Fluttermane into play was also a downside after we saw that in the second game, because it does put them both in range of that Radiant Greninja. So like every one of these matchups, there's a lot of different ways it can pan out, and both these players reacting to what was put in front of them so beautifully.
I mean, even game one, Gabriel had to put down that Flutter Mane, which was then just an easy target for that Greninja, and that's why Raz was able to overcome it quite quickly.
That was crazy. The Mew EX manually attached, nothing in the lost zone, taking out the 2 Flutter Mane by genome hacking the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. All that energy hitting the discard as well is one way to kind of just limit what Gabriel had access to. Gabriel, remember, chosen to go second to try and apply as much pressure as much as possible. Raz's hand wasn't really helpful in that scenario, though. Had to play the Artisan and just kind of keep himself chaining Pokemon. So it was really fun to see. And then, of course, the MVP.
The Cobalion came through, designed for the Charizard EX matchup, allowing to reach those big heights of 330 HP on a Dark type. But in this occasion, did give that last little push for the Roaring Moon. I reckon there was ways to get those last few Ancient cards into discard pile, but the easy nest ball for the Cobalion with, is it Justified Law ability?
Yeah, exactly that.
Just finishing off that Roaring Moon. And so we have a tie. We haven't had many ties on stream. Lots of these games going fast. I mean, many players have got a great read of this format and recognizing when a game is lost early on, so they're scooping nice and quickly. And so we're seeing a lot of games finish in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, single prize decks such as what we just seen, well, that could be sort of chained into single prize decks. Of course, Lost Box has a lot of the 2 prizes as well, the EX and the Vs, just to kind of start swinging away for a lot of damage or trying to navigate the 2 prizes themselves with the Iron Hands EX. And then, of course, the Ancient Box is purely single prizes. So it's always going to be a game 1, 2 that kind of goes quite a long time.
Yeah, we saw that first game went the distance, and both players, until the very last moment, felt like they had a way to win. And that's what the beauty of Ancient Boxes is. There is always a way towards the end. And for Lost Box, there's always a way to come back with that Roxanne. So you have to play it out the whole way. There's no real cue early on that guarantees either player the victory.
Yeah, every time Raz done something in game 1 where he's trying to find a way back into the game, so Moonlight Shurikens, or sort of back-to-back, or the Sableye as well, Gabriel was able to put the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on and sort of try to navigate that, or try and eliminate that turn where possible. So it was just small little things where maybe a lot of players in Raz's position may have considered, well, maybe this is too tough now. Maybe there's not much I can overcome. But he played to all of his outs and took a really long game 1.
Well, Ancient Pokemon have been a big part of our recent sets. And there's one Ancient Pokemon we all love, and that is Raging Bolt, a accessible drop here on Twitch. So make sure you get involved and use the code BURSTRAW EUIC24 to get your special illustration Raging Bolt EX. And I did manage to get this card when I was opening Temporal Forces, and I can tell you now, it is one of the most beautiful artworks we've ever had in the TCG. Just look at that fella.
Yeah, it's a fantastic artwork there. Remember, it is time-bound. You have to use it by April the 15th, of course, just to make sure, and a bit of a reminder for everyone that you could just get a free EX card. I mean, it's a card we haven't quite seen maybe come to the forefront of the meta and the rotation so far, but has a fantastic attack, has a bit of consistency with Burst Roar. Bellowing Thunder is an attack that we've seen across the formats and ages of Pokemon as well, or very similar types of attacks, of course. Just being able to ramp up and deal a lot of damage with just a basic Pokemon is pretty cool.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Raging Bolt, there's just other cards that do that big knockout a little bit better now, like Shenpao and Golden Go. But at some point in the future, I'm sure Raging Bolt EX will have their time. I know Raging Bolt has been doing well in the video game, so getting their spot in the spotlight over there. I mean, what are we seeing going ahead?
Oh, in terms of, who knows? I mean, going ahead here, just for the moment here, Mike, we're not the only drop that's available in TCG as well. There's the VG drop for everyone who's more of a VG fan. Fantastic opportunity to get Marco Silva's Iron Hands from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet in your games there. That fake out EUIC, make sure to take note of the numbers in the code there as well.
Yeah, Iron Hands, not just a great card in the TCG, but has looked great over in the video game. That fake out, such a good attack in video game, and I've been enjoying it over there. So make sure to get involved. Get one of those in your game now. Obviously, the Iron Hands has been a big part. At LAIC, we had a lot of fun with Iron Hands all the way through to the final there, so get involved. You know, this is one of those big tournaments that we never know what we're going to expect coming into it. The post-rotation format, the amount of decks we've seen, and the amount of decks that have exceeded our expectation, some that have flopped, not done as well as expected. But that's the beauty of this post-rotation format. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. What's been your standout deck?
For myself, I think I've really enjoyed just watching some of the Lost Box variants show how you can adapt to a post-rotation in this EUIC. I'm really interested in how players are adapting previous decks to kind of fit in this meta. I mean, it's always fun to see new archetypes, right? This Ancient Box deck, the sort of Turbo Hands deck, and as kind of the carrying the flag of sort of those Turbo-type attackers and sort of taking early prizes. But just seeing things like Lugia readapt again to come back into the format, or Arceus always finding a place in itself, finding a new partner in crime. Maybe not this time, with Giratina sort of being, feels like the most popular choice as a partner. But that's what's really interesting for you. How about yourself?
Well, I tell you what I'm interested in. I want to see what it's like out there in the hall, as I know Chip is having a little bit of fun out in the hall.
All right, Pokemon fans, Chip Ritchie here down on the tournament floor at EUIC. Now, you've seen, if you've been watching all weekend long, our incredible stages. We've got Pokemon Go, VG, TCG, and Unite all featured, but I don't think our viewers at home are quite grasping how massive this tournament hall really is. So we're gonna start here at the stage, and we're walking all the way back to just show the absolute massive hall we have here at the Excel in London. There's 4 halls rented here for this event, over 16,000 square meters and tons of competitors. Of course, as we mentioned in our intro show, over 4,000 competitors across all 4 of our various games competing here at EUIC: Pokemon Go, Pokemon VG, Pokemon TCG, and of course, Pokemon Unite. Over here to my right, we've got the VG area. Our day 2 competitors are battling it out, fighting for a spot in Championship Sunday, you know, an opportunity to get into Top Cut tonight. We've also got our juniors and seniors players. They didn't play yesterday. They're starting off with their Swiss rounds today. Over here to my left, a massive trading card game area. Tons of competitors, and guess what? They're not even competing in the main event. This is all side events. This is the TCG Cup, TCG Challenge, all kinds of extra events in addition to the TCG main event. Speaking of which, we're coming up on right here to my right, TCG Main Event Masters, still playing it out, fighting once again for a spot in Top Cut, a spot in Championship Sunday, trying to come home the EUIC champion. Now, we've talked about our competitors. There's tons of other people here in the venue. Over 10,000 spectators for EUIC, family members cheering on those of their loved ones who are competing as players in our event, and then also people who are just fans of the game, checking it out. Of course, our seating area up at the front for everyone to plop in, you know, see their favorite games, see exactly what's happening, keep up with some of their heroes, their favorite players, and of course, the big man himself, Pikachu, right behind me. What a beautiful sight as you walk into the tournament hall. And guess what? We're not quite done yet. Still a little ways to go. We've got a trading card game trading area over here. I see some card swaps happening. Tons of spectators as well. Everyone just enjoying the sights here at the Excel in London for our Pokemon EUIC side events area. Prize wall for players to cash in those prize tickets that they earn for competing in side events to get some pretty sweet prizes as well. Tons of food trucks back here. Some displays for Pokemon Horizons, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And this is the entranceway into this massive tournament hall. A lot more happening than just the tournament itself, of course. And if you keep going that way, we're not going to keep going that way, but if you keep going that way, you will find the Pokemon Center as well. So this has just been an experience of walking the floor here at EUIC. Hope you've enjoyed it, and let's get back to the tournament at hand.
I got into the Pokemon TCG about 13 years ago in 2010. Me and my siblings always used to have cards back then, and then we met a friend who actually played the game, and they went to Pokemon League. So we started going to Pokemon League, then we started playing in tournaments, and then kind of carried on from there until I am here. I got into the more competitive side of Pokemon just kind of gradually as I just played more. Started going to League, and I started playing the smaller tournaments back then, Battle Roads and City Championships, now the League Challenges and League Cups. As I got better and better at the game, and there was more and more on the line as the game grew, and there was more prize money and bigger accomplishments to achieve. I just wanted to try and do the best that I could in the game and see how far I could go. One of my earliest memories regarding Pokemon is probably my first regional win back in 2010. I won my first regionals in the Masters when I aged up. The game is so much different now, but yeah, probably back then, just when things felt a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more casual, but still winning back then as well, which was pretty cool.
And now, your San Antonio regional champion, 6-time regional champion, Azul Garcia Griego.
International champion, international finalist, most recently that world's top 4, and this does not even include a 6-time regionals winner.
My ideal starter Pokemon probably has to be Squirtle. What Pokemon type would I be? These are tough. If I was a Pokemon type, I would probably be Dark. A big thing that I guess I've learned as far as being competitive goes in Pokemon TCG is it's a lot easier and efficient to do it with a group or a team. So that's why I really hold that to a really high standard, and I hold me and my team to a really high standard. And I think it makes a huge difference to have people you can work with and not just kind of go solo.
What is it that keeps you being so consistent as you're preparing for these events, you're placing well? What's your recipe to success?
The team, Grant, Caleb, Kid, and Jishan this time as well. So yeah, just the squad.
Everyone that I've looked up to in the Pokemon TCG are mostly all retired. Jay Horning and Kyle Sugovich are two players that when I was coming up in the game, I looked up to just because of their consistency in the game and how often they were able to put up good result after good result. Was always something that I wanted to try and replicate. I didn't just want to show up to a tournament one time and win and then not do anything for the rest of my career. I wanted to be able to consistently compete at the top 8 after top 8, try and get as many wins as I could when I get there.
Now, the lucky thing for Grant here is he doesn't instantly lose.
All right,
but
where's the boss's orders?
He's brings up that Giratina, and Azul GG becomes a 6-time regional champion here in San Antonio.
My #1 goal this season is to just win as much as possible. The reason I keep competing and staying competitive is because I really love the Pokemon TCG, and I'm just a very competitive person. So I'm just gonna keep going to everything, keep trying to win as much as possible, and just see what the future brings.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Well, I hope you had as much fun watching that as we were sort of part of that as well. The Pokemon Center was a fantastic place to find so many items that you can't really get anywhere else. So much exclusive items as part of the European International Championships here in London as well. You're back with myself, Alex Dow, and here, Mike Ellis. We just had a riveting round 12.
Oh, fascinating.
Yep, we just can't wait to bring you guys round 13. 3 more Swiss rounds for this day 2 before we even get to our final top 8 competitors.
Yeah, crunch time now, not just for making it into that top 8, but getting as high up that leaderboard. You know, there's prize money all the way down to 64th place. So these players are trying to get every win they can, and even a draw at this stage can be the difference between them squeaking into a new prize bracket. So a lot on the line, CP available, points, prizes, and packs. So these players trying to show off why their deck choice in this post-rotation format was correct. And because of that, we thought, do you know what? Let's show you another deck as we're going through this tournament. We've been able to show probably over 15 now. We're probably
Have we hit 15? Have you been
we've
counting?
It depends on how much you compare something like the Charizard with the different Charizard builds
Sure.
we've seen. We've seen lots of variety within each of the archetypes so far. But no, nice new deck for the stream now.
No, yeah, we get to see more different types of innovation. We've got a great matchup for you guys, and 2 fantastic players as well. Both of them are currently setting up at the table, and we can't wait to be bringing this round 13 to you guys, watching the stream at home or even at the venue themselves, and hopefully we'll do our best to guide you through exactly what's going to be happening here at this stage.
And for anyone who's wondering how their favorite players are doing, we've got the rankings for you now. A lot of big names on those top tables, and it typically comes that way when you come to the post-rotation format, as the best players in the game know how to cook their decks, and who better than Tord Reklev?
Yeah, do we start anywhere else? This person has yet to lose a round. Once again, 10-0 to 32 points. Still 3 rounds, of course. Things could go maybe horribly wrong, but so far, so good. But there's a lot of notable names. We've had a couple of players who have already been on stream. Alessandro is, again, a well-known player, as I Bradner there in 7th place. But Walters is someone we haven't seen in some time as well, currently sitting in 2nd with that 10-1-1 record, and it's great to see him do so well once again.
Yeah, and I think the big one there is looking at decks like Asaya Bradner showed on stream, and what Tord has been doing, is they're taking an archetype that we know how it works, and they've changed the way the deck navigates, and tend to have a little bit more of a controlling element to them. That seems to be the key. A lot of very powerful decks like Charizard, like Giratina, are bringing in cards that can control the matchup, because right now in the format, so many decks are weak to those control decks. I mean, Alessandro was saying how great it is right now as a deck and how great it can be to play. So adding those elements can be key to success at the top level.
Yeah, so many fantastic positions for these players right now to try and put them as close to that top 8 spot as much as possible. Of course, still, like I said, a bit of a long way to go, but this is, as you've mentioned, crunch time. You've got to start taking these dubs now, taking those 3 points, try and push yourself as high as possible to finish, not just maybe in the top 8, but top 16, top 32, top 64. Fantastic prizes at hand for all of these players here.
And I believe we are ready. Round 13 is set up and ready to go. On the stage, we'll be featuring Luke Kirkham and Rahul Reddy. And I hope they are ready to show off exactly why they are here on those top tables. Swiss round 13, this is the crunch time. Both these players, I think, on 28 points in the Swiss standings. So a few wins here could take them all the way through towards that top 8.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for both of these players. Luke, I've known for a very long time, a very well-established player in this home country of the UK.
An innovative player as well.
Yeah, exactly, especially from some of those finishes he's had in recent times. That top 4, which he just fell short, because I think he was looking at that top 8 and thinking, well, if I just get past this top 4 game, I had a good matchup in the finals.
Oh yeah, the Palkia deck just couldn't quite deal with Charizard over at Gdansk. But the fact that it was a exclusive deck to just him showed exactly how much of an innovator he is. And he is the player bringing an interesting deck here. But on the other side, Rahul Reddy coming in, and one of those players traveling internationally across the season.
Yeah, playing a deck very similar to what we've already seen on stream here, as we do get a chance to glimpse at those prizes. There's that view of that Burnett in the top left of those prizes for Rahul there. That opportunity to use Puppet Offering and being able to select a support card from your discard pile and put this Pokemon, anything underneath it, into the lost zone. So another way to very quickly ramp up Luke is playing a very innovative deck that I've spoken to him a little bit before about, and across our friendship group. He's very much, again, a turbo moon deck.
Yeah, he loves to have a deck that can take knockouts quickly. He's always been a fan of being able to get a first turn knockout, even with that Palkia deck back in the day. He put the Suicune in there specifically to be able to take a first turn knockout, so likes to have the tempo. We'll be looking to do that here, and it'll be a question now whether something stable like a Lost Engine will be able to deal with the aggression of the Roaring Moon EX as they kick off Swiss round 13, and it will be Rahul to start us off.
Starting with that Mana being the active spot here, probably not the most ideal starter, but Luke will be, like I said, licking his lips because he is going second, does play those sort of 4 copies of Dark Patch, plays, of course, the Professor Sada's Vitality to power up those Roaring Moons, plays Squawkabilly EX, which is not something we've seen too often recently, just because of the turbo decks kind of taking a bit of a backseat in recent, well, I guess with this post-rotation.
I think a lot of people looked at the new deck of Iron Hands with Iron Crown and thought, well, that's the best turbo deck in the format. But Luke preferring the ancient Pokemon for that turbo, as the future is not quite the same in the way it works. And I think the new Roaring Moon has shown exactly what is possible. We saw it in the last matchup. The ancient box has had a resurgence from the early tournament results. A lot of people writing it off, and it's shown at EUIC that it can stand. And so I think that's where the ancient archetypes, I think, have a lot more research to be done into them to find that optimal list.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen sort of 3 different variants of kind of ancient box decks, right? Luke's, as we sort of mentioned, is playing very sort of straightforward Roaring Moon EX, Roaring Moon sort of turbo type ancient box deck, utilizing all of those great synergy cards from the ancient sort of releases of the last couple of sets. Rahul here has taken that unique take on Lost Zone Giratina V-Star deck with the additions of that Burnett as well, as we do see the first flower selecting of round 13.
Giratina V or Giratina V, I think it was.
Yeah, it looks like an easier choice. And as pass over here, Luke, can you start capitalizing on just that one Comfey in the active spot? Has
wow.
access to loads of cards that are playable.
Squawkabilly there as well, so lots to be drawn here, and the Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah.
So this turn could really be disruptive. There was the Prime Catcher in there, such a great addition to those turbo decks.
Yeah, like I said, I've spent a bit of time talking to Luke about this deck as well as a good friend of ours, and sort of in that kind of group that he was testing this, trying to convince people that there's a lot of legs to this deck. There's something about it. If you're able to just take prizes, play free good games very quickly as a turbo deck as well, start swinging away, apply so much pressure to a format which I've kind of mentioned a couple of times, feels like it's slowed down a little bit because there's a lot more sort of setup decks and things are given additional time to just prepare their board state before they start swinging away for big damage and big prizes.
Yeah, often these turbo decks can fizzle out with the amount of disruption in the format with Roxanne, Iono, and things like Eerie as well coming into fruition. But early on, there is no doubt that these decks can really cause a stir. As we see the draw, oh my goodness, some great cards.
What a set of free cards from that Professor Sada's Vitality there. Greninja, Radiant Greninja, we've seen so often, and we'll see it very likely on Rahul's side if there's an opportunity as well. Earthen Vessel pitching away that Nest Ball just to get energies to continue drawing through the deck. Does mean Luke has an attack on board if he's able to switch out that active Roaring Moon, because the attachments so far have been a Dark Patch and the Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah, and the ideal scenario here would be to get the Calamity Storm to hit for 220 into the Giratina V if a Stadium were to come down, but currently no Stadium in play, so the Frenzy Gouging might be required for a knockout onto the Giratina V, which wouldn't be ideal, but it is still a backup option, so now going to be looking to dig for that Stadium.
Is it Prime Catcher in hand?
Yeah, Prime Catcher's there, ready to
guaranteed.
go. Oh my goodness, look at this aggression straight away from Luke, and has the Squawkabilly still to draw even more.
Just to keep going, this is it. This is how the deck runs, and Luke, this is why you're 9-2-1, my friend.
Any stadiums?
2 more.
Oh, no Stadium off the draw.
Does look like it has to be a Frenzy Gouging here. Not ideal. A lot of Pokemon in that hand with Ball Search as well. But, yeah, kind of really difficult scenario here. If he does use Frenzy Gouging, deals 200 damage to himself, and then just puts him in easy range of something like a Cramorant.
Maybe a few more draws with the restart if the right cards can be put down. I think there was some discard. available, but I don't know if that's ideal. Just got to work out what the correct option is, but obviously discarding those ancient Pokemon will just increase the damage output of the small Roaring Moon, the one prize Roaring Moon.
The little one, as it were. But here we go. Just kind of working out the best plays here for himself.
Maybe not needing to reach too far here and just accepting that the Frenzy Gouging will be enough. You know, only one in the lost zone for Rahul already.
It's a lot of resources that you'd have to pitch away if he does decide to utilize restart. I think maybe just getting the restart, even just as a fail-safe going forward, is a great way of dealing with what Rahul may do to his own board state, because he does play that Roxanne as well.
Does look like the attempt here will be to go all the way down for that restart. I mean, a stadium here would be incredible, and with things like trekking shoes, I know Luke is a big fan of trekking shoes.
Yes, indeed. We tried to convince him to maybe take one of those trekking shoes out, and it hurt him when we said that to him.
Yeah, I think every deck Luke builds starts with 4 trekking shoes, and then we'll build the deck around it.
Dark Patch, no Pokestop. That's the 4 copies of the stadium he does play. Does get a chance to just kind of rebuild the board with items like the Dark Patch as well. Has Ultra Ball in hand for a future turn, but looks like it's gonna have to be a Frenzy Gouging for a knockout. Knock you out to your opponent's active Pokemon. If your opponent's active Pokemon's knockout in this way, this deals 200 damage to itself. Or maybe just choosing Calamity Storm here, keeping it for a future turn.
Yeah, just rather stabilize and not have to take the knockout. I mean, if it evolves now into the Giratina V-Star, wouldn't need to use the Frenzy Gouging, so that could be useful. And as the game progresses, that the single prize Roaring Moon will get more and more powerful, so could just end up going down to single prize towards the end, but has put so many 2 prizes in play. It's not looking ideal in that sense, but still, great first turn with how much has been set up there. You can see the board has just got 2 attackers ready to go. You've got the Mew EX in play and that Radiant Greninja to help you draw more.
Luke's seen the Giratina V hit the Lost Zone as well, so Rahul's not exactly going to have too many of those hanging around when one is stuck in the Lost Zone there and one already fairly heavily damaged.
You can just see the tempo of Luke's deck is really putting the pressure on Rahul to get set up quickly, start putting things in play, and almost like making mistakes more likely, because you feel like you have to get multiple Giratina in play because they can get knocked out on that first turn. You're thinking about, oh, I can't discard that because I might need that to help set up, because at the moment I'm a bit behind. So just forcing those tougher decisions for Rahul.
Luke will have to be a bit wary of cards like the Iron Leaves EX coming into play as well. Another way of taking a big knockout on those Roaring Moons. Fortunately for Rahul, that Roaring Moon is weak to grass types. So hitting it as collateral as part of the typically used for Charizard EX, but collateral means that it also takes down the Roaring Moon EX as well.
We saw that in the last match, that a card that was teched in to increase damage output to dark types was very effective at taking the knockout the Roaring Moon EX, so it does get hit in the crossfire a little bit. But that Forest Seal Stone, a definite question mark, because it was originally put straight into the Lost Zone earlier on, and then Rahul backtracked on that and thought, actually, I need that. I need to set up a little bit more here. And so I might actually need that Forest Seal Stone just to get through my deck quicker and get the things I need at the right moment.
Prime Catcher just bringing up the Radiant Greninja here as well. Does have energy in hand, if I recall correctly, from Luke. But of course, only has right now Concealed Cards and the Ultra Ball maybe to pitch down a bit further if it needs to go that way. Especially when you can try and utilize things like Restart. Rahul finds that other Giratina V, which is so vital in this matchup here, because it is your big attacker. Being able to attack with ease compared to some of your more little Pokemon, or maybe even that Banette EX that he plays. Mike, tell us about that.
I mean, the Banette EX, a way to stop those decks that rely on rare candies, superior energy retrievals, all those important item cards, as the Banette EX has a very familiar attack effect. The Everlasting Darkness, during your opponent's next turn, they can't play any item cards from their hand.
Pokestop, sorry, just had to cut you off there. He did find it on that turn. Grabs 2 Ball Search, apologies. It was just an opportunity there, but Luke unfortunately grabbing it 1 turn too late.
Yeah, I mean, still in a commanding position, and the big thing in this matchup now is both Prime Catchers have been used. A vital ace spec in so many decks now. If if you use them up early, it can often put you in a rough position where you don't have access to one of those big power spike turns of combining a prime catcher with something like an INO. And so the fact that both players have used up that resource, it takes away the main gust out both these players will be looking to utilize at any given moment.
Yeah, I'm sure with Luke's scenario here, he's going to want to start trying to just get Pokemon ready to start swinging. He needs to start attacking and taking prizes. Remember, it is very much a turbo build. It's that Professor Sada's Vitality and that one-off Iono as well. Trekking Shoes, deciding to keep the Pokestop. No, pitches it away, Pow Pad.
Hoping for that boss's orders, I reckon, there.
Yeah, already having utilized that prime catcher. Just eyeing up, putting back some of those useful resources back into the deck. Just 2 copies of boss's orders in Luke's deck, of course, but wants to always target the Pokemon he would like to attack, as he does use Professor Sada's Vitality. Some additional items there. This is how great that Pokestop is in this deck.
You see, just trying to set up as much as possible with the Dark Patch, with the energy attachments from the Professor Sada's Vitality. You know, this deck can be disrupted if there's nothing on the board to attack with, but once you've got attackers down, you can just keep chaining those in theory. So at this stage has now multiple Roaring Moon ready to go.
Sending up the little non-EX Roaring Moon as an attacker there, just to take out the easy KO on the Comfey. Vengeance Fletching taking the first prize of this Swiss Round 13 here at the Pokemon European International Championships.
Yeah, one of the benefits Luke tends to have with his interesting decks is he knows how the matchup's going to go, whereas opponents might not be as familiar. The only difference here is we all played against Roaring Moon EX last format, and this deck doesn't change too much, just has a slightly different single prize attacker in the Roaring Moon that's just come out in Temporal Forces. And now for Rahul, he's got to try and navigate this matchup with familiarity over how the deck works, but not necessarily practiced it with this particular deck.
Yeah, Rahul's just... We've kind of mentioned Burnett EX a couple of times. There's another one of those psychic types that is weak to dark Pokemon, so very susceptible to something like that single prize Roaring Moon.
Don't think we'll be seeing that one come out in this matchup.
Maybe just to utilize the other Burnett's that we've kind of already seen in the prizes. Of course, Rahul won't be having access to that anytime soon for the time being. But a very useful utility card to ramp up the Lost Zone counters. But we'll have to rely on those Giratina V and perhaps that Iron Leaves EX. Fantastic card we've seen splashed in decks that have Grass Energy, especially ones that can accelerate Grass Energies onto the board. Iron Leaves with that Rapid Vernier ability, an ability we've seen before in things like Weird Ear V, or very similar. When you play this Pokemon from your hand, you can promote it to the active position and move any energy from your other Pokemon to this Pokemon, therefore very quickly powering up.
Yeah, we'll see whether that becomes a viable option at some point in this matchup.
I think it might be in hand as well as an option, but maybe not for the time being. We'll just need to...
Yeah, you want to make sure you're knocking out a 2-prizer with it. You don't want to give away a 2-prizer for a 1-prizer.
For sure, for sure.
But then also, if you look at those prize cards for Luke, taking 1 prize, a 2-prize knockout would put the Roxanne into range. And Roxanne, a great way to disrupt. Just the 1 in Rahul's list.
I guess it's one of those things, and one of the reasons why, you know, Luke prioritizes that Mew EX in his list, as we do see the Lost Zone now just reactivated with all those Mirage Gates applying energy to the board state. Cramorant in the active, Forest Sealstone utilized on that Giratina V, giving that extra options for that deck rather than necessarily utilizing Star Requiem.
Yeah, I think it's a great addition to Giratina, where it may have been known for being slightly inconsistent in the past, but it got away with that because it had great comeback potential with the Path to the Peak. Now players looking to try and utilize Forest Sealstone in those matchups where you don't necessarily need the Star Requiem.
Oh, big attack. There's the Iron Leaves EX activated with Rapid Vernier into the active spot. Counter catcher taken from the Forest Sealstone, targets down that big Roaring Moon EX on the bench with the 3 energies. And this is a massive 180 damage from that Prism Edge attack. But can't attack next turn, but it's likely going to be tried to be retaliate, knocked out. But with the grass weakness, it's a big KO.
Yeah, again, we mentioned this is in every Giratina list we've seen so far, and it's there for the Charizard EX matchup. And unfortunately for Luke, picking a deck that has that dark type is getting hit in the crossfire, where Charizard EX has been targeted with this Iron Leaves tech card. But Rahul trying now to get those energy, get the energy onto the active and use those knockouts. But if you start using Giratina throughout, the energy will go to the lost zone. But by using the Iron Leaves, you're keeping energy in play, so it makes it so you've got a little bit more longevity in your deck when having to take out multiple knockouts, as they will go to the discard pile and they can be retained through Super Rod. So a lot of reasons why that Iron Leaves knockout now could be so vital to the end game for Rahul.
Yeah, so you see Luke's kind of rebuilding up his Roaring Moon EX there, of course, with that fantastic second attack Calamity Storm with a Stadium in play that is discarded, will be able to take the return knockout for 220. But Rahul here does have an easy route to sort of taking the 6 prizes. You still have that Roaring Moon hidden under that hand, and also that Squawk ability as well. And that would be the final 4 prizes that Rahul would like to take, really, here.
Or even the Mew EX in the active. So plenty of options for knockouts. So Rahul going to be going for a 2-2-2 approach. And quite a lot to ask of Luke now. Still going to have to take 3 knockouts himself.
Yeah, as we do see the free retreat of the Mew EX into the Calamity Storm attack of that Roaring Moon EX, an instant return knockout, removing the Iron Leaves into the discard pile here. And it's on Rahul to try and retaliate back.
Well, we'll be using the Chorus Experiment, so no Roxanne usable here. That's fine. You know, you've still got a little bit more time to play with. Can use that maybe later on. And you can just see just rebuilding back up, trying to set up some of these Giratinas. The Burnett EX, a nice easy decision alongside the Shuppet.
Yep, see you later 1-1 line.
Or, I mean, as Azul called it, 5 dead cards in the list.
Oh, in certain matchups, but
yes.
Yeah, in this one, probably not as needed as you'd expect. But yeah, I think just piggying back off what you mentioned earlier, it was great insight in just saying that the Iron Leaves means the energies stay within play rather than utilizing Lost Impact to send all the energies to the Lost Zone. So can just reuse things like the Super Rods to bring them back so that they can be Mirage gated back out of the deck again, as there's another easy choice from the Flower Selecting. The V-Star picked up off of that Flower Selecting there, switch into a second Comfey. Jet Energy pitched away, well, double Jet Energy, I think that last one was.
Yeah, and now at this stage, after using the Forest Sealstone, Star Requiem is not an attack that can be used, and so we'll just have to use the Cramorant here.
So kind of giving Luke an opportunity here to, both players effectively are 2 attacks away from winning this game. Right, so Luke will be looking, he has boss in hand, maybe double boss in hand already. There's another Pokestop, so that's ramping up the damage of Calamity Storm. I'm sure Luke will want to try and power up another attacker. There's a Poke Gear, Trekking Shoes, and a Nest Ball. 3 big pickups, I think.
I mean, that Cramorant attack could be huge because it means the Frenzy Gouging is no longer an option. But thankfully, that damage early on onto the Giratina V did put it in range of the 220 damage attack from Roaring Moon. We've spoken about how important that first turn could have been with the Pokestop, but very smart from Luke to set it up. Calamity Storm for 100 earlier on, and now Calamity Storm for 220 with the Pokestop in play.
There are not many resources left, however. That's the one trouble. We just had a little quick look through the Nest Ball as Luke takes 2 prizes, but 1 boss with the Roaring Moon already set up on the bench. Rahul has to disrupt him this turn. Not that he's going to know that there's a boss in Luke's hand, of course, but...
I mean, you want to disrupt no matter what. When you see someone on 1 prize card remaining with a Roaring Moon ready to attack on the bench, I mean, is the Giratina V-Star in range of that Roaring Moon on the bench? That is a big question, because there's not as many Ancient cards in Luke's list as there would be. But yeah, Chorus Experiment used, and the Roxanne found off of it.
Yeah, this might be that little bit unfortunate with Luke having set up that Roaring Moon on the bench, and if it's able to just use that boss's orders, there's no other way to just gust something up. And I think Rahul's seen it now. Luke Kirkham takes game 1 of this, I'm sure, with that final prize remaining. Rahul unable to disrupt Luke's hand, and Luke will be taking game 1 of this Swiss round 13. Incredible display from a turbo deck, but slowed it down enough initially to keep that Giratina V in range for future turns.
I mean, we said it was a turbo deck, but unlike a lot of other turbo decks we see, the disruption was the key. It wasn't so much about getting the early knockout that completely dismantled the board of Rahul from Luke. It was about that mid-game INO that slowed down Rahul and made it difficult for him to set up multiple attackers. Rahul showed exactly what the comeback potential is of his deck, especially having that Iron Leaves to be able to get an instant knockout on any Dark-type attacker on the board. But Luke showed that the early stabilization of the board, the early aggression was enough. Let's have a look at some of those great moments throughout the game.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things was trying to get that Roaring Moon EX into the active spot. Did take the early prize with that baby Roaring Moon, we call it as well, that single prizer. Iron Leaves came down, of course, just to kind of swing away at one of those big EX Pokemon, but it's susceptible to a return KO, and that's what Luke was able to then chain going forward.
And that early 100 damage on the Giratina V-Star was so important. We saw how powerful that Pokestop is with Luke's deck. So many item cards available and able to take it off the board out of the opponent's use. And now we see the prize cards. Maybe those Mirage Gates could be a problem early on. Maybe a few cards here that would be nice for consistency, but nothing too worrying in those prize cards.
Yeah, Luke's going to be sort of expected of that. Like I said, a lot of his list is very much 4 copies of a lot of cards. Does start that Squawkabilly EX, so can continue sort of bursting through at least turn 1 for the time being. Probably not the most ideal starter, depending on what the rest of the hand was. Rahul was prizing sort of what looks like sort of double copies of multiple cards, double switch, double Mirage Gate, and a 1/1 line of Giratina V-Star.
Oh, is there a way to discard these energy to utilize that Dark Patch? There is, and Dark Patch is such a powerful card in the format right now, as it allows you to get energy into play without requiring a supporter. You know, Professor Cider's Vitality is a great way of accelerating. You've obviously got a lot of things like Mirage Gate that are equally as powerful, but they require so much more to get going. And we can see here, Luke, on his first turn, able to get Dark Energy into the discard pile and put them into play straight away with that Dark Patch.
Yeah, such a great combo, synergy of cards. Now, that Power Pad, was there anything discarded? I think from a supporter's perspective, I'm not too sure there was, which is a bit of a shame, not getting much value out of that, as we do see that Squawkabilly EX there, ability activated. Squawk and Seize being able to pitch a whole hand into the discard pile and draw a fresh new set of 6.
And another Dark Patch. That energy in the discard pile might be utilized later by Professor Cider's Vitality, so he might not want to get it straight away. But the Greninja, getting that set up is key as well. We've mentioned it so many times today and yesterday. Radiant Greninja, the fact it appears in decks without any water energy and just shows you that alone is why it's such a powerful card. Discarding energy is a big part of a lot of decks, especially those ancient decks, but it's also just so consistent for the Lost Engine, as we saw there. The first thing for Rahul was to discard an energy and get a flower selecting going.
Yeah, and Jet Energy to get the Comfey, start pivoting across and start getting cards into the Lost Zone. Has another Comfey in hand already. Buddy Buddy Poffin will help to pull out further Comfeys out of the deck as well, just to kind of help thin the deck a little bit more, gives him the chance to double check the prizes. You know, a couple of those switch. A lot of these Giratinas go down to sort of 4 switch cards effects now, but has access to things like that Jet Energy, which allows him to also utilize some of those flower selects at the same time. So just double checking what he has access to. One of these key things a lot of players do now is to take notes, so that it helps you with your resource management going forward.
Yeah, well, the challenge now, we mentioned it before for Rahul, is he's staring down a board that can very quickly and very aggressively take knockouts. So you're concerned at what the potential is for Luke, and consequently you feel like you have to almost rush your setup a bit more, go a bit faster. You can't use the Abyss Seeking of Giratina as comfortably because it might just get knocked out straight away. And if you do, you have to set up 2 Giratina, which isn't as easy now as Buddy Buddy Poffin is the main way of searching out those Comfey early on. So you're just asking a lot more questions of a slower build-up deck with the aggression of that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, 100%. I think you've called it perfectly there, as we do see the boss's orders. Lost Zone, because the other card was this card that's just been played, Chorus's Experiment. Looks like he's going to go chaining those as well, which is fantastic to see. Temple of Sinnoh as a easy option, because some of those other cards there are some of the limited amounts due to the prizes that are available.
Yeah, maybe had Luke put the Pokestop in play last turn, that Temple of Sinnoh would have been key to bump it, but ultimately you don't want to be putting stadiums in play as Rahul, because that does help out with the damage output of the Roaring Moon.
If the Mirage Gate is lost zoned here, it does mean we would only have access to one in the deck without taking any prizes. Giratina V now benched as well, having to put it down just as a single one, but just has to try and find a way to maybe prevent that being knocked out. As we do just pass over to Luke here. Pokestop down.
We're just going to go straight in with the Pokestop. Any important resources gone? Oh, 2 trekking shoes. A little bit of dig available with those.
New EX could have been an option. Oh, Dark Patch, easy hold there. Second trekking shoes, another Roaring Moon EX, sees another card. Iron Bundle, Hyperblower.
You'll have an Iron Bundle.
Oh, any opportunity, please. more, I say.
The only problem there was discarding that Mew EX. Could have been a way to find a few extra draws here in this turn, but needs a way to get energy. And that Professor Sada's Vitality off of a Poker Gear might be the only way to draw into more energy, but ideally wanting to get more discarded at this stage.
Yeah, so no access to anything like a Super Rod, because typically that's why he plays 4 Roaring Moon EX, 3 Roaring Moons in this list, because he's just going to hit them anyway.
Got an Iron Over, wants the Professor Sada's Vitality, I would assume.
He might have hit one there.
Yeah, looks like it, but just deciding whether Ino would be better at this stage.
Yeah, the hand wasn't the prettiest, I think, but...
Got the Dark Patch to accelerate energy, so Ino could have been an option there, but recognizing that the acceleration from that Professor Sada's Vitality and the draw might be better here.
You're drawing 3 cards as well anyway, and if you're generally holding the cards that you don't want, more of the cards are left in the deck for you to draw into. So just trying to eye up the best options here.
Needs an Earthen Vessel, really, at this stage.
There's the little basic Roaring Moon. There it is.
Very good.
Big pickup, and the trekking shoes as well. Decides to use it immediately, has to hold that Prime Catcher. We know how vital that is.
I don't think you'll ever see a Prime Catcher be discarded off of a trekking shoes. That was an insta-grab.
Yeah, thankfully we have yet to see a flower selecting of a Prime Catcher and a Chorus Experiment, because that'd be one of the tougher options. But so far, so good from Luke's side of the board, hitting the pieces he needs. Always remember, he's bursting through of all these item cards. Pokestop supporting that bursting through. As we see the concealed cards finally, he's already seen plenty, it feels like. Can now sort of target down whatever he'd like.
Could get the Tina now, I think.
Yeah, Dark Patch available, right? There it is, Calamity Storm with the discard of the Pokestop. Prime Catcher in hand. Is this the option he goes down? Yes, it is. Big knockout potential here.
Giratina V survived last game, but on this occasion, the stadium was found, and Luke Kirkham will get an early 2-prize knockout using that Calamity Storm, discarding the stadium, and Rahul now left with only the single prizes on the table. Going to struggle to get a big knockout here on that Roaring Moon EX, and it will just survive now for many a turn.
Has to try and maybe utilize something like that Iron Leaves as an attacker, maybe again. It's one of those troubles with having, well, with just Giratina V-Star as a deck. Often when you're faced up against turbo builds, maybe like in the format just gone, we had Mew, which was easy to sort of take a knockout on a Giratina V. That's why you had to always bench 2, just to have that contingency plan if one does get knocked out.
Yeah, in this format, with it being a bit slower, I think the decks are built more around building the lost zone count up and motoring through the deck. And if you don't come across a Giratina V naturally, it can be quite hard, as Nest Ball is your only out.
There's the Burnett that goes. That could have helped to ramp up the lost zone very quickly. We've mentioned it a little bit before, but it's a pretty cool card that's just been covered up by that Super Rod. but a fantastic little ability just to grab any supporter out of the discard pile, maybe being able to reuse Boss's Orders in other matchups, or even this one if the opportunity presents itself, Puppet Offering, where you can just pitch it into the lost zone and select a support card from your discard pile to put back into your hand.
The problem you've got with Iron Leaves is it has to come from your hand, so you can't use a Nest Ball to get it out the deck. There is a singular Ultra Ball. You've also got the Forest Seal Stone, which can be utilized. And outside of that, you have to draw naturally into that Iron Leaf. So it's great to find that knockout at some point against a Charizard. But in this matchup where you've not got as much time to establish the board state, it can be quite tricky to find that Iron Leaves naturally through the deck. But it is in hand, ready to go. So it could be a big card right now.
Remember, Rahul only has access to two Mirage Gates, because 2 were prized at the bottom of those prizes. So could pick them up if a knockout is taken here. But right now, not enough grass energy on the board.
Not an energy in hand even to attach.
Yeah, to allow a Prism Edge attack and take out the Roaring Moon EX in the active spot. So Rahul in a really sticky situation.
Yeah, the lost zone count is high enough for the Mirage Gates we saw last turn, but it is just going to have to be a pass there. And the Boss's Orders, no way.
What a top deck, and the Pokestop already in hand. Massive here for Luke, but of course has to continue building that board state first. Wants to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes here. Trekking Shoes to continue plowing through that deck. What was that card, Luke? It's got to be important if you're deciding whether it's worth to keep or not.
Trekking Shoes creates tough situations. Do you want to get rid of a stadium? No, keep it.
That's your ramping of damage for your Roaring Moon EX. There it is, placed down. Kind of giving a little tail to Rahul, saying, I just hit it off my Trekking Shoes, by the way, but throws away the Boss's Orders.
Oh, wow. So the Boss's Orders going to the discard pile off of the Pokestop there, and the early Pal Pad discard. Prime Catcher has been used, so this will be the final opportunity, but at that point, the only attackers you're worried about are the ones that are going to be left in the active after knocking out your Roaring Moon. So for Luke at this stage, not only is he going to get rid of the Giratina V, he's going to get rid of the energy, going to take 2 prize cards, and will hopefully now try and set up the rest of the board for future attacks.
That's so key for Luke right now, even just to be able to swing into those single prizes with his own Roaring Moon single prize as well. But he's prioritizing another Roaring Moon EX. Here we go, some more energies being attached. Already having 2 on it from the hand attachment and the dark patch. Access to so many cards that allow you to burst energy back onto the board. Boss's Orders already discarded from that Pokestop, but doesn't matter, has another one. And that Pokestop will allow him to Calamity Storm for further 2 prizes in this round 13.
These knockouts are just holding Rahul back, not able to easily return. And at this stage, there's so much time for Luke as Rahul has yet to take a prize card. And with just the 2 prize cards remaining for Luke, I do imagine we'll see a single prize board state here for Rahul, trying to just gain some traction in the matchup. But it just gives more time to Luke, and that's the concern now. The more time you give him, the more availability to setting up a stable board state there is.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest unfortunate scenario here. Just want to double check maybe the number of ancient cards. Also, just what other resources have been played by Luke as well, because he's going to start ramping up damage with those single prizes if necessary. Rahul probably needs to combo a Sableye. There we go, speak of the devil. With a Gusting Effect, Counter Catcher, Prime Catcher.
There it is. Speaking of the devil.
And then
they just keep coming through. They just keep coming through.
It's just happening. I love that I'm just telepathing this. This is great.
I mean, all the options are coming through.
Hang on, just double checking. You've only got 9 there, Rahul. 1 more first. Just double checking. Has to just get 1 more flower selecting off here. Horse's Experiment and the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, you don't need that anymore. You've got enough flower selectors in play.
Is that Roxanne available to you right now? There it is, just the second to left card in that hand. He's got the 10. Does need to find a switch out with 2 also already in the prizes from the switch, the 2 switches and 2 Mirage Gates. It's quite a tall order here for Rahul. Especially if he's super running some cards that won't allow him to as well.
Yeah, we saw the 2 Mirage Gate in the switches and went, well, there's plenty of them in the deck and they'll get drawn as the game goes on. We didn't expect them needed at this stage without a single prize card taken. So it could be vital, especially after the Roxanne. If you don't draw into them, what then?
The attachment has to go down first, I'm sure. The only biggest thing is he's only got one bench space remaining. He chooses the Roxanne. Has to hit that one last copy of Mirage Gate as an option to retreat the active Pokemon. Or maybe one of those switch card effects that remains in the deck. And there's not many.
This is really tough here, but maybe the Roxanne will get some turns.
Yeah, there's definitely the chance here. He's done everything he needs to so far. He's got a 10 in the lost zone. Just needs to apply pressure of his own. Ask questions of Luke. There's a Psychic Energy. He doesn't look too great right now. Not the best Roxanne.
Just going to have to hope for some turns here. Can you gain some turns back? But everything is so big on Luke's side of the board that, you know, that Sableye might not even be enough to take those knockouts.
Free cards for Luke to work with. Ultra Ball, Dark Patch. Is that double Ultra Ball?
Yeah, it's double Ultra Ball. I mean, this is where if you had the Mew EX in play, you'd be laughing.
That's always a bit of the worry. I mean, he's having to rely on something like that Radiant Greninja as its main sort of draw engine, sort of mid to late game now. So this Roxanne could stick, especially with that Ultra Ball being played. Won't have any cards in hand, but just wants to put anything into hand for the moment, just to thin out that deck a little bit. Deck's thin enough. Just apply, even getting an energy at some point will apply pressure just by attaching it to the active.
Just increase the top deck. Now, at this stage, you've got some time. You can draw a few cards consecutively and hope that it finds you the way. But for Rahul, that was the time needed to be able to get that 2-turn attachment and build up the Sableye damage.
Remember that Burnett was already lost zone, so doesn't have an out to maybe recover that Roxanne as an option to maybe play it once again, force Luke into another awkward scenario. Do see the Nest Ball here for that Giratina V. Maybe this one will survive a little bit longer compared to the others. Flower selecting. Is that energy and a V-Star? Has V-Star in hand, I believe.
And discarding that Dark Patch as well. You got powered up attackers on the bench, but if the Roaring Moon EX with 3 energy on is knocked out at some point, that would lead to no energy, well, not enough energy in play to take
top deck mode,
next knockout. Oh, I know.
I mean, it's something. He's going to see 2 more cards into his deck.
Ooh, set up for next turn, maybe.
Pokestop as well. Could keep bursting through.
Switch card.
Hello. What more could you ask for? That's enough. Just to keep swinging away. Remember, Pokestop discards the top 3 cards of your deck. If there's any items there, put them back into your hand is the interaction. And there is the knockout and that Sableye. Further prize taken. Rahul's back is up against the wall now.
I mean, that Roxanne was the only disruption card available. So that means everything that you see in Luke's hand will remain there. So that's with the Burnett not available. Oh, the Burnett could come down.
That's what I said, but unfortunately it's been lost zoned.
That's the only way to reset that Roxanne, which is a clever way to create the space for some of those supporters to only play one of. But now that Burnett gone early on in the lost zone means that Roxanne was the only disruption possible for Luke. And so with the Professor Sada's Vitality in hand, there is not a huge amount Rahul can do to deny the next attack.
Yeah, it's not for Rahul to know. He has to play out this with every little bit of an out possible, double-checking all of those ancient cards. Both Pokemon, both Roaring Moons, are primed and ready. We just need 1 energy attachment each. Whatever Rahul sends up could be knocked out if Luke has an energy card. Luke now knows his hand is not disrupted.
So the counter catcher here could be huge. I mean, there is the Roaring Moon that was in the active has still got no energy on it, so that could be a vital piece to put into the active and disrupt.
Tough spot here. Will Burnett EX be able to do enough? Seems very unlikely, but does hold it.
Could maybe even be used to deny the switch cart as an option.
everything has 1 retreat cost.
Roaring Moon has 2.
Right, that's true. It's one way, but then just by using Professor Sada's Vitality and then an energy attachment, if there's any left in the deck or hand.
Energy switch as well, I think, in deck.
Well, it could be stopped by Burnett, right? But how long can you really do that for? That's the real question.
Back-to-back Professor Sada's Vitality would be, in theory, enough.
It's
just a pass. Oh, and that's a switch card there.
That's it. Big top deck again for Luke Kirkham.
And that's going to be it. Luke Kirkham taking his 10th win here at EUIC in round 13. What a deck he's brought here. The aggression of Roaring Moon EX working so well early on. And unfortunately for Rahul, just not able to keep up with the pace of his opponent, and now putting himself in a prime position to get a few more wins and take himself into that top 8.
I can't imagine there being many other big Roaring Moon EX main attacker decks that was part of the field from across this weekend. And it's great to see Luke bring a little bit more innovation to what was essentially turbo Roaring Moon from the last formats into this rotation, and still showcasing just why there's such a strong ancient Pokemon EX card.
I've always loved the way Luke just recognizes power in cards that don't get enough attention, and you can see exactly why. And this deck just motors through its resources and finds all of those great cards to power up the Roaring Moon, whether it be the cards to search for them, or whether it be the cards to power them up. And having that single prize Roaring Moon as an option has increased the damage output of the single prize option with the Roaring Moon EX. And you can see exactly why it was scary throughout that game.
So they've got a lot of time for both of these players. Rahul, we've seen numerous times across EU broadcasts and, of course, across the pond as well. Just a fantastic player. Just unfortunately falling a little bit short, never really able to get the Giratina V-Star going, and just surviving long enough against the Roaring Moon EX. Both of these Pokemon, of course, having that fantastic attack to just instant KO any other Pokemon in the format.
Locking out the Giratina V-Star from ever attacking. Whenever it got onto the bench, it was targeted down, whether it be the Prime Catcher or the boss's orders. And I think we've got to give a bit of credit to Prime Catcher being so key for Luke in those turns. Not only was it a great way to take the knockout, but it's a great way to switch the active out of the way, as 3 switch cart and those Prime Catcher looking to move the active quite frequently here, Luke.
Yeah, Luke's unwavering faith in his deck building ability, deck choice, often actually doesn't always often pay off, but this one has been so far, Luke, so kudos to you.
And holding those switch carts right down to the very end, knowing that the only way his deck was ever going to struggle was by having something locked up in the active spot. So Luke Kirkham going forward with those 10 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw. Great spot to be in.
31 points, yeah.
A lot of great players up there. Going to have to take them down. And you do wonder how the matchup spread is into the top decks in the format. It seems to be doing well so far.
Yeah, can't be complaining. I think he actually went into day 2 at 6-2-1. So I think he's won 4 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Back to back.
Yeah, I mean, he's done fantastically well at this stage. So it's great to see. I mean, he's a good friend. It's good to see him performing on these sort of stages again. We saw that top 4 placement in Gdansk with that Palkia list. He's played a bit of Roaring Moon in Dortmund as well to, again, another day 2 finish. And he's just continuing that.
I mean, I'm always a big fan of any trainer when you know they're going to come to a tournament with a deck that is less recognizable in its list. And that was the case of the Palkia here with the Roaring Moon EX in this format. So it's always good to see them doing well after that creativity.
Yeah, and it's great that I get a chance to speak to Luke outside of these tournaments, but I think we're ready with Chip to have a word with the man himself, Luke Kirkham, winner of round 13.
Thanks, casters. I'm down here on the stage with our winner from the last round, Luke Kirkham, using his Roaring Moon EX deck, something that would have been very normal to say in this past format, but something I think is a little unexpected in the new format. Talk to us about this deck. What made you stick with it even after the rotation?
So I've been playing Roaring Moon EX in the last couple of tournaments that I've been to, It lost obviously VIP and Moltres, which are the two big losses.
Huge deal, yeah.
But to go from the most popular deck for 3 regionals in a row to not even considered by anyone, I thought the deck is too inherently strong to not be considered. And you have the added bonus of the smaller Roaring Moon and on the X, which helps in the one prize matchup so much. It's 140 health is just a big, big boy.
It really is, and it does do a still solid amount of damage, even if you're not committing to that as an attacker, like some of the Ancient box decks we have seen where they're playing 30 Ancient cards. You know, it still can hit for some solid numbers, set up some 2-hit knockouts for you. So tell me about this matchup here against Giratina. In the last format, it seemed like Roaring Moon always had a pretty good time against Giratina. Do you feel like that's the same experience here in this new format?
I think it's actually probably better than it was previously. One, they don't have Path, which is obviously a big deal, a big loss for them. But with the smaller Roaring Moon, you can take all of their one prizes quite comfortably. You only Cramorant then can't one hit you back. So I think it just swings the prize trade back in your favour. Prime Catcher as well, on the, as you saw in a couple of those games, on the Giratinas, it can just put so much pressure on that they really struggle. Iron Leaves is a problem, but because it only has 220 health, you can usually return KO it, and it just keeps the prize trade at an even peg.
Yeah, an even trade there is usually pretty fine for the Roaring Moon deck, especially when you can eventually get to the point where you're one-hit KOing a Giratina V-Star when that comes into play for your opponent. Now, you came into today at a record of 6-2-1, the minimum, right? 19 match points, but you've won 4 matches straight. What has been the key to you finding so much success so far in day 2?
I think the consistency of the deck. I've just maxed out on the consistency cards, sort of 4 obs of everything. My aim with the deck is to just try and take an attack or a knockout turn 1, whether 1 prize or 2 prize, just to put pressure on so that your opponent's always on the back foot. I've just tried to build a deck to maximise the chances to do that and just keep it steaming over. You have to Sada a lot because obviously you don't have the energy switch and Moltres anymore, but just aggression. I think the format has slowed down a little, I think, compared to the last format. There's a bit more decks that take a couple of turns to set up. So if you could be the one dictating the pace of play, it always swings in your favour.
You're asking the questions, and your opponent is the one searching for the answers. I like to see it. So 2 more rounds. You do probably have to win both of them to make it into Top Cut. It's pretty wild, right, with how massive these tournaments are these days. You think this deck has what it takes to take you there? 2 more wins?
I think so. As long as I don't see any sneaky Espathra flying around or anything like that, I think we've got a chance.
I think there was one Espathra player in day 2, probably at a little worse record now, so I think you'll be okay on that front. Well, congratulations on the run so far, Rob. Is there anything that, or Luke, sorry, is there anything that you're hoping to not face in these last couple of rounds here as we're getting into the last few?
I think most matchups, I like 50-50 decks because if you take a 50-50 deck, you can always, again, play it to your skill level and do well. And this is probably even across the board. There are some niche matchups that are quite bad, but most of them are 50-50, maybe 55-45. So there's nothing I was really scared of.
Except
other than Espathra and actually the Dunsparce Roaring Moon, because they have 4 Ancient Energy Booster capsules, so their health could be put out of range, and they can always trade up on you later game. So that was probably one matchup I'd want to avoid, but other than that, I think it's close either way with any matchup.
Sure thing. All right, well, good luck in these last couple of rounds. Hopefully you can have what it takes to make it into our Top Cut here at EUIC. We're going to get back to the casters to get us into our next Swiss round shortly.
Thank you very much from that interview there, Chip. Luke, it was great to hear what that deck does. The big, big boy Roaring Moons with a big, big boy performance there in that Swiss round 13. It was fantastic to see and again hear that insight to know that there's not really much he's too scared of from what he's seen in the field.
Well, none of the big decks anyway. He was mentioning decks that aren't that high percentage of the field. So as long as you dodge and weave around those, you're going to be pretty confident. And I love his mentality around the 50-50 matchups of, well, if I put the pressure on early, hopefully that's enough to slow them down and make it really tough for them to do what they want to do. And we saw exactly that against Rahul there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're applying pressure, you're just asking questions of your opponent, right? So even those 50-50 matchups or those 50-50 moments, they can kind of start swinging your way if your opponent's having to start considering so many different options that are in your own deck against your opponent's deck and how to sort of map out the routes to victory. And it becomes a real stressful environment, especially when you have a big boy Roaring Moon in front of you swinging away.
And his mentality around a consistent deck that doesn't have too much to worry about, so you can fit things like trekking shoes in there, can fit a poker stop, poker gears, Nest Balls, Ultra Balls in high counts, that really increases the likelihood of you doing what you want to do every single game, which in his case is take a knockout on the first attacking turn of the game, whether going first in the second turn or whether we're going second on that first turn. And that's the key to the success of the deck, and we saw that just there. Even when you're not taking a knockout, just putting a little bit of damage into play with the Roaring Moon, either of them could be key to success.
Yeah, it's just a great way of innovating the deck in terms of coming from the pre-rotation format into this EUIC, and it's just great to see. I wonder how many people are going to start picking up Roaring Moon EX once again, just by seeing it showcased up against a deck that we have heard before. Giratina has always been in and around as one of those decks that takes 50-50 matchups across the board. With the inclusions of things like Burnett is trying to find little percentages here and there, and it just fell short against something that can just smack it away.
Well, Temporal Forces was very useful for that Roaring Moon EX. The addition of the small Roaring Moon, unfortunately, for us earlier on, we did vote Roaring Moon as not good enough of a card from Temporal Forces to make it to the top, but maybe people will start reconsidering that when it comes to voting for the best cards in the format. Unfortunately, I had a tough first round against Prime Catcher, but I do believe we're going to be able to have some more fun with our best cards bracket.
Here we go again.
For you guys, and hopefully we can get that going for you in just a moment. Here it is. Look, we saw Roaring Moon, unfortunately taking a loss early on to Prime Catcher, which I think is understandable as Prime Catcher is such a good card, but it has been all about the trainer cards making it through to the semi-final, where Prime Catcher is primed, ready in the final for what will face it. We're gonna be going through Eerie and Maximum Belt
Yeah,
here.
this top four has been very much A-Spec versus Supporter here. I mean, Prime Catcher continued its dominance there with an 81-19 voting ratio there. But yeah, Eerie and Maximum Belt. Maximum Belt actually not taking a surprising larger victory against a Pokemon which fits into an older archetype, but only really fits there.
Yeah, well, Cinccino was the strongest of the Pokemon in the early rounds, but we're now going to be focusing on that lower semi-final, the Eerie versus Maximum Belt. We want to get you guys involved to decide what you think is the best card out of Temporal Forces. We chose the 8 best cards we thought could go into the bracket, randomized them up, and it will be now Eerie versus Maximum Belt to decide who'll be facing Prime Catcher in the final. Very much the gauntlet if you get there, but who's it going to be? Do you want to go with? What do you want, Eerie or Maximum Belt? What's your... Because I've taken the better card in both the previous rounds we've done.
It doesn't matter. Whichever you'd like.
No, but this is interesting because whichever one you pick is, in your mind, the better card. Because I'm giving you the choice.
That's kind of true.
So, I mean, it's up to you. Eerie or Maximum Belt, what do you want? I think this is quite close. This could be our closest one throughout the whole bracket.
I'd like to think so, which is why I'm on the fence right now, but Eerie for me.
You're going with Eerie?
Yeah.
So shall I start off with Maximum Belt?
Go for it.
Well, everybody at home, Maximum Belt is the A-Spec to look out for if you have an EX deck. And that's because Maximum Belt does 50 more damage to your opponent's EXs. Tool cards right now in the format, such a fundamental part, with only Lost Vacuum being the way to remove them from play. So Maximum Belt is a scary prospect, has brought decks like Arceus back into the format, has allowed Charizard to help itself out in mirrors, has been a great addition in order to knock out those Charizard EX for a lot of the decks. So Maximum Belt, an A-Spec to look out for. Yes, there's Prime Catcher in the format, so you have to fight between the two of them, but in certain archetypes, Maximum Belt is the reason it can fight for the top.
Oh well, you actually stopped without even me stopping. You just didn't want the source, did you? You didn't want me to just cut you off.
No, I didn't. I think I said enough.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you actually had Eerie.
I did
earlier, right?
I really like Eerie. I really like Eerie, and I didn't want to fight too hard for Maximum Belt. Maximum Belt is great. A-Specs are all great.
Oh, why are you continuing?
Carry on.
All right. Anyway, all right. On Eerie now. You thought Control was scary before, but an introduction of a fantastic supporter card, Eerie just takes it that one step further, being able to get knowledge of your opponent's hand. But not only that, remove 2 item or trainer cards, or item cards, sorry, from your opponent's hand.
The card's text.
Yeah, stop it. Okay, it's an incredible supporter card. So many different utilities. Not just seen in just Control, not just Snorlax Control. It's Pidgeot Control. It's seen in Charizard EX. It's seen in Arceus V-Star decks. Being able to tutor it out when you want to, but then utilize it against your opponent and impact your opponent's setup. Those rare candies, get rid of that. those superior energy retrievals, throw them in the bin. Forget all of that. It's Eerie here to stay in this format and make a true impact for the rest of the game.
I think one thing I want to ask you, if Eerie is so great, as you say it, why are you not playing the maximum count in your deck? Why not playing 4 of them? Because maximum belt is limited to just 1. And so we only play 1. Of course, we have to follow the rules. But Eerie, you can play 4 of them. Why are we only seeing 1 here, 2 there?
Well, you don't get more time.
I'm just intrigued. I'm just asking.
But, I mean, it's a supporter that has to be utilized once you set up a bit yourself. You can't always allow you in a position to utilize such a powerful effect of a supporter card. You still need to draw cards, you still need to get Pokemon out of the deck and set up your own board state.
It's fine, it's fine.
And then when you're ready, when that person, your opponent, has used Pokestop to grab those rare candies, to grab those superior energy retrievals, and you know it's in their hand, and your opponent's like, oh, well, I have to play it now. If I don't, it's just going to get airied out of it. Done. Game over. GG.
They're already
move
voting,
on.
you know
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't matter. And they'll keep going from this moment.
Well, you also got to bear in mind that it's got a very good artwork as well. You know, some of the alternate artworks of Eerie, I'm a big fan. And so I think that is a case, you know, where the A-Specs is only one artwork of them. So,
but we love the pink, right? The highlighting of the pink of the A-Specs.
It makes it a lot easier for us when we're commentating these games, when you know the single A-Spec in the deck and you can see it very clearly. Of course, it's up to you guys. Make sure you keep voting in the chat and let us know which one you would be picking there, because this bracket is now getting down to the crunch time. Is it going to be an A-Spec final, or will we be seeing Eerie trying to push through the ultimate rival of Prime Catcher? Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly that.
Will they get a chance to combat in that final?
Yeah, there's some incredible cards from the set, especially that impact, just the format, and the different decks that we do see across the tables from these 2,500 plus players across this weekend so far. So we're only scratching the surface as well of what these cards could do. When more tournaments come, people are starting to innovate further. When more sets may drop, more combos, synergy cards come together.
Like Raging Bolt. You know, what a powerful card, but not in the format right now because it's not quite the right synergy for it.
Just waiting in the wings. You never know when it's just going to come and really, truly shine in the format. But don't forget, not just voting on these two as well. Make sure you let us know if there's any other cards there that really should be considered from Temporal Forces.
We could have done a top 16.
Oh, yeah.
You got Metang, you got Iron Crown made it, didn't it? Iron Boulder, it's quite good. You know, we've mentioned Raging Bolt as a great card. Gouging Fire.
Great Tusk.
Great Tusk, yeah. There is a Great Tusk mill that is trying to make a run in day 2. So anyone who's out there supporting the mill decks, that is having a go. But I mean, even Explorer's Guidance. You know, on top of all of that, you got all these trainers. Buddy Poffin didn't make the top 8.
Good point. And the rest of the A-Specs, right?
Yeah, all of the A-Specs, which have featured in a deck somewhere in the hall.
Remember, shout out to those Neo Upper Energy users.
All 10 of them.
All 10 of them across our Masters division was fantastic. I mean, it's great to see people trying to use different A-Specs. Remember, it's just a one-off, right? And it feels like we're going to get some more at some stage. It's a great throwback to previous formats and years as well. But just that pink is just a great shine. I love it.
Yeah, and the way they balance them around each other, making them great for different decks. You know, we're seeing the ancient decks having the Awakening Drum. You got the future decks with the Reboot Pod. The A-Spec there, so powerful, but utilized only within those decks. So it's really meant that the A-Spec slot is a hard decision to make, and if more come in the future, people will start to struggle to work out whether Prime Catcher is the one they want to put in, or whether Maximum Belt is the one they want to put in for that specific utility. So a great set. Temporal Forces really switch things up. Rotation has as well. We've featured so many decks here on the stream, and we are getting down to those final stages where we're running out of opportunities to show new decks because only the best of the best are making it, with Luke Kirkham trying to rise through the ranks with that Roaring Mooney X.
Yeah, we've seen so many decks, as already mentioned, but make sure you continue sticking with us throughout this weekend, and of course, tomorrow, where we have Championship Sunday, where all of the finals be coming together and just putting on the best possible show across all of the games, and of course, the most important from us, the TCG Finals.
I can't wait for that. I mean, there are a lot of players right now who are trying to make not only their first IC final, there's a lot of players trying to make multiple IC finals, maybe even our most winning player, Tord Reklev, who's won all of the ICs, now trying to make another one for the table. I mean, where does he keep all those trophies? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, is there a table big enough? That's the first question. Maybe he's starting to collect the trophies of the same design now as well. That's another way of thinking about it. But, you know, there's going to be plenty of players and decks out there trying to stop him. We hopefully will have the actual voting complete soon.
Oh, I think it is. I think
really?
you guys have made your decision and we know who's going to be making it through to the final. So let's see whether Eerie or that maximum belt made it.
Come on, look, thank you very much. I finally have a dub, but I personally think it is a slightly better card. Just because of the impact it has on the actual format
they
itself.
voted.
No,
you don't need to keep convincing them.
I'm not just putting in people's mind that people have to think about playing around this. They have to play around Maximum Belt as well. But what if you're not playing an EX deck? You don't even need to worry about it.
I think one of the big things for Maximum Belt that's let it down in this tournament is seeing so many decks that we thought must have a Maximum Belt in, like Lost Zone Giratina
for sure.
and like Charizard. They've been opting to go for that Prime Catcher instead, and that just shows you how powerful Prime Catcher is. But it's just whether Eerie can go into that final and snipe the Prime Catcher out of the hand with its ability. One of the greatest cards you can get out of your opponent's hand with the Eerie. So fingers crossed for Eerie in the final, but Prime Catcher a valiant target. That'll be happening later on in the broadcast. I'm sure you guys are looking forward to that, but you know, we've got a few more rounds of Swiss before we decide on that community vote. At this stage of a tournament, you know, these players are exhausted. 13 rounds of Swiss, a long day yesterday. They're coming up towards that top 8 now, which they're aiming to achieve. What's going through these players' mind as they're going into round 14 and round 15?
I mean, especially when you're at the upper echelon of the point system, you're just kind of trying to compose yourself, get yourself ready to try and make that final push into with the points, with wins, to get into top 8. But you're doing the same thing as well. In the middle of the pack, you're still trying to aim for those top positions of top 16, top 32, top 64, fantastic prizes out there. But you know what? We're gonna have round 14 with you guys shortly. Make sure you go grab yourselves a drink. Make sure you don't go anywhere too far because we will be bringing you round 14 as soon as possible. But just a small, short break, give you guys a chance to compose yourself before we have the last few, or last couple Swiss rounds. See you shortly.
For Christmas, I got a couple of packs of Pokemon cards, and then I asked my dad what the writing on them were for, and then we figured out it was a card game, and that's how we started. I used to play at a card shop, and then one of the players there told me that they were going to the Salt Lake City Regional in 2021, and I asked my dad if we could go since it's pretty close. And he said we could, and then that's how we started.
So Prince is currently undefeated here, Amy, in this top 8 bracket.
For LAIC, I chose NTV and Iron Valiant EX deck.
Seems like Prince definitely has his finger on the pulse of the meta there.
I chose my deck because I like off-meta decks, and I wanted to prove everybody wrong and show that it was a good deck.
2 damage counters on the Giratina V-Star for the KO. And that means Prince. Escape! Combustion blast from the Radiant Charizard. 250 damage. Prince, our champion, going undefeated through top 8, top 4, and the finals.
I think the trading card game is really fun, so I get a lot of joy out of it. I've learned to strategize more since I started playing Pokemon. And also I get to travel all over the world. My favorite place that I've been to for Pokemon would probably be Yokohama because I really like Japanese food. This is my first international championship that I won. Last year I got top 8 at EOIC, and then at NAIC I got 2nd.
His play, his decision making, I'm so impressed how that deck ran.
My #1 goal is to win all 3 ICs, LAIC, UIC, and NAIC, and then win World Championships.
Prince is our Latin International Champion of 2024.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Well, we've still got plenty more Pokemon to play, and things are about to heat up. These next 2 rounds decide who will make it into the top 8 and who will go home without the chance to become an international champion. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG stream here at the Europe International Championships. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya Pierce. Freya, how excited are you to get into these last few Swiss rounds?
Could not be more excited. This is where it really is, crunch time, all to play for. We have had so many rounds of Swiss already, but just 2 more Swiss rounds, as you said, stand between who is going to drop out day 2 and who is going to make it into that top 8 bracket and have the chance to become the European International Champion.
And for everybody at home watching the stream, we have another treat. It wouldn't be the theme of putting weird decks on the stream if it weren't for the next matches we're going to put on. Of course, these players are still battling it out. Let's take a look at the standings for this event. We've got, of course, Swiss rounds continuing to happen, and these players are looking to get to that 36 match points. 36 will put them in an excellent spot to make it into the top cut. All of these trainers shown below have a chance if they win their next 2 games. That's 6 more match points. Most likely secure themselves a spot into the top 8.
There's one name actually you really want to draw attention to. Uffe Axelsson, a local to me Danish player, is all the way there at the first seed spot. They're with 34 points. You've got to think he's almost guaranteed at this point, right? Yeah, first 6 match points, so 2 intentional ties should get him there.
It was down paired this round, so we'll most likely have to play it out up against Alessandro playing that cool control deck. But speaking of cool decks, I'm not going to delay this anymore. Our match is ready. Let's throw it down and get into this surprise match we have between both of our competitors. Let's throw it down to the stage. We have Espathra EX. What is going on? Brayden is, of course, a regional champion. He loves to play these weird decks, but Brayden, man, this is completely off the walls.
Yeah, you might have seen my not-so-soft messaging. I was pointing at my Natu pin, and there was a good reason for that. We see the Zatu representation there with the Espathra. This is such a cool rogue deck to see. It is not what I was expecting at all going into this tournament.
Yeah, but let's not count out William as well. Of course, a Brazilian player, has been playing for years and years. A top 4 international championship back in 2018, and a 2-time regional champion in the Latin America circuit. Is playing Charizard EX. Now, usually, fire against, everything gets weird because normally the fire type maybe would just have it even matched up with the psychic, but both of these Pokemon decided to terrestrialize on their cards. So we have a grass type up against a dark type. There's a few moving pieces we'll have to talk about in this match. Let's take a look and see these maybe a little bit more wacky card inclusions. We've got a few Buddy Poppin', a few Capturing Aroma. There is that Luminion in the prize cards for William if he needs to use something like an early Luminous Sign ability.
Yeah, not ideal, especially because as far as I can tell from the list, there is no Hisuian Heavy Ball here in William's list, and no option to fish that out to get it earlier. We'll have to take it as a prize to do so. Meanwhile, Brayden's prizes, a couple of Buddy Poppins isn't great in terms of early setup, but other than that, there's mainly just setup cards in there. So in terms of actual access to resources, Brayden's not going to have too hard a time.
Yeah, this is Espathra having that powerful attack deals more damage. Psy Ball, we've seen X Ball, very, very similar. 30 damage, plus 30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. Of course, with weakness coming into a factor, it's going to be an exciting one. Let's get down to it. Starting things out now, William, if he doesn't already know, won't actually have the news so far because Brayden is starting one of the non-dead giveaway Pokemon in this deck. Yeah. Just the Manaphy, but William only able to just bench Pidgey and pass, not able to get down this Rotom.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but at the very least, you do have one of each of your evolutions, so your next turn, if William can find a Rare Candy plus a Stage 2, can go into either the Pidgeot or the Charmander. So about as good as a bad start could go, I would say.
Brayden with an excellent start. Buddy Poppin can get out multiple of these basic Pokemon. Already just checking through the deck to see who is going to be the selection. And of course, not only using that ability, of course, to accelerate more energy, Clairvoyant Sense, but also puts the energy into play and draws you a few cards, so it acts as a built-in draw engine, very similar to that Underworld Door ability we saw a few years back with that Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yeah, absolutely. So draw power and energy acceleration, both built into one neat little package. Very, very nice to have, and especially when you can get a bunch of out early on. Of course, with that Buddy Puffin, one of those decks that really doesn't lose much at all, if anything, from the Rotation Battle VIP pass, because all your evolving basics have so little HP anyway. And we do see there the Rigid Band as well, going onto the Flittle.
You're going to reduce that once it evolves. Going to take 30 less damage from Stage 1 Pokemon, and a Professor's Research to just discard the hand, draw a few cards, but there's really nothing else happening in this hand.
Yeah.
Let's have a copy of that Pokemon League headquarters, but it's, I think, more than okay to just pass the turn over. Top deck for turn is a Buddy Puffin, and that's not a bad card to have, but with how Williams' hand looks as it stands right now, will not have the pieces to make a powerful turn to play like Rare Candy into Pidgeot, Rare Candy into Charizard, may have to rely off of this Iono to draw some cards and see what they grant him.
Yeah, play Iono, draw a Fresh Six. If you can find then the Rare Candy plus a Stage 2, then you are pretty good to go, but this Buddy Puffin, great top deck, because of course that will thin the deck of 2 more cards, just to increase that odds just a little bit more of finding that 2-card combination from the Iono.
And I'll be interested to see if William decides to not put a lot of Charizard EX into play. Charizard is a very efficient attacker. It does only attack for 2 fire energy, but you got to start doing the math. So anything over 160 damage, so 170 or more, will take the knockout. So with 30 base, if there's 5 total energy in play between both Pokemon, that will be 180 damage. With weakness, we'll be able to take the knockout. And I mean, that's not that hard. The 2 energy on the Charizard to attack, and then 3 energy on the Espathra, and we're looking at a 1-hit KO on a Dark Terastallized Charizard.
Yeah, it really does not take a lot at all. I think you still want to use the Buddy Puffin to get out as many attackers as possible, because ultimately, yeah, you do get hit for weakness, but you need to attack, right? So still thin your deck out for a couple of cards. A Cleffa could also be a great option. See, William went for that just to draw more in case he doesn't find what he needs. So yeah, really great fin off the Buddy Puffin. Let's see what this Iono brings.
So both players drawing up to 6 cards. See what each player has, what options are available. There's that 4 Seal Stone in the hand, another Buddy Puffin, but it looks like tons of basics here too. So we could see William potentially thin the hand out. We also did see that Charmander come into play, and there is an energy card to retreat into this Cleffa that was benched. Could see maybe Charmander evolve up into Charmeleon. Now it is that Paldean Fates Charmeleon that William has played. You can see sort of some weird plays where if you're using the Heat Tackle Charmeleon with weakness, of course, the Espathra being Terastallized to a Grass type, you would be able to deal 140 damage for 2 energy, and if you can maybe cycle a little bit with something like your Super Rod, you would be able to take a 2-hit knockout. Now the Rigid Band makes things a little bit more interesting. It kind of messes with some of the math, but that is a potential play. Williams definitely got to think a little bit outside the box in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is why it's so important for these Charizard lists to play normally, 1 or maybe even 2 Charmeleon. These Charmeleons have great utilities of their own. They do protect you a little bit from, of course, those TM devolution plays, but then also they have really useful attacks and abilities that can really help you advance your game state in a lot of different matchups. We do see there Cleffa coming in with the Grasping Draw, and a pretty good draw off the Grasping Draw off that.
Yeah, and Braden does actually bench that Shuppet. Is playing a similar line. We saw Isaiah Bradner play one of the item luck, the Everlasting Darkness, and one that puts the supporter from your discard pile back into your hand. Now, if Braden had got that Shuppet down on the first turn, could have threatened a way to slow the game down, give himself more time to set up these Espathra EX, and also shut William off of Rare Candy into something like Pidgeot or into Charizard EX. Instead, it's just going to be the Ultra Ball, getting rid of that Banette. I think Braden understands this ship has sailed, and there it comes, Xatu hitting the field.
I'm very, very happy to see that. So again, Xatu again, like you mentioned at the start, even that clairvoyant sensibility, a great sort of built-in both draw power and the end acceleration power. Can attach a basic Psychic Energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon, and it doesn't have to be a Psychic Pokemon. That is the one thing it does have over Underworld Door that you mentioned earlier. So you can attach to a Manaphy if you really need to in a pinch, or other types. But
well, it's great for Espathra when Espathra is not a Psychic type; it is a Grass type. Yeah. So. A lot of flexibility. Does have to be on the bench, and we're just going to see the energy on the active and Professor's Research discarding the hand. You could still see the Xatu draw some more cards after the Research. The Manaphy does have a way to retreat. Braden's not playing any ways to necessarily switch this Manaphy out, so we'll have to commit this energy. I mean, this Cleffa, very easy. If you really sneeze on this Cleffa, even just a little bit, it will be knocked out, and that's sort of the role these baby Pokemon fill. Are we going to see anything like an Espathra? Not quite yet, but there is that clairvoyant sensibility, so we'll see an energy go onto this Flittle into 2 more cards, and there it is, that Espathra EX found, and that is going to be a perfect Pokemon to put into play this turn. we're going to start to see Cyball put on pressure. And not only that, but when Espathra EX sits in the active spot, that Dazzling Gaze ability really is going to make it a lot harder for Charizard EX to attack it.
Yeah, this is the other really great benefit of Espathra. One of the main sort of attractions of the deck is that ability, of course, increasing the attack cost of your opponent's active Pokemon by 1. So a really phenomenal ability, really kind of forces your opponent to play a bit more awkward and William having to pick up the Espathra to read what it does.
Yeah, hopefully William's been practicing his English, because that card, I'm sure, is not in Portuguese anyway for him to read that. But, you know, William's got to think of a new plan. I'm sure he's played against Espathra on ladder before, probably not in designated testing. You've got to wonder. Espathra as a stage 1 does have a little bit of a lower HP count. It is 260, so with how Charizard works, it's in that range where if you can take 3 prize cards, or rather if your opponent takes 3 prize cards, you can use Burning Darkness for 270 damage. And now William has chosen to play the A-spec of, is it Maximum Belt? We are going to see Maximum Belt. So that is actually important too. 260 can be an awkward number for Charizard. If your opponent takes 1 prize card, you can then use that Burning Darkness. With the 1 prize card taken, it's 210, plus the additional 50 damage from that Maximum Belt. Perfect math to knock out Espathra. And with Braden taking this knockout, if William can find something like the Choice Belt, which is a perfect thing off this Arven, we could see a return knockout, and Braden does not have any more Flittle on the bench.
No, a couple of things. First of all, obviously the Choice Belt is not going to work on the Espathra, but second of all, yeah, that Rigid Band.
Yeah, the Rigid Band, and I meant the Maximum Belt, excuse me, yeah.
That makes more sense.
So the Maximum Belt there. Lots of different belts. We got bands and belts and everything in between.
We sure do, but yeah, the Rigid Band is going to sort of prevent that sort of key play, and that's probably why Braden plays the Rigid Band in the first place, just to prevent that sort of, allow that first 1 prize knockout to be a bit less awkward.
Yeah, but don't count William out, though. Is playing that Lost Vacuum, so if we could see a crazy combo here, I mean, it is a lot on the 3rd turn of the game. Rare Candy into Charizard, that can accelerate the 3 energy, plus Rare Candy into Pidgeot to allow this Pidgey to retreat and to search 1 more card out, plus the Lost Vacuum, plus the Maximum Belt. We could see Espathra go down as soon as it's taken 1 prize card.
But I think you can do it. I think you can put it together. There's 2 Rare Candies in hand. It's going to be a Rare Candy into Pidgeot. You can use Quick Search to search for the Charizard and Rare Candy into that. And then you have the Forest Seal Stone, where you use the Star Alchemy on the Rotom to search for the last piece.
Wow, it looks like William drew into a great combination of cards off that Cleffa the previous turn, using that Arven to find Nest Ball for Rotom, not because he wants to use Instant Charge anymore, but just because he needs a Pokemon to use that Forest Seal Stone, Star Alchemy V-Star power, and here we go. Charizard will put 3 Fire Energy onto itself, usually only need 2, but wants to, of course, play around that Dazzling Gaze ability, and then the Rotom with that Forest Seal Stone can search out Lost Vacuum. The only awkward part about this entire exchange is William will have to get rid of this Halbab, but it is more than worth it. What an insane combo here for William, responding to the Espathra. The first turn it comes into play in attacks, William will take 2 prize cards. Braden having really no attackers in play, just the Banette, and with William having such a low hand and I've already used these Rare Candies, it's not going to have a big effect at this point.
No, yeah, William going down to a 0-card hand to put this together, but absolutely worth it considering, as you just said, you take all the attackers off the board. So once this Espathra goes, Braden's left with basically nothing, and there's no... Are there even any basic attackers they can maybe make use of to try and mount some kind of counterattack?
I mean, you can use Alakazam, but your opponent has, again, very few cards in hand, and you don't need it when Pidgeot has also been established. Espathra goes down, Charizard EX swinging back, thanks to the help of that Maximum Belt A-Spec.
I mean, actually think about it, maybe in a different situation, Braden can maybe think about using Poltergeist, of course, on the Banette EX to take KO, but William's got a 2-card hand.
Yeah, it's really not going to do a lot, and not only that, but Banette is weak to Dark, so it will get 1-hit knocked out back from Charizard, even if Braden had a way to remove something like this Maximum Belt, but there isn't any way to get rid of this tool card, so Charizard is just going to be swinging for big damage now, and then remember, Burning Darkness will get stronger and stronger as the game progresses and as Braden takes more prize cards.
So we did talk earlier about how Prime Catcher seemed like it was a very good fit in Charizard, how, you know, Todd opted to play that over the Maximum Belt, but now we're seeing the opposite argument, right? We are seeing just how valuable Maximum Belt can be for maths on for KOs of Charizard in certain situations.
Yeah, it's a shame you can only play 1, but that's sort of how the game goes, unfortunately. We'll see that Clairvoyant Sense, attach some energies, draw some more cards, and there is an Ultra Ball as well as that Banette. So Banette essentially acting as a pseudo versus Seeker. It can always just grab a supporter card out of the discard pile. And I mean, Williams maybe seen this card a few times, but we'll just take another read, make sure he understands everything. And from this point, I think Braden's really just got to ask himself, what supporter card do you play? Really no reason to play Iona with your opponent having such a small hand. maybe play the Ultra Ball and definitely needs to get down another Flittle because with this Pidgeot established, any piece that William wants, like Boss's Orders, is easily at his disposal.
Yeah, you can just find it exactly at the right time. Ultra Ball coming in now to just get, and it's going to be, you could get either another Nath or another Flittle. Of course, if you don't get another Flittle down, then maybe William can take an easy KO on it and then leave no attacker. So yeah, Braden realizing this, just opt to get the second Flittle there and leaving himself with, I believe it's an Iono and one other card in hand, so I guess it's going to have to be going for that Iono in this instance. Oh, but maybe could be getting myself back from the Bayonet.
We could see the Banette potentially put itself there, but I think there's no reason to. You just want to draw some cards, maybe disrupt William, but you're giving him a few more cards. Really, what was the benefit necessarily of just discarding that Iono? Maybe just wanting to save the Xatu for later on as a way to draw some more cards, and this hand is just a bunch of Pokemon and energy cards. It's just going to pass the turn back over to William, who now has 4 cards to work with, plus this top deck, and the quick search every single turn to find a piece. And he's already at 4 prize cards, guaranteed to go down to 3 at the end of this turn.
I mean, we can't forget as well, William's hand was literally just the 2 prize cards that he took. He played himself down to 0, 2 prizes, so Braden essentially has given William a fresh 4 cards from the deck that otherwise he wouldn't have had.
So now comes the choices here for William. Do you just accept to knock this Manaphy out? Do you use one of your boss's orders? Maybe power up this bench Charmander, maybe evolve it into a Charmeleon, make it so that you can respond KO, but I think from this point, as long as William just doesn't let up the prize trade, every time a 2 prize is taken on Braden's side, William is able to respond with at least a 1 or 2 prize knockout. He will be in a position to close out this first game, and that will be a lot easier because Pidgeot can just find whatever card he needs every single turn.
Well, it looks like William there did opt to just get the boss's orders off that quick search, so with this I've got to be thinking, maybe going to think about targeting down that Xatu. Of course, if you can't take down other Flittles, why not just take out the only draw engine that Braden has, really stop the extra energy acceleration from going on, stop the damage from being able to be ramped up. Oh, actually no, I was wrong.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird situation. There's sort of support both on the Banette and the Xatu, so I see just going after the energy, maybe forcing your opponent to have some more energy cards to get things going. You also have to remember that you need a pivot, but there's a great pivot in that Banette, of course. It can always just send itself to the Lost Zone. We'll see the Xatu get used first, put 2 energy into play. And this is sort of an interesting argument at the end of the day. If you're going to take a prize regardless, you really just know you have to keep the lead. Was it worth just taking that turn to, instead of boss's orders, prepare yourself to put another Charizard into play or get ready to use that Radiant Charizard, which is a great attacker into this grass-type Espathra?
Yeah, I guess it's just because obviously the K on the Manaphy here doesn't really feel great. It doesn't get you anywhere in terms of advancing your board state at least, or at least denying Braden's one. Whereas if you take down Flittle before it evolves, it's one less attacker that William has to deal with later. So yeah, I could definitely see the argument for it either way, but this is the decision that William has made. And yeah, with Braden now being able to kind of pseudo-pivot with this Banette, it's always easy to forget because so many of these abilities only work on the bench, of course, but Banette does work in the active, so you can just use the ability, it goes to the Lost Zone, and then you have to bring up a new Pokemon, and it still works the same way.
Yeah, so Espathra only needs the 2 energy here with Cyball to take a knockout, thanks to forcing Charizard to have 3 due to that Dazzling Gaze ability. So we'll see the attachment for turn, and then Banette can send itself to the Lost Zone. Make sure we know where we gotta go. So Banette will go to the Lost Zone, and an Iono will get grabbed out of the hand. So with this knockout onto the Charizard and the Iono being played, William will be put down to a 3-card hand and need to find pieces to respond to this Espathra before it gets out of hand.
And sometimes this is just the way you play the game, right? You just go disruption, disruption, disruption. Eventually my opponent's got to miss, right? It's obviously a lot harder when you're dealing with a Pidgeot that can search out for any card, but if you need more than one card to piece together a combo, that Iono can still be enough disruption to win you the game.
Yeah, you really just got to think about the trade-off. Again, I keep just thinking back to that boss. I mean, boss is great, right? You target it down the Flittle, but this Espathra is still attacked. Braden had the pieces to put it together, and now you're stuck with a 3-card hand. You can't use your Forest Seal Stone. Your Star Power has already been used, and not only do you need Rare Candy Charizard, but you also need 3 energy. William is only playing 6, and because 3 are already in the discard pile, and 1 was also discarded earlier to retreat to Cleffa, William is also going to have to find that Super Rod to take a knockout onto this Espathra.
And this is where the Dazzling Gaze becomes especially strong with Charizard. Obviously, being able to hit for weakness is already great, right? Because you can take KOs easily. But what it means is exactly like you said, these Charizard decks are playing such low counts of fire energy. Sure, you can easily power up a Charizard to attack with that Infernal Rain, but when you're playing such low energy counts, you'll put so much more pressure on the Charizard in the later turns to actually be able to continue attacking.
So this is a tough decision here for William. Does have that Lumineon in hand, as well as a few supporters like that Arven will actually just bench and use Lumineon's Luminous Sign ability searching the deck, excuse me, for a supporter, and it is going to be that Roxanne. So William just needs to hopefully draw a few more cards, and will also disrupt Braden's hand size, maybe make it a little bit harder for him to have a follow-up attack or have a follow-up plan if this Espathra goes down maybe the following turn.
Yeah, maybe giving Braden a taste of his own medicine there, saying, you know what, if you're going to disrupt me with Iono, I'm going to treat you to a Roxanne in return. And of course, Roxanne's so strong because unlike with Iono, you get a much larger hand dice from it. As long as your opponent has 3 prize cards left or less, you get to draw 6, your opponent gets left with 2.
And let's not forget, this Pidgeot EX has not used Quick Search yet, but William deciding to evolve this Charmander into Charmeleon before using this Roxanne, which means as things stand, William is not going to be able to deal damage and attack into this Pokemon. See if William just decides to let a prize card get taken, but that's just more time for a potential 1 more attack to come out, and especially with these low HP, weak V and EX Pokemon, or rather V Pokemon on the bench. I mean, Braden's just got to put 5 energy together to maybe take a knockout, or of course, knock out 1 more of those Charizard EXs if they come into play.
Yeah, I guess what you can do in the meantime is you just leave this Pidgeot active. It's got a retreat cost of nothing. You don't need to attach energy to it in order to retreat, so you can just leave it there and kind of force Braden to build up those energies to be able to KO anything. And I think that's probably, if William's committing to evolving to this Charmeleon, I think that's probably the best thing you can go for this turn.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. I mean, Charizard is usually a very efficient attacker once your opponent hits the 2 to 3 prize card range, but because of that ability, it's still Charizard now, instead of having a 5 energy attack cost, it has a 6 energy attack cost. So, I mean, William, he could leave this Pidgeot in the active spot, but from there, what has to happen? If William accelerates 3 energy cards onto this Charizard, then that means, yeah, you take the knockout on a Espathra, but if you're knocked out back, not only do you lose your Radiant Charizard and the energies attached, but your Charizard that you evolved isn't powered up at all.
No, exactly. So very, very tricky spot here. And I think given that, yeah, leaving the Pidgeot active is probably the best thing to go for. Over to Braden's side, as you do see, does put down that Flutter Mane with a Psychic Energy, of course. Will be an option to maybe do that Hex Hurl attack and maybe start picking off for something on the bench. We see another Iono. Like, is that 4 Ionos in a row now for Braden?
Lots of Ionos, lots of disruption. Let's see what Braden can find. And there's really nothing in this hand. So now Braden has an interesting choice. Do you just poke this Pidgeot for a little bit of damage? Do you just hit it for 90, or do you retreat out? And we are going to see the retreat into the Cleffa to fill up the hand. Now, this is the shiny one, so maybe I'm a little bit more biased, but it's going to get the job done regardless. Fill the hand up to 7 cards. And now William essentially buying himself a turn, but is still in a pretty weird position. If you knock out this Cleffa, how are you going to take your last prize onto one of these 2 prize Pokemon like the Espathra?
There's a bit of a shiny face-off going on here, and you have to realize a shiny Pidgeot versus a shiny Cleffa.
Shout out to Paldean Fates, that bonus expansion that we got over the winter. Gotta love those new shiny cards.
Absolutely. Speaking of shiny cards, there's a few more on William's side of the field that end in the hand, but nothing that is great to work with right now. There is that Arvin in the hand, so maybe that can dig for a tool and an item to try and bail William out a little bit here. But I mean, the main thing you really need to find is just that Charizard, right? You just want to get more energy in play. You want to start attacking some more, but you do have the quick search option still, so there is a lot that William still has to work with.
Yeah, the big issue is, again, it's going to come down to how does William put off the final attack. This next attack, whether you're taking a knockout on the Espathra or something else, that's not hard to see, right? You can power up either the Radiant Charizard or the Charizard EX with that Infernal Rain ability. But from there, Charizard EX, usually you can just manual attach to it, but you can't if that Espathra EX is active. So I think what William may have to do here is find an opportunity to knock this Espathra out before it comes up and attacks. Because there are no Flittle on the bench, William may just have to deal with this one at some point, and if he can deal with it early, he can then use that Radiant Charizard just as it should be for the single fire energy to close this game out. Let's see if he can do that, or if he decides to go for this route of play.
He's itching. He's having a look through, and I think he's debating whether to search for a super. I saw him putting the Charmander to the top of his discard pile, maybe sort of debating what he's been through. Did find, what was that? No, it looks like an Iono from the quick search. Okay.
Yeah, essentially negating Braden's turn of building this hand up, and is just gonna play Iono, put all those cards to the bottom of the deck. And honestly, for William here, I'm not sure if he necessarily did it the turn before, but I can instant charge as well to just end the turn off and just draw a few more cards.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he forgot to instant charge, didn't he?
I don't think he instant charged. I think is now maybe realizing, yeah, I might as well just instant charge, and those are also some good cards to work with. Rare Candy, Ultra Ball, all things that you want for the future. This Cleffa will be left in the active spot, same as this Pidgeot, and there is the second Xatu, but there is really nothing else in this hand. There's a boss's orders. Do you ever boss and target up something? You could take a knockout onto the Pidgey on the bench. It does have 50 HP, but no, it's just going to be Cleffa filling the hand back up to 7 again, using Grasping Draw. This time, getting a few more pieces. We do see, actually, the Energy Retrieval. That's a card we haven't really seen in any deck since the F rotation so far.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, if you take a KO on the Pidgey, you play right into enabling Counter Catcher on William's side. So
yeah.
I think definitely wiser to go for the Grasping Draw there, just build the hand up a little bit more, because now, yeah, William just discards the Counter Catcher instead. And but he would have been able to use that to KO the Espathra otherwise.
Yeah, but does now have Charizard, so if there's a boss's orders, William can target down this Espathra since Braden has taken 3 prize cards. It will be doing 270 damage, and how does Braden respond to 3 energy, fully powered up Charizard? I don't think there's a lot of plays. No. Pidgeot using Quick Search, and it will find the boss's orders. This is a huge turn of the game for William. After that big knockout for Braden, William finding the pieces early on and now taking some time off and gets the 3 energy Charizard and the boss's orders on Espathra, and Braden just scoops his cards up and is ready to go to the second game.
A masterclass there in Charizard, hugely well played by William and by Braden as well. That was a really great game, really showing how Espathra forces Charizard to make these awkward decisions. William able to pull it out in the end and just sort of play through those awkward turns, finding the Super Rods at the right time. But you can see how the Espathra deck got to where it is now.
Yeah, absolutely. You should see Braden there at the end of the game showing that one of those Espathra were in the prize cards. You have to imagine if maybe one more of them are down in that situation. Yeah, you can do this great play where you knock the Espathra out, but if another one comes down and gets powered up, I think Braden still has a shot in that game.
Yeah, exactly. And it was really down to the wire, and it really came down to the end. A lot of the disruption cards, we saw the Roxanne's and the Ainos being fired back and forth, and it was essentially was just like who blinked first and who was able to draw out of it best in each of those instances, as we saw there. The very early KO, of course, with that max belt, getting rid of the Rigid Band, and that was a really key first KO there from William.
Yeah, what a crazy combo. Double Rare Candy, Pidgeot, Arven, Forest Seal Stone, Maximum Belt, Lost Vacuum. That was a lot, but William understood what he needed to do and was able to pull it out. We also saw all of those energy in the prize cards. We didn't even note that. There were 2 fire energy in the prizes, which means those rods were super key to put those fire energies back and make things happen. And then at the end, it was just the boss's orders. William having what he needed to get through Espathra. It's a super intimidating Pokemon. It makes you definitely have to think outside the box a little bit, but William, as an experienced player, knew what he had to do and definitely will want to do exactly what he did in Game 1 again, unless Braden is able to stop him.
Yeah, William, one of Brazil's best players. We've seen him come up time and time again, and really in these higher tiers and to end rounds on these streams over at regionals and internationals. So yeah, no surprise at all to see him with a good slot, maybe making his way to top 8. And he's only 1 game away from getting to an 11-3 record, and then at that point, 1 more win, and he should make it top card.
Luminion in the prize cards again.
Oh, again!
That's a little bit unfortunate. We saw how useful it was there in that first game. A few Ultra Ball, but I think we are going to have a great match. So let's get down into it. Game 2. These players need to win this and their last round if they want a chance. And wow, it looks like Braden actually opting to go second in this circumstance, and this hand is not great as it stands. Now, Braden doesn't have a lot of ways to necessarily disrupt. There is an Ultra Ball for William, so I think maybe considering, do I grab Rotom, draw some more cards, and with this Ultra Ball, I think that's most likely going to be what William can do to just hopefully get set up. There's a good follow-up for next turn. I think I saw Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand, but of course, you still want to get those Charizards up and running as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think if you didn't have the Rare Candy Pidgeot, I think you would have to maybe go for Rotom here, but in this instance, you'd want to get a Charmander down, because you ultimately next turn, you could just, go Rare Candy Pidgeot, find another supporter next turn and keep going. So I think it's worth the quote-unquote risk of going for just a Charmander here, even if it means you're kind of not left with much draw.
Yeah, it's interesting both ways. Of course, if you do get Iono, then your board is just a lot weaker. You can't bail yourself out with another instant charge if you don't find a lot of pieces. Also, you got less ways to search out the Rotom, so using Ultra Ball just to find a Charmander definitely hurts, but with William's hand, I can understand this line. Getting the Charmander into play, just giving himself more options for the following turn.
There is actually an interesting dynamic here, because, of course, if William wants to use Quick Search, he's going to have to retreat this Pidgey, because, of course, this Flutter Mane is going to shut off the ability of the Pidgeot in the active. But then if he does that, and then he brings up a Charizard, and then he evolves, that ability was going to be negated. So there's a bit of an interesting dynamic going on there.
Yeah, Midnight Fluttering, definitely a very solid, strong ability. We are just going to see... okay, there we go, capturing Roma. Braden a little struggling with the dice a little bit, but we've got it going on. So if it's heads, we'll see a basic. If it's heads, we'll see an evolution Pokemon. Tails, we'll see a basic come into play. I think this is what Braden wants. Instantly looking at that Flittle, will bench it, put it into play. We'll be interested to see what the rest of the hand looks like. It looks like for now that's the only card that can search the deck for Braden. So maybe having a supporter card, something like Research or Iono. Fluttermane isn't necessarily in the deck for this matchup, but like you said, if you don't really have a great Pokemon to pivot into, or if that Pidgey is in the active spot, not able to use any abilities in your active, as long as Fluttermane is active, thanks to that Midnight Fluttering.
Yeah, well, look at this setup here from Braden. It had two Nasus ready to go in the hand with the Flittle there as well, and the Shopping for good measure. This is a great first turn setup from Braden.
Just going to pass things over to William. Let's get a Roxanne off the top, but that's really not what you're looking for.
Nope.
We'll potentially have to just retreat into this Charmander, use Quick Search, and give Braden another turn to set his board up.
Yeah, really, really not ideal. It's, oh, wait, it does have the Arvid in hand. Okay, I missed that early on. So going to have more than just the quick search to work with here. We'll be able to find, could go for a similar combo to last game. Maybe could find that Rotom V in the Forest Seal Stone, but no, looks like it's going to be the Buddy Puff in here.
Yeah, William has to be careful in this matchup about how aggressive he goes. If he wants to Rare Candy Charizard this turn and doesn't leave himself with enough resources, he is going to get knocked out by a Spathra, and then Braden will have another turn to attack, use these Zatu's abilities, power up more Pokemon, and things could definitely get dangerous. Braden doesn't have information that Charmeleon is in the prize cards, but this is a situation where using that Everlasting Darkness, item blocking your opponent could definitely get you into a solid situation if you can do it before your opponent uses Rare Candy and Charizard together.
Yeah, and given that, this is a very, very clever play here. So you grab the Buddy Puffin, you bench yourself a Cleffa and another Charmander, and then you can retreat. Now you use the Quick Search, and then you just end your turn by using the Cleffa to draw more cards. A really, really great backup play.
You'll see this last card drawn or found off the Pidgeot. We could see something like Rare Candy, and there's a supporter card for next turn. There's really a lot of good options. It just comes down to, you're going to draw 3 more cards, so which combination of cards in your deck will allow the card you grab off Quick Search to be the most effective, and that's what William's really thinking about right now.
Yeah, and it is tricky because, of course, this card that you search means there is one less card you get off of the Grasping draw. So maybe you might think to yourself, oh, I want to get a card that I can play down straight away so I can still draw more. Or if it's important enough to keep in hand, then you still go for it just because you may as well, given that you have the Quick Search and you can only do it once per turn, and then you just go for the Grasping draw anyway.
It will be that Charizard EX, so see the Charizard, the Devolution on the Cleffa, kind of threatening. You know what my Cleffa can do. I got the strongest Cleffa in the world, and it's just going to be drawing 3 cards, but it hurts to see you just draw into the card you just Quick Search for. You don't need double Charizard. If that was a Rare Candy, it would have been a lot better. And Braden starting his turn off with another Capturing Room, getting a little bit lucky, flipping heads, and now getting this Espathra EX into play.
Yeah, but just going back a little bit, this is also the problem with a Quick Search, right? Because you can only do it once per turn, you have to do it that turn before you draw. You're basically forced into doing unoptimal sequencing, and in that instance, it kind of came back to bite William, unfortunately.
It has the Zatu as well, so can use that Clairvoyant ability, draw a few more cards, but does draw into a little bit of an awkward card there. That Super Rod would be super useful later on, and I think Braden may just be trying to maximize how he used the Super Rod, maybe retreat this Fluttermane first, but no, it's just going to be playing the Super Rod before retreating, shuffling this Zatu that was discarded earlier on into the deck, and then most likely playing that Professor's Research to draw a few more cards and see what else Braden can put together.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice to play the Super Rod first. I mean, maybe you don't want the entry back in hand for some reason. I'm trying to think of what the reason behind that could be. Oh, there's a Pokemon League headquarters as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation where I kind of think this turn may have been okay to use Banette, but it's so weird because, again, Braden doesn't have information that William prized Charmeleon. If Braden knew that somehow, of course he would just item lock, but putting the Banette in play, while it does slow your opponent down in the current moment, it's always an easy 2 prize cards if Charizard EX ever gets established.
Yeah, it looks like Braden did find, I'm not sure if that was a Nest Ball or if it was another Buddy Puffin, but was able to use that to get another Flittle down, so that'll be great, of course. Inevitably, this Espathra will go down at some point, so got to make sure that your backup attacker is there ready to go. And see, now I'm thinking, if Braden didn't retreat this Fluttermane, or I guess he's going to do it now, but you could have gotten that energy back if you're going to do this anyway. Maybe it just doesn't feel great retreating preemptively before you know what you draw.
It's weird. I think there's maybe a situation where it's not bad. I think also there is like a world where you wait to just attack with Espathra before taking any prize cards so that you can maybe take a 2 prize knockout, but then William's just going to sit there with Cleffa over and over again, make sure his board is perfect, and then by the time you guys face off, I hate to say it, but Pidgeot Charizard with a fully developed board, that is I don't care what type you are, that's a pretty hard deck to beat.
Although it would have been interesting because with the Pokemon League headquarters, William would have actually been forced to attach an energy to Cleffa to attack with it.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a little bit interesting. I'm not sure William would have necessarily done that. Maybe that's a situation where Rotom finally comes down into play and just uses instant charge. But here we go, Pidgeot quick search, and I think William has a very solid combination of cards in hand. Already has the Maximum Belt and the Charizard, so if William wants to be able to do what he did last turn, or last game rather, he can with one less piece. Does not need that Lost Vacuum since Braden has not attached Rigid Band, and immediately going to just go ahead and play the Arven.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, there we go.
There's a step missing there.
So we'll make sure we're all good. So Arven will get played down. There it is, Rare Candy and that 4 Seal Stone. 4 Seal Stone for now not doing anything, but Charizard EX comes into play using that Infernal Rain ability, powering itself up, and Espathra again will go down the turn after Braden has taken his first prize card.
I got to say, it is so cool. Just looking through it when we saw the deck search from William's side, seeing all like the Portuguese names for the trainers, the Brazilian names just makes me very happy seeing all that. It's always nice to see the Brazilian representation on stream.
Yeah, it's great to see different languages. Of course, these international championships are a celebration of different cultures, of different players from all around the world. But for now, William is going to show why he is one of the strongest representatives from Brazil. Energy on the Pidgeot and the Maximum Belt. Charizard, Burning Darkness, again taking the knockout, and does draw into that Charmeleon off the prizes as well.
Just like game one, a phenomenal first knockout. And this is really why Maximum Belt is so great. Normally you think as the Espathra player, oh, okay, if I take one prize, I'm safe. But with the Maximum Belt, no, you're absolutely not. And that's why Braden does play the Rigid Band, but wasn't able to find it for that Espathra, unfortunately.
Yeah, this time, though, Braden does have another Flittle down and a very solid hand. Has Ultra Ball and multiple Psychic Energies in the hand. So, again, if Braden can just put 2 energy onto an Espathra EX, that Psyball attack will deal 180 damage, ×2 for the weakness, and Charizard EX, after putting in all that work, powering itself up and attaching that Maximum Belt, will fall.
Yeah, so this is exactly where the type advantage, sort of the weirdness of, normally fire beats grass, but actually grass beats dark, because everyone's terrestrialized over here. It's this type mix. It reminds me of it's like the new era Delta species. Yeah, just all these type mix-ups. It's so much fun.
Nice to see Pokemon get some more off-branded types, some types that they aren't necessarily, but it feels like they embody sometimes. We'll see that Clairvoyant Sense ability be used. There's the energy on the Flittle. One more attachment as well. Just, I think, Braden making sure he understands exactly what he needs to do. And this is sort of a little bit of an awkward position because Braden has plenty of supporter cards, would really like to save this Banette for later on. But, I mean, with the way things work, he may have to do that. However, there is an Ultra Ball, so maybe there is a world where you grab another Xatu, use this ability again, and then you can pay manual retreat on this Banette and save that ability for later on.
Yeah, that would be it. So he needs to find another Pokemon search, and I do believe the other energy is already in hand, isn't it? So as long as Braden is able to find another Pokemon search off of this Clairvoyant Sense, then this will absolutely pay off, and then you can save that Banette for later when you really need to get back a Visor Supporter for that turn.
There's a Professor's Research, I think, also looking for another Flittle.
Oh, it's capturing a robot!
Are we going to spin the wheel again? Is this how we're going to play it out? Heads will be able to find that Evolution Pokemon, and what's the result? It's off the camera. It is a Heads! So Espathra will come down. Neither player, though, out of the woods yet. This could still be anyone's game. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what Braden can find off of this research. If he can put another Flittle into play, then it really incentivizes William to be cautious if he wants to overextend and take a knockout onto this Espathra.
Yeah, and now with the manual retreat there, we'll be able to retreat the Banette, save it for later, going to bring it up, then the Rigid Band going to make it a bit harder for William to take KO here, especially because, of course, there's no real way to get back that Maximum Belt, and 240 is not going to be enough to KO this Espathra.
Yeah, if Braden will take 3 prizes, but it's still the same thing, right? 290 HP, so William will be short of taking this knockout, so may have to take a turn off and maybe use a Heat Tackle or do something. Of course, the 30 damage less is after weakness, so you can deal 60 and then minus 30 and set yourself up, and there is no Flittle coming down, but I think Braden feels pretty confident that William is not going to have the pieces needed. Would need to find a crazy combination, would need Rare Candy, Charizard, Super Rod, and then also have the Lost Vacuum to get rid of that. But we saw how that was a key card for William in that first game, and again, I have to think, Braden not getting the flittle down in this situation opens up an opportunity where I think if you're William and you have the pieces to do that combination, you go for it because there's very little Braden can do to respond and knock you out the next turn.
10,000%. And we do see there that so much of it is already in hand. There is the Lost Vacuum in hand already. There's the Forest Sealstone. I think he has it all.
Oh, and the Super Rod as well. Lost Vacuum, Super Rod, and that Forest Sealstone, that V-Star power, has not been used yet. Now, William does still have that Luminion in the prize card, so this Ultra Ball will not be able to find that, but he can grab that Charizard EX. There's not quite enough energy, but thanks to Super Rod, can put those energies back into the deck.
So I guess the main thing that he needs right now is just a way to get a V Pokemon down. Of course, so there will have to be the Rotom in this instance, because as you mentioned, the Luminion is prize. So does he have a way to do that as well as to evolve the Charizard?
I think this is a lot easier here for William if he just has the Luminion, can then essentially get an extra piece thanks to Arven. So the question here, are the pieces here? But I think they are. You can use the Super Rod, put back in these energy cards, and then Quick Search plus the Lost Vacuum. I think that's here, yeah. So the Lost Vacuum's already in hand, so Quick Search can grab the Rare Candy, and then the Forest Sealstone can grab the Charizard Freya. We're gonna see another huge Lost Vacuum play from William to take himself down to 2 prize cards. And yeah, Braden's got lots of support on his bench. Those Zatus, the Banette, but there's no attacking threats at all, and not a lot that he can do on the following turn either.
Wow, absolutely phenomenal. 2 games in a row, William has done this insane combo play to get rid of the Rigid Band and take the knockout. And wow, the power of Charizard in full force here on our international stage.
I don't even think, does he not even need to use the, doesn't even need to use the Forest Sealstone this turn with how it says. Already just has all the pieces, can just put the Rotom down. I thought he needed one more piece, but no, William's got it all and more. Just gonna get rid of this counter catcher, get rid of the Rigid Band, and then also has a Roxanne to follow it up. What is this hand for William? That is insane. What an incredible draw here for William. Had all of that and hadn't even played a supporter yet and said, yeah, I'm knocking out your only threat on board. You know what I'm also going to do? To raise that, I'm going to put you on a 2-card hand. You have no attackers left. I'm going to 2 prize cards. What are you going to do to me?
And even if you disrupt me, I have both a Quick Search and a Forest Sealstone that hasn't been used yet to dig myself out of it. So yeah, William really putting the checkmate on Braden right now.
This is an excellent turn for William. I think William smells it. He can smell how close he is. Even has a buddy Poffin off of this Roxanne to get another Charmander into play so that if for some reason this Charizard falls, he can have ways to power up more attackers and still also has that Radiant Charizard, another ace up his sleeve.
Wow, I'm stunned, honestly. 2 games in a row, William has just put together the perfect combo, and this is what Pidgeot really enables, especially. This is why, we did wonder maybe if, from looking at the results in Japan, whether the barrel variants of Charizard would become more popular, but no, it seems like Pidgeot is very much still the dominant way to play this deck.
Yeah, it's gone full circle, but here we are. Charizard EX taking the knockout on Espathra. William going down to just 2 prize cards left, and now Braden is in a very awkward spot on a 3-card hand. Doesn't have a lot, but does top deck that Psychic Energy, so that Clairvoyant Sensibility will be back online. But the question that I have here for Braden is, how many Flittle are even left in the deck? If there isn't any Flittle, then what are you going to power up to attack? The Flutter Mane's not going to do much. 90 damage is not what you need this turn. There's 1 Flittle, but because William still has Quick Search, you can power it up and prepare it, but it will just get bosses ordered and killed, or rather knocked out the following turn.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, there's no way for Braden to get a second Flittle out, right? Is there even any Super Rods in the deck? Okay, there are 2, but he needs to find Super Rod. With the resources you have in hand, you just can't really put it together. There's a Clairvoyant sense, I guess, to try and get there.
Braden's going to do everything he can. He's not going to give up at this point. Does find a Professor's Research, but draw as many cards as you'd like. It's just not going to be enough at this spot. Braden will do what he can, draw this up. If he can find something like a Super Rod and then another way to search this Pokemon out, there is a chance. Braden is playing 1 more copy of that Super Rod. These are going to be a big 2 cards here off of this ability. Can Braden find that last remaining Super Rod in the deck? If he can't, this Flittle is going to be all alone, and he cannot. There's no way to get another Flittle in play, and you see it on Braden's face. Doesn't think there's any way to close this game out. Really, William running away with things and smells it. He can taste that he's so close after this. Just 1 more win away.
That's it.
And Braden says, I can't win anymore. William, you've got it. You are now 1 match away from putting yourself in a spot to make top 8 at EUIC.
Wow, what a ferocious display of Charizard's power there. Huge congratulations to William, our round 14 feature match winner, and only, as I said, 1 match away from potentially locking up his spot in the top 8 of this EUIC.
Wow, what an insane game that was. A lot of people say that, yeah, the only reason this Espathra deck's really popping up is because it has a good matchup on paper against Charizard. You force them to commit a lot of resources. You one-hit knock them out for a lot less work, right? You've just got to put Espathra in play, but for Braden, it wasn't that things didn't necessarily go his way. It was just towards the end of that game, didn't have enough Espathra to continuously knock out. It would have been a very interesting end of that game if maybe he has one more Espathra EX, puts together that knockout, and then William is forced to find some sort of combination of cards to maybe Rare Candy Charizard plus the Super Rod again. That would have been really interesting, but that's the way the cards fall sometimes. William really capitalizing off that Maximum Belt. If not for that card, this would have been a completely different matchup.
Yeah, Maximum Belt really like the key difference maker in both of those games. Able to take an early knockout, whereas otherwise William wouldn't have been able to. And that when putting it together with the Lost Vacuum and Burn, so two separate instances to get rid of the Rigid Band that also would have prevented a knockout. So William just finding the perfect combo pieces every single time to get a KO on an Espathra that would otherwise be unreachable.
What a game. Wow, we are getting into it. This is going to be exciting. That was such a game to watch, and then game two again. Braden looked like he had a lot better of a start, got multiple Flittle down, was drawing tons of cards, got the Zatus established. William was kind of struggling a little bit in the early game, had to rely on Cleffa, get that Pidgeot into play, but William just had the pieces. Of course, that's sort of the risk that you take when you take an early knockout against Charizard is put yourself into that play where Maximum Belt, Rare Candy Charizard can take the knockout on the Espathra. These players had fun, but at the end of the day, William knew what he needed to do, had the resources to do it, and pulled through. And it was really that incredible turn after this where he was able to find the Rare Candy, the Charizard, the Super Rod, the Lost Vacuum, Rotom for a Seal Stone for protection, and then also had the Roxanne to disrupt. William really had every piece he needed, and Braden was unable to keep up.
And actually, something we neglected to mention, that Lost Vacuum was actually picked up as one of the first two prizes. So were it not for that, William would have been able to put that together.
Sometimes it's nice to have cards prized. It's not great when you don't necessarily need them, but how it works out sometimes is you draw into prize cards, they come your way. There's a little bit of a back and forth, but I mean, Braden really didn't constantly spam Iono like he did in that first game.
No,
so
not at all.
There was a little bit of time to take those prize cards, build up a strong hand, and at the end of the day, William Avedon is going to 11-3. He's going to 33 match points. So he is in a position now where if he can win this final round, he'll put himself at 36 match points and have a shot at making top cut. We still have to do the math and figure out what it's looking like here. Sort of looking at some of the results that we have here. A lot of players, as it stands, sitting at 34, 33 points, except for our top two players here, securing themselves up spot. Tord Reklev remains the only undefeated player, 11 wins, 0 losses, and 3 ties at EUIC with this last round. If he can take an intentional draw, or even if he can't, at 36 points coming into this round, he has almost locked himself up a spot here at Top Cut.
Yeah, and the other one there, you see Ufa Axelson did in fact win his pair down, so on 37 match points, I think he's basically completely locked up, and of course with that Iron Hands, Iron Crown deck, so we have one guaranteed in top 8.
Yeah, that new archetype from Temporal Forces will be our first locked spot at the Europe International Championship. Some people said, yeah, this deck's cool, but it's too linear, or yeah, you just accelerate, your opponent can play around it, but I mean, play around it as his opponent's tried. He's 12-1-1, and he is going to now be battling it out for a chance at $25,000, a trip to Worlds, and of course, all those sweet booster packs, and who can forget the trophy as well?
Yeah, you can display it on the mantelpiece at home as something that no one can ever take away from you, that trophy, that title of international champion. Now, Ethan, I've got to ask you something. Say if you're in this position right now, what's going through your mind? You know, you're there, you're locked up for top 8, you've got one round to go. What's your thought process? What is going through your mind at that point?
I'm definitely feeling a lot better if I'm locked up before the last Swiss round. What I'm really thinking about is all these players at 33, 34 match points. For a lot of these players, this is their biggest match of their Pokemon career. If you can win this match, top 8 in international championship, you get that recognition, you get that stamp on your resume that says, hey, I'm a good enough player, especially in a field as big and as talented as this. That says a lot for me.
Yeah, it really, really does. And I mean, I've been there, right? You know, I know how it feels to be right on the cusp and the winning of like a huge world in that instance. But it was, you kind of just end up having to sort of look at everything else. Like, sure, you're aware of how much is on the line, but ultimately you just have to focus, right, this is the game, I'm going to play this game, and, you know, either I'm going to win or I'm going to lose, but I need to just focus on my next opponent.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about indeed. A lot of great names still in the running here as I'm looking at Yuho on his winning in still. So we could see back-to-back top cuts. I mean, we talk about Tor Reklev. I mean, he's just adding his name. He's looking for another international title. It's been over 6 years. It's been about 6 years now since he got that last year of international title. Played it all the way back when Zoroark Glisopod was a deck. So not quite trade anymore. We're not quite drawing cards that way, but look, he's got Bibarel, he's got Pidgeot, he's got plenty of ways to search cards out.
Yeah. And out of curiosity, how's our LAIC runner-up Noah Sawyer doing right now?
I think Noah has fell out of favor a little bit here. Don't quite see him anywhere at the 33+ match points. Of course, these players, just because they don't make top cut doesn't mean they don't walk away with anything. Cash pricing, of course, breaks down all the way to the top 64 players who walk away with $1,000 each. That's a lot of money for sure. And of course, those valuable championship points if they're trying to race towards stipends, or for some still working towards that world championship invite.
Yeah, and I do believe now we've just got word that our interview is ready over on the main stage. So let's hand it over to Chip to hear from our winner.
Hi, yep, I'm doing my best Chip Ritchie impression, but I am here with our last stream feature winner, William. Congratulations. How do we feel? Second time of asking.
Thank you. I'm feeling really good. I was pretty scared about this matchup, and it went pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching the match. I mean, talk me through the match. I mean, you know it's a big grass type attacker. Causes you to use a lot of energies for your attacks as well. Yes. How are you feeling going into it? But you ended up making the right plays to get past Espathra.
Yeah, I priced a lot of energies at the first game, and I was worried about it, but I got pretty lucky in my first hand, so I was able to vacuum the protecting tool. I was able to get the belt and KO the Espathra and get the race to my side.
Yeah, I mean, it looked fantastic. Of course, we had the chance to feature you on stream yesterday as well, which unfortunately didn't go as well, but it's great to have you actually up here on stage with us. What brought you to play Charizard for this event?
Charizard is my hard deck.
Yeah?
Yeah, I won a regional with Charizard Arven in the season. And I was like, I'm feeling like it's just, okay, it's my hard deck, it's a tireless deck, why not?
Yeah, for sure. And you're not, you're used to being on this stage. You've done well at ICs before. You know, I think it was the top 4 you had at OCIC. Yeah, and of course, all the other ICs, LAIC, you've consistently done so well. What keeps you coming back into the game to just consistently perform every time you go to a tournament like this?
I love this game. I love everything about it. Most of my friends are from the game, and I love to be here. This energy from everything is it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear. I mean, the community's fantastic. Of course, you're here in London as well, getting the chance to travel the world, play Pokemon. Going into this tournament, it's a massive rotation of the UIC, and like you said, you were playing Charizard before. Arven, like Charizard Arven before, was it a Pidgeot version as well that you won a regional with?
Yeah.
Okay, did you ever try the Bibarel version?
Not actually, I just feel like it's just better to search the card you want than try to draw it.
No, that's, I mean, a lot of people think the same, right? Bibarel has its great pros and cons as well, but Pidgeot has the same positions. Are there any decks out there that you faced so far or haven't faced that you're a little bit concerned with? Because everyone knows Charizard has a massive target on its back.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to play Lostina.
Okay.
Lostina feels the worst matchup for me. But other than that, I feel like I can get at least a 50-50 against everything, other than control for sure.
Okay, have you faced any Lostina so far?
I did. I got screwed by.
Oh yeah, well, other than the stream.
In the previous matchup.
I was wondering, was there any other than the stream matches? But
no, just that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, you're in a great position. 11-3 now, I believe. So one more round. Just want to wish you the best of luck because it's great having you here. Great having you, travel and come to all of these big events and see you do well again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Over back to your caster. Back to the casters. Sorry, guys. Thank you.
know, Alex, if you practice a little bit more, maybe you'll be as great as the wonderful Chip Ritchie. But that was excellent. Thanks so much for getting us through William's thought process. I love when players travel out to these events, show what they've got, and now William is on that win-in match. If he can win one more, he'll add his name onto another international top 8 list of players.
Yeah, and you know, that is it's a long-ish list, but you know, it is very prolific. I mean, the names are included on there. You just get to that top 8 spot, even if you don't win, you know, just getting to the top 8 is already a huge accomplishment on any Pokemon player's resume.
And lots of prizes that come with it. Let's take a look at how those prizes break down for our competitors, of course, in the Masters division, as well as the Senior and Juniors. $25,000. Can't say that enough. That is over a 2 times increase from what this international provided the previous year. That is going to be some big money for whoever wins that.
Yeah, it used to be that you had to win the World Championship to get that much prize money, but now instead of, you know, just enough to win the internationals and you get that, $25,000, phenomenal stuff. And over in the junior and senior division as well, a not bad $7,000 a piece for each of those divisions for the winner.
Yeah, I mean, of course, not as much money, but that doesn't mean the competition isn't hard. There are a lot of upcoming players that I'm sure years from now we'll be seeing them right now on the stage. I mean, a great example of that, right? Of course, we have Gabriel Fernandez, who won the Seniors World Championship. He's playing out in the field right now. I'm actually curious to see how he's doing. He's 3-1 right now, so he has a chance to come back. It's a pretty ruthless field out here. There are a lot of Seniors players, and of course, battling it out to get those championship points. 500 championship points for first, but even breaking all the way down to top 64, 130 for most players here, for example, in EU if they travel to Europe. I mean, that is over a fourth of what you need for your invite to the World Championships.
And that's why these internationals are so crucial, right? Because you can get quite a bit higher at the regional championships and not get that many points. For a top 64 to give you 130, that puts you like you said, such a good chunk of the way towards your World invite in any division or any region. So yeah, these internationals definitely the events you want to be going towards if you can make it out to here, to go to Brazil for Latin American Champions, and of course New Orleans coming up very soon as well for our first ever time hosting our North American internationals.
Freya, we've got one more Swiss round coming up, and every time the records and the everything gets a lot harder. We've got plenty of decks, plenty of players back in the field. So right now, as it stands, doing the math, trying to see right now how many players are left. So we talked about Ufe, he's locked up, Tord is locked up. It looks like Bert and Samuel, both playing the control mirror, ended up taking a natural time, most likely. I mean, that is a matchup that is very hard to play out in 15 minutes, especially 3 games. So totally could have gone either way. Or I'm sure maybe took a draw and said, you know what, I don't want to play this matchup out. We have to win in the next 2 rounds anyways if we take a draw. So probably made sense for them to just intentionally draw. And then we still have some matches going on in the field. We've got a Chien Pao mirror match between Fabrizio Inga Silva, of course, won a regional earlier on this year with
in Liverpool,
So there's lots of different matchups coming up. We are going to have some extremely exciting action coming up here for round 15. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so am I. This is we talk about how the last 2 rounds make or break, but this really is make or break. You know, maybe some players already locked up. We mentioned it, Ufa and Tord, but for some players, this win will be the difference between making top 8 or not, and it's going to be everything on the line and all to play for.
Yeah, it looks like pairings actually just went up for round 15, and Tord and Ufe hit each other. They paired in, so most likely they'll just be taking an intentional draw. They will be 2 players locked up for top cut. Some other highlight matches, Yuho up against Andres David. That's the Roaring Moon EX deck we had on earlier versus Iron Hands, and that is a true future versus past matchup. You couldn't have wrote it any better for the script.
We didn't rig this, I promise.
I promise that we did not choose the matchups. We didn't have any influence. Wow, Arceus V-Star Armor Rouge as well is on the win-in at this event. That will be up against Mark playing another Roaring Moon EX deck. So Freya, we haven't really covered a lot. Roaring Moon is sort of snuck in the shadows a little bit, and as we're looking at these pairings here, 2 in contention to potentially make top 8.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Roaring Moon, it didn't become worse by any means, right? It is still as a in a vacuum card, it's so solid to be able to want to knock out anything and then to do the same with just a good amount of damage by discarding a stadium. Yeah, Roaring Moon EX is such a good card still.
Well, the tension is building up. It comes down to this final Swiss match. But before we get into that Swiss match, we've got an interview with our previous EUIC champion, not in the Masters division, but in the Juniors division. Remy is having an interview with Chip, so let's go ahead and throw it to that.
Chip Ritchie down here at the EUIC tournament floor with an extremely special guest. I'm joined by Remy, our EUIC Junior Division champion from last season in 2023. Remy, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Right now in the tournament, I'm 3-1.
Hey, 3-1 is a great spot to be in. Like I mentioned, you won as a junior last season, but you're actually a senior division player now. You've aged up into the new division. First off, let me ask you, do you have what are some of your big memories from EUIC in 2023, last year when you won? What stands out to you, obviously, I guess, besides winning the whole tournament?
Well, one thing that stands out to me is the after event that happened. I went out with all my friends and we did a little celebration together.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's always great to celebrate with your friends after a big, monumentous victory. Here now, you're aged up, you're a senior division player, and you've been competing all year. You've had some pretty good finishes at the regionals level as a seniors player here in your first season. Has there been anything difficult to adjust to now that you've aged up? What has your experience been like as a seniors division player this season as compared to a junior last year?
Well, I think seniors have more experience than juniors, and the meta is a bit different than juniors. So it'd be harder to go from juniors to seniors than it would be from juniors to masters.
Totally makes sense. That's a great answer. So you're playing Charizard EX for this tournament this weekend, correct? So you're 3-1. You've still got plenty of time. Do you feel like this deck is in a good spot to maybe get you back-to-back top cut finishes at international championships?
It depends on what matchups I play, because some matchups are very bad while others are good.
Last season, when you won at EUIC, you had a very special victory dance lined up for everyone. If we see you on Championship Sunday again and you are able to take down a title as a senior, do you have a victory dance in mind?
I don't have a victory dance in mind, but I probably will do a victory dance.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. You know, rooting for you, Remy. Good luck, and yeah, I hope you've enjoyed being a senior, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament here at EUIC.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Garbodor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory, and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Colysopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Challenge and Riotous Beating attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Riotous Beating attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it! Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
It all comes down to this. One will move on, one will go home. Our final round, 15, battled out through over 2,500 trainers to now just 275, and of course, specifically selected players on their win in match. Freya, this is going to be an exciting match for sure.
It is crunch time, and we can't quite reveal the players just yet, but just we have an idea of who it's going to be, and I think, again, we promised we did not script this. This was about as good a match as we could have asked for to end out our Swiss rounds here in day 2.
We have had the pleasure of casting some great matches throughout this weekend, and it's only going to get better, and it doesn't stop here. Of course, after the Swiss round today, we'll be taking you through our top 8 match, and then, of course, our top 4 matches. We've still got plenty of Pokemon to play. After this match, the stakes start going up. Every match that you win from this point on gets you $7,000 for getting this. So you get a few more $1,000, and then if you make it to top 4, more money, and then, of course, $15,000 for getting second place, and $25,000 for taking the tournament down.
Yeah, and it all comes down to Championship Sunday, of course, where you make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss that, where we will play our finals from all the age divisions, so juniors, seniors, and masters in a trading card game and in our other games as well. So that's going to be the ultimate crunch time of crunch times.
We'll get into the match very, very soon. The pairings did go up, so we've got a lot of players playing it out. So doing the math here for those following along, again, players are looking to get in the top 8 in terms of rankings once this final round has finished. And they do that by achieving match points throughout the weekend. So for a win, you get 3 match points, a loss is 0, and then a tie is 1 match point. So far, as it stands, looking at this, we've got a lot of players battling it out to try and get to 36 match points or more. That means that if every single one of these matches happening at the tables finishes without a draw, there will actually not be enough players for a clean cut at 36 points. So a lot of what this is going to come down to is how many natural ties are there and how many matches play out and finish, and there is a victor.
Yeah, and it's so wise to see that, because usually when you get to these end stages, there's a lot more intentional ties, but just because of how many people there are and how many rounds there are, you can't really afford to do that, even at this last stage, unless your name is Uffe Axelsson or Tord Reklev, in which case you can ID and guarantee that top cut spot.
Yep, paired up at table 1, so I'm sure they will just be taking an intentional draw, locking up a spot. So our first 2 decks locked up. Charizard EX, not as much of a surprise as for some that Iron Crown's EX. Cobalt commanding Uffe's way into the top cut, and all these players here having a shot at making it into the top 8.
Yes, and we do see there one name we already mentioned, Juho Kalama, our reigning Latin America International Champion. They're sitting at 34 match points with a chance to do back-to-back top cuts at internationals by making top 8 here at the European Championships too.
Yeah, some players looking for their second or third top cut in international. Isaiah Bradner and Aiden Koos, 12th and 13th in terms of the standings, are looking to make their second top cut. Aiden Koos actually top cut this last Europe International Championships, played that Gudra V-Star deck that we saw really pop off at that event. Fabrizio, great players from all over, and you see this is why Pokemon is so special. If you look at the different players from all over, they are truly from all over. US, Italia, France, all over Latin America, Europe, you name it, it's all here.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of representation from all across the world here. You absolutely love to see it always. I do believe our players are soon going to be ready to get into their match. I do see some hands shuffling some cards there on the table, but yeah, one more round to determine who's going to actually make top 8. And literally, anyone on this picture that you see could make the top 8, in theory.
Yeah, we could pick out any 8 names, and I think it would be an excellent top cut bracket. Some names, some players trying to make themselves some names. We've got some US players who have traveled over here. Solomon trying to make it happen. Ryan Miller trying to get a big finish. And of course, the 2 other US players we mentioned. Some players from Canada, all over that have traveled here. And here we go. As is tradition, our final last round here in Swiss. We are going to get into things very shortly.
Yeah, I don't think we're not quite ready to take over to the main stage yet. No, just we're going to wait a little bit longer on that. But believe me, guys, you're going to want to stay tuned for this match. This is going to be the match of the, I don't want to say century because, but it's going to be the match of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't make this a match of the century,
No,
but
no.
it's still going to be one that you want to tune in for. And thank you again for everybody tuning in from all over, checking out the broadcast, and making sure that you guys are staying up to date. Make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share your thoughts on social media. We are going to have an absolute epic showdown. I think our players have their headsets on so we can talk about this match. And you know what's better than talking about this match is finally getting down into this. Let's go, Freya. Let's throw it down and get into our final Swiss round. It is going to be Future versus Ancient. We've got the Roaring Moon up against this Future box. Iron Hands, Turbo Iron Hands, whatever you call it. The past and the future are colliding here in round 15.
The ultimate, theming perfect last Swiss round here. We have, again, Future versus Past. We have Iron Hands against Roaring Moon. We have the Ancient and Future clash. Which one's going to come out on top? Only one of them can. Well, unless they tie, but in theory, only one of them could come out on top. Only one could have the potential to make top 8. And what a showdown this is going to be.
Lots to discuss. These lists are very interesting. I think Andre's list is not one that a lot of players expected. We saw sort of this Ancient box deck play things like Koraidon at times, but there is just Roaring Moon. Andre's devoted to this Ancient Roaring Moon Pokemon, and some fun inclusions. Freya, would you have expected to see the Dunsparce potentially in a top 8 deck in EUIC?
I mean, I wouldn't be mega surprised, but I would be like, oh, okay, you know what, fair enough, because I always thought the card had potential. I just didn't quite know how it did, and I guess now I have my answer.
Yeah, I think a lot of people I've been talking to have said people are sleeping on this card. You draw 3, and not only do you do that, but you shuffle it back in and get to use that ability later on. It puts better cards into your deck. You can always recycle Dunsparce with something like an Artisan, which we are actually seeing not a lot of stadium cards. Or actually, there are, exactly. Andres is playing heavy copies of that Artisan, so understands what he wants to do. Yuho, Andres, lots of different dynamics, lots of great players. Let's take a look at these prize cards, see if there's anything super important. There are a few of those Ancient Booster Energy capsules and a Future capsule there for Yuho, but this looks like it's going to be a pretty good game, no detrimental prizes.
And very fitting here on Yuho's side, we do see actually a few Portuguese cards in his deck, probably from that prizing that he got at the Latin American Championship, so kind of cool to see that. Milne's Fair here, CX over there, and then on Andres' side, a couple of big Enter capsules. Both players working with okay prizes, I would say.
Well, Freya, this is going to be a great match. Again, putting the stakes on the line. The winner of this match will advance most likely to the final match. I mean, both of these players are at 34 points, so guaranteed the winner of this will make it into the top 8 cut. And that is a big stakes. Let's get into it. Round 15. Yuho Kalama up against Andres David Torres. We'll see who's going first, and it looks like it will be looks like Andres is going to start things off, and a great way to start the turn. Does have Artisan, can put that stadium into play and search out a non-dual box basic Pokemon from Andres' deck.
Yeah, going to be great. He's going to get maybe like another Dunsparce, or could even get himself like first Roaring Moon, of course. You want to get these out so you can start attacking and start doing your setup, of course. Is it Fletchful, Vengeful Fletching, or
yeah. Vengeful Fletching, of course, that attack on the Roaring Moon, doing 70 damage, plus 10 more for each Ancient card in the discard pile, so we'll be keeping our eyes on how many Ancient cards Andres is able to put into his discard pile. It's really, in this deck, not necessarily to take a big one-hit knockout, but it is a great attacker, especially into something like this Iron Crown that is Dark Weak.
Okay, I just learned something today just now. This Dunsparce has free retreat.
It does,
I had
yes.
no idea.
You know, Dunsparce, he's been setting up the board, strike and run, doing some attacks, setting the board up, but he's finally learned to be a little bit quicker now that he found that new evolution. He learned how to evolve thanks to Scarlet and Violet. Yuho will be kicking things off, going second. This is exactly what you want with this Ancient deck. You want to attack, play your supporter card, and at least get some damage into play. This Roaring Moon with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule does have 200 HP, so if Yuho can deal enough damage in combination with something like the Peak Acceleration and an Amp You Very Much, over the course of 2 turns, he can take 2 prizes.
Yeah, I mean, actually, with 200 HP, if you have a Future Booster Energy Capsule on an Iron Hands and then free Iron Crown down, you can actually take a one-hit knockout on this. I mean, it's going to be a lot to put together on 1 turn, but not impossible, mind you.
Yeah, you've got to really be careful about the Iron Crowns in this matchup because, again, they are Dark Weak, so that means that something like this Roaring Moon only needs to have something like 4 cards in the discard pile that are Ancient. Very, very easy to do. Not going to be a trouble at all to take a knockout onto this Iron Crowns. And the way that Andres has really built this deck has things like Counter Catcher, has things like Prime Catcher that are going to make that fairly easy to accomplish.
Yeah, you can put it all together, and although going for that Miraidon first, just as the main sort of backup option, you say if you do miss the attack with the Iron Hands, the Peak Acceleration, of course, is a great first turn attack just to get those energies going, get yourself set up nicely, and maybe have an easier time getting a KO with Iron Hands later on. But does have that Iron Hands good to go as well. Going to attach an energy to it. Okay, so already going for the commitment, but just going to pass.
Yeah, wow, really has nothing in hand. No supporter card, no way to get this Iron Crowns out of the active. If Yuho had one of those Future Booster Energy Capsules, could at least use Peak Acceleration and put some more energy cards into play, and this is not the hand you want to see on your final match where you need everything to go right to put yourself in a spot to close a match out, get those last 3 match points, and Andres just putting the aggression on, discarding a Dark Energy, and finding more of these pieces out. If Andres can build up to 4 cards in the discard pile that are Ancient, he'll be able to deal enough damage to knock out this Iron Crowns and take a huge prize lead in this matchup.
Yeah, and the problem is, it is exactly like you said, you do not need a lot of cards. It's only 4 that you need to take knockout because of that Dark Weakness on the Iron Crown, and with Yuho unable to retreat it, Andres has a big opening here to take a very early 2-prize lead.
Let's not forget Earthen Vessel, though it is used in a lot of decks, it is an Ancient card, so that is card number 1 here for Andres. Is going to just mark everything over so we know. And there is a Professor Sada, so that will be the 2nd card in the discard pile. Can Andres find something like an Ultra Ball or another way to discard some Ancient cards from the hand?
Oh, I think I saw an Ultra Ball.
Okay, so we're at 2 cards right now. Are there 2 Ancient cards? A Trekking Shoes, that's a great way to maybe discard an Ancient card, build 1 more up, but Andres is not slamming in the discard pile right away and is actually going to keep it as it's one of those dark patch away for him to continuously power up Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to get rid of that. There is that Ultra Ball there, although I don't know if there's actually enough Ancient cards in the hand to make this work. Can just go for the Ultra Ball to discard 2 Dark Energies instead. That's not going to get the KO.
Yeah, but you know what came down on that first turn? That Dunsparce. So if there's a Dunsparce there, which we are going to see grab, that runaway draw, this is what could potentially allow Andres to these remaining pieces, see maybe a couple more Trekking Shoes, some ways to discard some more pieces. We've seen some really interesting inclusions in some of these decks. There isn't anything like Superior Energy Retrieval, but let's take a look. 3 cards. Do we see something potentially like a Dark Energy with this Radiant Greninja that it looks like was drawn to? Maybe dig a little bit deeper. Of course, that runaway draw does force you to shuffle Dunsparce back into the deck. Let's see what else there is. There is a Radiant Greninja. I think what Andres is considering is, do I just go and try and draw more cards? It feels like you would be at such an advantage to find these last couple of Ancient cards. So we'll see Dunsparce come down into play, but actually there hasn't been an energy attachment yet. So I think this is a smart choice from Andres. Just put on a little bit of pressure, and you have to take a sigh of relief here if you're Juho. You haven't had this Iron Crowns get knocked out, but this is a big top deck too. Find something to bail yourself out, and it is an Arven. That is exactly what you need. Yuho would have been in a world of hurt if he didn't find that piece.
A huge top deck there from the Arven is now he's completely bailed out, and now he'll be able to set it up where you can find yourself a Techno Radar, you can find a Future Booster Energy Capsule. That is the perfect top deck that turn.
Yeah, this game would have most likely been over fairly quickly if Yuho was not able to find that Arven. You see an interesting inclusion that's in this deck, that Technical Machine Crisis Punch. That's not something we've seen a lot in this deck, but listen, 280 damage, that's really solid, and you know what's better than that? You can boost that damage thanks to the Iron Crown's ability to, if you've got 3, deal 340 damage, knock anything out. Hold on here, Yuho might have some of the new technology that's needed, and I'm sure he's used that card along his road to get here to this match.
Oh, that is so cool to see. So that is a way, because, you know, one of the things that maybe there's sometimes this future box set can struggle with is, of course, if you're dealing with a big Charizard EX, there's not really that many easy ways to get one knockout on it. Crisis Punch solves that problem.
It will be the Future Booster Energy Capsule and a Electric Generator. So if we see some energy off the Electric Generator, the way it stands with just 1 Iron Crowns in play, Arm Press is not able to take the knockout, but again, I think Yuho's biggest concern here is just making sure that some of these Pokemon get powered up. And an interesting choice there, too, to maybe not grab. Oh, there is another Iron Crowns in the hand. So Yuho could just be trying to get a little bit aggressive here. Let's see if this hits 2 energy cards. If it does, he can attack here with the Arm Press. Just needed 1, but finds the 2 energy, putting them onto the Iron Hands, and that's going to be great later on if he wants to use something like Amp You very much on the following turn.
Wow, a phenomenal draw there from Yuho, and yeah, this, the Electric Generator really sort of paying off in maximum fashion there, and with that, yeah, Yuho can just hit the KO on this Roaring Moon.
Yeah, it will be perfect math. 160 base damage from the Arm Press, and 2 of those Cobalt Command abilities. Even has something like this Heavy Baton. This is, I think, the choice for Yuho. Now, the weird thing about Heavy Baton is if a Pokemon that Heavy Baton is attached to is knocked out by something like Frenzied Gouging, you don't get to keep the energy cards. That's not how it works. It has to be knocked out by damage while it's active, and that's why I think Yuho is just going to hold off on using this tool. As it stands, there is a chance that Andres got a pretty small hand size. Getting a Roaring Moon knockout is going to be pretty tough. We are just going to see Arm Press deal 200 damage. Yuho is the one taking the first prize card due to Andres just not having enough ancient cards. Now with this Roaring Moon being knocked out, there are 4, but feels a little bit late than you really wanted it.
Yeah, I really would have liked that last turn to take that easy KO on the Iron Crown. So instead, going to be over to Andres to see how he can respond here. Unlike the Iron Crown, Iron Hands cannot as easily be KO'd by a Roaring Moon, so might have to rely on that Roaring Moon EX instead that we do know Andres does play 2 copies of.
Yeah, that would be big here. You'd wipe all 4 energy off of that Iron Hands EX. Now, of course, you do have to damage yourself, so if there even is something like a future, or rather an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Miraidon can get there if there's one more Iron Crowns EX or another, Future Booster Energy Capsule. Jeez, I am talking about capsules way too much. All right, you know what? Whoever designed these capsules, I want to have a word with them.
I can't forward you to the right person there, I'm sorry to say, even, but...
I think they're gone, right? Because they're either in the future or the Ancient who designed them.
Yeah, you know...
Enough lore, you know what? I'm getting myself trapped up. We are just going to see that Professor Sada, and it looks like, did find a Roaring Moon EX, so energy going onto Roaring Moon. And if there's something like a Dark Patch, which there already is in the hand, did keep that off the trekking shoes. We see another energy card there, then this Roaring Moon can attack, but I don't think Andres is sitting on a whole lot of cards, except he does have this to Dunsparce. Let's see, are there an energy card? And yes,
there's an Earthen Vessel.
The Earthen Vessel and has the Dark Energy in hand. And I think if Andres has all these pieces, especially with this Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, we could see Frenzied Gouging remove all of these energies and this Iron Hands EX from play and swing tempo back into Andres' favor.
That would be an absolutely devastating turn there from Andres, and Yuho will be left with, yeah, absolutely nothing. How do you even respond if you're Yuho there? I guess you just have to hope that you can hit well off another Electric Generator?
Well, the way it works is Peak Acceleration can get a knockout even with the Ancient Booster Energy
Capsule.
Capsule.
Is true, yes.
So it's dealing 40 base damage, and then 2 Cobalt Command abilities will push it to 80, so then if you have Future Booster Energy Capsule or 1 more of those Iron Crowns, you will get there, but I mean, you know Yuho's hand is very poor, had to play all those cards out and didn't even grab something like a Pokegear for the following turn. Really banked off of this Iron Hands EX, at least being able to take 1 more prize card, but it's going to go down. Andres just adding insult to injury, has the Radiant Greninja to draw even more cards. And actually, we're not going to see, it looks like, the knockout onto this Roaring Moon EX. I mean, I feel like in this spot, yeah, maybe you assume your opponent's going to knock you out, but you know that Yuho most likely top deck that Arven, so do you really think that off of the prize cards or in combination from his top deck, he's going to have the pieces needed to knock it out? I feel like you take that gamble because even if Miraidon does take the knockout, this is still a good spot, but actually, Andres is going to use the Counter Catcher. Okay, wants to get some usage out of the Counter Catcher while it's still active, of course. You can only play that card if you have more prize cards than your opponent. So Andres will still be taking 2 prize cards, but just not through the form of Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah. And I guess this does make sense as well because, of course, you're essentially denying Yuho extra damage build-up from this. These decks don't tend to play a lot of recovery cards. I mean, looking here at Yuho's list, I don't think I see any Super Rod, for example. So every single Iron Crown they knock out is a guaranteed 20 damage less that Yuho can do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but another great top deck there for Yuho did find that Techno Radar, so can replace this Iron Crowns. So I think this is a good play for Andres, but I mean, Yuho is going to just be able to get some more Pokemon into play, take a knockout onto this, and it feels like we are just in the same spot we were last turn, where Andres has got to figure out if he wants to go for this Frenzied Gouging, or if he's just going to want to maybe make another pivoting play. We saw that Concealed cards actually drew into a Prime Catcher as well, so maybe this is Andres' play. Gust around, take knockouts onto these Iron Crowns, and then for that final knockout, use Frenzied Gouging, and that 200 damage you do to yourself, there's really no drawback to that.
Yeah, no, because at that point you've won the game, so the game's over, so you can't be knocked out back. So yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. There is the Techno Radar being played now. That will be a third Iron Crown being fetched, and another Iron Hand as well for good measure. I imagine Yuho's probably going to bench both of those, and that way we'll be able to make use of that Heavy Baton to actually... Oh wait, no, sorry, there was a discard pile, so no, there's not quite enough yet in terms of Iron Crowns on the field. Electric Generator comes over first, and Psychic Energy does not work off of Electric Generator, unfortunately, so yeah, it's going to be a miss there.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to see this. I mean, for Yuho, you're kind of in a pretty rough spot. I mean, you can take an Arm Press knockout, you're going to go to 4 prizes, but then you're just tied up, and Andres has got a pretty solid route to taking these last 2 prize cards. Prime Catcher knockout, 1 more of these Iron Crowns, and then from there, just got to use Frenzied Gouging with one of these Roaring Moony X's to knock out this Iron Hands.
Yeah, but very crucial find there of the Heavy Baton, just to make sure that some of these energies stay in play. But now, of course, like if Andres does come in with the Frenzied Gouging, that would be the perfect time to do it, because as you mentioned, that would go sort of play around the Heavy Baton and make sure those energies do get knocked off the field. But it looks like it's just going to be another Arm Press KO instead.
Yeah, and Yuho went to 0 cards in hand, so the only card for Yuho is just that 1 prize card taken. There's some great options there, but I don't believe any of them were taken off the prize cards, and Andres just having a very solid hand can build it up even more with Concealed cards, and it feels like Andres is starting to run away with this game because of how unresponsive Yuho has really been able to put things together. You're not playing supporter cards every turn, and these Iron Crowns are dark weak. Andres may have a pretty solid edge in this matchup, and it's showing here so far.
It's not a great feeling when your deck is built to take 2 prizes off a small Pokemon, and instead you're using the bigger attack to take 1 prize off of 1 prize Pokemon.
If you're Yuho, there's probably a giant wave of despair going over your head. You're so close to making it back to the top cut. 1 match away, but as it stands, this is not happening. And this also works too. Take the Frenzied Gouging now. You know this deck is typically not playing anything like Professor Turo or Penny to pick up this damaged Iron Crowns, and then from there, Prime Catcher plus Energy. That's a winning combo for Andres to win this game.
Yeah, Andres is playing this superbly right now. So navigating the prize map exactly the right way to make sure that Yuho has the minimal amount of chance to make a comeback. And yeah, if you're Yuho, what do you do here? Like, you have to hit another generator and pray, I guess.
Yeah, I think the reason that Andres is probably using Frenzied Gouging this turn is there's a world where you target after this Iron Crowns, and then Yuho is able to put together a play where he plays something like his own Prime Catcher to bring up this Roaring Moon, and then knocks it out. And then from there, you've got to put together another Roaring Moony X. Why not just use this now? Why not take this knockout? Even if Miraidon responds and knocks you out, you're still in an excellent spot. Especially with this board, there's double Dunsparce in play, which means 2 runaway draws can be used, and there it is, Frenzied Gouging, knocking out the Iron Hands. The Heavy Baton will not be activated because it was knocked out via just a straight-up effect instead of damage. So Yuho is really going to be forced into using that Peak Acceleration as the attack for this turn.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, Peak Acceleration, it will get the KO. And wait, what was that?
Top deck research. Okay, big time top deck. I mean, in this case for Yuho, you need any help that you can get. So having this energy means that you can play this Professor's Research, but it's not something like an Iono.
No.
I'm sure if Yuho had a choice of a top deck, it would still have been this Iono. Research is better than nothing, though. I think it's just considering how to sequence the rest of this turn, and this is a smart play here from Yuho, is going to use Artisan and maybe grab out this Miraidon. This actually protects him against something like an Iron Bundle that Andres is playing. I mean, who invited Iron Bundle? He thinks he's part of the team. He's not part of the Ancient team, okay?
Yeah, you know, he can have Ancient can have a little bit of the future as a treat.
I think he's just got kicked out by his friends. His future friends told him he's not part of the club, and now he's trying to become an Ancient. But it doesn't work that way, buddy. You can't be part of both teams.
sorry to say, but in this instance at least, it seems like you picked the right team because Andres is definitely running away with this game, even with these top decks. Yeah, Professor's Research, absolutely crucial top deck there from Yuho, but can it find him the means to get back into this game? He's going to need a lot.
Let's see what he can find. Does find a counter catcher, but even if you play counter catcher, the way this works out, you go to 3 prizes, and then Roaring Moon can just use that Frenzied Gouging attack again. It would knock itself out. Yuho would take 2 prize cards, but Andres would take all of his prize cards. Yuho would be left with just 1. So I think Yuho is pretty much pipelined into taking the knockout onto this active Roaring Moon and hoping that Andres doesn't have the pieces needed to win this game. And you see him already putting down the Prime Catcher and the Dark Energy. He knows that things are pretty much wrapped up in this game.
Yeah, so you're playing absolutely right. Of course, you can attack with the Miraidon. That will kind of deny the 2 prizes even from Andres if there's no gusting option. But there is a gusting option, and we already know that. So Andres just kind of sitting on his laurels, just waiting for Yuho to announce his attack so that he can go Dark Energy, Prime Catcher, good game. Let's move on to game 2.
Some cool things in both of these decks indeed. We are just going to actually see, okay, we've got some more action from Yuho. Does have that electric generator, so hold on, there's a potential route here where if Yuho had put an energy card onto this Iron Hands, then there could have been a route to maybe go ahead and do this, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything, unfortunately. So Andres has things wrapped up. We'll see this Roaring Moon fall. The Dunsparce has free retreat, can come into the active spot, and Energy plus Prime Catcher will give Andres David Torres game number 1 in this final Swiss round.
Yeah, huge congratulations there to Andres on taking a very convincing game 1. And yeah, wow, the power of Roaring Moon and the Ancient Gang coming into force.
A lot to reflect on. Has that Yokohama 23 t-shirt on. I'm sure he wants to also have that 2024 Honolulu, Hawaii shirt coming up. He was actually just 1 point away from qualifying before this weekend, and he's got plenty of excess points to win or lose here in this match.
Yeah, plenty to lose indeed. I mean, this is the absolute nail biter. I mean, if you're Yuho here, I mean, you're 1 game down. You can't lose it, right? You have to put yourself back together. You know you can win this match. You've got 2 more games to try and recover to make it into top 8. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look back at game 1 and just see the decisive moments there. And I think it really just came down to the fact that Yuho was just not able to get any meaningful KOs with the Ampy very much. Both times he had to take a single prize KO with the arm press. And at that point, you're just trading 2 prizes against 1 prize. It's just not going to work out well.
So far, round 1 going to Ancient, but this is a best of 3, Fred. Don't count Yuho out yet. There were some pretty poor draws. Now, albeit that was the first turn of the game, there really wasn't much going on in that situation. Actually, I think that was Yuho going second and just wasn't able to do anything. So maybe this is a lot different of a matchup if Yuho gets that turn 1 peak acceleration, maybe sets up for an Ampy very much down the line, maybe gets some more pieces going, and hopefully with this mulligan that Andres has taken so far, looks like multiple mulligan cards here potentially. Yuho is going to be able to put together a strong turn. We'll just go ahead and check if Yuho is going first or second. And it looks like, yes, Andres will be starting things off. Yuho going second here in game 2.
Yes. So, and it makes a lot of sense, of course. This future deck, you really want to be going second. You want to be getting that turn 1 attack. Either if you can pull it off with the Ampy very much, with the Iron Hands, or of course just that peak acceleration with the Miraidon to get energy into play. Either way, you just want to attack as soon as you can.
So we'll see how both players set up. I think Andres is more than okay to go first in this matchup. You can draw some cards, get some things set up, and hopefully we will have a great game 2 and potentially a 3rd and final game. I would be more than happy if this set goes the distance. Let's take a look at the prize cards. 2 Professor Sada in the prize cards. It's a big way you can power up these Roaring Moon. So we'll see how that comes back to affect Andres, but we are jumping into game number 2. Yuho and Andres starting things off with an Earthen Vessel, so we'll get to check the deck, see what cards are available. Also getting those Dark Energy in the discard pile to be brought back with things like Dark Patch, Professor Sada, lots of different options.
Yeah. So it's always great when you start with that Vessel turn 1. Like we mentioned in game 1, of course, it's not just the fact that it gets 0 energy out of the deck, but of course, it is an Ancient card in and of itself. So just by playing that Earthen Vessel, that is 10 more damage already that the Vengeful Fletching is doing. So it's just an absolute boon to this deck.
So we'll make sure that both those energy cards are going to go to the hand. We'll be interested to see if Andres has any other Pokemon in play. It's always scary to just have 1 Pokemon, because if Yuho can maybe hit a few electric generators, this could be a completely different game. So let's see what there is. Okay, there is a Roaring Moon EX. looks like potentially some more cards for the following turn. So for now, Andres is more than content, and this looks like a lot better hand here for Yuho. Does have an Arven and the Future Booster Energy Capsule, so at the least, we'll be seeing a peak acceleration this turn. Possibly power up some of these Iron Hands EX.
Yes, definitely off to a much better start here. Is yeah, pretty much the perfect turn 1 card where with that Arven already looking to grab a couple of future Pokemon there. So imagine going to be grabbing that Techno Radar and then a Future Booster Energy Capsule. Yeah, Arven's such a good fit in this deck. Just being able to with the amount of tool cards you have access to, especially with how important the Future Booster Energy Capsule and the Heavy Baton are. You just pick the right one at the right time, along with doing your setup with that Techno Radar, and you're going to have a look through to see what is available to him. Finding that Techno Radar, the Hadar Technological rather, and then having a look through to see we should see if it goes for the Heavy Baton or for the Future Booster Energy Capsule straight away. It looks like it might be the choice of the Heavy Baton first. Oh, of course, does have 2 Future Booster Energy Capsules already in hand, so probably not much point in grabbing a third.
You could always just grab something that you know you might not need later on, just as a card to maybe discard with this Techno Radar, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Really not valuing Crisis Punch. You don't need to deal that big damage at the end of the game. Just use that as discard fodder, and Miraidon and Iron Crowns EX will hit the board. We'll most likely be seeing a peak acceleration to end this turn for Yuho.
Yeah, Crisis Punch, not really for this matchup, of course, really mainly there for like the bigger HP decks, like we talked about with the Charizard EX, but plenty of damage modifiers that will be enough to KO Andres' Pokemon in this instance. So just going to be going for that Techno Radar, has the Miraidon, thinks about the Iron Hands, but no, just going to go for that Iron Crown instead.
I think Yuho is just thinking about how the math is going to work out in this situation. So you can now deal 60 damage to this Roaring Moon, which means with just 1 Iron Crowns in play, you can take a knockout with Ampu very much. And maybe that's what Yuho is thinking after this game. How can he potentially make a board state where he limits the total amount of Iron Crowns EXs that are put into play? That's just going to be 1 for now. 60 damage with peak acceleration and 2 lightning energy going onto this Iron Hands EX.
Oh, actually, no, a lightning and a psychic, interestingly enough. I guess maybe in this instance, not valuing the attack on the Miraidon, of course, the second attack. We have seen it be relevant a couple of times, and just for being a 1-price attacker with that sparking strike, but maybe not in this instance.
Yeah, getting the psychic is actually a smart choice from Yuho because he doesn't really value it in this matchup, and it's also an energy card that cannot be grabbed off of Electric Generator.
Absolutely,
so it's just a way to thin it out and just slightly increase your odds. You want to do everything in your power to make odds favorable. So it will just be a Professor Sada's Vitality. So there are now 2 ancient cards into the discard pile. We'll need 4 to take a knockout onto this Miraidon.
And should be able to get there without too much trouble, although, I mean, we say that now. In the last game, we did see that Andres did end up being 1 card short, so let's see if he can get these 2 more ancient cards in discard pile and take a KO on the Iron Crown, or even on this Miraidon on the active. It's the same number either way, right? It's either 4 to knock out the Miraidon or 4 to knock out the Iron Crowns, but if you can put that together, then Andres could be off to a very, very strong start. So let's see how this pans out for him. We do see the Dunsparce going down, but of course, no to the Dunsparce this turn, given that you cannot evolve straight away. And, oh, wait, hold on. Is Andres not got much else going on? Yeah, only 2 in there. Oh, that maybe Andres might be a little bit stuck of his hand, actually.
I don't know if there's any energy cards. There is an energy, but how much is it really worth hitting this Miraidon for just 90 damage? It feels like maybe it was just better to put your energy card on one of these bench Pokemon to just preserve it for later and then take knockouts onto this Miraidon later on. This 90 damage, it's just going to continue to scale. By the time you're maybe knocking something out next turn, you're going to be up to a higher count as Yuho has another Arven in hand, can get some more energy into play, and it's going to be that Electric Generator trying to see if he can get to Ampu very much to take a 2-prize knockout this turn.
And as long as Yuho hits just 1 lightning energy off of this Electric Generator, he will be able to do it. I do believe there was another lightning already in hand, so just 1 needed off this generator if he wants to pull off this Ampu very much, and then Yuho will be the one in the driving seat for this game.
So we'll see these players getting into this match. There is the Electric Generator grabbed off of Arven. It's going to come down to this. Will luck be on Yuho's side? Will we see Ampu very much capitalize on Andres' slow start this time? It seems like the script has completely flipped. Yuho, really struggling in game 1, has now gone full throttle in the second game. And there's no lightning energy. Did not find the piece he needed. Everything else was going his way. And now Yuho will have to sort of take an adjustment on how he wants to go about this. Do you peak acceleration again, put more aggression on, put more energy into play? Or do you just use something like an arm press to take the knockout onto this Roaring Moon?
I think that's arm press is something that he's going to want to avoid. I think we saw in the last game just how much it really didn't help him. You know, just taking these one prize knockouts with 2 prize Pokemon is kind of what really came back to bite him. So instead, with the Future Booster Energy Capture on the Iron Crown, actually can take a KO on this Roaring Moon with the Peak Acceleration, and I think that's going to be a little bit of a better trade for Yuho.
Yeah, absolutely. Forgot about that Booster Energy. So because there is no Ancient Booster Energy, will be a knockout. And the question now for Andres is, how is this hand looking? There's only one Professor Sada left in the deck because 2 of those are in the prize cards, and I think this is a situation for Andres where if you don't have anything, there is a valid argument for just picking your cards up and going to the next match, especially with how favored things felt when he was first going through. But it looks like Andres has some cards to play with. First that Dark Patch, and it looks like there is a Dunsparce, so these will have to be a pretty big 3 cards here off of this runaway draw. Don't know if there's quite the pieces there. There's now 3 cards in the discard pile that are ancient cards.
I think I saw a Boss's Orders even. I think I saw Giovanni Boss's Orders, and if that's the case, you can bring up that Iron Crown and take a 2-prize KO, and all of a sudden you're trading very, very well.
But what else do you have to follow up the following turn? It's going to come down to what this hand looks like, and it looks like there are a few pieces, something like the Earthen Vessel that can get rid of maybe one of these ancient cards in hand, like the Future, or rather the Ancient Booster Energy. Now we are up to 5 cards in the discard pile that are ancient cards. I think there's also an Ultra Ball in this hand, so if Andres really wants to, he could maybe grab Radiant Greninja, go and get some more draw power with concealed cards, and honestly, I think that's what you gotta necessarily do in this situation.
Yeah, you need more draw power at this point. You're kind of stuck. We're not doing much. You don't have a single Dunsparce out to maybe put another Dunsparce next turn. So yeah, going to play that Ultra Ball. Doesn't need that many energy in the hand. In fact, energy in the discard pile sets up nicely for a future play with Stardust Vitality, but going to need to get either another Dunsparce or, as you mentioned, that Radiant Greninja to start seeing more of the deck, because the draws are just a bit too slow right now, and that follow-up to this is so important, as you already mentioned.
So shuffling the deck up, you'll get 2 more cards off of this concealed cards, but it's looking like things are going all right here for Andres with the start. Does find the Roaring Moon, Trekking Shoes. We'll see what this one card is that Andres wants, if he wants to keep it or get rid of it, and it is that Explorer's Guidance. So Andres has a little bit of a choice here on what he wants to do. Go after this Iron Crowns or play something like the Explorer's Guidance to just dig a little bit further through the deck and also discard some more of those ancient cards.
Yeah, I think in this instance, now that you have the draw for next turn, yeah, you're completely fine playing the Boss's Orders. You want to trade as much as possible, and if you're trading to 1 against 2, eventually you're going to win that race, and that is exactly how Andres won Game 1. So definitely you want to continue that strategy, and Boss's Orders KO on the Iron Crowns, and Andres now takes the lead.
And that's one of the advantages you have to playing something like Dark Patch. It's a way to accelerate energy onto these ancient dark Pokemon without having to use your supporter card. Typically this deck that plays ancient Pokemon, the Ancient Toolbox deck, doesn't play a lot of Dark Patch, but Andres making the smart decision this weekend to include 4 copies of that card, and now Yuho has no Iron Crowns in play. This Miraidon and Iron Hands does have energies onto it, and now the counter catcher is valid. We'll see this go after the Radiant Greninja due to that weakness and the Future Booster Energy. See Ampi very much take 2 prizes to knock out this Greninja, and Iono to put Andres down to a lower hand size. Not necessarily sure. I mean, Andres didn't show that he had another supporter card this turn. You are necessarily giving him a +1 in terms of cards, so Andres is probably okay with this pending what he draws, but not so okay with Ampi very much taking 2 prizes this turn.
Yeah, and especially considering it's 2 prizes on something that, is one of the few outs that Andres would have to draw more cards. He did get it down last turn for exactly that purpose, but not anymore.
This is a crazy 5 cards. Yuho found a Nest Ball for the Iron Hands and 2 of those Electric Generator plus pieces for next turn, like Prime Catcher, Arven. I think there's lots of pieces for Yuho, and I think is going to maybe just spin the wheel here a little bit with this Electric Generator. If he can power up another Iron Hands, it means something like a Frenzied Gouging would be responded to by a 3-prize turn, and that would put Yuho onto a position where he can just straight up win the game. Does get an energy off the first one. It's definitely what you want to see. If Yuho can at least get 1, maybe 2 energy next turn, we'll be in a super, super commanding spot.
Yeah, very important as well, because we do see that the Iron Hands and Yatters does have a Future Booster Energy Capture on it. There is no Heavy Baton, so no energy preservation going on if this Iron Hands does get KO'd. So very important to find as many energy as you can off of these Electric Generators. We do see there's another one in the hand already. Maybe he's going to find it off now. Yeah, he is. What does he find off this one?
We go 5 more cards, and there are 2 Lightning Energy. That's a huge find. That means a single attachment from the hand next turn would prevent something like this Roaring Moon EX on the bench from getting away. taking a frenzied gouging knockout. And because of how Andres has designed this deck, there's really not a whole lot of ancient cards. I mean, I'm doing a quick count here, seeing what we have, and I believe there's somewhere around maybe 20 total ancient cards between the whole deck. With everything that's already happened, I mean, you're going to need to have 16 of those 20 or so ancient cards in your discard pile, and this early on, that's pretty unrealistic.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So, bearing that in mind, does Andres now try to pivot to, as he did in the first game, try to take a KO with this Roaring Moon EX?
Well, the problem with that is, as I said before, a single energy attachment from Yuho means that he can just amp you very much and take the knockout back. And
And
take
he's
those
only
final
got 3 prizes
cards.
left. Oh my goodness, yeah, you're right. Of course, that single prize knockout at the beginning actually be really, really important because, yeah, you're 2 to 3.
And Andres has really nothing in this hand,
Oh
just
my-
has to play this counter catcher, bring up the Maridon on the bench, and now Yuho is sitting on 2 fully powered up Iron Hands EX. Let's see what Yuho has. I believe he's got really powerful pieces in hand, does have an energy card and a prime catcher in the hand. This ancient booster capsule can be attached to this active, and if there's something like a Techno Radar to grab one more of these Iron Crowns EXs, that means something like Arm Press, followed up by another 2 prize turn the following turn, will give Yuho this second game.
But this is very clever here because the way that Andres has played this out, he's attached Ancient Booster Energy Capsule both the Roaring Moons. And now because of that, this forces Yuho to go for the Iron Crown. But maybe it said, no, okay, just going to use Prime Catcher, bring up this Dunsparce.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. It's going to put Yuho to 1 prize card.
Yeah.
And being at 1 prize, there's now so many ways to win the game. Something like a Techno Radar will give Yuho the game at this point.
Yeah.
There are just so many rounds. And Andres can't just hit this thing with a Roaring Moon EX, because from there, then you bench a bunch of Iron Crowns EX, or even you just hit it as it is, and you're in the same spot you were in the previous turn. Yuho is in an excellent spot, and I think is even just considering playing this Techno Radar right now. He knows Andres is sitting on just a 1-card hand. This deck doesn't play any ways to disrupt the hand, so we'll just see the Nest Ball potentially find something like Mew EX, but I feel like if you're Yuho, you've got to have some sort of an idea that your opponent isn't playing Disruption, and it's probably okay to just grab the Techno Radar, hold it, and then next turn, play it down to win the game.
And this is such a clever way of playing it from Yuho's side as well, because he recognized that in the game 1, he put down too many Iron Crown EXs, and those were able to get easily knocked out by Andres' attackers. So in this instance, just going about and actually grabbing nothing off the Arvid.
Just grab the Nest Ball. So it's the same thing because there's 2 booster energies. So we're just going to see this play. Double booster energy and Nest Ball in hand. I think Yuho is trying to set up a checkmate scenario. Down goes Dunsparce. Amp you very much. Now, Andres, I feel like you just pick your cards up here. There's really not a great way to win this game out, but it's still just going to play things out. The clock slowly winding down. These matchups have been super fast-paced, but we're at just over 16 minutes left in this round. Andres will still play to his outs, play this Professor Sada, power up these Pokemon, but it just feels like next turn, Yuho's got several ways that he can try and clutch this game out.
Yeah, there's no way for you to... I think maybe you can just about clinch a KO here, but there's no way for you to stop, Yuho from taking a KO back because there's just so many different ways that Yuho has it, and that's exactly the problem here. They're going to play an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I mean, if you can power up this Roaring Moon, there is a world where you attack with the Roaring Moon, you deal 220 damage or 100 damage to this Iron Hands, and then that is the one Pokemon on your board that will not be knocked out by an Arm Press. You're going to need to have 3 Iron Crowns EX in play, plus a Booster Energy Capsule, and that's just not feasible for Yuho at this point.
No, it's really not, especially given that he's already committed to getting the Nest Ball rather than the Techno Radar. But there is going to be a Dunsparce going down.
Yeah, and this is also a really smart choice to grab Nest Ball over Techno Radar, because it means that if Andres does go for that play, we could see just Mew EX come into the play and just draw some cards.
Yeah, absolutely, with that restart ability, a really crutch tech inclusion from Yuho there.
And it's just going to be a Vengeance Fletching, and Yuho knows that he's got the game here. That Nest Ball or Techno Radar can grab one of those Iron Crowns EX, and Cobalt Command will push this Arm Press up to 200 damage. We are going to a Game 3. Win it in. The stakes could not be higher here.
Yeah, wow. And we saw in Game 1 the ferocious display of the Ancient, and now Team Future is coming back fighting and showing what it can do in return. A absolutely phenomenal display there from Yuho.
So who's going to win? Team Future or Team Ancient? Maybe put your guess in on Twitch chat if we're not already running the poll to see who we've got winning this match. I'm going to put my bet here on Team Ancient for this last match. You know, Yuho is a great player. He's an international champion, but the weakness on the Iron Crowns and all these ways to gust up, it just feels like if Andre sets up as he should, he's in a really good spot in this matchup. But it was really just the weak start, that Iono disrupting, and also having those Professor Sada in the prize cards that led Andres to have an okay start. He was able to at least attack a little bit with Roaring Moon, but kind of just fell flat from there.
Yeah, kind of fell flat from there, and especially with Yuho very cleverly playing around, sort of trying to do a game plan that basically involved not using Iron Crown EX, because, I mean, it is one of the main parts of your deck, of course, but because it's so weak to Dark, if you can find a way to take these knockouts whilst not using it, suddenly you give your opponent a lot less options to do their own prize map, and that's exactly how Yuho managed to claim that game.
Yeah, a really good adjustment. Understood that having Iron Crowns in play is sometimes a necessity, but if you can really avoid it like Yuho did in that game, put yourself in a very solid spot. Generators were on his side, draws were on his side, so I'm very interested to see who wins this game 3. It truly could go back and forth. It could go either way because there's the dynamic of, does Yuho put the crowns into play?
Yes.
Is he able to make a strategy where he doesn't? Or does Andres maybe put on a little bit of aggression and is forced to put Yuho into a situation where that does have to come down? We'll see the prizes. There is double heavy baton. Now, in this matchup specifically, it's not super important because there's no real one-hits for Andres to take knockouts. But listen, there's maybe a way that this Iron Hands wants to have that if it gets hit by the Roaring Moon non-EX. It's not a card that you really like to have in the prizes. It is towards the bottom, so hopefully it doesn't impact us too much here in this last game.
Yeah, especially because those are his only 2 copies of Heavy Baton as well, so that means he will not have access to it until later on. But it did seem like it didn't bother him too much in game 2, so maybe it'll be okay.
Things are heating up. We've got to keep mindful of the clock at this point. I think hopefully we are just making sure everything is good. Just figuring out, looks like how things are going to play out. I am super excited to see how this final match is going to compete between both of our competitors. There is a lot on the line here. Of course, $7,000 for making top cut, the championship points, the chance at a trophy, the chance at being an international champion. You can see one of these players emerge victorious here and then emerge victorious in the championship.
And it's really cool as well to see Andres specifically. Colombia, not a country we see, or not a region we see represented often, represented on the main stage. So, having someone from Colombia here making their way potentially all the way to top 8, really, really cool to see. Not an area of Latin America often represented here in our big main stage.
So as soon as we can get back to this action, we will. It's such a crucial time. We're getting up, getting ready for game 3. It could go either way. Battle of the times, Ancient versus Future. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and just while the discussion is going on, let's sort of step back a little bit and sort of think about the matchup objectively. There's definitely a lot going on, and I think ultimately, there's proof that this match could very much go either way. Sure, there is the obvious weakness where both the Roaring Moons can hit the Iron Crown for weakness, but the Future deck does have ways of playing around that. As we see, Yuho could adjust, can focus on a strategy not involving Iron Crown as much, and still put on a really good show.
So we'll see how things play out between everybody here. I'm very interested to see how the math works out specifically. I feel like it gets really tough if Andres can find these Ancient booster energy capsules. He puts himself out of range of Art Press. He puts himself out of range of Amp You very much with a booster energy capsule. So that, I think, is going to just be the main card that Andres is really looking for here in this third game.
Yeah, very, very important. We even saw how, it came in clutch, especially in game 1, right? It denied KOs on one of the few occasions, or rather, when you have the Ancient Booster Energy capsules down, that's when Yuho is kind of forced to put down the Iron Crown EX, and then at that point, Andres can capitalize on that and take the easy KOs because of the Dark weakness.
I'm excited to see what happens here. I'm excited to see who is going to be our winner, advance to top 8. And hopefully, we'll be getting back into this match very shortly. We're just making sure everything is okay, everything is being dealt with, and we'll be sure that the game resumes properly. We'll have some exciting action to come.
Okay, and looks like the judge just kind of looks like we're getting closer to sorting things out here. So just a quick discussion going on. As if the tension wasn't, as if you couldn't already cut the tension in a knife with a knife, and now we're just sat here waiting for this third game to start. It's just, I'm literally at the edge of my seat. Like, you can't see on camera right now, but I'm literally sat here on the edge of my seat right now waiting for this to get started.
I can confirm. You at home can't, but I can definitely confirm. So, looks like we've got some sort of discrepancy again. really want to resume to this match. I'm excited to see what is going to happen. We've got some updates from our other matches that we can share. Fabian won his match. He is going to be securing himself a spot into top cut with Gardevoir. Gardevoir EX, even after rotation, making it back into top 8.
Yeah, looks like we're just about ready to go into game now. Yeah, looks like the discussion has been sorted. We are kicking off for game 3. So let's see who's going to join Fabian and Ufa and Tord in that top 8. As we do see Andres here will be going first.
Yeah, deciding to go first in this matchup, and we're just going to see concealed cards and a pass, so no energy attachment there for Andres. We'll need some help from something like Dark Patch, Switch, some of these pieces to put an attack together the next turn, while Yuho has an excellent start, starts that Peak Acceleration Miraidon, and has a plethora of supporters in the hand, including that powerful Arven. Could grab something like the Techno Radar to get some of these Iron Hands EX into play, or even something like an Electric Generator to get even more energy into play that way.
Yeah, definitely going to be important to see both of those, I think. I mean, maybe the Electric Generator, obviously it is nice, but isn't as important, you know, at this stage, because you maybe just want to lead with the Peak Acceleration, although the Peak Acceleration isn't getting a knockout right now.
Yeah, and this is where I think Yu has to really decide how he wants to play this matchup up. Do you go all in on looking for an Ampu Very Much knockout next turn, or do you just get some Iron Hands EX into play? And I think that's really the main question for Yuho. I think with this Iono in hand, you can afford to grab the Techno Radar now, thin those cards out, and then have a better chance of maybe finding Electric Generator. And I think that's what Yuho is going to just do the opposite of, unfortunately. I think it's sort of a weird situation where you can always draw into the Pokemon you're looking to Techno Radar while you can't find the Electric Generator. So I think this makes sense here for Yuho.
Yeah, it does. It definitely, like I said, multiple ways you can go about it. But in this instance, going to go for the Electric Generator, whilst I guess there's the most amount of, the largest amount of energy in deck possible to maximize the odds of hitting off the Electric Generator. We do see there's only a couple energy in hand, so there should be a good chunk still in the deck to hit off of this. As we do see, yeah, firing off the Generator. How many does Yuho get?
This is what it comes down to. Let's see if there's a double hit, and there is. That's huge for Yuho. That means there is going to be potentially an Ampu Very Much next turn. You see Andres just kind of sighing back at his chair saying, come on, in my most important match of the event, you're going to hit all these energies off of Electric Generator, and just like that, Yuho will hit this Roaring Moon for 60 damage, and that is a perfect number because with an Ancient Booster, or rather with a Future Booster Energy Capsule next turn, Ampu Very Much can knock out this Roaring Moon.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. It's just a phenomenal start here from Yuho as, again, finding that Psyche Energy, knowing that you don't really need to attach it to the Miraidon, and has got that Ampu Very Much ready to go for next turn. But Andres off to a good start as well with that Explorer's Guidance.
Yeah, but the problem here, looking at this list here for Andres, is there's really no ways to switch out of the active spot. There's no
you're right.
Switch card, there's no, rescue board. So with how things stand, Andres is essentially conceding these 2 prize cards from an Ampu Very Much, and instead is going to just try and grab 2 important cards. Lots of important ones hitting the discard pile at this point. We are just going to see Professor Sada. We've got the Nest Ball in hand, and I mean, this is all you can really do here if you're Andres.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to attack this turn unless you can find some miracle combination of a bunch of Dark Patches, but I don't think Andres has that in hand from what I could see, so just going to be a Nest Ball instead, and I imagine probably going to grab a Dunsparce here.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade-off. You kind of grab the Nest Ball to get a Dunsparce out of your deck. We'll see exactly what happens. So Dunsparce comes into play. See Andres shuffle up, figure out what his next move is. But I mean, if it's letting this Roaring Moon get knocked out, you really don't have a lot of great responses because Yuho just gets another turn to put Iron Hands EX into play, start attaching energy to it, start using more of those pieces. And I think just as a last-ditch effort is just going to try and buy some time with this Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. As of right now, Yuho does not have his own Future Booster Energy Capsule, and I think the thought process now is, are we going to see Yuho maybe use this Prime Catcher in hand to try and take a 2-prize knockout that way with Ampu Very Much?
Well, yeah, of course. I was literally just about to drag this forward here with maybe you bring the Greninja forward, you take, like in the last game, you take away that draw option, and as I was doing that, Andrew's just covering up the Greninja with his hands like, they say, no, don't take my Greninja, I need that for next turn. But it would definitely make for a good play this turn, but maybe, no, just going to go for the Iono instead and save the Prime Catcher for later.
I like this here. Right now, Andres only has that Roaring Moon EX into play, and it's really not a Pokemon that you want to super damage, especially if Yuho can get another Iron Hands EX powered up from these 6 cards. There's a Techno Radar. Is there an energy attachment? There's not. I feel like that was a piece that Yuho really wanted to find in this situation, but it's okay. You could still take a 2-prize knockout because there was that ancient, or rather that Future Booster Energy found. It's going to be perfect math to knock out this Roaring Moon.
Yeah, going to be a 140, which, you know, Andres tried his best. He did put the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on, but not quite enough with the Future Booster Energy Capsule. And that, of course, means that, again, Yuho, like in Game 2, has been able to find these KOs without putting down any Iron Crown EX. And that is going to really do serve him well.
So Yuho taking the first 2 prizes in Game 3. We're just under 8 minutes left in this round. Andres did get a new hand thanks to that Iono. Played on Yuho's side, does have a copy of that Dunsparce, as well as some energy to discard, draw some cards with that Concealed Cards ability. He's really just looking for potentially some more of these Ancient Supporter cards, something like that Professor Sada, to power up some of these Pokemon on the bench. We are also going to see the Artisan, so this will shuffle the deck, so it means that some of those cards at the bottom will get shuffled and mixed with the cards all throughout the deck. But it will also grab a Pokemon. It is going to be that Dunsparce selected.
Yeah, it's important to small sort of subtlety with Iono, right? It's come up a few times before where you think about a card that searches the deck as just, oh, you just search it for nothing. But when there's a card like Iono played, you know those cards are in the bottom. Suddenly a card like Artisan and Esport becomes important not just for finding something, but making sure that those cards are on the bottom of the deck are accessible again because you get to shuffle the deck, and then those cards are no longer guaranteed to be at the bottom.
This is going to be exciting. Who is going to win this final match? And Andres does have that Professor Sada's Vitality. Can put 2 Dark Energy onto both of these Roaring Moon, the EX and the non-EX. Draw 3 cards, and what great cards those are. Another energy card, Dark Patch. The Dark Patch can't be used, and there were actually no Dark Energy in the discard pile, so that was a big find there for Andres, and still has more with that Dunsparce in the hand, and we are going to see that get evolved and that ability be used.
Yeah, so the ability to use free cards drawn, and then of course that Dunsparce is going to run straight back into the deck, and but now the other Dunsparce coming out, and again that free retreat is probably, I think that's been the biggest mind blow moment of the entire tournament for me, just realizing that this Dunsparce has free retreat. So not only is it a great draw option with the Dunsparce, but then when it's not evolved, it's a great pivot too.
Things are getting intense. I think Andres is really just looking for a way to put a good attack together, because yes, you've got this Roaring Moon powered up, you've got the Roaring Moon EX, but there's still no way to take a knockout with something like Frenzied Gouging, and I have to imagine that's what Andres is looking for. Can he find Dark Energy to discard? I'm sure that's what he's looking for. If he found a Dark Energy off of either of those trekking shoes, they could have been discarded, Dark Patch could have been used, and that final energy was put on, but I feel like you slam it if you're Andres here, and he did not find a Dark Energy off of either trekking shoes.
But of course, that goes back to the same problem you mentioned earlier, right? Even if you can find the knockout here with the Frenzied Gouging, then you just get knocked out right in return with Peak Acceleration. So it looks like I said, just going to be a Prime Catcher, bringing up the Miraidon, and I guess Vengeful Fletching is going to take a KO here.
Yeah, it does have another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so if Yuho now wants to knock out this Roaring Moon, we'll have to put a Iron Crowns EX into play, but Andres has only taken 1 prize card. It's Yuho's turn, and he has the prize lead, plus a fully powered up Iron Hands. Maybe this is the situation now where you are okay to put Iron Crowns EX into play. Yuho is really showing us how this matchup is played.
Yeah, and of course, going to discard that Counter Catcher, not going to be useful right now. Yuho is currently ahead in the game. So instead, of course, that Prime Catcher that wasn't Yuho's hand before did get shuffled back to the bottom with Iono, so that's not going to be an option either. But yeah, I think in this instance, maybe now you recognize I'm ahead enough in the game that I can go for these Iron Crown EXs, I can put them both down, and then now I can really start to just race for these last prizes and seal my spot in top 8.
And we are in full Iron Crowns mode. 3 Iron Crowns coming to the hand. I think they're all going to hit the field and finally cheer on their teammate, their future brother, that Iron Hands EX, and thanks to that Cobalt Command ability, as long as there are 3 Iron Hands EX, or rather 3 Iron Crowns EX into play with this Future Booster Energy, AmpU very much can knock out this Roaring Moon and put Yuho 2 prize cards away from potentially, or rather securing himself a spot at a back-to-back top 8 in an IC.
Yeah, and look at the whole team is here now. Another Miraidon there for good measure too, just for more Peak Acceleration later. And a Professor's Research for good measure, my goodness.
Excellent, and let's not forget, Yuho has yet to use his H-Spec Prime Catcher, so that is still a card available for him. Things are looking excellent. There's 2 prize cards lined up this turn and multiple ways to take 2 prize cards the following turn. Even has an electric generator. How many energy he's going to hit? Just a 1, but that's still fine. You still have another copy or 2 of electric generator left, and every energy that you can get into your board, it truly does matter.
Yeah, it really does, and especially because, yeah, sure, maybe you want to take the last KO with 2 prizes with Ampy very much again, but if you can just hit a one energy off of another generator, then you can attach one from hand, and then, you know, I think you should be able to put enough damage onto the board to just take the last 2 prizes by KOing a Roaring Moon EX with Arm Press.
That math could definitely work out, and there it is. Amp you very much. Roaring Moon goes down, Dunsparce comes up, and now if you're Andres, you're down 3 prize cards. The board is looking great for Yuho. All these Iron Crowns in play, boosting the damage. And if you knock out one of them with the baby Roaring Moon like you did the previous game in Game 1, all that Yuho has to do is just bench 1 more of those Iron Crowns and use 1 final Amp you very much to amp his way in to the top cut.
And that is Yuho. I'm sure he can like taste it. He's thinking, I am this close to doing back-to-back top cuts at international championships. He is going to make sure that, you know, he does everything he can to cement this. He is not going to get complacent at this point. 2 prizes left to go, but he's going to pay extra close attention to what Andres is doing here. And Andres, in the meantime, is thinking, hold on, I am this close to making it. I do not want to give up now. I'm going to play my heart out, and I'm going to make sure that I can do everything I can to try and make a comeback here.
We will see indeed. You gotta dig into your bag of tricks. You gotta think about, what can I do? Andres' back is up against the wall. The doors are closing in. There's no way to disrupt this hand. Yuho just played that Professor's Research, played 1 card from the hand, and just held on to everything else. But this is what Pokemon is so interesting. This is why Pokemon is the game it is. You've gotta play to every single out you have, play to every single option. Andres has gotta really just dig deep, think in the tank, lock in. How is he going to get himself back into this game?
I'll go start off with a concealed card, maybe to find 2 more options. Okay, I think maybe it's debate whether it's been used, but no, not been used this turn yet. 2 cards found. Looks like there's an Earthen Vessel and an Explorer's Guidance. Gonna use the Vessel.
So this isn't over necessarily just yet. If Andres can find a way to get 16 Ancient cards in the discard pile, we could see this Roaring Moon knock out this Iron Hands EX, and there is no Heavy Baton on this Pokemon, so the energies will not be transferred over to any of these bench Pokemon.
So this is definitely what Andres is going to be digging for. It would be great if we could get an idea of just how many Ancient cards are in the discard pile. We do see Andres has like a little separate pile on the side. It does look pretty thick, but I don't think it looks like 16 cards right now.
I don't know if it's 16 cards thick, Freya. That's what I think I would have a little bit more of a feeling. And I mean, you've got lots of ways to draw cards. There's the Dunsparce. Looks like there's potentially an Explorer's Guidance in the hand, so we're just going to see 3 more cards drawn. Okay, Earthen Vessel, that's ways to discard cards.
And Sada.
Vitality, okay. This may be what Andres needs to potentially keep himself into this match. I mean, if Andres can maybe find a way to take a knockout with this Roaring Moon and bring up the Iron Crowns, but it's still the same situation.
Yeah.
1 more of these Iron Crowns will be enough damage boosted up for Yuho to take the final 2 prize cards.
Yeah. It's absolutely down to the wire here, but Andres doing everything he can to have one last chance at securing a spot in top 8. Going to take a look through the deck, see what is left. So we do see 2 more Dark Energies coming out. There are a few more Ancient cards in the deck. We see a few more Ancient Booster Energy Capsules, a few more Pokemon, but finding those Earthen Vessels is going to give him the best shot he can to try and get here.
There are 5 Dark Energy in this hand. It's not necessarily what you want to see.
No, not at all.
We're seeing the energy put onto this Roaring Moon EX, so this makes me wonder, what is the play? What is the line here for Andres? How are you going to figure this one out? Trying to see the discard pile. It looks like there's maybe 11 or 12, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like around 10 cards that are Ancient in the discard pile. I don't know if Andres has what it takes to get all these cards in the discard pile. It's going to be the Professor Sada, so we'll finally see this Roaring Moon EX get powered up. But if you use Frenzied Gouging, you're pretty much conceding a knockout, even with a booster energy, an Ancient booster energy. The Cobalt command ×3 means that peak acceleration will deal 100 damage and knock you out.
So I guess the only other option, and this just came to mind because Andres did destroy it, do you counter capture an Iron Crown and KO it instead? That is an option.
You could do that. I think if you can combine that with one of those Ancient booster capsules, that would put you at 290 HP. That would make it very hard for an Arm Press to take a knockout. There's no way, even with all the boosts, Arm Press would cap out at 260 damage. It looks like Andres is just really looking to find that. I think there was only 1 copy of that Ancient booster energy, and it did not get found off of that Professor Sada.
Yeah, that would have been exactly what he was looking for, but unfortunately not able to find it. So that does mean Yuho will still have an okay time, maybe trying to find a return knockout. I mean, with one more Iron Crown gone, there's like less damage course that you can do, but it looks like Andres maybe instead thinking of pivoting now that he knows that the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule isn't there. Gonna Ultra Ball first and discard another Roaring Moon And I mean, you could surely discard one of these Dark Energies, right? You have so many in hand already. Oh wait, no, you can discard another Explorer's Guidance. That's 2 more Ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, but I don't think it's 16, Freya. Not quite sure. Andres has exactly enough to take a knockout. I mean, this deck isn't designed to really knock out these Pokemon. It's designed to just poke early on in the game with the Roaring Moon and then finish these Pokemon off later on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
No, it's not gonna do it.
3 Ancient cards short. You see Andres counting up. Is it enough? Is it enough? It's not. I think it's just 2 cards short, actually, of getting this. Short. 16 Ancient cards plus the 770 base damage. But I don't think there's... Oh, is there a way to discard 2 more Ancient cards?
Wait, there's a...
Oh, he's 1 card short!
With the Earthen Vessel in the hand!
5, 6, 7, 8. I think with the Earthen Vessel, there is 1 fewer card available. It's just going to be the counter catcher up onto this Iron Crowns. There's no Ancient Booster Capsule. And here we go. I think Yuho is in a spot to close this game out. Andres is doing all that he can, but it feels like it's all just a little bit too short. If there was 1 more Ancient card or that Ancient Booster Energy, we would still be having ourselves a game, but the options are slowly fading. Andres is looking to maybe play another Energy card down, make sure that everything is powered up, maybe play something like the Super Rod. We'll still see the Dunsparce hit the board, and this is all that David can do. Andres is just going to Calamity Storm, and there's the boss's orders. Wow, that is it. Yuho is going to back-to-back international championship top cuts. Still with Miraidon, a different Miraidon. You know what? Miraidon got him there the first time. Will it get him there the second time?
Boss's orders, amp you very much, and that is all she wrote. Yuho, the back-to-back top 8 set internationals. Wow, what an amazing set. A huge congratulations to Yuho on an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, let's not forget, before LAIC, Yuho was fairly unknown for people outside of Europe. I had the pleasure of playing against him at NAIC. I didn't recognize him then, but I recognized him after LAIC, and maybe some people called it a fluke. Oh, you're carried by Miraidon EX. Oh, well, that deck's so broken. You just have to hit generators and hit the right matchups. We're still playing generators. We're still playing Miraidon in a sense, but this is a statement from Yuho. This is a statement to everybody saying, my win was not a fluke. I am truly a great player, and I can do it with a variety of decks. Going to back-to-back top cuts, an incredible feat here for Yuho.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Let's take a look back at that phenomenal setup we saw. Both the Future and Ancient decks really running on all cylinders, but it looks like it's Team Future taking their win here, and it looks like overall, just like in terms of representation in the top 8, I think Future is going to beat out Ancient, you know.
Looks like it. I'm pretty surprised to see how many of these Iron Crown decks are really pivoting themselves to a spot. As it stands right now, we're only at 1 or 2 of these Iron Crowns decks. So now 2 of our top 8 decks are Iron Crowns, a 4th of the field. Tell me how you feel walking away from that.
That's I'm so glad to have been able to witness such an amazing match, and also perhaps the birth of a new European hero in Yuho Kalama. You know, we talked, towards amazing streak all the way back when you won the 3 international in a row, North America, Europe, and then of course Oceania. Is Yuho maybe about to repeat the feat?
We will have to see. Now things are going to get interesting. So any player at 37 points or more is safe. 36 match points, it looks like, is going to be the bubble. We've got a lot of updates. I'm sure once we break into our top 8, we're going to reveal who our top 8 players are. But, I mean, looking here, Freya, at how many players we have left, we have, of course, Tord Reklev and Ufe IDing. We just saw Yuho take the win down, and Mark, William, Isaiah, Fabian, Alessandro, Bert, all having that record. So that puts it to 10 people with 36 match points or more. This is going to get intense, but at this point, we are going to see really who is going to emerge. In this third game, it was back and forth, but it felt like Yuho, after that first game, I think that is one of the best instances we have seen of adapting on stream all weekend. That first game, benched all those Iron Crowns, and not benching them early was a successful strategy for Yuho in both Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, it did. And that adaptation is really one of the key hallmarks of an absolutely great player. You know, adapting on the fly, especially if it's a matchup you're not used to, which I'm not sure if it was necessarily for Yuho, recognizing where he went wrong, but then changing course with, focusing more on just taking KOs on the smaller things, just with the Iron Hands by itself, and then later on, when it doesn't matter as much, put down the Iron Crowns and then finish things off from there. An absolutely great showing from Yuho.
He's making it to back-to-back top cuts. I think Yuho has been the player this season that has made a name for himself more than not. He is a international champion. Can he do back-to-back internationals? I mean, the only person who's done that was Tord Reklev. He won the European International Championships and the Oceania International Championships. So we'll see if history will repeat itself potentially.
Yeah, and something you know, about the Nordics, I guess, right? You got Norway, got Finland. You know, something about that region. I don't know. Just it seems like some of the strongest players in the world, or at least in Europe, are coming from there.
So all these matches are figuring themselves out. It really sucks to see sometimes that we have to have what we call a bubble, which means that players are at the same match points. So in this case, 36, but this is where it comes down to your resistance. So how good were the opponents that you played against? How successful were they after you played? Did they win the rest of their matches? Did they drop out? Did they go on and have a hot streak, a losing streak? All these things matter. You just gotta kind of cross your hands. You say, look, I played all 15 rounds of Pokemon. I did my work. I won these games. Now, fate is out of my control.
Yeah, so your opponent's win percentage can be a very, very cruel mistress, meaning the difference between, you know, you're just making it in or just making it out. Of course, we did see at the World Championships 2022, we did have the asymmetric top cut, but that is not a thing here. So it is just all depends on how your opponents did throughout the day to whether you make top 8 or not.
Well, he's going to back-to-back international championship top cuts. Let's throw it down to the stage and hear from Yuho.
Thanks so much, casters. I am here on the stage with our most recent member of our EUIC Top Cut, the LAIC champion. Let's hear it for him, folks. Yuho Kalama! Yuho, congratulations. I mean, what an accomplishment. You won LAIC, and now at just the next internationals, you're headed into Top Cut once again. Just easy question, what's going through your mind right now?
I can't really believe it. To do this 2 times in a row is like quite amazing for me. And I didn't really believe this would happen again.
And with your friend Iron Hands EX 2 times in a row. Talk to us about that.
And Miraidon.
What's that?
And Miraidon.
Yes, and Miraidon. A little different Miraidon, but yes, still Miraidon. Yeah, tell us about that. So at LAIC, going into the tournament, it didn't seem like Miraidon had that much hype. You know, you were able to capitalize on the brand new Iron Hands EX card. Miraidon, with the rotation, did lose a few friends, but you decided to stick with the Iron Hands. Tell us how you came to the decision to play this deck for this event.
Well, I really liked Miraidon last format, and it didn't really fit in this format because you lose Fluffy, so you don't have the energy acceleration. So I wanted to play a similar deck, so I just tried testing this Future Box decks, and it kind of fit me quite well, and played in the same way that the Miraidon did. So I just stick with it and see how it goes.
Yeah, and it's paid off. It's gone very well thus far. I do have to ask one thing, because I did notice something while I was watching your game backstage. You know, when you win an international championship, you win all sorts of incredible prizes, the cash, of course you get the invite to the World Championships, tons of championship points, but you're also awarded a trophy card. And I did notice in your deck, you've got your champion nest ball in your deck.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet, man. Have you had any comments on that throughout the weekends?
Most of my comments are on my mat because I play with my champion mat also. Yeah. I also play my top 8 nest ball because I got 2 nest balls, so I play both of them.
Well, are you looking to add another one to the collection here this weekend?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Do you think Iron Hands has what it takes to get you there?
Yeah, it does has. It has potential and it has good matchup all around. But it really depends on what my draws are and my opponent's draws are. Yeah.
Well, Yuho, I appreciate your time. We'll let you get a little rested. You've got top 8 coming up. I guess one last final question for you. In this top 8, I know you haven't had a chance yet to quite see exactly what's made it in. Is there anything with this deck that you don't feel maybe as confident in? Obviously, it seems like something like the single prize matchups you felt great in. What else is in the field that you would hope to maybe not hit in Top Cut?
Probably Pidgeot Control is my least confident matchup at the moment. I haven't tested against it and don't really know what my lines would be.
Sure. Well, there might be a couple in there, so we'll see what happens when we get to our Top Cut breakdown. Good luck to you, Yuho, and thank you for your time. Now let's throw it back to our casters.
Great to hear from now our back-to-back top 8 and potentially more international champion, Yuho Kalama. Let's see if he's got what it takes as we get into our top 8. And what a day it's been so far. We've gone through 15 Swiss rounds, 9 on day 1, 6 on day 2. The meta has changed. We've seen new decks, old decks, so many storylines from this event.
So many storylines, and this is why the EUIC, especially now, is such a great tournament, right? Because we have the combination of a new set plus rotation, right? This is now the rotation tournament, so everything gets shaken up so much, and because of that, I feel like there's so many new things that you see, both in terms of your older decks that are developing in new ways, but then new archetypes that can take you completely by surprise.
Well, we had our predictions on what we thought we're going to do this weekend, and nothing is over quite yet, but let's see how some of our choices have fared so far this weekend. Our caster predictions, I know for myself, I had some pretty basic standard inclusions. You know, I had the Charizard EX. That was one that was pretty standard, straightforward. Remind me again, what were your caster predictions for this weekend?
So mine were Chichino to represent Lugia V-Star and Jet Energy to represent both Lugia, but also, you know, all the other decks that use it. And I'm actually not sure how well mine panned out. I know there was like one Lugia that had a chance to make top 8, but I don't know if they actually got there or not.
I don't think they did. It's kind of crazy. Burt Walters made it into top cut. Potentially, right?
Yeah.
The way things are working out right now, it looks like there's 9 players right now at 36 points or better.
Ooh.
So one player at 36 points is going to unfortunately not be making the top cut, not continuing on in the tournament.
Oh, that's pretty brutal. It's imagine getting 36 match points and bubbling out of top 8 at a tournament. That's kind of where we're at now with the amount of people that come to these tournaments. It is so brutal.
It's brutal indeed. I want to see how badly my caster predictions age. So let's go ahead and take a look at the caster predictions that we had throughout this weekend. You know, I'm going to be brutally honest. Mike, you didn't see any Arceus V-Star, so kind of off the table there. Doesn't get really any points. Unfortunately for you and Chip, no Lugia in top cut, so that's not falling away. But listen, me and Alex, it's somewhat on the money. We've got potentially a Charizard. There's one at 36 points, so there's a chance of that making it in. And we've also got the Giratina V-Star, and Isaiah Bradner at 11, 1, and 3 is also at 36 points, so we could see one or both of them in cut. I want to say, though, the big card, Erie, this weekend. I mean, there are 2 control decks on the bubble, potentially, to make it into cut, and I'm sure Erie was a big part of their game plan and their strategy for this weekend.
Yeah, very poignant pick for you, and I think the big one that all of us missed, none of us putting as much stock in the future deck, you know? And none of us really, either in our individual cards or our deck predictions, none of us really put enough stock in it. And it looks like there's going to be 2 in top 8, so definitely showing us up a little bit, but I guess that's why we're behind the desk and they're in top 8.
Yeah, I don't think I gave that deck enough credit. I played it on live this last week coming up and felt like the more games I was playing, I was like, yeah, this deck is really basic, but it's really good.
Yeah.
It's a really, really strong deck for sure. So that's definitely, I think, the biggest takeaway from this weekend already. A lot of people saying, yeah, Ancient Box, or not Ancient Box, yeah, this future deck, it's kind of cope. You need to hit generators. In my Charizard match, I just evolve into Charizard and they lose, but clearly that's not the case. There's more there are more Iron Hands, Iron Crowns decks potentially in top cut than there are potentially Charizard EX decks. That is huge, Freya. That is huge.
That is absolutely huge, and I guess like I said, the one oversight in our predictions, and one could go all the way, maybe piloted by our most recent international champion, maybe to do the back-to-back to emulate Tord, who is also in top 8. Wow, there's so many crazy storylines going on in this top 8.
And the meta, of course, changing from day 1 to day 2. Let's hopefully take a look at how the meta has progressed throughout this weekend. We started on day 1 with over 2,500 trainers, Charizard EX, the big deck, Chien Pao, Archeops Lugia. I mean, that is the one deck here on the big 3 that actually looks like it has not made it into cut. And the same thing it looks like with Chien Pao. There are no Chien Pao decks at 36 match points or more.
Wow, so I mean, a very good day 2 showing, but not quite able to convert into top 8, it looks like. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I forgot here, Tord is also a Charizard deck as well. So there is more Charizard here to go. You know, I got to stat pad myself a little bit. I got myself a little bit of credit. But Arceus V-Star, I think, may have been the deck that kind of had some of the lowest finishes. It had a decent conversion rate to day 2, but I mean, just slowly looking here through the top 8, top 16, top 32 contenders, there's really not a lot of Arceus Giratina here to be looked at.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there were a few instances where there was a potential for one to make top 8, but then they lost on the winning in. We saw the same for Lugia as well. There was a lost winning in there. And Arceus Armor Rouge lost the winning in just now, being played by Julian Gort-Barry, lost to Mark Horstrup. A few instances there of just falling a little bit short, but still, could have gotten there, but just missed.
Yeah, a lot of Chien Pao at 32 match points. I believe all of the Chien Pao at 32 match points or more actually ended up losing their games. Yeah, 31 match points. It seems like maybe Champao had a super solid start to the beginning of this event. I saw lots of names I'm familiar. Of course, Yurko Valencia ended up finishing at 32 match points. He has been somebody who has top cut international championships before. So, I mean, the deck still had a very strong showing in the top 32, top 64. You're bet to see a lot of those decks. But speaking of decks that we didn't expect to see, the best of the rest here for day one, and then we'll get into our day two meta breakdown. And the big deck to look at here, it was only 2.6%, but Other Control really shined this weekend.
Yeah, Other Control, so that Pidgeot toolbox controlling archetype with all the different attackers. We saw being played with Wigglytuff, with a Mawile to trap things in the active. Not so much focusing on that block Snorlax, but just focusing on all these other tools and supporters to try and deny your opponent prizes. Really showing up strong here in top 8.
And of course, day two, things shifted up a little bit. Let's take a look at the day two meta, how things ended up playing out for that event. We saw the same top 3 decks stay the same: Charizard, Chien-Pao, and Archeops Lugia. But some changes on the back half. Iron Hands, Iron Crowns, really the deck to shine here in day two.
Yeah, and shine it did with 2 spots potentially as far as we say spots in top 8.
Both of them are guaranteed.
Oh yeah, right. So yeah, no, they are absolutely guaranteed. So yeah, a super strong showing for Iron Crowns, Iron Crown, Iron Hands. It's really cementing itself as the breakout archetype from Temporal Forces.
Yeah, and of course the best of the rest, those big changes mainly to that Gardevoir and Control deck for the best of the rest decks that took place throughout this weekend. We of course still saw some pretty fun decks, things like Ancient Box, other different archetypes, and I mean they were under 6.5%, but that's what makes the best of the rest so interesting to look at.
Yeah, and especially in the day two best of the rest as well, because it's for the top decks in day two, yeah, that might be one thing, but especially when you have these very low percentage decks for day two, and then if you make their way into top 8, that is a very good sign that someone might be onto something really strong.
Yeah, Snorlax I think is a deck that a lot of people maybe expected to be pretty strong for this event, but yeah, I mean Snorlax really not the stall deck to shine. It again really was that Other Control deck. Made its way up into day two, and another big deck here, Gardevoir EX, is at 36 match points, and that is a deck that I feel like is in the same spot that Lugia was in last event. People didn't really expect it to have a lot of success, and it's potentially going to top 8 this international, which Lugia also did at its first international with the rotation.
Yeah, being piloted by Fabien Puyol, a phenomenal player from France, and really it seems like a lot of the French players kind of collaborated together to make this new version of Gardevoir kind of concluding, you know what, this deck is not out of contention at all. This deck is still very strong going into this metagame, and Fabien proving that right there.
Yeah, whoever thought Gardevoir was leaving, Gardevoir is not going anywhere, it seems. Very strong deck, and all thanks to that Drifloon with the Balloon Burst and those tools. Really, Hero's Cape, I think, is the big card that really allows this deck to function in this format.
Yeah, because we did see some builds of a Gardevoir experiment with Drifloon before, but not really able to get up to the right amount of damage. Didn't really quite work out the right way. But suddenly you add in the Hero's Cape, you have this ace spec that lets you get a huge amount of damage to do more damage with the Drifloon, and it's just it's super strong.
So that was the meta breakdown. We're now at our top 8. So hopefully we're going to have standings and everything finalized up, and we'll be showcasing all of the action from top 8 onwards. We got our top 8 match, and then we'll have our top 4 matches to show. And Freya, by the end of today, we will know our 2 finalists, and the anticipation will be building for our Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely you're not going to want to miss that. I mean, you're not going to want to miss the rest of today either, but if for some reason you have to miss the rest of the day, do not miss Championship Sunday, where we'll be playing the finals for all our Asia divisions in the trading card game, and we will crown our next 3 European international champions.
Yeah, hopefully everybody from America, from the States, is up now at this point. I think it's late enough in the day here in the UK for everybody to be woken up, everybody to be sitting at their computers watching some Pokemon. No better way to spend your Saturday, right?
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think we've got to agree, given that we're here, talking over it for all you guys at home. So if we're doing it, you guys can too.
So, wow, we are concluded. We are coming into this top 8. I mean, we see sort of some of the decks here. We've got 2 control decks possibly here. We'll have to, of course, see when the finalized standings are here. But Freya, before we get into this top 8, I mean, we're not going to be on for a little bit. You want to give some things up to me? Really tell me which deck you think is going to be shining here in this top cut?
I will say, you has convinced me. I think Future Box is going all the way. I think Iron Hands is going to, amp very much his way into winning this European Championships, and I think Yuho is going to go all the way.
All right, you've got Yuho. I got to give my bias to Fabian. I've got some stake in the game a little bit, so we'll see if Fabian has what it takes. Pending he can make it in. But somebody who does not have to worry about if they bubble or not is Tord Reklev, and we've got an interview out in the field with Tord and Chip. Let's send it over to that.
Chip Ritchie down here on the tournament floor where round 14 is just wrapping up, and Tord Reklev has just gotten his 11th victory, moving now to 11-0-3 in the tournament. Tord, how are you feeling, buddy?
Well, a little stressed, but we're feeling good. Amazing record, so hopefully we can get the last ID. Should probably lock me into top 8, so that's what we're going for now.
Yeah, at 36 match points, you're definitely in a great spot. Your resistance is going to be pretty solid, and then, like you said, if you can just get a tie in this last round, an intentional draw, you'll lock it up. You've been in this position many times before, but it still seems like you're a little, worried about the situation to come. How do you navigate this as someone with so much experience?
So I managed to be late for this round. I was going peeing and didn't notice pairings was up, so had to play really, really fast. I'm still a little stressed from that, I guess, but the deck feels really good. Feels like it can cover mostly just about anything people can throw at you. So I'm really happy with the list and everything.
That's great. Well, yeah, we'll let you get relaxed and rested as we get into round number 15. Good luck to you, and we'll see what happens, right? All right, let's get back to the tournament.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, And if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to look at our next standard format rotation. On April 5th, our game is set to change. A ton of sets will become eligible for standard legal play. Rapid Strike players will be struggling come April 5th, since Rapid Strike Urshifu rotates, Inteleon VMAX rotates, and Medicham V rotates. This means the Rapid Strike deck will, no longer exist anymore, so those low HP Pokemon will be slightly safer. But with Medicham V rotating, it will be interesting to see how Iron Valiant decks adapt moving forward, since Yoga Loop will no longer be an option for them. Lost Box players will be losing both Dragonite V and Kyogre. We have seen Dragonite V be a terrifying card when used on turn 1 or 2 to KO big threats fast, and Kyogre has been one of the best late game finishers of all time, with Aqua Storm closing out many games. Does this make Lost Box archetype more one-dimensional? Only one way to find out. With Fusion Strike rotating, that means Mew VMAX, Genesect V and Meloetta will all be pushed out of the format. This is huge, since Mew VMAX did win the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. Another card in Fusion Strike that we will be losing is Battle VIP Pass. With Battle VIP Pass being the backbone of the format, with a ton of top decks all using the card, it is hard to imagine just how much this will shake up deck building and first turns after rotation. One deck that has some success without Battle VIP Pass is Gardevoir EX. However, come April 5th, Shining Arcana and Mirage Step Curlia will both be leaving the format. With the version of Gardevoir EX that doesn't play Battle VIP Pass, relying heavily on Mirage Step to get into the game, how will Gardevoir operate after rotation? Especially considering Fog Crystal rotates too. Another huge card that we will be saying goodbye to is Path to the Peak. We have seen just how powerful Path to the Peak can be, since it has been played in a multitude of decks like Miraidon, Arceus and even Mew VMAX, just to name a few. Will powerful abilities on Wallbox Pokemon become too much to handle now? Powerful supporter cards like Cheryl, Raihan, Clara and Peony and Avery all rotate too, leaving massive holes in deck lists that will need to be filled. What supporters do you think will see play now with this massive power supporter vacuum? We have seen Escape Rope be used in many decks to offer active movement and almost act like a boss's orders in some scenarios. Players will have to find other ways to push their opponent's active out of the way now, since Escape Rope is in battle styles and will be rotating. So that wraps up our quick look at the 2024 Pokemon TCG rotation. Let us know in the chat what card you are sad to see leave the format, or what card you cannot wait to say goodbye to. But for now, that's it for me. Let's get back to the action.
Welcome back into the lounge, Pokemon fans. Our tournament is getting down to the end of things. We've got our top 8 cut coming up very soon. Some things still being finalized. While we're in a very serious stage of the tournament, we're going to have a bit of fun while we're waiting for things to finally get underway for our top cut. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge. I'm joined by a couple of very special guests. I've got Ross and Shay with me, and we're going to be doing everyone's favorite pastime, a little Who's That Pokemon drawing edition. Ross, I got to catch up with you a little bit earlier. Shay, how's your weekend been, man? I haven't really had a chance to chat with you.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Chip, I've had a fantastic weekend. Oh my goodness. I'd say maybe a couple weeks out from the event, I was testing the Turbo Hands, which has been doing very well on stream, as we've seen. I was a bit worried about the Charizard matchup, so I thought, well, what can I do? What can I do? And I looked at Dialga. I looked at Metang, and I thought, this is the strongest that Dialga's ever been, surely, right? I played a little bit of Dialga before, so I rolled the dice for that, and I got my goal of getting some CP as well, so I'm a very happy camp. And I think, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's not confirmed, but I think I got the highest amount of damage in a single attack out of everyone in day one, because I swung for a mighty, table-shattering 960. Come on.
Yeah, I heard your opponent dropped from the tournament. Way too much. The damage carried over into the next match. It was too much for them to deal with. Yeah, that's pretty wild. And, you know, Ross, when you and I spoke earlier, you mentioned how you were very excited to hear about the Dialgas in the tournament. So you two, you know, maybe a match made together here. You know?
Oh, we were chatting through Dialga yesterday. I was very, very proud of Shay. Because, I mean, we don't want to talk about EUIC last year. I could tell you that he played Shadow Rider. I can tell you he went 0-3. I can tell you he was the lowest ranked player in the entire tournament.
Wow.
Well, that would be rude. This year, however, playing Dialga, he did us proud, man.
Did us proud. Did everyone fly in that Dialga train? Choo-choo. So, yeah, I was very excited. And now I get to watch this fantastic stream production and see all these top players. Yuho could go back-to-back.
Yeah.
Back-to-back IC champion. Oh, my goodness.
It's a pretty wild storyline, to be honest. I mean, and of course, we've already got Tord Reklev as well locked up in the top 8. I mean, I think there's been 23, 24 international championships, and Tord's been in the top 8 of, like, 12 of them. That's a pretty wild statistic.
I was doing the maths a little while ago. I'm like, have I casted more ICs? Or has Tord won more? And I'm just ahead of him, but it is way closer than it should be.
And hey, Tord's looking to catch up to you this week.
I know, right? He's gaining ground.
He is gaining ground. Well, while we are waiting, like I mentioned, we are going to play a little bit of, you know, Who's That Pokemon? We're going to be drawing some Pokemon out. While we were backstage, I did get some help from the VG and the Go casters hanging out in our green room. Asked them to pick some Pokemon for us. Told them what we were doing, so... You know, who knows? Maybe we'll have some tough ones, some easy ones. We'll see. I'm not going to start, though. I'm going to let Ross do the honors, because he is the true artiste of the group.
Oh, I thought there were pictures.
No, well, that defeats the purpose. What do you mean? You're supposed to do it from memory.
I need all that fucking get here. If you've seen the EU streams, you know I'm not good at this. Oh, you're actually kidding me.
Is that an excited kidding me, or?
It is not an excited kidding me. I'm going to have to go this way so I can actually use my hand.
Yes, that. No, we should all do one left-handed. That'll be a future round. All right, go ahead.
Okay, right. Right. Okay, I'm just going to do like one.
Is that a Pelipper?
Not even close, mate.
Wait, it looks just like it. Look at the beak.
Okay, so look, I'm going to do something which doesn't look like it. But
that is a Starmie.
No!
I'm not even sure what the thought process is on that guess.
Oh, it's so bad, mate.
Wow,
it's your flute, to be fair.
Oh, is it a Wug
Trio? No.
What? No. 3 heads coming out of a rock. I mean,
it's not coming out of a rock.
Well,
Shuckle. Like, no, it can't be Shuckle actually.
Oh, Hydrapple.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Oh, Hydrapple.
It's not one of the other ones, is it?
Dodrio. Dodrio.
Oh, Dodrio, no. Buddy.
I would really focus in on...
What other 3-headed Pokemon is there? Dodrio, Wug Trio. It's not Doug Trio, that's for sure.
Alolan. No, it's the Paldean actually.
No.
Oh, I can't even think like what... This is why I needed a picture of the Pokemon. before we got going.
It looks like a Dodrio going really
All right,
fast.
well,
apparently it's
if we're having a hard time here, we'll get some hints, okay?
Yeah,
How about
okay,
that?
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go
yeah,
with
yeah.
what type is the Pokemon, Ross?
It is a darkness type. Most people would think of it as. I think darkness and dragon.
Oh, it's Hydreigon.
Hydreigon.
Hey! Hydreigon. Oh my goodness. Nobody gets. Are you giving yourself a point?
I'm giving Shay a point.
Well, okay, sure. Does anyone get a point when we get a hint like that, though? I don't know. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Chip, you haven't played with us, man. You haven't played with us.
If we do it any other way, no one's getting a point, huh?
Getting a point.
You are
Okay,
the. I did this at Worlds with David Hockman, and it was embarrassing because David's really good.
Well, that's how I feel when we do them in the U.S. with Skarzig, because he's a proper artist, right? Like, he draws Pokemon regularly, like, for fun. So it's really not fair whenever anyone else is playing with him.
Amy as well on the.
Amy is great, yeah, of course.
Fantastic.
Okay, I think we can work with this, but, you know, nothing's promised, as I said before. Okay, right, are we ready, everyone? Okay.
So ready, let's hear it.
All right, let's
see it, let's see
so
it.
we got, like this, a little bit of this.
Nom?
Oh, is it?
A little bit of that.
Wooper?
A little bit of this. Come on now.
Pyro?
Paldean.
Oh, hold on, this might help, that might help.
Oh, Fido!
No.
Doxbund?
Dashbund.
No.
What?
You're kind of in the right lines, though.
That is a Fido, buddy.
No, it's not. I mean, if you want it to be. I mean, if you really want it to be, it can be. It's not the right answer.
Alchemy?
No, come on, fellas.
Is it?
Let's have a think.
Let's.
Oh, those eyes didn't help. I'm gonna.
Lechonk?
No, come on, you're kind of on the right lines, though.
Yamper?
Are we
What
going
is the
down
mouth?
the right?
Oh wait, this might help actually.
Bidoof!
Yeah! Come on!
You know, I did ask Gabby Snyder to draw one out for us. I have a pretty good feeling that was her pick. So her favorite. So Ross, yes, Ross gets a proper point.
Over to you then, Chip. You hear
All
that,
right.
my friend?
You got a reference right here, but if you look at it, you're going to give it
Oh,
away.
I didn't see that. Oh, there's your whopper as well, my
Mix
friend.
it up real good here.
Okay.
Get a good pick.
I watched that Bidoof short with my kids, and oh my word, that was.
It's a great one. Yeah.
They love that.
Okay. This one is totally feasible.
It's feasible.
I think
Okay.
I can do this.
We'll take feasible.
This may be this is very misplaced confidence, I'm sure.
I want to get your Bidoof on it.
We definitely need a screen. We need screen grabs of all of these drawings. Production.
Someone in the chat, get that Bidoof, pop it on the card. Come on.
A proper alternate art.
Alternate art, there. Bert's alternate art. Let's go.
Special edition.
All right, go on then, Chip. What you got for us?
All right. So let's start right here.
Okay.
Sunkern.
Oh, wait,
Cherub.
hang on.
Oh, it doesn't like
Ignore.
Sunkern,
My mistake.
I'm in a bit of a sunken mood lately. Oh, no, that sounds bad. I'm in a really good.
I was about to say.
Togepi. Togetic.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't even get to the diamonds, you know. See this? I got a little lucky there. I think that's a pretty easy one, to be honest. Well done, Ross. Well done.
Fair play, fair play, Chip.
Well done.
That's some
Hey.
good drawing right there.
Here we go.
See, here's the thing. Like, Shay's point barely counts, so there's an argument I'm winning 2-0.
You're the one who wanted to give him the point.
Give me the point. I try to take it away.
There you go, buddy.
I'm so bad at the drawing. Like, at least the people in the chat can be like, well, he's not good at drawing, but man, he's pretty good at guessing.
I will never forget Happy Hydreigon. I will never forget Happy Hydreigon.
I don't know if people watching can really appreciate how much I struggle with trying. Like, I can see this Pokemon in my mind so easily.
Yeah, then just put it onto the board, you know?
And that don't work.
Okay, here we go. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Let's have a gander. That
some dragon Pokemon again.
Nope, not even close.
Oh,
it's a little bit of a hint there. That is that? Oh, what's
this looks like the silhouette of Ogerpon from the video game, from the DLC.
Goodness.
Buddy.
Not even close.
Someone wearing a trash bag on Halloween, what that looks like.
A goblin.
A goblin.
Sableye?
Maybe.
Oh, I like that. Wormadam.
No.
Is that the one I'm thinking? Wormadam? No. Oh, is that?
Yeah, give us some. Ooh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
some environment.
My goodness.
There we go, right?
Okay, so it's nighttime.
Yeah.
There's this little scary.
It's definitely someone's
little
nightmare.
scary
Oh,
fella.
Hoot? Noctowl?
Yes!
Noctowl, there we go. Okay. Hey.
Bird,
that was the The environment was very helpful there. Very helpful. Good call. Good call.
Wow. So that's Chip's point then, right?
I am on the board. I'm on the board.
You got him with it. Okay.
I've given him the point.
We'll get that back later.
We don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
We don't need to put a cap on the pin.
Noctowl. Okay. Right. Sebaganda. Okay. Okay.
The little chuckle.
I like that one.
I don't know if this is
one of my Loki
bad.
faves. Okay.
Meloetta.
No.
Big Mew VMAX fan over here.
Okay. Are we ready then, people?
Let's see it.
Had to. Oh no. I guess that would be a little bit of a hint if I said. Okay. Here we go. So.
Psyduck.
Rather rotund, I'd like to.
Lick-a-tongue?
No.
Licky Licky.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of that. That's putting you down the wrong path. Okay.
Quagsire. Clodsire. Wooper.
No.
Rapid fire. Ross is just going to go through the poker rap and he'll get one right eventually.
Yeah, there we go. No, that's a segment. The poker rap.
The poker rap.
Okay.
But, hey, I was joking about this. You know, with all our different songs we have now, we need to do like Pokemon song karaoke.
Little karaoke. No.
Pikachu.
Okay. How's the face?
If that was Pikachu, you should be fired.
Pichu. Mimikyu.
Oh, it just looks. Oh, it doesn't. I'm having a Ross problem here. I can see it, but I just can't translate.
Beware. Stuffle.
No.
Rabbit Pokemon.
Trying to think.
Not a rabbit.
Okay, hold on. This might help. We were talking about karaoke earlier.
Oh, Meloetta. He already said this.
Does that? Chip, don't do me that bad. That's not a Meloetta. Come on.
Well, it's also not a rabbit, apparently. It's singing.
What else sings?
Wigglytuff.
Yes! Oh,
come on!
We were pretty close there.
Yeah, you. As soon as I heard the buffs, I was like, okay, we're in the right ballpark now.
I think
who gets that then?
I think Ross had it a little bit before me, so we'll give
That's
it.
why I'm guessing evolution lines. Because it's not fair if I'm like Jigglypuff, you're like Wigglytuff. Wow.
Yeah, to play against one of those yesterday with a hero's cape, that was terrifying.
Oh, yeah,
that was.
That's been a bit of a surprise from the tournament, is seeing the emergence of Wigglytuff EX and the control decks.
I was like, I will boss his orders swiftly around
Turns
that.
out,
Thank you very much.
Special energy on it, 350 HP, hero's cape 450. It's pretty hard to deal with.
Although I was chanting lovely Anton Boulay yesterday, and apparently Drifloon can still knock it out.
Yeah. Drifloon can do some crazy numbers in this current format. It's honestly wild. All right.
I'd like to start a campaign that we just call Wigglytuff Wiggles from now on.
Wiggles.
I think Wiggles is just a fun name.
Yeah, I'll let you run that one through legal. And see how it goes.
I tried yesterday. It went very badly.
You tried.
But
I tried.
Okay. All right.
Confident?
Yeah, I think I can do this one.
Okay.
All right.
Come on then.
Just picture it one last time. Here we go.
Like it went into a mind palace there.
Voltorb!
Imagine that build-up. I'm thinking about it one last
Let me just compose myself for a second.
Yeah.
That was legit synced up.
Poliwag!
Ooh, another good guess, but no.
Poliwrath.
Look at you trying to cheese
Toad.
my...
Oh,
Pidgeotto.
Petrifront.
Oh, Rock and Roller!
No.
Really? Oh, Whismer! Elekid!
Oh, hang on.
Oh, come on.
That looks a lot like Elekid.
It does.
Azumarill!
Marvel!
Azumarill, yep. Azumarill. Have to imagine this one was drawn by one of our Pokemon Go casters.
The wiggly line across the middle gate.
Yeah. I can't picture the eyes exactly. Is it really like a true circle like that? That's not so bad, huh?
No, that's
not
pretty
so
good, Chip.
bad.
You could. That's a good drawing. Give that a solid 7 out of 10.
You're generous, my friend. Generous. Wow, Ross, look at this. Let's scoreboard update. 4-1-1.
Wow, if you added up mine and Chip's score, we're still not even having a go.
I think that whenever one of us is drawing, we don't hear Ross very well.
Yeah.
Here, look, if you look
Take the
back
headset
here, turn down A3, and then we'll be good.
Yeah.
Can we confirm 4-1-1?
I can't, but you were the champion at that point, and now you're winning. You're like, hold up. Goodness gracious, Ross.
Right, what we got?
Ah.
Ooh.
Okay.
I can draw this one.
All right.
Voltorb.
I wouldn't even give him that one.
At least let me get started.
Okay, come on then.
Voltorb.
I was about to say I should get a point if it was. Okay. Ladybug.
Magnemite. Yeah.
I'm just not quick enough.
That's very good.
Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah, we needed Ross to have a few more circular ones.
No, the reason I can draw Magnemite is because at Worlds, I went and got taught how to make a Magnemite sculpture by Yukimori, the Pokemon artist. And that is why only this one is ingrained in my mind.
Well done.
That was Chip, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Chip.
I'm catching up to you, buddy.
Oh, dear.
What? Hold on a second. I just noticed something.
Uh-oh.
Ross was tallying up the points and gave himself a point before giving me the point.
I did no. I
think he was going. I think he was going over the line.
Okay.
Everyone going over the line. I think. That'd be some outrageous plays there from Ross.
Anything to get ahead, huh, buddy?
Okay. Anyway, let's have a little gander. All right, this one is calling to me. Okay.
Well, the one I can draw, I'm happy.
Whenever we did this in America once, I wrote some truly horrific ones down for Sable House. I gave him Boldor.
Oh.
What else? I gave him Palpitoad. He didn't even know what that was.
We're in trouble. We're in trouble.
Oh.
This is not going to end well.
Voltorb.
I don't even know where to begin. Okay.
Circle.
Okay, that's a good starting point. Now,
he's drawn one loop and he's already in the tank.
I've told you I'm not. No, he deserves a bit bigger. You're a big lad.
Sharpedo.
Ooh.
Sharpedo. Oh, okay.
Alomomola? Alomomola?
No, not quite. We're not even in the same ballpark here. Okay.
Ooh, is that a nose?
A blimp?
A capybara?
Okay, let's make this a little bit higher.
Okay.
Raging
do we have a?
It would be a lot higher if it was Raging
Quite
Bull.
a bit higher.
Yeah.
Do we have a? I think you do have a horn actually. There we go.
Horn.
Okay, that horn might be a little bit too big actually. Let me just draw that back. Okay, now he's not really the happiest disposition, this Pokemon, I'd like to say. So he's going to have a little bit of an angry face.
Hello? Is it
there we go.
Ardos?
My God. Oh my goodness gracious.
Rampardos?
Do you have a tail? I think you have a tail.
I don't think. Wow.
We have a new champion.
I just looked at it over there, and it's even worse. Oh my goodness. Can I start giving out some hints?
I might need some audience help here.
Oh no.
Anyone got an idea back there? Anyone back there? No, nobody. Everyone else is clueless.
It's that bad. They haven't got a clue. No, they literally said. I can see them. They're like, no. They haven't got a clue.
Oh,
we're in the right ballpark.
Oh, Cobalion.
Yeah!
Yes!
We got it!
No!
That's a big old point for Chip.
Hey, buddy, I'm catching up to you, Ross.
That's the Cobalion, everyone. We saw it on stream earlier, didn't we?
We did. Well, the Iron Crown.
Yeah,
Iron Crown. No, the other Iron Crown.
Yeah, the justified one to get the extra to that Warming Moon.
The little tech in the ancient box deck. Yeah.
There you go, my friend. Over to you.
That was pretty, yeah. No.
You just say that was pretty good. Nah, cheers.
No, the guess.
Oh,
the guess was
right.
Well, he helped me out by you guessed Terrakion.
Yeah.
Like the right ballpark.
I had to sort of pounce on that because otherwise we
weren't going anywhere.
We could have been there a while.
I feel like I've got the moral victory anyway. So
well, you know, moral victories don't really count today. It's all about points at the end of the day.
I'm having a pretty chill weekend. Moral victories are absolutely fine.
Okay, this one's a little tough.
Okay.
All right. It's not a circle for once, you know. I've been bailed out in that since. It's got a little bit of a...
Diglett.
Oh, he wouldn't have said that's a little bit tricky if it's Diglett. Come on. Shop it.
A ghost.
Wait. Mimikyu? Is it not?
So let's...
Look.
I think this is not so bad.
Ain't that?
I said chop it. Did you say chop it?
Think about, maybe let's find it. Let's draw another one. Here you go.
Cat Ghost.
I think Cat Ghost might be pretty close.
What the fuck? Is this?
You know, I realized I thought this would help, but I've just drawn the same thing sideways.
Is this like a different angle? What's going on?
Here we go. Ready?
Okay. Oh, so.
Let's think about.
Oh, is it Inkay?
Oh.
I thought with the.
I can see it, but it's not. No. I can see that guess. Let me draw maybe. All right, how about.
Yeah.
Can I draw an evolution to it?
Yeah,
How's that sound? Okay.
We'll allow that.
Oh, so we know it has at least one known evolution.
Oh, okay.
No. Hang on. I'm going a little stick figure-y here. Think about these, you know. This is a big part. Oh, sorry. That was meant to be. I couldn't even draw an arrow.
Not shop it?
Yes.
Wow.
Think about these right here. This is a big part of the evolution.
Oh, it's Cacnea. And that's Cacturn. No, I thought that was quite good there. I thought that was...
Your evolution looks like a
think
stick
about,
bayonet.
think about, okay, let's go. This is from the original 151 Pokemon.
Is it? Golduck? Psyduck?
No. This is a...
Ying? No. No.
I can give you one easy hint that'll definitely give it away. This is... No?
No, he's a Sandshrew.
I feel like someone in the chat has definitely gotten this one.
Really? I feel like no one in the world has gotten this.
It's a fossil Pokemon.
Omanyte.
Omstar.
Kabuto.
Kabutops.
It's Kabuto.
That's your Kabutops.
Not Kabuto.
That top one's your... That's Kabutops.
I said focus on these, you know? It's got the things, right?
I think my Cobalion weren't as bad as that. I'm going to be honest.
How else would you have drawn...
To be fair, now I'm thinking...
Kabuto.
Kabuto, now I'm thinking about it. That's actually quite hard.
Is that not Kabuto? That's Kabuto. Ross is giving me nothing. Stonewalled over there.
What was you going for with the second one on the board?
I was trying to show you that it like crawls on its side, you know? Yeah. I should have done the little crawling.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know what you could have done? Put a little stone border around it.
Stone border around it? Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, then I would have been drawing the fossil and not the Pokemon, right? All right, who even got that?
That was Shay.
Okay.
Let's go! We got a point.
Well, neither of us knew that, so honestly, you could have yoinked the point for yourself, so I appreciate the honesty here.
Moral victories, man. That's what I'm all about.
All right, here you go, buddy.
Right, no pressure, Shay, but if
Still-
Shay gets this, I'm not winning anymore.
Still waiting on our top 8 for our Masters division. Should be coming up very shortly, folks. We appreciate you hanging with us.
I was going to say, it did make me laugh while we was all struggling with your Kabuto. All you see is the Masters top 8 starting soon. Like, don't worry, folks. It'll be over soon.
We'll get out of this shortly. All right, buddy. Oh, yeah. You need this. Yeah.
At some point. This is, I'm going to tell you this. A competent artist look at this and be like, oh, that's a really easy one to draw.
Good thing we've got competent artists
I
here,
am
then.
not a competent artist.
Okay, let's go.
Before on Picture Me, it went badly.
Okay.
So you've had a chance to practice, is what you're telling us.
Bolt up. No.
So this is your effort after practicing. Got it.
Chimecho.
Oh, mate, you are miles away.
It looks like a bell.
I can see the Chimecho.
Oh, Klefki.
No, not even close.
Raging Bolt.
Oh, goodness me. What's happening?
Is that an equal sign?
Is that a bit of broccoli?
It's throwing a rock.
Throwing broccoli.
It's not throwing a rock, it's throwing like an orb.
An orb?
Oh, wait. Is that
You know,
Lucario,
orbs
though?
are usually round.
No, they're like shimmering with energy.
Yeah, that is shimmering energy right there, everyone. You saw it first. Shimmering energy.
There you go. See,
there we go.
It's throwing a fried egg.
I was about to say.
I thought it was going to make it look more like an orb, but it just looks like an egg.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Gardevoir?
Yes!
Yes! Gardevoir! Let's go!
Gardevoir throwing a fried egg.
Oh, hey, just saying, score is tied right now, and we're going into a point where someone's going to get to 5 points here. Guaranteed someone's getting to 5 points here.
I can't get this point, so if someone's going up, there's going there.
I'm just going to let you know, Shay, we're like good friends, right? We travel around Europe together.
Yeah, we do.
We don't know what's on the card.
What do you mean you know what's on the card?
So I'm saying I could definitely be right.
Oh.
Regardless
Collusion!
I see what's going on now. Okay.
My goodness. I'm starting to feel like it's 1776 up here, you know?
Okay, got a little... Okay. I like this one. Well, I say that. Whoops. I say that, but it could all go pear-shaped.
I put the doubt now. You're going to want to see the card at the end of this one.
Okay, right.
No, I trust Shay.
Here we go.
Voltorb, Piplup, Love Disc.
Oh, Alomomola.
Piplup.
Oh, Giratina.
Giratina.
Look at that.
When you know which one it is, that's a funny guess, right?
Quaquavel.
Who?
Oh, yeah,
Comfey.
no.
Comfey?
No.
Lucario.
Wait, actually, this might add a bit of context for you.
Bullaby?
Got like some, yeah.
And
Hooper?
He's like, you know what I mean?
Halbertoad? Seismitoad?
A penguin.
Politoad?
Oh.
Mr. Mime?
Belly Bolt.
Big Smile.
Already say that. Chansey?
Big
Blissey?
No.
Igglybuff?
Buddy.
Wigglytuff? I don't already have Wiggly.
God damn. Okay.
Trubbish? Garbodor?
No.
You just drew stink lines.
They're not. No, that could be electricity.
Bellibolt.
I said Bellibolt.
It's not Bellibolt.
Bro, he's got a belly with a thing on it. He's got. Oh, we've added another leg.
No, that's not a leg.
A
Come
tail.
on now. Tail.
Ampharos.
Oh goodness, I see that on the
Laffy.
Ooh, no. Okay. Do you want some? I'll give you a clue. I had a very playable card back in the day.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Well, that could mean 5 years ago. It could mean 20 years ago.
I wouldn't go. Okay. Oh, let me narrow it down a little bit. Was a GX.
A GX.
GX card, very playable.
Very playable.
Tapu
Koko.
That was an EX. No, it wasn't that. No, it featured in Henry Brand's World Winning Deck.
Oh,
electric.
Wait, you said it was electric.
Yes.
Are you sure it was in his winning deck? Oh, Dedenne!
Yeah!
That is not a Dedenne.
That is
but
not a Dedenne.
Is it not?
Oh.
No,
You
but
know-
what the ears. Let me run the ears. Does that make it a bit more believable, or?
you gotta have the tail with the spike, like the,
Oh yeah, it's got the spiky tail. Let's add a little bit of spiky
Yeah.
tail. Is that a bit?
Wow, that didn't do it either.
There you go.
Well, with that, all I'm going to say is someone got to 5 points, and I maybe didn't tell you guys, but it was first to 5, so I think I'll have to take the title on this one. You know, doing America proud up here on the big stage at UIC. Ross is not a fan of that.
I see what you're doing, and I do not approve.
And with that being said, we have our Masters Top 8 cut coming up extremely soon. We very much appreciate everyone standing by with us while we are waiting. And while we are waiting, as before we get into our Top 8, let's take just a moment to remember those who have recently left us.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Ready to learn a bit more about the Pokemon trading card game? The Pokemon trading card game has multiple card types that can be used in combination with your favorite Pokemon to claim victory. Let's learn about a couple strategic mechanics that can elevate your game, flashy and unique V-Star powers, and the mysterious Lost Zone. Introduced in Brilliant Stars, Pokemon V-Star alongside their signature V-Star powers are dynamic effects that are so impactful that they can only be used once per game. V-Star powers take the form of powerful single-use abilities or a mighty attack that can turn the tide of a game. Build your deck to capitalize on the power V-Stars can provide and choose your moment carefully. Will you use Arceus V-Star's Starbirth ability to grab the missing cards to complete your setup? Or will you save it to search out the cards you need to deal the finishing blow? Or Giratina's V-Star attack, Star Requiem. It can only be used once, so will you try to use it early to gain a lead, or save the guaranteed KO to smash through your opponent's final defense? You may have noticed that Giratina's Star Requiem requires you to have 10 cards in the Lost Zone. What does that mean? In the set Lost Origin, players were reintroduced to the Lost Zone mechanic, representing a strange abyss that once a card is sent there, it can never be recovered. In exchange for losing access to certain cards for the rest of the game, players can make use of several powerful effects. Colress's experiment allows a player to look at the top 5 cards of their deck, and in exchange for adding the 3 most important to their hand, the remaining 2 must be sent to the Lost Zone, never to be used for the remainder of the game. After you banish enough of your resources to the Lost Zone, you gain access to some amazing payoffs. After accumulating 4 cards in the Lost Zone, feel free to use Cramorant's Spit Innocently for no energy cost thanks to its ability Lost Provisions. Mirage Gate can only be used when you have at least 7 cards in the Lost Zone, but then can attach 2 energy from your deck directly to your Pokemon, allowing for the use of some of your best attacks before your opponent has a chance to respond.
I do like the Moonlight Shuriken play here.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all then. Yeah, you can incorporate the early damage that you'll need to soften it up.
Or perhaps you're familiar with Sablei's monstrous Lost Mine attack. When you've sent at least 10 cards to the Lost Zone, a sixth of your entire deck, you can place 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon any way you'd like, knocking out your opponent's support Pokemon or potentially setting up for devastating multi-prize turns. Now that you have a better understanding of Pokemon V-Star and the Lost Zone, get out there and experiment with everything the Pokemon TCG has to offer.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and welcome to Pokemon Championship's History, the series where we look back at some of the landmark matches in the history of competitive Pokemon. Our story starts way back in 2005, where Ross Cawthon faced off against Sugiyoshi Yamato in the top 8 of the TCG World Championships. The defending world champion Yamato already had a formidable reputation and was seen as unbeatable by many Western players. Ross may have been seen as the underdog in the matchup, but he proceeded to take down Yamato in a clean 2-0 victory with his Dark Tyranitar and Electrode EX deck. Ross proceeded to finish second place at the World Championship, but to a lot of players, it was dethroning Yamato that cemented Ross as one of the best in the game. Fast forward to 2016, Ross Cawthon is the seasoned veteran in his third top 4 World Championship appearance, facing down an up-and-coming challenger. His opponent is Cody Walensky, competing in his very first World Championship.
Ross Cawthon, 2-time Worlds finalist, a state champion this season. Tons of accolades to his name. That doesn't even come close to listing everything.
If you filled them all, you could put this whole top-level finishes, states and above.
Cody is playing the Greninja deck, a powerful deck that aims to get multiple Greninja Break into play and spread damage counters everywhere. The deck's weakness, however, is that it can be slow, taking several turns to get fully set up. Meanwhile, Ross is playing a Vespiquen deck, an archetype known for its speed and aggression, and a deck with a type advantage against the grass-weak Greninja. To make matters worse for Cody, Ross is fresh off a top 8 win against Burt Walters, who was also playing Greninja.
But no, that's the end of the match. Burt Walters does extend the hand, and Ross Cawthon goes up 2-0 against Burt.
But Cody has some tricks up his sleeve.
A crazy list for Talonflame.
Talonflame was a great starter, much harder to KO than a Tiny Froakie. And sporting an attack that would help Cody's Stage 2 deck set up, it was a great way to level the playing field, and Cody had a full 4 copies. With only 3 Froakie in his deck, Cody was more likely to start with Talonflame than anything else. Cody also had a full playset of Bursting Balloon. Though Vespiquen could hit fast and hard, it only had 90 HP, and attacking into Bursting Balloon would put it right into Water Shuriken range. These important deck choices gave Cody a fighting chance.
It's an interesting back and forth matchup. We did see Ross get the better of it, but I definitely wouldn't write off Cody's deck at all.
Cody started game 1 with a lucky Talonflame, but he couldn't find an energy and was forced to bench a Froakie and pass.
Whenever you start with Talonflame, you gotta be fist pumping.
Meanwhile, a turn 1 Bridget gave Ross a very fast start, but Cody kept his cool and found an opening. A Bursting Balloon on his Frogatier put Ross's Vespiquen down to 30 HP, allowing Cody to finish the job with his Talonflame and grab a couple of key resources. Constant pressure from the subsequent Bursting Balloons eventually allowed Cody to clean up Ross's attackers and take a strong comeback win.
Rough start for both players, but at the end of the day, Greninja Break just too much for Ross.
Game 2 was nothing short of a spectacle. Cody got to attack with Talonflame on the very first turn, and again on his third, and this culminated in an absolutely massive turn where a giant Water Shuriken was followed by a Water Shuriken, and then a Mist Slash to take out all 3 of Ross's Pokemon in play, locking Cody's slot in the finals in a truly dominating fashion.
Triple knockout. Cody Walensky is your other finalist.
But with that win, Cody also did something else. Just like Ross himself had done back in 2005, Cody took down a veritable legend of the game, forever making his own mark on the Pokemon trading card game. Thanks for watching, friends. Do you have a favorite competitive Pokemon moment? Let us know using hashtag #PlayPokemon.
EUIC is almost ready to take on the top 8 players who are trying to put their name in the history books as the winner of the largest event we've ever had in our circuit. My name is Mike and I'm joined by Alex as we take you into that first quarter-final. And later on, we'll be showing 2 semi-finals. So you guys have got plenty more action to be checking out here at EUIC. The decks that have made it are so versatile and interesting. Some surprises have made it through.
Yeah, 100%. All of the matches are beginning to be underway, and we're just getting that stream match ready for you guys watching on the stream at home or wherever you are, in fact, maybe here with us as well. And we're just going to be the guiding light through these matchups, and I just can't wait to get started.
Yeah, some surprises throughout the tournament with the amount of decks we've seen. You know, Roaring Moon EX made it. It was starting to show up towards the end of those Swiss rounds, and it has made its way into the finals. A few control decks, some Charizard, Iron Hands doing well. So a lot of decks we're expecting to see, but some new competitors there too. And I'm sure you guys at home will recognize some of the names of the players who are in that top 8.
Yeah, 100%. I can't wait to get started now. I'm just having a little look. Our players are at our feature table, just setting up currently. But just a quick glance at the Masters top 8 here. As you mentioned, some very notable names. One player looking to take down his 5th International Championship in Tour, Reclub there.
Yeah, and then Yuho trying to get the back-to-back IC after a great LAIC, actually playing with his Champions Nest Ball that he got from that event, so showing off that success, and of course many players in there who we've seen throughout the weekend.
Yeah, before you guys watching the stream on Twitch or on YouTube, we're focusing on that top matchup bracket of Ufa Axelson versus Isaiah Bradner.
Well, we got a chance to see Isaiah Bradner on the stream before, so we know what they're going to be playing, but on the other side, a less experienced player going to be showing off what they've done to make their deck make it all the way to this stage.
Yep, a little bit less experienced, but, you know, has notable finishes as well. At World's Top 32 in the seniors division in 2018, alongside being a Danish national top 8 player as well. You know, he's a player who's really looking to make a true name for himself in the Masters division here. Has played some fantastic Pokemon across the weekend, put himself in a fantastic spot, and has this massive challenger in front of him, and Isaiah Bradner.
I know, what a player. And both these decks that they're bringing here have innovated on the formula that we're expecting to see, and we'll hopefully get a chance to recognize those cards throughout the match and see when they come in useful. Some of you familiar with the Burnett inclusion into the Giratina list of Isaiah, but you know, we've got the Iron Hands on the other side, and a deck that sort of popped into our eye line for the post-rotation, and we're wondering whether it's going to be doing well at this event, and has had a very good finish in many of those top placements. And it's those changes to the deck list that have made it shine, so we'll see how they come through into the matchup. No spoilers just yet.
Yeah, a bit of the old guard from the previous format up against one of the new guard in this post-rotation EUIC, and I really can't wait to get truly started. As we've said, this is a great matchup. We're going to be expecting a lot of different cards coming out. You've mentioned the Burnett line that we've seen Isaiah play already on stream, also sort of piloted by Rahul Reddy as well, so part of the sort of very familiar testing group that they test together. And came to one conclusion of the deck, as both players now are setting out their prizes for this top 8 match that we're featuring here at EUIC 2024.
Well, let's see any of these prize cards important. You know, some useful cards there, but most of those in high counts within the list, so nothing too much to worry about. And we'll see how the start goes with that starting hand.
A couple of those switch, so that maneuverability that Isaiah would be looking to utilize, of course, whilst trying to bump up a lot of that lost zone count in order to try and really utilize some of those threshold cards, such as that Mirage Gate at 7, or even sometimes the Cramorant after 4 in the Lost Zone. But we are kicking things off here. This is it, Masters top 8. Isaiah is kicking us off with that flower selecting.
Let's see how that Lost Zone goes as they build up those early turns. Without being able to have a deck check, you'll be making decisions blind. But with that first nest ball, there's now a chance for Isaiah to have a deck check and check things out. And while he does that, let's take a moment to appreciate both these players. I think off the back of making top 8, will be qualifying for Worlds. So congratulations to both of those. But they'll be wanting more than that.
Yeah, 100%. It kind of showcases the consistency of both of these players. Of course, we know Isaiah is someone who's used to being on the stage, being in the limelight, and sort of competing for top accolades in the Pokemon trading card game. Ufa is someone who's been consistent enough where now he's come all the way to EUIC and made it into the Masters top 8. Fantastic prizes to take home, but that CP is truly the thing that he's been taking home so that he can qualify for the World Championships.
I mean, every one of these notable players that we mentioned previously had their first tournament where they made a name for themselves, and perhaps this one is that for Ufa as they try and run all the way to the final. And as we mentioned, these lists that they're both bringing, they have familiar aspects to them, but some interesting inclusions. The Burnett line, that's something a bit more familiar, but because we haven't had a chance to see Ufa, we haven't had a chance to see their Erica's Invitation included in an Iron Hands list. A very unique take on the deck.
Yeah, very cool way to get maybe a small HP Pokemon that could be sitting in Isaiah's hands and just bringing it up to the active, ready for that Ampy very much to start taking additional prizes with that fantastic attack. But before we even get there, Isaiah here, getting that nest ball, working out his prizes, of course, and then just dropping that second comfy from that nest ball so they can start pivoting across and just boosting that Lost Zone count as soon as possible.
Advantage of going first is you can start building that Lost Zone a little bit further through the flower selecting. Sometimes when you go second, you have to try and use the Abyss Seeking and leaving a 2-prizer in the active. On this occasion, we're going to be going for another flower selecting here.
Little Super Rods. We couldn't quite work out that other card there. Has to double check the hand. Iron Leaves sent away a card we've spoken about previously. Easily splashable in any deck that plays grass energies, but less likely to be useful here. That Prism Edge attack only dealing 180, not quite enough to overcome the HP of those future Pokemon that we're seeing on Ufa's side of the board.
There's a nest ball there ready for Isaiah, maybe waiting to see off the next flower selectings, whether to go for a Greninja or another Comfy, just to decide what the best route is at that point. But now we get to see, there it is, the Erica's Invitation. And I mean, as an opponent to that, you're going to be looking and thinking, why on earth is that being discarded? What other cards do I have to worry about in this match?
I mean, in the hand, we've noticed already a Professor's Research, which is why he's going to have to try and burst through the deck, turbo through the deck as well, try and get those electric generators going as soon as possible, and can quite quickly start taking two prizes on single prize Pokemon. So these Comfey, easy targets for the Ampy very much, and just maybe trying to avoid the Giratina V where possible.
Yeah, and with the damage modification of Iron Crown introduced in Temporal Forces, adding 20 damage for each Iron Crown in play to your future Pokemon's attacks, plus that future booster Energy Capsule, the Arm Press for 160 damage can often be modified into the range of knocking out a Giratina V as well.
We do see a Pokegear 3.0 being played now. It's another research that was found there, but elected not to select it, of course, so that he doesn't discard it from the current one sitting in the hand.
So looking to try and get that Miraidon into the active. Peak Acceleration has brought this Iron Hand into a new life, allowing it to get enough energy on it so that it can start attacking. Peak Acceleration also being great for early knockouts too.
Yeah, just with the addition of the certain tool card that you've already mentioned, or the Cobalt Command from the Iron Crown, it's incredible to just be able to start swinging away whilst powering up your bench. Sometimes you don't even need those generators, Mike.
Just a pass there, interestingly. Maybe was that a pass? I think that was a pass just then. So not able to get that Miraidon into the active after that research. we'll just have to wait here and build up some cards.
Yeah, giving Isaiah more opportunities to put more lost zone cards into that count and just increase it as much as possible. Hits a Giratina V-Star that would help to keep it out of range of an easier arm press. Just deciding what direction to take this in. The Jet Energy attached to the bench Comfey here just to start pivoting further.
Yeah, Jet Energy always works so well with Lost Zone Giratina, allowing you to get more flower selectings off, but also to try and get that Giratina V into the active for the Abyss Seeking, or any of the attackers that are on your bench that are fully powered up once the Mirage Gates are online, and get those into the active. So has been a huge part of the success historically. And now we have no more escape rope, but still you've got Switch, Prime Catcher. There's great ways to move your active. So alongside that Jet Energy, plenty of maneuverability for this deck for Isaiah Bradner here.
Another game where we're not going to see that Burnett EX, what a fan favorite of yours, Mike. Wow. But not for this matchup, of course.
No, I mean, the item cards it's aiming to lock out are typically the rare candies, where you've got Charizard, you've already got a pretty strong matchup into it, so you don't need it for that. But great into things like Shen Pao, and be able to take away those superior energy retrievals as well as the rare candies.
Yeah, further flower selectings. They're now up to the 5 in the Lost Zone, with that Shuppet joining that Burnett EX. As we do see the Chorus Experiment as well, we're going to hit the 7 here, Mike.
7 in the Lost Zone, a great point. Mirage Gate will now be activated and start getting energy from the deck onto your Pokemon. So I'm just going to calm it down a little bit here and work out what the best course of action is. Will you be looking to try and take a knockout at this stage, or are you going to let that Miraidon get into the active spot? You know, the dream scenario here is to slow down Ufa as they're trying to set up. And so maybe even just knocking out the Miraidon with, say, a Cramorant could be a dream scenario. As I saw that Prime Catcher was in hand, but is that really what you want to be using your Prime Catcher on?
No, it doesn't feel too good to be able to utilize that Prime Catcher. You want to get maximum value, of course. Mirage Gate is being eyed up here by Isaiah Bradner with the Giratina V-Star also now on the bench, so the Prime Catcher could gust up. One of those 2 prizes on the bench, one of the more threatening 2 prizes on the bench, rather than this Iron Crown EX that's currently sat in the active spot.
Yeah, we'll see what the plan here is. Lots of different courses of action, and that's where we put our trust in these top players who've made it all the way to the top 8 here at EUIC. Just the Lost Zone animation there, catching Isaiah off guard as he's ready to take on this next attack. And that is the power of the Mirage Gate, really accelerating energy so fast and allowing for the versatility with the Lost Zone engine, and many different attackers can be worked alongside it. And it seems like Giratina has consistently been one of the best pairings for the Lost Zone, but just going to chill out at this stage, not try and force anything. And as the game goes on and the board is set up more, Isaiah will be able to get those knockouts on the Iron Hands.
Yeah, it was really important to get that second Giratina V down. Of course, already used the Jet Energy attachment to dance around with the Comfey, so couldn't attach another one from hand to the Giratina V-Star and then utilize Prime Catcher to take a big knockout, as it does go back over to Ufa and just starts to power up his board that little bit more with a couple of more Iron Crown EXs there.
And using those great supporter cards in the deck to thin out a lot of those less useful cards early on and start to make that deck less prone to disruption towards the end of the game. That seems to be the main way to counter Iron Hands at the moment, is taking an important knockout and an important turn whilst denying the opportunity for draw.
Yeah, so Ufa here will be really looking forward to try and capitalize on this current start, as he does just start to swing away with that peak acceleration attack. Currently 40 damage base, plus 3 Cobalt Commands, plus the future booster energy capsule as well. That's a further 80 damage on top, 120 onto that Giratina V-Star. So just prepping it, chipping away as you power up your actual big main attacker.
Yeah, and that will put it in range potentially of an Ampy very much, right? So more prize cards can be taken, could change the map for how you want to attack. Maybe use the Miraidon at some point in this process to take out a single prizer. it just completely changes the route you can take, where typically we see the Iron Hands either taking 2 prizes through arm press or knocking out 1 prizes and taking an extra prize card with Amp You Very Much, and so going through that 2-2-2 line. But equally, a 3 prize turn, a 1 prize turn, a 2 prize turn can be a great map too.
Yeah, there's different routes to victory here. You can see the Psychic Energy was attached to the active Miraidon as well. Sparking Strike, 160 damage for 2 Lightning and 1 Psychic. With the damage boost of an extra 80, is dealing 240 damage right now. So just trying to bring some other things into range, maybe potentially taking out other Pokemon as well if something else is targeted down, like an Iron Hands EX, maybe get another one of those Iron Crowns down.
Anyone watching at home who got involved with the pre-release for Temporal Forces will be very familiar with Sparking Strike. It was a very good attack in the pre-release, and one that I think these Iron Hands decks are trying to incorporate now with a Psychic Energy, as you mentioned, a very useful single prize attacker. And now, with the initiation of attacks coming from Ufa, it's now on Isaiah to work out the best route to not only take knockouts, but take the most key and vital knockouts that will disrupt the board as much as possible and take away that consistent chain of attacks that Iron Hands have been showing all weekend.
Yeah, but again, important to have evolved up the other Giratina V on the bench as well, keeping it out of arm press range. The 280 HP is giving it a lot of a buffer, as it were, so that Ufa can't easily target down 2 prizes via that Giratina V and limiting what Isaiah could use to attack with, as he does lost impact. Just that poor little Miraidon, the basic, but it's done its job, got that peak acceleration going. Arm press is live and active now.
I mean, when you've got a 1 prizer in a deck that is mostly 2 prizes, that knockout almost feels redundant, right? And in fact, it will activate something like a Roxanne earlier, as it's now going to put the situation of a 1 prizer into a 2 prizer, so 3 prizes taken. So that's worked exactly as Ufa would not want to see.
Yeah, from Isaiah's
would want to see.
Yeah, from Isaiah's board state now with 9 in the lost zone, the way to get around that unique tool card that's currently attached to the Iron Hands EX is that fantastic V-Star attack.
So what about the Heavy Baton?
Yeah, Heavy Baton, a great card for the deck, of course, for Iron Hands. You know, if it has a retreat cost of exactly 4 in the active spot, but it has to be knocked out by damage of an attack. Star Requiem doesn't do that.
Well, as we settle in here and we start to see how these decks are panning out, the Iono and the Roxanne will be key cards as we get towards the end of the game, as disruption of Roxanne from Isaiah and Iono from Ufa will be key turns, and I feel like ones that we should be watching out for. Both decks susceptible to disruption, less so for the Lost Engine, as you can get a few flower selectings in, so we'll see how that pans out. But as you mentioned, that Heavy Baton could be the biggest factor here. If that stays on, the energy stays in play.
Yeah, there's another Giratina V, already identifying. It's just a pass over from Isaiah. Doesn't have any way to get the additional Psychic Energy onto that Giratina V-Star. Has had to, unfortunately, lost zone a couple of them already, and also 2 Grass Energies because of that lost impact. There's a lot, unfortunately, not going too well for Isaiah. And this could be a potentially further big 2 prizes taken by Ufa here.
Yeah, and the more time you give Iron Hands, the more energy they can get in play. There's going to be 1 off of the electric generator. So just the 1, but with the Heavy Baton unable to be removed from play with no lost vacuum, it's going to be a tricky game here for Isaiah.
Isaiah's still going to be looking for that Psychic Energy to activate that Star Requiem at pace in this current moment in time, because Iron Hands EX is applying a lot of pressure. This knockout, this Amp You Very Much knockout will take Ufa down to just 2 prizes remaining.
So with the Star Requiem coming here, this could be the pivotal turn.
In combination with something like an Iono or a Roxanne, it's going to be big. There's the 3rd Giratina V-Star, something that doesn't always happen. Psychic Energy in hand as well.
My goodness. So this is the turn right here. Anyone who's watching and wants to see what's going to happen, there it is, the Roxanne, as Ufa has taken 4 prize cards. That's going to be activated now, as you need to have taken 3 prize cards to be Roxanne. And Isaiah is looking to knock out this Iron Hands, removing all the energy from play as much as possible and swing the game back in favor.
It's one of those things where Ufa, it doesn't really have much of a mid to late game draw engine. Does have access to a Mew EX somewhere in the deck as well. Electric Generator has a free retreater in the Iron Crown EX, but not too helpful when he's only got 2 attackers, and one will be hitting that discard pile from a knockout shortly.
Yeah, and just to remind you, this Heavy Baton is such a key card in Iron Hands, and people are finding ways to get around it, whether it be knock out the Iron Hands on the bench, whether it be using something like Star Requiem, which isn't considered damage from attacks. There's all sorts of ways to get around it. And so consequently, the energy that was in play will quickly be removed, but there was an Electric Generator in that hand for Ufa, which could potentially set up this next Iron Hands, but even then, there's still so much to be done.
Yeah, so many more stuff that is needed from Ufa's side of the board currently. There's a Jet Energy attachment. Oh, it was an attachment already of the Psychic. There's the Star Requiem that's been flipped. Big knockout and big top deck here. What can we get? It's an energy.
Oh, that could be huge. Oh, what have we got here? Any energy? There's one. And just the one lightning. So we'll be able to arm press, but it needs a little bit more than that. You don't really want to be putting that Iron Hands in the active, because if it gets knocked out, that's all the energy gone again.
Yep, that's the only attacker remaining. Does have another Heavy Baton in hand, but I don't believe there's any other way to get another attacker ready to go.
Yeah, we mentioned it. The Iron Hands is very susceptible to disruption, and this is exactly what we were talking about. And that's going to be an arm press there. And that's going to be doing
220 damage there, 160 base with 3 Cobalt commands.
I guess potential top deck into something like a Research, and then you might be able to go for a Miraidon or something. I mean, there is a way, but I guess the best chance here is to put damage on that active Giratina and hope that that's enough.
Yeah, Ufa is in full top deck mode right now, but, still applying pressure despite not having a hand remaining as Isaiah kicks things off his turn with this Chorus's Experiment. Are the pieces there for you?
There's that Prime Catcher. So that's going to be kept, and the 2 stadiums not needed here. Well, this very much looks to be in favor of Isaiah, and has taken 3 prize cards. So we'll be looking to take 2 more knockouts for the win. Just checking that deck size. It's important to know how many more cards you've got and resources so you don't deck yourself out, and just check what's been used up already.
Yeah, so vital. Also just to know all of those resources in your opponent's deck. And that just simply means Isaiah will be able to then know the sort of game plans, know what to expect going forward for game 2 and 3 as well, or potentially game 3 as well, as he does find a Mirage Gate after what looked to be like a concealed cards of that Jet Energy away.
Just a moment here, making sure everything has been done, the due diligence has been completed to even further guarantee the position you're in. I mean, you could just leave that Giratina V-Star in the active and have a knockout, but you need to get another attack next turn, and there is a world where Ufa top decks the Dream Supporter to get going, so you do have to make sure you find it and prepare yourself as much as possible for the next attack.
Jet Energy in hand, plenty of options here, but of course, as you already mentioned, just leaving a damaged Giratina doesn't feel good. But no other way right now to power up that second Giratina V-Star. Maybe was looking for something like that Super Rod to throw some energies back into the deck to Mirage Gate to the new, fresh, undamaged Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, we sometimes see the counts of Psychic and Grass energy a little bit lower than in Isaiah's list, but no water energy for the Greninja, so there is 5 Psychic and 4 Grass, which 2 of both types are in the Lost Zone. So there is still the energy available for the next Giratina, but it's not ideal to set them up now because the energy is mostly in discard, I believe.
I think we just have to commit. It looks like the card that Isaiah was looking for has not been met here. As there's the Jet Energy to the damaged Giratina V-Star after that heavy arm press into it with 60 HP remaining. In reality, if Ufa can top deck out of this, there's a way, there's a world where this could all happen.
There we go. I mean, there's certainly a way. It's just a lightning energy. So that's going to be it as we go into our second game. Isaiah just doing enough to disrupt at the end with the Roxanne and put himself in a position to take game one.
Yeah, fantastic play. Giratina V-Star putting himself in a great position. I think Ufa just sort of recognizing that there's no way for himself to find a way back after that Roxanne that impacted the whole board alongside the Star Requiem. Giratina V-Star, my caster prediction, still going strong.
Oh, I mean, I predicted Lost Vacuum to do well, and I think Lost Vacuum would be one of those cards that could have come in very handy at times, but Isaiah, a very interesting list, and it certainly does seem consistent at doing what you want it to do, and you could see the Roxanne turn still got that level of disruption that's so key, but Iron Hands constantly providing the tempo needed to stay ahead. It's just whether you can set up a strong enough board state so that when your opponent does disrupt you and take those big knockouts, what have you got on the board after that?
Yeah, no, exactly that. With that Miraidon powering up Iron Hands EX and itself with that peak acceleration attack, I mean, Sparkling Strike dealing 160 is basically an arm press. So Isaiah had to remove it with that lost impact. Doesn't always feel great, you know, removing 2 energies from your active Giratina V-Star just to take 1 prize, but it was a necessity in that matchup.
Yeah, and the disruption turn for both sides could be key. You've got Iono within the Iron Hands list, and then you've got Roxanne in the Giratina list. Just the one, Roxanne, but with the Shuppet and the non-EX Burnett, the Puppet offering Burnett, you can get it back from your discard pile. So you can get 2 Roxanne. Same thing with the boss, only 1 boss, but you can get it back using the Puppet offering of the Burnett. So a very clever inclusion of that Shuppet line to allow you to do that. And I think we'll see it at some point during this match, maybe, just for getting the supporter back. But it's just a liability on board, having a Shuppet that you don't necessarily want to fill your bench with cards like that. We'll see.
Looks like a mulligan from Ufa's side as both players just having to refocus for game 2 of our top 8 here.
It's a long old day for them. You know, they played all yesterday, coming through to the top 8. It's exhausting for these players to keep playing this long.
Especially when you need such a great record to even get here. You know, 36 points, I believe, to make it into this top 8. And we had players who unfortunately didn't quite make it at that point. As we do see a little nod to the crowd there by Isaiah.
Having fun. I mean, that's the key, right? Once you start getting more experience on the feature table, you certainly relax into it and you can have a bit more fun with it. Every player does it differently. Some players like to lock in. Some players like to sort of laugh about. And we've seen many of our players having a good chat while they've been playing.
And that's key. Like I said, we've always spoken about this community, the game, the people. We're all here to enjoy the moments. And this is another opportunity for both of these players to make their moment here and just progress as far as they can. It looks like we have basics this time on Ufa's side. I'm sure he'll maybe choose to go second and just start swinging away with peak acceleration once again. So giving Isaiah an opportunity to go first, start getting some of those cards into the lost zone, maybe execute a very similar game plan, get a couple of those Giratina Vs down, evolve them up, and have a big, heavy attacker of your own.
Well, we'll be getting started with game 2 shortly here. Everyone's having good fun here as Isaiah, you know, playing this Lost Zone Giratina deck so well throughout the weekend and showing off the innovation within the deck. It's been the key to so many of the top players' decks. They've been playing familiar lists with a few cards different, and a lot of time it's come down to these cards that are more controlling in nature. We mentioned Erica's Invitation for Ufa, a card typically found in control. And so consequently, these cards are finding their way into the more aggressive lists, the more high damage output lists as a way to control the game into your favor at those big important moments.
Yeah, the more I think about that Erica's Invitation, the more I like it in this kind of deck. It's just another way to cause chaos on your opponent's side of the board, really, because often you don't really want to be putting down these very low single prizes, low HP single prizes, sorry, and just being able to effectively gust them out of your opponent's hand, bring them to the active spot, also gaining hand knowledge as well.
Oh yeah, always. We love an eerie hand information. Erica's Invitation does the same thing.
Yeah, so this is why, you know, that combination of Erica's Invitation and Airy and sort of control archetypes, that's why we start to see just why control is so powerful, and it's why we have a couple in top 8, right?
Exactly. We're not going to be watching those. We are going to carry on with our quarterfinal shortly, and I'm sure the other games are all very interesting. I'm excited to find out how Tord's Charizard list can fare with a controlling archetype. It's definitely made some adaptations to improve that matchup there, so wonder how that's going to go. But on this side, we are seeing the Iron Hands trying to take on the Lost Zone Giratina.
Yeah, whilst whenever we do get updates, of course, we've got eyes out on the field for the other top 8 matches as well. We will try and give you updates where possible. Looks like we've had a couple come through as well. It looks like Yuho has unfortunately fallen to William in the top 8 match, unable to make back-to-back IC wins here. So for the time being, don't have to worry about that for now, as we're still just kind of waiting here, just confirmation of some of the other games, as we're getting updates coming through as well, Mike.
Yeah, Alessandro. We had a chat with him quite early on at the event as he first qualified for day 2 and has done well there, winning 2-0. And then Tord has won game 1 in his matchup.
So currently advantage Tord Reklev up against Bert Walters with that Snorlax control list. But yeah, as we continue to get updates, we will try and let everyone know how things are going out in the field there. As it looks like the prizes now are being set by both of these players. 3 energies, 4 energies here.
Oh my.
For Ufa. Not ideal, but plays a plethora of them.
Plenty of energy in these Iron Hands list. 14 energy. So when you see 4, you think that's a lot, but when you've got 14 in your deck, you can often prize 2, 3, and in rare occasions 4.
Yeah, but once you start peak acceleration attacking and then using generators, you're already reducing the number of lightning energies in the deck, reducing the chance. We do see the handshake, the flip over. Both Pokemon players here now into game 2 of our Masters top 8.
And the Sableye facing off against the Miraidon. Not an ideal start, that Sableye. There was a mulligan there from Ufa. So Isaiah may have got the Giratina off of that, and no Lost Zone count increase on the side of Isaiah, and just a Miraidon doing a peak acceleration with no Iron Hands on the bench.
Yeah, not ideal from Ufa's side, but can just have a double check of what's prized right now. Gets a Psychic Energy attachment on both of his future Pokemon right now. Isaiah is, or does have, a Chorus Experiment in his hand, so can start kind of popping off with those Lost Zone counters being increased.
Yeah, these guys flying through their turns in the early stages, and nothing in Ufa's hand to try and get set up. But there are plenty of cards in the deck to do so, so we'll see how that goes later on, as Isaiah will be able to get a Chorus Experiment off here on the first supporter turn of their game, and we'll be hoping to try and find one of those buddy-buddy Poffins.
Yep, really wants to burst, maybe even up to the 4 count, and could take a really quick knockout with something like the Cramorant if he's able to get 4 into the Lost Zone. Remember Chorus's experiments, putting 2 there. Some big decisions here. Doesn't look like the couple of movement pivot options there with the Jet Energies as choice. Oh, no, maybe that was a hand. Sorry.
That's in the hand, yeah. So we've got an Ultra Ball there, a Nest Ball. The boss's orders, the only boss's orders in the list. We'll want to try and keep that, but might have to get rid of it at this early stage, and only 2 Super Rod in the list. So if you remove one of those now, you really reduce your late game Pokemon and energy recovery.
Yeah, choosing to keep those 2 Ball Searches, that Super Rod, and I believe it was that boss that went into the Lost Zone there. Nest Swarm sure is going to start grabbing some of those great support Pokemon of the deck. Maybe even grabbing the Greninja's useful as an option to start just bursting through. You've seen how slow Ufa's start has been. And then if you can kind of conceal cards into a Buddy Poffin, you've got your Comphase there as it is.
Yeah, it's hard to know at this stage whether there is a huge amount of options for UFA unless they top deck into something a little bit more better for preparing the board for the future. Something like an Arvin or a Professor's Research. Because even just getting a singular Iron Hands, you're still too slow at that stage, even if you start peak accelerating again. You want to try and get wide, you want to try and get one of those Techno Radars and start getting as many of those future Pokemon into play.
Yeah, despite not necessarily prizing too many of those kind of consistency cards to start drawing through the deck. You know, those 4 energies, as you already noticed, still had more energies in hand, so it's even reducing the number of energies in the actual deck as well with that peak acceleration.
Well, there were 2 Psychic Energies on the first one.
Well, that's what I mean. The deck's now less energies in there.
Yeah.
So those generators won't be too great. Peak acceleration won't be too great if this Miraidon hangs around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think also you see the 2 electric generators in hand, and you want to try and use those before the peak accelerations if possible, but there's no good targets. So you're going to have to try and set up a little bit more, but that's so reliant on the top deck. In last game, the top deck situation turned out to be an energy, so I don't think UFA's going to be feeling too confident with the top decks at this stage, as there is a lot of cards in that deck you do not want to be seeing at this stage. And there we go, Flower selecting the first of this game.
What have you found here? Grass Energy has been lost. So another Comfey, which is great. Was it an Ultra Ball that was picked up from that Chorus experiment?
Yeah. So there's going to be
energy attachment to the Giratina V for the time being.
Maybe just keeping it chill.
Got time. I mean, when you saw UFA didn't really do too much. Don't really have to take the knockout here.
It does have the Ultra Ball, and I think you'd be worried about just a sudden pop-off at any moment. That's what you've always got to be worried about with Iron Hands. Yeah, not much happened in that first turn, but maybe the top deck could be huge. What is it? Oh, it's a research!
Wow, big top deck, but we'll have to remove some of those resources from the hand. Double electric generator, lost vacuum, and another lightning energy. Does pick up another generator as well, but I'd imagine a lot of those energies are sort of spread across. It's a full set of Iron Crown EX now with the Nest Ball coming down. I'm sure is going to be for the Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, there we go. Finally got an Iron Hands in play. Thank goodness for that. I thought we were going to be seeing a Miraidon try and carry us through the game. We all get a chance to see the pillar of the deck, that Iron Hands, with such powerful attacks and the amp you very much, taking extra prize cards on knockouts, and with the damage modification of those Iron Crowns can really reach higher numbers than we ever expected of Iron Hands. So we're going to get to see a bit more of a chance to set up at this stage with that Heavy Baton in play. Ooh,
oh my.
That's good.
Despite already sort of having 7 or 8 lightning energies across the board and in the prizes, hitting, what was that, 3? Effectively, or well, 2.
Need the 2.
Just a 2. Onto that Iron Hands EX is massive there, and the knockout with peak acceleration as well. Fully loaded now, ready to go. And Isaiah is on you to try and find a way to deal with this board state just from that top deck of that Professor's Research.
Yeah, Isaiah just taking it chill last turn, thinking, I don't want to rush. I've got a Chorus Experiment in hand. I've got 3 in the Lost Zone. I can build up from there. And now is in a position where they're going to have to try and potentially get a knockout on this Miraidon to slow down that peak acceleration of setting up a stable board state. With a Heavy Baton on now would be the best time to hit it with a Lost Impact.
No, it's important from Isaiah's side again to evolve up that Giratina V because it is susceptible to an arm press.
Oh yeah.
Or even a Sparking Strike with 220 HP only. You know, we scoff at 220, but it's perfect numbers at the moment, and nowadays it's a good number to target. Only 3 cards in UFA's hand. I believe it was like 2 lightning energies, of course, taking 1 from the prizes. And 1 other card, I think it was another baton. So not drawing too well even after that research, but let's see what happens.
Shout out to the Unbroken Bonds Poker Gears, my favorite set.
Your first set, as it were?
Well, in a long time, yeah. Oh, the Shuppet's coming down.
Here we go.
You can get back a Chorus Experiment if you're struggling a little bit, but also a great way to get that Roxanne back at the end if you disrupt and then want to disrupt once again.
Yep, it's definitely a really cool card, really cool concept. I've seen it utilized in Lost Box variants previously. being able to just pick up anything like a, well, not in this scenario, but a boss's orders, being able to use it twice, for example, is sometimes great. Has held that Ultra Ball and kept it for that Giratina V-Star. Typically, Lost Zone Giratina V-Star decks don't really play anything to kind of search out the Giratina V-Star, but this version does play the one-off copy of Ultra Ball.
Yeah, just the one. Just the one. It's all you need. And also, by, like you said, holding on to it, choosing that right time, and there's that Jet Energy, swooping up the Giratina V from the bench, evolving it in the active, and a chance to knock out that Miraidon, and putting some cards into the Lost Zone. 2 energy cards to the Lost Zone will make the Star Requiem more accessible. And we might see what happened in last game. A similar strategy here from Isaiah, looking to try and use that Star Requiem to knock out the Iron Hands with the Heavy Baton. And that stops it triggering, stops the energy retention of this Iron Hands deck. And so that's the plan now. We have seen the paths both players are taking, and it's now on Ufa to try and stabilize behind this Iron Hands attack that could be coming shortly.
Apologies if I was slightly wrong. I believe he might have had that Arven in hand as well. So just quickly replenishing the board state with that wonderful Techno Radar that's suitable for these future type, or future Pokemon, I should say. As it's a quick replenish of the board state of that Miraidon and another Iron Hands EX, getting it ready to hopefully allow Heavy Baton to just stay in the game and not have to worry about being popped.
Oh, very clever. Using that Iron Crown to attack.
Iron Crown, Twin Shuttles.
Yeah, I mean, the Iron Crown was a card that was frequently just put on the bench to support and increase the damage output of Iron Hands, but with the inclusion of a few Psychic Energy, it not only opens up that Miraidon to attack, but also opens up the Iron Crown EX.
Yeah, a nice little pick and choice here, of course. Maybe knowing that there's not really too many energies left in the deck for Miraidon to peak acceleration onto. Just kind of sending up the 2-prizer, being able to also snipe the Sableye that was damaged initially from the peak acceleration attack on the first turn. And just kind of putting Ufa back into a position where he only needs to take 2 knockouts here.
Setting up that Giratina V-Star beautifully. It's now got 210 HP remaining, which would be in range of an arm press with enough Iron Crowns on the bench. Would potentially need another Iron Crown, so we'll see how that all pans out. But, you know, these kind of moments, you're worried about that disruption turn. It saw how powerful it was last game when Isaiah used the Roxanne. It just completely threw off Ufa's strategy, and now we have to see whether that's going to be the case here. So Isaiah going to stabilize in preparation for that turn. We see the Burnett ready to go. And the Roxanne, I believe, is in hand, waiting. So just a few little bits of damage need to be done now, a knockout or 2. And then once the disruption can kick in, that's when Isaiah wants to sprint to the finish line where Ufa can't take any knockouts.
Yeah, still just looking for the opportunities here. As that Giratina V also come down was big. But again, we'll keep touching on this Burnett. Puppet offering as an ability, once during your turn, you may put a supporter card from your discard pile back into your hand. If you do, you put this Pokemon in the Lost Zone. So it is a way to trigger more cards into the Lost Zone, but that unique effect of maybe protecting yourself away from Ionos or Roxannes of your opponents by just being able to pick up a Chorus's Experiment again is so vital, and I'm sure it's been utilized a lot.
Yeah, we know how powerful getting anything from the discard pile is, and not only that, but it can be utilized to increase the Lost Zone count in early game if that's required. But on this occasion, Isaiah has 3 prize cards remaining. We'll need to take 2 knockouts here, and in order to do that, we'll probably have to use that Roxanne in an important turn, as it looks like Ufa is going to get a knockout here with that Iron Hand, if they can find 1 more Iron Crown, which they do, and that puts the arm press up to 220 damage, which is exactly enough to knock out the Giratina V-Star. With that, it's just the Arven being used to do it, so no Iono to be able to come out. So then that way, it goes all the way back over to Isaiah. And this is where we talk about disruption being so key in this format. Ionos and Roxannes have been disrupting in those endgames and winning games for so many of our top players.
Yeah, for sure. We saw it in game 1 already. Isaiah making sure he comboed that Roxanne alongside a Star Requiem, as it is an arm press KO there on that Giratina V-Star. Of course, right now, it's just a Giratina V on the bench. Does need to find that Giratina V-Star, does need to find that Psychic Energy, does have Mirage Gate in hand. 2 of those Psychics have been lost zoned. Plays 5 copies of that Psychic Energy, so hopefully should be able to very easily grab it out of the deck.
There's 1 in the discard, so this is where your prize checking ability can be key in Lost Engines when you got the Mirage Gate, because if you use a Mirage Gate not to full efficiency, it can be not so ideal, but at this stage, only needing a Psychic and then a Future Attachment after the Star Requiem is used. It's that Giratina V-Star that's the missing piece right now.
And one of those Giratina V-Stars from Isaiah's deck was actually prized. Not too sure if he was able to grab it out of the prizes either, but for the moment, it's not there. Does have the Roxanne in hand, I believe.
Yeah, and the problem with Roxanne is you could draw back into the majority of the cards that you put back in the deck, so it's not like Ino where you can see a fresh new set of cards. There is a real world where you draw back into the cards you don't want to see.
Just deciding whether to flower select now or post the Roxanne. Also having to decide whether he utilizes the Jet Energy before the Roxanne as well. Gives the Jet Energy to the active Comfey to give himself a pivot option, of course. Star Requiem not needing to discard or lost zone any energies. And he can't guarantee the Giratina V-Star right now, and that's the biggest concern from Isaiah's side of the board.
Yeah, and this is where all that preparation in the lead up to this moment, you know, putting 12 cards in the lost zone, discarding others, setting up as many Pokemon on your board can really help you to find the card you need right at the end. And the question is, will the Giratina V-Star be found off of this Roxanne and off of that flower selecting? And on the other side, will Ufa be able to play with the cards he draws off this Roxanne? This turn is vital to the game. Will Isaiah make his way to the semi-finals? Or will Ufa be able to level the score in this best of 3?
Isaiah will be seeing 8 cards here. Ufa did draw a Lightning Energy and a Boss's Orders. Isaiah doesn't have it right now, if I'm not too quite sure. Oh no, he does have it. He did get it off the Roxanne there, looks like.
This is tough. Tough moments right here. Just going to be going for that flower selecting. It's a Manaphy and a Buddy Buddy Poffin, so you know, could thin some more cards out the deck. Can put some back in as well, so able to set up as stable an endgame as possible. This is such an important moment. 2 cards for Ufa to answer what we see Isaiah setting up right now.
Yeah, just getting the energy attachments ready on that Giratina V right now. Just having another pivot option could be useful with that Cramorant as well. Cramorant as an easy attacker into that Miraidon, also just waiting on the bench.
You mentioned about the boss's orders in Ufa's hand. You've got to play around the option your opponent's gust and try and slow you down. And so on this occasion, has attached energy to all relevant Pokemon that could be gusted up. And the Banette can use its puppet offering in the active spot, so there is nothing on the board right now as a liability, just that.
Just as you're saying that, Mike. There's a further 2 Comfeys.
Yeah, but they can find cards, right?
Yeah, for sure, especially when, you know, there's been a Super Rod into the Mirage Gate. I'm sure there's a couple of other options there. Isaiah taking a big 2-prize knockout here. Big top deck. It's just the Lightning Energy once again.
Oh no, Star Requiem taking away all that energy with the heavy baton means nothing's really available. He's going to try and get that Comfey up and use the peak acceleration on it.
And just staring down at that Giratina V-Star. Isaiah, 1 prize remaining. It's just a big lost impact knockout. 280 damage, taking the final prize of this top 8 match that we've had a chance and the pleasure of featuring here.
The passion from Isaiah as they won that game. They want to go all the way. They've been cooking the strongest Lost Zone Giratina list they could. They've brought it to this event, and they've shown exactly why Lost Zone Giratina is here to stay. It survived the rotation, and Isaiah, as a player, continues to show us why he's one of the best. And we'll go on to our semi-finals, where I'll be joining some of the best in our game.
Yeah, congratulations to Isaiah. But congratulations also to Ufa for coming all this way, 2 grueling days of Swiss rounds into this top 8, making the points, I think, for your Worlds invite as well, as we get a chance to recap this matchup here in the Masters Top 8 that we've had the pleasure of showcasing for everyone on the stream and everyone here today at this event.
Yeah, and that lost impact was used so many times throughout the game, and the advantage of Isaiah's list, playing that 5 Psychic and 4 Grass, allowed the chaining of lost impact without losing all those resources. But the key really was that Star Requiem. When taking the knockout on the Iron Hands with the Heavy Baton on, the Heavy Baton no longer will trigger because it's not damage from an attack, it's an effect. And so consequently, those energies were removed from play, and the end game disruption was enough to win it for Isaiah in both games.
Yeah, and what we ended up seeing in both games, the same game plan happened. That Roxanne sticking, of course, preventing Ufa from really just being able to draw out of it. He did have to top deck a couple of times to even just get into the game. There was that big top deck of that Professor's Research, but had to throw away so many resources in that game plan. Did start to swing away with that Miraidon, powering up that Iron Hands EX. But yeah, that Roxanne into the Star Requiem combo, just too much for Ufa to overcome.
And I love what Ufa's done with the list. The 2 Psychic Energy in there. The Erica's Invitation, we didn't get a chance to see it, but that would have been a fun little card to see used in the matchup, and I'm sure it's got him out of some great situations.
Yeah, like I said, massive congratulations. Isaiah, you're heading into top 4. I'm sure there's going to be another tough challenge awaiting you there, as well as we do see the final knockouts once again, with that lost impact, 280 damage onto that poor Miraidon.
And there he goes, the passion. And we love to see that when we see the players who, how hard they've worked for these moments, all the testing, all the preparation, the years of playing to get to the level where you can get all the way into that top 4. At EUIC, over 2,500 players, and we're coming down to just 4 now. We'll be working out not only which is the best player here at the EUIC, but which decks are going to be making it the whole way, as that was such a big factor at this event with the post-rotation format, really bringing in some new archetypes.
Yeah, the first tournament of this rotation, the first tournament to really sort of drive the rest of the meta for future tournaments as well. And that's where a lot more players are going to continue shining, because they're going to have to continue innovating, continue building with the new card pool that we have, with more time and more dedication and opportunities to test some of the new stuff we've seen as well. I just can't wait to see how this format progresses, but we've still got this tournament to focus on for the time being.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Future, we've seen a little bit of Ancient, we've seen a lot of Temporal Forces cards in all the decks, a very powerful set with many great trainer cards, all the ace specs. I thought it was just going to be Prime Catches and Maximum Belts everywhere, but all the ace specs have been featured at this event, some more so than others.
Well, enough from us. Let's hear from our Masters Top 8 winner, Isaiah Bradner. Over to you.
Thanks a bunch, casters. That's right. I'm joined on the stage by our most recent Top 8 winner, punching his ticket into the Top 4, Isaiah Bradner. Let's hear it for him, folks. Congratulations, Isaiah. A pretty convincing 2-0 victory. Walk us through it. How were you able to capitalize and come out on top?
Yeah, so the hands matchup is pretty good, and it's especially good whenever they try to attack with Miraidon, because then they're just never going to have enough energy on board. It really doesn't particularly matter how much I fall behind. Unless he gets really lucky, he'll just never be able to pull off enough attacks. And that's what you kind of saw in the last 2 games, right? Even though I had the lost impact into a Miraidon, it doesn't matter that I'm taking 1 prize, because I'm taking 2 energy off the board. And then I V-Star, Heavy Baton goes down. I take 4 energy off the board. And then he has barely any hands in play. He can't capitalize, and I was able to take it home. There was a chance if he top decked a Psychic in the first game, and when he slammed the energy, I was like, no. But it was okay. It was okay. It was a Lightning. And then, yeah, pretty clean win game 2. I just had to hit a V-Star off my Roxanne. I hit my V-Star, and I knew I was going to the top 4.
And you find yourself in that top 4. I mean, you've been in so many top cuts at Pokemon events, both the regional championship level and at the internationals. You've got a number of top 4, a number of second place finishes. We haven't quite locked up the win. Giratina is the deck that you have played basically all season. You played it at the end of last season as well. You're very comfortable with this archetype. Is this the time? Is this the deck that has what it takes to get you your title?
I really hope so, Chip. I'm feeling electric right now. I was feeling a little bit down going into top 8. I was just a little lightheaded, not feeling in it, but I locked in. I'm feeling great, feeling ready to play another round today and then hopefully come back and win. Fun fact, I realized I got my invite fully off Giratina, so shout out to Giratina. But yeah, I really think this could be the one. I don't know, what's going to stop me.
We'll see what stops you. There's plenty of great players out there in our top 4. We'll be following along to see what happens, Isaiah. Best of luck to you. Let's throw it back to our casters.
I love the energy. Isaiah just so gassed to be going all the way through to that semi-final. And shout out to Giratina V-Star. Your caster pick has done him well.
Yep, it's a fantastic archetype deck. It's fitted in not just with the Lost Zone archetype as well, the Arceus V-Star, Giratina V-Star is also a deck that you can utilize. Such a powerful attacker in the games, often written off by many others. But here we are, Isaiah Brandner bringing it all the way to top 4 once again, where it can keep challenging for those true titles and accolades.
I mean, it seemed like you were thinking of someone when you said often written off by some people. And one of the biggest critics of Lost Zone Giratina, Azul, played it at this event to great success. So if someone like that, who was very much against it, is willing to turn and start playing it, it's definitely a deck to be watching out for. And with that Burnett inclusion, I think it's a great little combination there. And we haven't had a chance to really see the Burnett EX utilized on stream, but I'm sure there's certain matchups where it's come in very handy, if not just for the non-EX Burnett being able to get supporters back from the discard pile. So we're going to be going into that top 4 very shortly, and I have got word in that Tord, with Charizard EX, was able to beat Snorlax Control, and that just shows you how much he's been working with that deck to be able to make it favorable into that matchup.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, we've heard across the weekend already just how much Tord seems to rise to the occasion for these international tournaments, international championships. Of course, has already collected one of every single event internationally already, and just looking to grab yet another.
One day, maybe that Worlds. I think that's the big title that many of these players are looking to get. Maybe it'll be this year over in Honolulu. But I think right now we're going to be taking some time up because we want to let those players have a moment to breathe as they go into that top 4. And we have a different bracket that we've been showing all throughout the weekend here at EUIC. And that is our top 8 cards from Temporal Forces competing against each other to find out which of them is the best card from Temporal Forces. And you guys at home have been voting for us. You can see the percentage of you who voted for each of the cards. It was a trainer sweep in the quarterfinals. Not a single Pokemon made it through, and only one Ace Spec was able to come through victorious into the final, and that was the Prime Catcher. Meanwhile, Eerie, the very counter to Prime Catcher, the card that removes items from your hand, has also made it to the final. And so that's where we land right now, and we'll be looking to get your votes in to decide which of Prime Catcher and Eerie comes out on top as the best card from Temporal Forces.
Were you already doing my job for me?
I mean, we're going to be having a chance here as Alex and I work out which one we're going to be taking, and then whoever gets Prime Catcher will go first, whoever gets Eerie goes second, and then we'll decide who has the better card based off of you guys' votes.
Well, you've already, 1, decided that you've got Prime Catcher.
I've got Prime Catcher.
And 2, like I said, you already started championing for Eerie instead. Just then.
Oh, no, I think they're both...
We'll watch back.
They're both very powerful cards. I think that's why they've made it to the final.
Of course.
You know, you've got to have a little bit of gracious victory in a final and recognize an opponent who is very powerful. But Prime Catcher is the most powerful card from Temporal Forces. And let me tell you why. It is the most popular Ace Spec here at the event. And it's an Ace Spec for a reason, because it is a very powerful card. It has been used by all the best players here to gust up the most important targets on the bench, or a card that can't retreat. We saw it used against Radiant Greninja. Radiant Greninja, powerful card in the active, can't retreat. Use that switching effect on your side, get a Sableye into the active, get your own Radiant Greninja into the active, and start playing around your opponent's board. Also, it's allowing you to use the gusting effect of something like Boss's Orders whilst also disrupting your opponent. So Prime Catcher in combination with Roxanne and Iono that are already in the format, you can do wonderful work. Prime Catcher is only allowed to be a one-off in your deck for a reason. Meanwhile, Eerie over here, you can play 4 of them, but everyone's choosing to play maybe 1 or 2. So if it was that powerful, why is it not a 4-of?
Great. Thank you. I actually really enjoyed that.
Did you? Yeah. I was passionate there.
You were passionate.
I think I genuinely care about Prime Catcher winning this tournament.
Yeah, it's the most passion I've seen from you.
Yeah. Come on, Prime Catcher. Anyway, take it away with Eri.
Eri, I mean, we had this already in top 4, but is there a nastier supporter in the format right now? Being able to look at your opponent's hand and just whip out any of those 2 item cards that you find there and straight into the bin, into the discard. Being able to take away all of those rare candies. I already mentioned this, superior energy retrieval, super rods, all of these really important cards that are so impactful for a lot of decks out there. Charizard cannot evolve up to that Charizard. Charmander can't evolve up to that Charizard unless you go via the Charmeleon, but it's only one of them. Then you can take it out. It doesn't matter. It's only 90 HP or so. It's absolutely fine. Eri, in combination with so many other cards, can just disrupt and control your opponent's board. That Prime Catcher, it will go. It leaves the actual hand and goes into the bin alongside so many other A-specs that you can only play one of. You only play one Eri because you only need it once. That massive, impactful supporter that allows you to disrupt your opponent's board, control your opponent's board, and played in so many different archetypes and decks right now. Snorlax, Pidgeot, Charizard itself, Arceus, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. In Arceus, they're playing Eri, but I mean,
doesn't matter. What do you mean?
Where's Arceus in the top? Where's Arceus in the top 8? You know, you're bringing up decks that didn't even make the top 8. We just saw Prime Catcher face off against Prime Catcher. I mean, we're not carrying on here. You guys make sure you get a vote in and decide which one you like more. But I think we know which way this one's going to go.
All right. Okay. I mean, it is the most sought after card from Temporal Forces. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't even mention it. It's Pretty in Pink.
Pretty in Pink.
Yeah.
Eri has multiple arts.
Yeah. I mean, sure, you do what you got to do. I mean, I think we all know which way this one's going to go for the Temporal Forces, but I think it's fair to say that there's so many great cards.
Yes.
Obviously, we're picking the best one here in that bracket, but we didn't even put Buddy Poffin on the top 8 bracket. I think that's crazy when you think about all the other Pokemon and trainer cards that featured in the newest set. I mean, even Mist Energy. You know, what a great special energy that is. We just saw Star Requiem doing so much work, and maybe Mist Energy needs to now go into Iron Hands. You know, who knows where the future's going to go if Giratina V-Star's doing so well.
But you know what? I think whilst you guys are spamming away and voting for the final of our Temporal Forces, cards that are most impactful for this meta and sort of rotation going forward, we're going to take a small little break to give you guys a chance also to grab a drink so we can set you guys up for our top 4 feature match as well. But make sure you don't go anywhere. Keep spamming Eri, and we'll see you shortly.
My name is Vini Fernandes. I am from São Paulo, Brazil. I started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching the regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was a very good feeling, so I just kept playing tournaments.
Wow, there it is!
But today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
Always. Oh, Sableye moved to the...
Never mind. Oh, right.
My #1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championships in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rival thing with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win one to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up to Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Vini Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I'm playing. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeops Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre, but to get to that point you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
Over 2,500 players started here at EUIC. We are now just down to 4, and those 4 players will be competing to find their spot in the final and decide who will be our EUIC champion. And there are some great names up there, but of course, you're joined by me and Alex. My name is Mike, this is Alex, and we're going to be taking you through the first of our semi-finals. We'll be showing both of them to you, and there are some interesting matchups to say the least.
But before that, hopefully you got a drink and a bit of snacks just to get ready for that top 4. But of course, we had that community vote.
Oh yeah, you guys got involved, didn't you? And we had the final of the community vote bracket. So let's find out how you guys chose that matchup. Eerie versus Prime Catcher, and it is Prime Catcher victorious. Alex, come on, get involved. You're happy.
Yeah, it's great. I think Prime Catcher is probably the most impactful card. I say probably. Is, according to everyone, the most impactful card.
Yeah,
at least
chat's
of our
always
top
right.
8. Chat is always
Except
right.
for the 23%, maybe.
No, I mean, we know how impactful both of these cards can be. We've seen them across the weekend. Of course, Prime Catcher is one that we've probably seen quite a lot more than most in a lot of people's decks. Just that Guzma gusting effect and switch option gives so much utility to so many different decks out there.
We see the Maximum Belt falling to Eerie in the semi-finals, and I think Maximum Belt has fallen to Prime Catcher in a lot of lists where we thought Maximum Belt was really required. So Lost Zone Giratina was one, Charizard EX was one. Both of them opting for more Prime Catchers than expected at EUIC. So people recognizing the utility and power within that card, especially right now in a format where Disruption alongside Gusting is such a powerful win condition at the end of the game.
Yeah, we've seen from online results from overseas, of the new format ahead of this tournament, there was a lot of Maximum Belt utilized because we're going into a very heavy EX field nowadays as well. And that's what Maximum Belt really sort of starts to shine, because you're taking massive KOs without just really doing or needing too much. That additional 50 damage from the Maximum Belt is fantastic. But yeah, as you've already mentioned, as we both mentioned across the weekends, Prime Catcher's just such a good card. We know how powerful those Gusting Effect cards can be. I mean, we have Boss's Orders, and that's fantastic on a supporter, but why not have an additional one as an item card that you can play at any time?
We started the weekend off with no Prime Catcher in the match, and in the post-game interview, Vinny saying, you can always replace Prime Catcher. But I think in the majority of archetypes, it's going to be pretty hard to find a better ace spec than that card. So going forward into our top 4 now, and we will have that bit of a debate as to whether Prime Catcher is the correct choice in the Charizard EX mirror.
Yeah, a very interesting mirror that we're going to be having, because both of these players are using sort of different innovations within the deck itself. We're going to be showcasing William Azevedo once again. He's been on stream twice before. He's won one on stream matches, in fact, up against Tord Reklev.
Needs no introduction, but comes into these post-rotation formats and finds a way to make an archetype that we all knew sort of how to make it work, and then takes it to that next level with consistency and the right set of cards, in particular support accounts. He's always very clever with the way he uses supporters within his lists, and will be going into this top 4 as the scariest player, I think, in Pokemon TCG recent history, especially at IC. He's claiming 4 of them himself and making top 8 and so many more.
Yeah, William having to face up in 2 stream matches, once against Azul, and then now having to face Tord Reklev in the top 4 of this EUIC. I mean, what's most interesting is that both players have brought Charizard to this tournament. They're just 2 of the 590 or so players that took it through a day 1, 9 rounds of Swiss, through a 6 round of Swiss day 2, and to this point here, to try and claim that title and accolade of potentially being an international champion for 2024.
Yeah, we started the tournament off looking at lots of different decks that were populating the hall, but now we're down to just the top 4, and within that top 8, we saw not as varied amount of decks as we thought we were going to see, but one standing out as the unexpected deck in that top 8.
Yeah, that Roaring Moon in the top right-hand side, where Mark was able to take it to top 8, unfortunately, just falling a little bit short in the top 4, of course, as we do have Alessandro Cremascoli, who's made it into top 4 with that fantastic Pidgeot control, but he's got loads of cute little text in there, I'm sure, and having been a very long-standing player, 22 years, I think he mentioned, or 21 years, he mentioned in his interview earlier in day 1. Alongside, we've already seen Isaiah Bradner making it into top 4, overcoming Ufers, Iron Hands EX, Iron Crown EX, but Yuho also fell short with the same deck.
Yeah, Iron Hands were populating a lot of those top tables, people innovating on the deck, putting Psychic Energy in there, utilizing some interesting supporters to change how the deck would function. But I think it really is a format where Charizard was expected to be the most popular deck, but for the majority of players here, they didn't know how to optimize it into these new versions of Charizard, which have interesting utility within them. We'll get a chance to see that a bit later on. But because we'll be showing both semi-finals, we'll leave the other semi-final of Alessandro and Isaiah to our fellow co-casters who will be covering that game, and you'll be able to tune into that in about an hour's time, where we'll see which of those can make it to the final. But for now, we do have Tord Reklev and William Azevedo playing to see which of the Charizard EX decks will be making it to that final.
Yeah, just a reminder of the bracket here. William was the player who was able to overcome our LAIC champion Yuho there, just stopping him from going back-to-back ICs and taking home the crown twice, of course.
Still not bad.
Still not bad. I mean, I think a lot of people would take a top 8, but you know, it's 2 long days. And Tord overcoming Burt Walters with that Snorlax control deck. I believe he might have been playing Pidgeots as well, but Tord has been able to build his deck in a particular way to kind of combat what Snorlax usually does.
And that was an interesting thing coming into this tournament because we knew that Control was going to have a good showing, especially as a lot of the best players in our game like to play the archetype. And consequently, a lot of these top players who think towards the end of the tournament, like, right, I need to have an answer for Control. Even though it was such a small percentage of EUIC in total, you do have to have an answer to it. And so consequently, that matchup was a unique way to show off Charizard, which previously struggled against Snorlax Control. I mean, look back to, was it Gdansk, where we had the Snorlax Control go through 3 Charizards in the quarter, semis, and final to make it all the way and win the tournament. And that's the kind of route that Snorlax was looking for. And I'm sure if in a vacuum, most people would say, Snorlax Control is pretty much an insta-win into Charizard. Not on this occasion.
For sure, it's going to be a really interesting mirror match. As we've already mentioned, both players taking a unique take into the Charizard EX deck. William is already someone who's won a regionals with Charizard EX as well. But we've spoken about him before. He plays the Eri in his list, which is a fantastic card. Sometimes trying to limit the item cards. We already had this argument. We're not going over it again.
I'm not going to say anything. Don't you worry. You tell him how great Eri is.
But yeah, it's a fantastic conclusion. And of course, Tord is playing that very unique take on Team Yell with a Team Yell's Cheer and double Professor Churro's scenario, giving himself that pivot option if anything does end up getting trapped against Snorlax Control or Pidgeot Control type lists. And we're going to see how both fare into one another now.
Well, I think it's about time to take us to our first semi-final. It's going to be Tord Reklev versus William Azevedo. As they start shuffling their decks, ready to go, the Charizard EX Mirror will begin shortly. Is it going to be the innovation with Prime Catcher or the consistency with that Maximum Belt? Tools over items. Which described Charizard EX will we see go all the way to that final? It will begin shortly. Both such successful players in the past, but I think one list stands out right there.
Yeah, just the champion to champion to champion, and just falling ever so slightly short at the World Championships in Japan there in 2023.
And that list continues further down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure we have a big enough screen available for Tord's accomplishments, but William has plenty of his own as well, has an OCIC top 4, where Tord was OCIC champion, in fact.
Yeah, and I think when you've got a list of accomplishments that end with champion, the fact you're able to get to the end of any tournament is an accomplishment in itself. And they'll both be looking to add this tournament to that list as we begin shortly here at EUIC. It's been a great event so far. The biggest event we've had outside of Japan ever. And it's now a chance to see who's going to be crowned at the top of that tournament. But first, they have one hurdle before that final.
Both players now set up, active Pokemon set down now. What's really cool is actually seeing both of these players actually utilizing that Buddy Poffin to try and grab the Cleffers as well, to draw up and not really allow the Borsay to have a very susceptible Rotom V, as we do get a chance to glance at the prizes here for both players.
Okay, I mean, nothing too crazy there. I think the technical machine devolution might be surprising to some of you, thinking, well, that's really important, but there is 2 of them in the list.
Yeah, both of these players would have been thinking about playing the Charizard EX mirror match. So a number of different ways to handle that in both of these lists. Williams, though, combining Eri alongside maybe some of those TM devolutions could be really impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's where those Charmeleons and how they're utilized will be key.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The TCG Masters Top 4 is kicking off with William, it looks like, who will be starting us off here with both players having unique Pokemon in the active spots here. That Bidoof for Tord's side, he's combined both the Barrel and the Pidgeot engines in his list.
Yeah, and one of the big susceptible factors in the Pidgeot EX version of Charizard was if it gets knocked out, you're then stuck stranded with no engine, no ability to get the cards you want. But if you've got a Barrel and the Pidgeot in play, it works out very nicely. And another thing we've noticed with the Charizard Pidgeot deck is they often get quite low hand sizes. And so if you have that Barrel to work alongside your cards we're just mentioning there, the Pidgeot EX, searching for exactly what you need, you can start drawing through your deck and finding more options. And that's where your Pidgeot EX can find combo pieces rather than relying on just finding that one card you need at any given moment.
Yeah, big opening turn for William here, simply because he'll be able to go first, has the opportunity to evolve up ahead of Tord, of course. Does find the Rotom V from that Ultra Ball there with the Forest Sealstone already in hand. Quickly pops off that Star Alchemy just to grab that Buddy Poffin. Further Charmander and Pidgey hits the field here. Great start to his turn 1 in this top 4.
Yeah, Rotom V will also be able to instant charge at the end of this first turn and get more cards, but setting up nice and wide, setting up as stable as possible, a great place to start, especially as we mentioned, the style of deck that William is playing here, very much designed to take away those rare candies and make it near impossible for Tord to set up a Charizard.
There, the instant charge there. Tord, over to you for your first turn. I did get a glimpse of William's hand as well. That Aries waiting in the wings right now. And when there's item cards that can't be played on your first turn, like that rare candy, could start to really, really cause some problems.
And that Prime Catcher.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. Back to that argument, shall we?
I think we've moved on from Airy and Prime Catcher now, but it is one of the greatest targets. A one-of in the deck, a very powerful one-of, and if Airy can get rid of it, takes away one of those powerful turns that is possible with the Prime Catcher. So Tord just now going to be checking those prize cards using an Ultra Ball to get rid of the Radiant Charizard and another Ultra Ball. And we'll be looking to also set up nice and wide. It is key in this matchup, as you can potentially start chaining Charizards when they've not been knocked out. And that's another thing that's very interesting here and very unique to this matchup, is that Tord has those 2 Professor Turo scenarios. And so consequently might be able to heal damage out of play and reduce that opportunity for a 2-hit knockout for William.
Yeah, the Minion V has hit the board to grab that Arven, to pull out an item card and a tool card, has selected the Buddy Poffin alongside that Forest Sealstone, as we do see the first Pidgey and Charmander hit towards board as well. Just sort of, again, double-checking those prizes there. Forest Sealstone just also an option to grab another Buddy Poffin that he's been lining up. It looks like that Cleffa is going to be coming into play.
I mean, the Cleffa featuring in both their lists, a card that I don't think is very common at this event in a Charizard list, but they're both having a chuckle about it, as I'm sure it's been very useful throughout the tournament. But for those of you who don't know what Cleffa does, it's a great way to set up at the start.
Yep, Cleffa, just 30 HP, Psychic-type Pokemon, Grasping Draw. Able to do so without any energy attachments, but allows you to draw cards until you have 7 in your hand. Fantastic little utility card, only a single prizer that you'd be giving up as well. Just needs the energy attachment maybe, or that Prime Catcher utilized nice and early to get that Cleffa into the active spot, and now could just Grasping Draw up to the 7. And that Rotom V is now, unfortunately, in the active spot.
Yeah, and using that Prime Catcher early to add a bit of disruption in. Also gets rid of a card from the hand, so the Grasping Draw digs deeper. But it also is just playing around that area. You don't want to hold it for too long and then end up losing it down the line. But having that Rotom V in the active just forces another resource, another energy out of William.
Yeah, really big, because of course, William will be looking to try and set up the board state first, try and get those Pidgeot EX down before sort of comboing into the Charizard EX. And sometimes you can't do that without a supporter, but has played the Airy down. Hand knowledge here. Super Rod and Ultra Ball, the only 2 targets available.
Oh, wow. And I think there was a Super Rod prized for Tord. if I remember correctly. It could have been either side. I can't remember which player had one prize, but still, to remove a Super Rod from play and that Ultra Ball, that's now 3 Ultra Ball gone. And that might make this next turn a little bit tougher to set up.
With that Radiant Charizard also sitting in the discard pile following that Ultra Ball that Tord played to grab the Luminium V. But yes, we got that great glimpse into that Super Rod there. And I believe it was just an instant charge from William. So a bit of a slow turn, but Tord knows that he's just powered up his hands with 3 additional cards. Iono instantly played off the energy attachment to that Charmander there as well.
Yeah, there is a Pal Pad in Williams' list, so another Eerie could be played later on. But for now, Tord will feel a little bit safer holding onto some item cards. Does get the rare candy, and just going to struggle to get anything going here.
Yeah, but that Ultra Ball does remove the Luminion from play. Great option there. Choice Belt just attachment to one of the Charmanders. Just will be using that Grasping Draw once again. Another cute little thing of that Cleffa is that it has free retreat, so can pivot around when Tord needs to do so, especially when he doesn't have that Pidgeot EX in play yet.
Yeah, and if it survives multiple turns, can really help you set up. You can knock out that Cleffa with a Heat Tackle on the Charmander. That's something to bear in mind. But Cleffa is great into these matchups where your opponent can only take 1 knockout per turn. Because you'd rather give up the Cleffa each turn than anything else. And like you said, it's that free retreater that can allow you to pivot throughout the game, especially when we look at Tord's list. It's got a lot of Professor Turo scenarios in it. So having a free retreater on board that you can put up into the active and retreat into the next attacker can be very useful.
Yeah, what's going to be key here between these two players who are, of course, playing a very similar archetype with sort of cute techs in their decks, as we do see the Ultra Ball for that Pidgeot EX there. Both are playing, as we've already mentioned, 2 different ace specs. We've already seen Tord's Prime Catcher. William, we've seen on stream before, utilize that Maximum Belt.
Yeah, and across the board, we've seen ace specs of varying distributions that we thought, compared to what we thought. And I think Maximum Belt was the expected card in Charizard. But how many of these Charizard lists at EUIC were playing Maximum Belt and Prime Catcher?
Yeah, following a lot of sort of the online results and wherever we can get information from, people testing it. I mean, over 2/3 of the actual player base of Charizard EX players were actually playing Maximum Belt. In comparison, just over the 100 odd that were actually playing Prime Catcher. So some little insight there in terms of some of the, I don't know, some special plays that people are making with Charizard by utilizing Prime Catcher instead, taking maybe prizes on the bench rather than necessarily the active.
Yeah, and I think the TM Devolution was something that was popularized pre-rotation as a Charizard mirror tech. It also useful in some other matchups, but so powerful at devolving those Charizards. And as is typical of the Charizard mirror, no matter which rotation you played it in, no matter whether it's these lists or not, whoever takes that first knockout isn't necessarily going ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Remember, currently the damage as a base is 180 damage of the Charizard EX. Of course, does begin to ramp up as your opponent begins to take further prizes. We do see the Pidgeot EX utilizing that quick search to help William get into the first Charizard EX of this Masters Top 4. We'll be swinging away with that fantastic Burning Darkness attack. Infernal Rain helps to accelerate the energy from the deck as well, choosing or allowing you to choose 3 basic fire energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like.
And previously, the TM Devolution was a way to spread damage out across the board and then devolve everything at the same time. Whereas when you've got 2 TM Devolutions, you can sort of use it as a way to disrupt the rare candy resources. Our first knockout there from William, going to be taking a single prize of that Cleffa has been knocked out. It got its use twice, so definitely Grasping Draw through the game will definitely help later on, as many more cards will be seen for Tord as the Rotom V comes down. The Luminium V was removed from play earlier, but having a Rotom V in play is still great, especially when you start struggling or you get disrupted. Having that instant charge on board can be very useful.
Yeah, it does mean it's giving a bit of a tell that the hand maybe is not as strong as he would have liked, or just kind of trying to get particular cards out of the deck. Hits a rare candy. Is there a Charizard EX in hand?
I think so. So that might be an opportunity now to start attacking, but I'm sure Tord is aware of some of the cards in his opponent's list and will be thinking, every time I use a rare candy, that could be a chance for disruption in the future. That could be a chance for the TM devolution to be used. And again, that's where we spoke about having that Bibarel line and the Pidgeot line. Tord doesn't need to rely on the Pidgeot EX, and using more rare candies for that can instead save them for the Charizards, as they've got the Bibarel as a backup.
Yeah, big pickup from the boss's orders to take out the Rotom V as well. Still keeps the Charizard EX out of range from a return KO, and only other single prizes. Actually did bench the Rotom V, I apologize. But it's a big knockout to just kind of take initiative in this matchup, in this mirror. As you mentioned, it doesn't necessarily mean you're that far ahead because of the ramping up of the damage of the Burning Darkness here, but a nice, easy 2 prizes here for Tord Reklev.
Yeah, and that Charmeleon we see on the bench for William is a great way to evolve up and also can stay in play and be immune from that TM devolution.
Yeah, in the same way that we heard from Vinny all the way back in day 1, that you can replace something like the Prime Catcher or necessarily even the other tool card and maximum belt to increase damage. Tord is playing sort of the counter catchers, playing choice belts, playing that Defiance belt on the active Charizard EX as well. So if William ever decides to try and target down that Rotom V, maybe a bit of a bait, but it does activate that Defiance band and can actually stretch over the Pidgeot EX HP.
Exactly, yeah, so it would be doing 270 with the Burning Darkness plus 30 from Defiance band. So the Rotom V almost like a bait here from Tord. Like, go on, take it out. I'll take your Pidgeot EX straight after.
Does have that boss's orders in hand, but let's see how William will play out this turn. Quick search utilized here. Another Charmander has hit the board as well. That Charmeleon was evolved up on the previous turn. So this is vital to just be able to know how best to chain your attackers. Charizard EX was the target here. Into the hands, evolving up with the Charmeleon. Another Infernal Rain coming down now. 1 energy from the deck, has another Fire Energy in hand as well. What's the direction you take here if you're William?
Well, you know, the strategy around that TM devolution is definitely something that's got to be done well. With one of them in the prizes, you won't necessarily be able to chain them. Tord has very carefully used those rare candies as resources, but now just getting that counter catcher for future turns and the maximum belt revealing the ace spec.
Yeah, that counter catcher potentially for this turn is
activated
and can be activated. It's live because it's only taken 1 prize compared to Tord's 2. But
what's he going to go for? The barrel, maybe?
It is the barrel, just kind of, again, initiating so that both players will go down to 4 prizes here, not allowing Tord to utilize his own counter catcher.
Almost saying, you need to put a Pidgeot EX in play, otherwise you're going to be relying on your top deck. And that's asking quite a lot of Tord now that the Bibarel is gone. And that puts the prize cards even. As you mentioned, that Pidgeot EX would have been in range if the Rotom V had been knocked out, but now they are level, and both Charizards will be outputting 240 damage without the tool cards.
Yeah, really unique lines of play here. I'm just looking forward to see how this game actually ends up right at the end, but we've got to get through this sort of mid-phase first. That Professor True's scenario instantly played on that Rotom. That bait was enough. Wasn't actually taken by William. And now just an attack is even, so just 60 additional damage, 240 damage being placed onto that Charizard EX.
Yeah, and Tord making his way through a Snorlax stall deck just beforehand. And that was thanks to Professor Turo's scenario. Plays 2 of them and a Team Yells Cheer to be able to recycle 2 of them. So he can use that effect 4 times per game, which is enough to be able to take out a Snorlax deck. So a clever inclusion and a few supporter cards to allow you to have a better matchup into Snorlax. But now has to try and work out the mirror. The most expected deck for anyone right now is playing against Charizard EX, even if you are a Charizard EX deck yourself.
Yes. It's a strange back and forth here. You could say Tord's in the advantageous position because he's got the damage onto Williams' Charizard EX, or you could say Williams in the advantageous position because he has double Charizard EX and the Pidgeot in play. But it all comes down to how both players will navigate these turns here. as both players are only really taking knockouts on those single prizes, unless you give up one of those smaller HP Pokemon V.
And you have got the Professor Turo scenario on both sides to reset the damage on the Charizard EX, which could be an interesting chain of activities to not put yourself in range of knockout for Charizard EX, but start sprinkling damage down to get yourself ahead, like you said, in the damage on board.
Yeah, I think William's just kind of prepping future turns here. May consider just maybe chipping away at towards side of the board. Does choose to target down that Charmander, remove any future Charizard EXs for the moment as well. Again, doesn't really impact too much here. We do push that Pidgeot into range with that Defiance Belt now live, but has to hit those cards first. Hits the Charmeleon that turn as well. Looks like an Arven's the only supporter that's in hand right now.
And if Tord takes this knockout on the Charizard EX, he'll go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and that would mean that he would be in range of Maximum Belt, which was the card, the Ace Spec card we saw William have in the hand. So as you're looking out there, that hand for Tord, despite not having any Barbarrel or having a Pidgeot EX in play, has got some really good cards there.
Yeah, that Roxanne is in hand right now, but for the time being, if he's not able to also maybe impact William's side with maybe a Pidgeot EX knockout, you're just kind of having to hope you find that counter catcher that would have been available because of being one prize further remaining than William.
And maybe that'll be next turn's plan, just using the Arven here to prep it. But then William might look to disrupt the hand. It's an interesting spot to navigate. The Charizard mirror has always been fascinating as to how each player takes it on. It's never obvious who's going to be going ahead. Sometimes the player who takes the first knockout loses. Sometimes the player who takes the first knockout wins. Sometimes disruption sticks. Sometimes we see the Pidgeot EX knockout be the start of the end for one of the players. A lot right now riding on these turns, and Tord opting to try and stabilize the board and have more options down the line. He's being very careful with his rare candies as he knows the devolutions are opposing him. So just trying to set up a way to be able to get the knockout next turn should William take this Charizard.
Yeah, some vital turns here. Tord could attack into this Charizard EX in the active spot, take 2 further prizes, 2 remaining. Kind of a couple of big turns here. Just deciding how best to navigate this position.
Oh, just taking the knockout there. We could have very easily seen a pass, as taking that knockout does initiate a powerful position now for William, as with that Charizard EX on the bench and a Maximum Belt, we will see a return knockout earlier than was previously possible before the rotation.
Yeah, we know it was grabbed via that Arven a couple of turns ago. Remember, 4 prizes taken here by Tord does mean that Burning Darkness is ramped up 120 more damage. So 300 damage it's doing at this stage of the game.
Wow, this is the point where you wonder what William has planned. I think we're getting to a stage now where the TM devolution strategies aforementioned will not be possible, as it would be a too slow a method potentially. And we'll look to potentially try and get a knockout on the active with a bit of disruption. Toward no Pidgeot EX on board, no Barbarrel on board. Something like a Roxanne or an Iono would put him down to very few cards. So does William trust in the Roxanne? He goes for it, and we're going to be seeing what Tord can draw off of his 2 cards, as William will be taking a knockout on that active Charizard EX. Nothing in play for Tord to return the knockout. All off of this disruption now for Tord.
Yeah, that massive attachment of that tool is there. Still has Quick Search live as well. Typically tilts the cards when it has been utilized, but this Roxanne, big, especially when Tord has no way out of it currently, anyway.
This was exactly why Tord was considering not attacking last turn. You could see him taking a moment to work it out, because this is exactly the scenario he was worried about. You know, 2 cards, 2 random cards from his deck. Don't even know if he's had a look at them yet. Doesn't want to give away anything.
No, he hasn't. Just keep that poker face away from William watching you. as we do see the quick search ability now. Couple of different options.
Could even prep for next turn, just in case.
Just grabs that fire energy. It looks like second guessing himself. Remember, it's really tense. This is Masters top 4. After all, game 1, both players down to just 2 prizes and 3 prizes remaining.
Just taking that energy to protect himself from any shenanigans with the Gust. The Charizard EX will be knocked out. William down to 1 prize card. And it's all on Tord Reklev now. Can he return a knockout? Looking at that hand, we do not see a huge amount. And an energy off the top there. Ultra Ball Jirachi, energy. I think the Luminion is gone. So no way to get a supporter with that.
Yeah, there you go. There's the fist bump. Tord Reklev concedes game 1 after William taking initiative. All of those prizes, big knockouts from that Charizard EX, that maximum belt really shining to overcome that 330 HP Charizard EX.
Just covering all the routes to victory there, William. Having the TM Devolution in the back pocket, ready to go, just in case. If too many rare candies were used, you might use that to try and really throw the board state down into the lowest form. But then on the other side, you got the Prime Catcher. And in this matchup, that Prime Catcher, yes, it's useful to get up the early Vs on the bench to get a 2-prize knockout, but ultimately it's that end game with the maximum belt, that end game with the TM Devolution, those powerful tool cards in William's deck that make this matchup so challenging for Tord.
Yeah, as we do get a chance to recap this game 1 there. First prize initiation was from that knockout of that little Cleffer in the active spot before big knockouts from Tord put himself in Roxanne range.
The barrel knockout was genius. Get rid of that draw engine, the 1-prize draw engine, put yourself back onto those even prize cards.
Yep, not activating all of those Defiance bands, counter catchers, and just activating the damage output that Charizard EX can ramp up on both sides of the board as he just starts swinging away and making it really difficult for Tord, taking out the little prize knockouts there. Just giving up 2, and then Roxanne was big alongside that maximum.
Yeah, we saw Tord had Roxanne in hand at one point, but with Pidgeot EX on board, it's not much use because the Pidgeot EX will be able to find any card William needs in those final moments, and for Tord, he's worried about evolving up into the Pidgeot EX because the maximum belt will put the Pidgeot EX in range quite early on. But as we see those prize cards come out, there's that Team Yell's Cheer we mentioned before being such a good card, and on the other side, Eerie.
Eerie there, just hiding away in the prizes for the moment. William will probably have to be focusing on just getting his board state ready, as we do see both players readied up for this game 2 here. William 1 game up against Tord Reklev in this Masters top 4. William will be kicking us off first with that Pidgey in the active spot, Charmander coming down, and a couple of unique cards there. I think there's an Ultra Ball, Arven, Rare Candy, Forest Sealstone. There's a whole lot.
A lot of good stuff, and for Tord, starting with the Manaphy in the active, not useful in this matchup, but we'll be able to find some other cards to get down. And just looking to go through with the Arven, you know, the Buddy Buddy Poffin in combination with the Forest Sealstone. Very good start if you have a V available. There we go, there's the Buddy Buddy Poffin. And Tord is trying to just check what prize cards there might be, making sure he's got everything sorted, and looking to set up that stable board state. Having that barrel we mentioned was really important because it allows you to play a single prize support card on your bench, you know, the barrel drawing cards in those moments like the Roxanne. But quite early on, William targeted it down, knowing that that was so key to Tord with the TM Devolution threat. So what do you think Tord is going to have to do differently this time to set up a solid board state to work against William's build of Charizard EX?
I think where he missed out on was trying to get up to that Pidgeot EX of his own, you know, being able to tutor or essentially search a deck for any card of your choice, and then being able to utilize that fantastic ability, a fantastic utility of that Pidgeot EX. Even just a free retreat is fantastic to go into, and just stabilizing a little bit more. It was only ever 1 Charizard EX that Tord was able to get out. It did take 4 prizes, but when that's all you have, it's not quite enough, unfortunately.
Looks like William's going to be getting both Pidgeot EX and Charizard into play, and that's a scary prospect. Obviously, going first as Charizard, the dream then is on your second turn to have everything you need in play, ready to go, especially in the mirror when they're protected at that stage, as the damage output of Charizard EX is still too low. So just going to be deck checking here and making sure nothing too important in the prize cards. In particular, stuff like that Maximum Belt and the TM Devolutions will be on the lookout.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, just a great sight to see the chaining of the rare candies into the Pidgeot EX, of course, into the Charizard EX, into the energies raining down. So much going on with this deck. It's such a lovely combo to see it in action. There's a rare candy there. Evolves up that Pidgeot EX. A wonderful card, quick search ability. Mentioned so often. And there's the Arvin as well, to just continue picking further cards out of the deck that you can utilize going forward. Looks like that rare candy and that Maximum Belt being eyed up here.
Well, rare candy, an important part of both these decks. 4 of them played. William can comfortably evolve his Pokemon knowing that they won't be devolved. Tord has to be careful to utilize those rare candies. And as you can see, William using that quick search to find the Buddy Buddy Poffin and get a few more evolving basics down for future turns in case any of these do get knocked out. So we'll be putting a Charmander, or both 2 different Charmanders, the 60 HP and the 70 HP one.
Just second guess himself again with that Pidgey, but 6 with the Charmander. What's really important here is that Tord only has 1 Charmander in play.
Yeah, I mean, no ability to gust at this stage. That's where something like the Prime Catcher is that little bit more favored in those early turns. But for Tord, he's not going to get a chance to utilize that Prime Catcher for early disruption.
Yeah, that was such an important thing here. And, you know, that's why we've seen that Maximum Belt already come into hand. There's a Forest Seal Stone. Pidgeot, despite only having 2 cards in hand, it looks like, doesn't really matter because that Charizard's already up and ready and going to be swinging away, it looks like. Burning Darkness, 180 damage on that Manaphy, taking the first prize of this game 2. On you, Tord. What can you do here?
Last game, William took the first prize as well into a single prizer. Happy to go ahead because of the Maximum Belt. And we see that barrel coming down. And it looks like we have the Pidgeot EX in hand. We don't have the rare candy there.
Options available. That Forest Seal Stone will allow Tord to grab any card he would like. Does need to find a way to get one of those Pokemon Vs to utilize that, of course. I think there may have been an Ultra Ball in hand, as we do see the Buddy Buddy Poffin first. Of course, oh, sorry, not the rare candy. The Pidgeot EX is there. The only concern is now he does have the barrel to kind of draw up, but would mean having to get rid of some maybe vital resources.
Yeah, that hand was not looking ideal for an Ultra Ball. Just happier to get these single prizes that need to evolve onto the bench. Lots of Charmanders. We'll hopefully find a Charmeleon at some point to protect himself from the TM Devolution a little bit more. Really hoping for a rare candy here. What does he get? Oh, just a Nest Ball, but that will be enough to get the Pokemon V in play if needed.
Yeah, there's the Ultra Ball being utilized here. You do see Tord just eyeing up one of those V Pokemon. Can grab not only the rare candy from the Forest Seal Stone, but with Luminion V, you can use Luminia Sign to grab such a key supporter card as well in this matchup. There comes the Arvin, there comes the rare candy, and the Choice Belt.
No Vs on William's side, has liabilities on the bench, but will evolve into that Pidgeot EX. And put the Forest Seal Stone down onto the Luminion, and utilizing Forest Seal Stone and the Pidgeot EX's quick search can find that Charizard EX to set up that next attack. And as we suspected, that's exactly what comes down there. The rare candy into the Charizard EX, but that is now 2 rare candies used for Tord. So now William might be thinking, how can I integrate that TM Devolution into my strategy?
Yeah, for sure here. Does look like there's going to be a swing away at your opponent's Charizard EX here from Tord.
That's the key, isn't it? Get a little Charizard swing in.
It's very possible. I mean, just starting, you've already mentioned across the weekend that Heat Tackle, that 30 damage can start trying to chip away at things, but the Charizard EX is going to deal more damage. 210 because of the prize taken so far. 180 base plus the 30 from one prize. taken from William's side of the board. Now over to you, William, again. Not the biggest hand, but has access to quick search to just grab whatever you'd like.
I mean, that TM devolution right now could be huge, because that would mean 2 more rare candies would be needed for Tord, and that would be another opportunity later on to use a TM devolution, as there's 2 in the deck.
Yeah, and don't forget, those 2 big Pokemon EX go back to hand as well. That also stops the barrel from effectively drawing as much value from that Industrious Incisors, because it won't be able to instantly evolve them back up.
Wow, William cooked this list up, and I'm sure is the most familiar with all of those different options and routes that you could take in this matchup. And TM Devolution was a card that was featured as a one-of and was enough to win the matchup a lot of times. And it seems that William's going to be doing that also here with that Arven taken off of the quick search. So now we just wait and see. What's the plan?
Oh, he was eyeing it up, Mike. He was eyeing it up. It's definitely an option here. Here comes the Arven. Is it that piece of the puzzle, that devolution, technical machine devolution? Such a fantastic card, a one-off use. Once you use it, devolve all of your Pokemon, opponent's Pokemon, put them back into your opponent's hand. Does get discarded after that use. Only needs 1 colorless energy. And like I said, super impactful to this board, because 2 rare candies gone. Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX would be going back to the hand. Industrious Incisors, simply less value here as well. And there we go. Super, super impactful. How can Tord react here? Top deck, Defiance Band does mean it's playable, but will only be able to draw up to 3 cards. There's 2 tool cards being placed down. 1 on the Pidgeot here. Needs to find that rare candy.
Off of the barrel. I mean, there are the Arvens in there, but then again, we mentioned if that rare candy is used, which he didn't find there, not much in that hand. As you mentioned, Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX were in the hand blocking that Industrious Incisors, and now we just look at a board where there's Charmanders and Pidgeys everywhere.
Not what you're looking for here for Tord. William playing this matchup incredibly well, utilizing every one of those cards to full effect. And Tord really up against it here.
Technical Machine Devolution, utilized as a one-of in the past to win the Charizard EX matchup. William, not happy with 1, has put 2 in the list to try and win the matchup. So 2 rare candies have essentially been used up. Tord, unable to find another rare candy, will just have to use a Heat Tackle with that Defiance Band to start taking some damage onto that Charizard EX, but not enough to get it in range. And now it's back to William, who is set up to do exactly what he wants this turn with that Pidgeot EX.
And that hand's always going to be clogged up for the moment with those 2 EX Pokemon, unless he finds a rare candy or finds a way out to a rare candy just to be able to use and utilize the value from the Industrious Incisors. Wow, this is really tense here for Tord. I mean, like I said, his back's up against the wall. William here is gonna try and take advantage of this scenario. Just keep swinging away is the main aspect here. Quick search once again utilized. Lots of good cards in the hand. I see an Ultra Ball that was there as well. Will want to try and start setting up those Charmanders on the bench to become big Charizard EXs.
Game 1, William didn't even use any of these TM devolutions. Now we're in game 2. Used 1 early on, asking lots of questions of Tord, and just showing the power of tool cards currently in the format. You know, Lost Vacuum is a very good counter to it, but it's not consistent enough to have lots of them in your deck, so we only ever really see 1 of them in any deck. And for Tord, he does have that Lost Vacuum, but you can't use it on the TM devolution because it comes into play that turn, and the Maximum Belt typically gets played down and is used on that turn itself. So in this matchup, those tools are just powerful cards that can be used whenever you want them.
And another target down of that big barrel. Industrious Incisors will be no more, just limiting what Tord could actually draw into. Really, really tough here now. William down to 4 prizes remaining. Tord, top deck, Charmeleon. Does just mean that it's just going to be an easy target to be picked off if he does evolve up one of his Charmanders. could continue swinging away with that heat tackle.
We'll get the knockout this turn, in fact.
Charmeleon there, evolving up one of the bench Charmanders. That is one way to get there, and it's just the heat tackle knockout.
The little Charmander. The Charmander that could. 2 heat tackles with Defiance Band, able to get the knockout, leveling the prizes, but there's one board that looks a whole lot more stable, and that is Williams with the Pidgeot EX in play, ready to go. And anything he needs can be found from the deck. He is able to evolve this next Charizard at will, based off of that hand. It's just then, what else do you want to do?
What's really big, Mike, and I think we may have just clocked it from the prizes there. I think Tord picked up one of those rare candies that was prized. So there's a world, there's a way where Tord could find a comeback here. But, you know, we've already mentioned there's double TM Devolution available on Williams' side. He's going to have to lean into that Charmeleon where possible, but I'm sure Williams is going to be looking at that with glaring eyes.
Well, from Williams' point of view, he knows there's a Charizard EX in Tord's hand, so he's going to be worried about that Charmeleon that's just come down. And so he's going to be thinking about maybe gusting it up. But he also has an Eerie in his hand, so is he going to be thinking, I gust up the Charmeleon to knock it out, to take away Tord's ability to evolve here? But then that also leaves the Defiance Band in play, which with a 1-prize knockout would put Tord in range of knocking out the Pidgeot EX. So this turn, if William chooses incorrectly based off of the target that he goes for here, whether it's the Charmeleon or the Charmander, or whether it's the hand with that Eerie, could quickly dictate how Tord gets out of it.
You'd have to have an incredible read to play Eerie here, I think. Knowing Tord hasn't utilized another rare candy as of yet, you know, surely would have tried to evolve up into a Charizard EX, as we do see the Ultra Ball away of the Eerie, so not an option here.
Which would you go for if you were William? Charmander with Defiance Band or Charmeleon?
I think you just still have to limit what Tord has access to, and that Charmeleon represents an easy way to evolve up to a Charizard EX. But, you know, there's so many different options here. Star Alchemy popped with that Luminon V on the board, looking to grab his own Charizard EX once again and set up 2 of them, or the second one, I should say. Just has to swing away and make sure he's prepped and ready for whatever Tord can throw at him going forward.
Both players with 6 fire energy in their deck, so something they have to manage well. And I think at this moment a Super Rod will be utilized by William just to get some energy back in.
There it is. Super Rod, that Charizard EX and 2 fires are going back into the deck. Of course, if he does just rare candy up one of those Charmanders, we'll be grabbing those fire energies back out once again. There's the rare candy. There's Infernal Rain, Charizard EX hitting the field. At least one decided off that Infernal Rain, and that's enough for the moment at least.
So based off of the boss's orders from that Luminion, I think we're going to be seeing the Charmeleon targeted right now. That Charmeleon added into the Charizard lists thanks to that Flare Veil ability. Prevents all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. So a great way to avoid being devolved. But it will be the Luminion targeted instead. William looking for that prize race. This whole time we were asking Charmander or Charmeleon, and William said fish.
And there we go, 2 prizes further taken. Now William in a position where he just needs one massive knockout to get through to that Masters Final on Championship Sunday. Tord, it's on you maybe to try and turn this back all around. William has taken 4 prizes. Roxanne is live, but Pidgeot being in play does kind of put a stop to that.
Yeah, in this turn, Tord really has to knock out a Pidgeot, disrupt the hand, find a way to get the Charizard in play, which we know is in hand now. So a lot is being required. And, I mean, you could get the rare candy onto the Pidgeot, but then you don't get the evolution of the Charizard with the Defiance Band, which isn't useful down the line. I mean, this is a tough situation to be for Tord, but William just recognizing that if a Charizard EX takes a knockout of this stage with that maximum belt, he's in a strong position to be able to get the return KO.
There's one more rare candy left in deck, of course. Tord is currently eyeing up that Radiant Charizard. Can keep his board just at 1 prizes here, which means William is unable to win the next turn.
Very good. Another route to victory.
Another way to maybe, take out the fish of his own to bring himself down to 2 prizes and just single prizes on the board. And then William has to make that vital decision whether to take another knockout, because then you're just activating all of the damage, maximum damage that's available. But here's a rare candy for the Pidgeot. And the Charizard comes down into play as well. Infernal Rain landing on the full board. Looks like Tord is eyeing up that Roxanne.
Wow, so this turn, I think if this Roxanne can find the prime catcher or a counter catcher, then it will be possible to get that Pidgeot EX into the active and disrupt completely.
Yeah, but no hands Roxanne there from Tord. This is big. Shuffle draw 6 for Tord Reklev. Shuffle draw 2 for William Azevedo. This is going to be such a vital 2 cards. 3 cards with your actual draw as well. That could be coming down here from William's side of the board.
Should William have maybe put that maximum belt in play? But then I guess you would just knock out the Charizard in that situation. I mean, that maximum belt was in hand, ready to go, but if you put it in play, it can be lost vacuumed away. But it might have potentially set up a checkmate board state. But the lost vacuum did come off of that Roxanne, but there's no prime catcher there.
Yeah, no catcher gusting effect available for Tord Reklev. Charmander just being still in the active spot is a bit of a pivot here with that 1 energy attached to it. But what can Tord do? William will have access to everything in the deck because of the quick search. Tord's only taken 2 prizes after all. Looks like another heat tackle for 30. Just 1 damage to itself.
Wow, so for Tord, with 4 prize cards taken, that Burning Darkness will be doing 240 damage with a maximum belt. That Pidgeot EX is in range, but trusting enough that the Roxanne put William out of range of the dream combo pieces of maximum belt and gust effect here. And so William just having to think a little bit, what do you do in this moment? You've got a Roxanne yourself, but it's not activated.
Not quite, and it's just that Iono, especially when you know the Roxanne could be activated in due course. Do you just hold the hand, maybe show no strength here? But here comes the Pidgeot EX quick search once again. All these options available.
Power pad, I guess trying to get the boss back maybe?
Yeah, trying to put some good supporters back into the deck and utilize boss's orders once again.
I mean, this
so many decisions here, so much real thinking involved between the 2 Charizard EX players here.
The intricacy of this matchup is really being shown here, especially as both of them have unique ways to deal with the other's deck. I think William, the tool approach with the maximum belt and the TM devolution, and then for Tord being able to combine that prime catcher with a disruption turn. Both of them able to have these big, powerful turns that swing it back in their favor. And frequently, those powerful turns come when you're behind. And that's what we just saw there from Tord. Going down and behind, was allowed to use that Roxanne to set up a powerful board state for himself and really disrupt William.
Yeah, that power pad now utilized, putting some vital resources back into the deck, which can always be tutored out for the moment. Just deciding whether to attach that energy, of course, to that Charmeleon on the bench right now. Don't think it hurts too much to do so, but just kind of second-guessing himself because energies can sometimes be really difficult to come by if you don't find your Charizard EXs. There's the attachment. Iono putting that Roxanne that he did have in hand back to the bottom of the deck and reducing the number of cards that Tord has in his.
Well, Tord now has that Pidgeot EX established, so that will help in this next turn. And with that 30 damage from the heat tackle onto the Charizard, that puts it in range. And this turn has now become a whole lot more interesting as William is trying to force his way back into the game, despite taking that early lead and doing so much to make it hard for Tord with that TM devolution earlier on.
Yeah, with that Iono, William not having too many cards in hand. If he does decide to play it, he does have that buddy Poffin that he's just utilized as well. Just get cards out of the deck.
Both of them just acknowledging the Cleffer. Great card. I'm sure they've had a lot of success with that Cleffer. I think the free retreating aspect of the Cleffer is huge. As William goes down to one prize card remaining and it's now all on Tord, what can you do in these final stages to take the victory despite being down so many prize cards?
So, from that Iono, did pick up the Prime Catcher, can limit the Pidgeot EX that's on William's side of the board right now as well. Does need to try and find another disruption card. That Iono that was played by William, maybe he's got already in hand. Maybe something he doesn't have to worry about.
This is really tough, as you know that if you use a disruption card, your opponent's going to have very few cards in hand, but sometimes they only need one card, right? And in this situation, the maximum belt is the only card William needs. So can you fully rely on just disruption? Do you need to take a knockout on a big attacker? I think you really have to focus on that Pidgeot EX and take it away. But if you knock out the Charizard, then the Pidgeot EX has to both find a Charizard and a maximum belt. So both lines have their feasibilities, and it's now on Tord to decide whether the Prime Catcher needs to be used at this moment.
Yeah, or a Gust, just to maybe take out that little Charmander with 40 HP remaining as well. Still needs an energy on that Charmeleon, maybe.
That's true.
So there's a couple of different directions. You know, it's finding out which direction gives Tord the maximum percentage chance of winning this match here. Do you Gust the Pidgeot EX and then Iono and push your opponent closer potentially to that boss that he did just recover back into the deck? Because you then have already an attacker.
Oh wow, just going to be using the Iono straight away. Relying on disruption, kept the counter catcher and prime catcher in deck.
Giving William only access to one card plus that top deck. If he does take the knockout on the Charizard EX on the active spot here, that's the direction Tord has looked like he's going down. He could always still quick search for a card.
That's true. It was in the hand before, but I guess wanted to see what's on the other side of that Iono. We'll be using that Pidgeot EX to get it.
Yeah. Grass isn't always greener.
And I guess it also puts the counter catcher back up towards the top of the deck.
Yeah, for sure. So options here right now for Tord. What's that one card in William's hand right now?
Come on, William. Show us.
I think Tord's just still deciding which direction to go down. Like I said, it's all about those small percentages. If Tord takes out the Charizard EX, William has access to quick search. Maybe he can play a supporter of some sort to be able to pick up the right pieces alongside a Gust. We're not really too sure. It's only the boss's orders that's available.
I mean, that's it. If that one card William gets, or from the two cards William gets, one of them is a boss's orders, then he would be able to get the knockout with that Charizard EX and goes for the Pidgeot EX, takes the knockout, trusts the disruption. What will William get in this final turn here of our first semi-final? What is it?
Both players praying, it looks like. Cleffer with a free retreater. What is it?
It looks like it wasn't the card needed for William.
Not quite yet. Tord can quick search for the counter catcher. Cleffer grasping draw there. Counter catcher now still live, of course. Quick search here. Tord smirking to himself. He's found a route, hits boss as well. So many different ways of doing so. Leveling up the series here in the Masters Top 4. 1-1 in this Charizard mirror match.
Disruption is the key. And Tord not only did it once, did it twice, whilst also knocking out that Pidgeot EX. And you can see how intricate this matchup is, how smart these players have to be to navigate their way through those mid-turns. And it's all about those prize cards. You want to take prize cards to win the game, but you don't want to take prize cards to give the opponent access to those higher damage outputs for the big one-hit KOs. And we'll be going to game 3, the relief after seeing no boss's orders there. Just a few replays. I mean, it's been a grueling match here. Let's remind ourselves.
What's a long game too, it felt like. I mean, different angles were played here, where we had the TM Devolution, we had knockouts, we just had the barrel taken down once again. It's never really seen much of the light of day here in this matchup.
It has to be there though. You'd rather they took the barrel than any of your other cards on board. I mean, you need it there for that secondary support card. I mean, Pidgeot EX is great, but it is dangerous when the maximum belt is in William's deck.
Yeah, that Charmander with the Defiance belt, maybe Defiance band, sorry, maybe the MVP as it just keeps punching through that Charizard EX for a 2-prize knockout there.
How about that heat tackle? Twice in a row with a Defiance band to take out the knockout.
Yeah, incredible. And then just being able to effectively make the right decision here. Remember, I had 2 options, could take out the Charizard EX in the active spot, leaving the Pidgeot EX, or leaving the grand attack of Williams and towards deck in play and taking out that support Pokemon.
Yeah, at the end there, the 1 and 2 card hands for William. Not quite able to find either the maximum belt or a boss's orders or whatever it was as we go into our game 3, both of them prizing the Charmeleon, and for Tord, some important support Pokemon there in the prize cards and the Forest Seal Stone. So gonna maybe struggle to get set up. It all depends on that first hand. Whereas on the other side, William, a few energy, 2 of the 6 energy prize there.
Game 3, everyone, of this Masters Top 4 between Tord Recklef and William Azevedo. William kicking us off once again, but now with that Luminium V in the active spot. But yes, those prizes were tough for Tord. If you're going to be impacted by TM Devolutions, if you're going to be impacted by draw power that may now no longer be available to yourself because that Cleffer is an easy target from Buddy Buddy Poffin, it's going to be tough here. And that barrel engine as well, it's just a 1-1 line. It's just a bit of a safety net, and it's just not going to be available, at least at this point.
Well, early days here in the matchup, as we know. It doesn't really start ramping up until the Charizard EX and the Pidgeot EX are in range of a Burning Darkness. And the Luminion V, despite being a 2-prize Pokemon, sometimes Rotom V and Luminion V, you don't mind your opponent's Charizard EX deck taking out one of those 2 prizes, as it just increases your damage output. And as we saw in that last game, William went ahead in the prize race quite significantly, but still ended up losing towards the end as the disruption and ramped up damage was too much to deal with, as it will be the Buddy Buddy Poffin for both sides helping to set up the board.
A lot of good cards there in Tord's hand, a lot of Pokemon that you could be bringing out. That Buddy Buddy Poffin being played now. I'm sure he's going to be looking for that Cleffer, but little does he know until he does his prize checking. It's not going to be available this time round. But has Charmanders, has other Pidgeys available, isn't able to grab Barrel or Bidoof, sorry, either. So the 2 usual targets we've seen Tord sort of go for, it's going to be a bit limited here. Just kind of going to have to go through the usual route of Charmanders and Pidgeots. Or Pidgeys, sorry.
This is what separates those best players. Neither of them having the ideal start here. Luminion V, one of the worst starters you could have, as it has a coming into play effect with that Luminous sign. And it's a 2-prize liability on the board. And for Tord, some of those important Buddy Buddy Poffin targets not available. But that's where you have to change the route to victory. Every game between these players would be so different if they repeated this 10 times over. But that's what makes them great, is working out based off the hand they have, the board, what your opponents put in play, what's in your prize cards, how best to navigate this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like Tord's just eyeing up that Luminion V from that Ultra Ball as well, knowing he doesn't have access to some of the additional support Pokemon there. Plays the full lineup of support Pokemon. He does have that Rotom V somewhere as well, hiding in the deck. Grabs an Iono from Luminous Sign. Of course, doesn't have access to that Forest Seal Stone, unfortunately, as well. Just another one of those pieces of the puzzle that would help effectively quick search very early on to just get that live as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, there we go, Luminion V. One of the last remaining support V Pokemon that we have now, post-rotation. Great way to find a supporter. Only 170 HP though, so you do have to be careful when you put it into play, as it can be easily knocked out. And that lightning weakness we've seen throughout the tournament has been key with Iron Hands everywhere. But both these players have got past the Iron Hands, as there's no longer any of those remaining, and they are here in a situation where Illuminion is more important in play than it is out of play, as that Luminous sign getting the supporters at the right moments. And speaking of out of play, Luminion V will be removed from play with that collapsed stadium. So now we see Tord with a single prize board state and a disrupted opponent.
Yeah, both players drawing the next 6 cards. Iono shuffling your hand and putting it to the bottom of the deck and then drawing a number of prizes remaining, of course. But yes, removing his own Luminion V out of play, had an empty hand as well, so getting full value from this Iono.
Full squads out. 3 Heat Tackle Charmanders and 2 of those Pidgey.
The hand from William's side, not looking too strong either at the moment. Has nest ball space just for 1 more additional Pokemon. Currently, until a stadium replaces that collapsed one.
Oh, just realizing the collapsed stadium was there. Wanted to play another nest ball.
Yeah, that's the current worry here. Does have Lost Vacuum in hand as well. Maybe can remove one of those TM Devolutions for the time being. You've already mentioned he does play 2 of them. Is that an option to try and get the Cleffa down so that you can start drawing cards? Has Iono as well. Ooh, a couple of tough choices here. Usually doesn't want to waste some of those Lost Vacuums. There you go, Radiant Charizard hitting the Lost Zone alongside that collapsed stadium. As we do see now, the second nest ball for that Cleffa.
Oh, I've never seen a card make Tord happier than that Cleffa going down right there. I think one of those cards, when it first came out, people recognized the power of it. You know, any free retreat is great, and with a 0 energy attack cost, to be able to draw your hand up to 7, very powerful effect. And so will be just sat there ready to be utilized if possible, maybe retreating that Luminion with an energy. That will be a way to help set up, and unlike something like Rotom V, which would be put into play and then draw 3 cards and be stuck on that bench, Cleffa could be used as a retreater, can be a single prize option to do that. So a much safer option when you've already got Luminion in play.
Yeah, it is very much a great card to have here. Both players recognizing, utilizing Buddy Buddy Poffins now instead of Battle VIP Pass, where you'd use it to typically get things like that Rotom V you've highlighted. Just being able to be searchable with a card you're going to use multiple of anyway, just simply means it's a great option because you're getting so much utility out of it.
Yeah, we've seen some of the Charizard list playing 2 Rotom V, right? And that was because it was so important in those early turns. But if you've got Rotom V, Luminion V, and Cleffa, you've got those 3 options to draw cards. As we see the Grasping Draw taking that hand up to 7.
Yeah, that hand was a Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, and the Technical Machine Devolution, and then drawing up to 4 more cards. So a rare candy. I mean, you could use Cleffa to devolve some of those pesky Pokemon on the other side of the board, as we do see a rare candy already utilized. Tord eyeing up another rare candy. Will we see a repeat? It's a couple of turns of game 2 here, just because of what William has in hand, and that's what is available to him.
We've got to still take note of the fact that there were 2 energy prizes for William. One has been discarded to retreat that Luminion. And so if you attach one to the Cleffa for TM Devolution, you're starting to think, where is the remaining energy? Is it possible to get it into play with the Charizard as well? So the resource here is so important. All of these resources, the 6 energy count in Charizard, whilst being a little bit tight, it does allow you to have more space for those other cards.
Remember, where Tord had access to that Charmeleon last time, there won't be any this time because it's in those prizes, hiding away for the moment. So if those rare candies are effectively null and void from a Technical Machine Devolution, there's not an easy way for Tord to get back up to a Charizard EX.
Yeah, Charmeleon prize for both players. So this is fascinating how these prize cards have affected this game. And you know, we're fortunate here as the viewers to know the challenges they're both facing in terms of their setup. But from their point of view, they have no idea what the opponent has prized.
Yeah, big Iono. He didn't know William has access to all of those resources, of course, but reducing it from 7 down to 6 is still a disruption that's still very helpful in this type of matchup here.
Well, especially when you see them hold cards, you're thinking they must have something good there. As for Tord right now, Going too far ahead puts William in range with the maximum belt, but he's hopefully going to try and take some knockouts here whilst disrupting over and over again. But do you want to go far ahead in this matchup? That's always the question.
That's the game that we have to play here. We do see that Prime Catcher utilized on that Luminium V, limiting what William could do with his own Collapse Stadium. Let's take those 2 prizes now. It keeps the Charizard EX continuing to be out of range, of course. That Pidgeot EX also, for the time being, out of range, unless you find that incredible, powerful tool card.
And this is where those prize cards are really key. You know, Collapse Stadium, I think, in the prizes for William. For Tord, has some really important prize cards he wants to take, like that Charmeleon, maybe the Cleffer for himself at some point in the future. I doubt it's past that stage, but the Bidoof to set up the Bibarel. All those cards really important. And the Charmeleon not going to be taken for a little while here, so Tord is just trying to work out and navigate these turns without it. And that's where that TM Devolution could come in as a huge card for William if he's able to get it. But that Iono seemed to have disrupted him into a tough old hand.
Yeah, not the easiest of choices here from William. Double checking his opponent's resources, of course. You know, resource management key in any game of the Pokemon trading card game, not just your own. You need to keep an eye on your opponent's resources. He's already eyeing up, I'm sure, those 2 rare candies that have been utilized to evolve up the Pidgey and the Charmander on Tord's side already. That Buddy Poffin grabbing that Charmander, going wide once again, making sure he has access to his Pokemon. May have to utilize, once again, that Grasping Draw. Can't quite see too many cards he can utilize here. Counter Catcher, choosing the Pidgey. Has another one in hand for a future turn, draws 2. Fire Energy and a Technical Machine Devolution. That's one way to keep going, but this board state isn't yet the greatest from William's side.
I mean, that's hit here, right? Tord can start taking knockouts, but by only able to put 1 Charizard EX in play at the risk of TM Devolution completely disrupting his board, he can't chain attackers as well as you'd want to, maybe using that Radiant Charizard at some point in the future, but very scared at that big swing turn where the Charizard EX does get disrupted, and the Ionos that we saw be such a key part of those early turns in hand disruption might be looked to be returned with that amazing inclusion from Tord of the Team Yells Cheer.
Yeah, the fantastic cards usually seen in control archetypes. One of the ones he overcome was Burt Walters' Pidgeot control, or even sometimes seen, well, should be seen in the Snorlax control list as well, but Team Yells Cheer being able to shuffle up any combination of Pokemon and supporters cards, except Team Yells Cheer, of course, from your discard pile into your deck, iron up the Iono, iron up that Luminium V, and just kind of saying, well, I need those resources back just to keep going and keep impacting my opponent here.
That's where those early turns, if you are ahead, you have a few options to start stabilizing the board. That Team Yells Cheer, a key card at this moment, whilst Tord might just continue to take knockouts or may even not be able to move that Pidgey out of the active. We haven't seen what's possible as the Pidgeot EX was used to grab that Team Yells Cheer. So Tord does have an energy there. We'll get that Bidoof down, so now just looking to stabilize and perhaps just continue these attacks.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we saw in the game 2, where we saw a lot of single prizes take. This is where it kind of causes that odd prizing being taken. So now 3 taken from Tord, puts him in range of that Roxanne as well. The hand is full of rare candies. If he just does hit an Ultra Ball, Pidgeot EX.
Oh, there we go.
That's a Charizard EX here, so he can start building out his board himself.
Is this turn going to be the turn we go for the TM Devolution and just leave it as a single prize board state? You've got to navigate your way back out of this.
I think that's the decision that William's having to consider now. Rare candy, which Charmander, the shiny one from Paldean Fates.
Not many energy in the deck, just the 2.
Leaving the heat tackles available. We saw how impactful those were in the last game.
Especially with the maximum belt available.
Yep, can actually do 80 damage.
For 1 energy.
Imagine that.
10 damage to itself, though.
I think that's something that typically you don't have to worry about too much. But Here's the energy attachment retreat into the Charizard EX. I mean, taking a swing at this first before using TM Devolution later would mean he takes some prizes as well. There's the Gust Up with the 3 prizes taken, 90 additional damage on top of that, 180 base. It's a knockout on that Pidgeot EX. Taking 2 prizes here with that maximum belt could be really impactful because now Tord is unable to just simply take any card out of his deck as he would like.
Okay, well, this is the stage where that Pidgeot EX being removed, what can Tord's deck do to stabilize? We've got the Bidoof down now, but no Barrel. So maybe relying a little bit on those top decks. And it could be a big swing turn here for William. That maximum belt being the ace spec of choice for William, where Tord has opted for the prime catcher. In these big moments here, you can see how powerful that maximum belt is into the mirror. Will it be enough to hold William in the lead and start taking more knockouts down the line?
The scary aspect now is Tord has to make that vital decision on whether to utilize another rare candy and put it towards another Pidgeot EX once again. But that's maybe another way of sort of baiting that potential TM Devolution or what William is trying to get out of Tord here.
And we did see there was a lost vacuum in Tord's hand, so we'll be able to remove that maximum belt and make it no longer a threat going forward. So that's a huge opportunity now to change the tide of those final turns and keep the Charizard EX out of range. But as you mentioned, TM Devolution would then be the worry. So Tord now having to navigate the game through a maximum beltless Charizard EX that is still pretty hard to knock out.
Yeah, there's so many swings and roundabouts that we're going to face here. Barrow Industrials and Sizes as a Fire Energy, and the Pidgeot EX does have rare candy in hand, but is this the moment, Tord? Or do you hold and just wait?
Risky business. And I guess at this stage, that maximum belt is not something too much to worry about, as if it were to take a swing at the Charizard EX, it would just be 10 damage short.
Does have Ultra Ball now in hand, William, so has access to his own Pidgeot EX finally.
I think what Tord is trying to set up here is that single prize board state. Perhaps next turn putting the Radiant Charizard into play to either finish off the Charizard itself or be able to swing into the Pidgeot EX with a prime catcher, maybe using that to get it up and then using the Defiance band to hit that extra 30 damage.
Yeah, I think then just having an easy attack on any one of those bench Pokemon. I mean, he's already Team Yelchid, some of those vital pieces back as well, where he needs to. This is going to be some really vital turns here between both players. It's really on a nice edge. And I hope you guys at home and here at this venue are enjoying this as much as we are, because it is tense in this top 4 match.
I mean, when we look at mirrors, you rarely see this much difference in their compositions, with Tord being very clever, putting that big barrel line, the 1/1 barrel line, just to support the Pidgeot EX when it does get taken out of play. And on the other side, we got the TM Devolution strategy alongside Eerie, and we've got different ace specs in both decks, so a completely unique matchup compared to the Charizard EX they'll be playing before. And at this stage, Tord is trying to manipulate those prize cards by only taking the 3, keeping that Charizard EX in the active out of range.
And this is so vital here. Quick search now. Following that Ultra Ball, that Roxanne has been sort of semi-placed to the front of that deck. Looks like it's an easy choice. Tord will be impacted with some disruption on this turn. Given 2 cards to play with, plus the additional draw. But will William combo this with a TM Devolution as well?
Oh yeah, that's an interesting take. And that's perhaps why Tord didn't want to get rid of that maximum belt. Because had he removed the maximum belt with the lost vacuum, then it would have opened up that active Charizard to be able to utilize the technical machine Devolution. But by leaving the maximum belt there, it means the active Charizard with energy on couldn't do it. And that forces more resources out of William.
Yeah, so he has attached it to that Pidgey. That Cool for Family, 50 HP Pidgey, not really too threatening, other than this energy attachment to it with that TM Devolution. as well, where you devolve each of your opponent's evolved Pokemon by putting the highest stage evolution card on it into your opponent's hand. And that's where you're going to start to see some of those cards clog up what Tord could be working with. Once again, actually, it happened in game 2, remember, but Tord found a way out of it.
We mentioned early on in this game the energy counts being a big factor. They were taken off the prize cards for William, so now has access to all 6 of those. And there we go, look at that hand. 2 rare candies and the Charizard, so we'll be able to find those energy needed. And so retreating into the Pidgey would be an option now. And can also just take a swing into the active Charizard, leaving it on that 10 HP, but knows that Tord on the other side has ways to reset that damage with the Professor Turo scenario. So these final turns going to be tough to navigate for both sides.
Yeah, what initially looked like a really strong turn for Tord Reklev here. That Ultra Ball really opened up everything that's available for William's side just by having that Pidgeot EX. As we do see the hard retreat, that Pidgey sent forward with Technical Machine, Devolution activated, and that attack really just putting all of those highest evolution cards back into Tord's hand. 2 rare candies gone. What do we have? What are we working with? There's an Arven. Can grab one of those other rare candies that are still in the deck. There's still ways to get back into this game and stay ahead.
We got the Radiant Charizard as well now. That's a great option as an attacker. The barrel can go straight down, but the Arven, important to tutor out any card you need, whether it's an item or a tool. All of them so powerful in this deck, and Tord opting to barrel first here, it seems, so that you can see if he gets any of those important cards naturally off the draw.
Roxanne and 2 Arvens now in hand. So can go straight back into the Charizard EX, should he wish to do so. Of course, that previous Pidgeot EX was KO'd on a previous turn. That's why William is currently down to 4 prizes remaining, Tord down to 3, and that's why that Roxanne was so impactful, or what initially was so impactful, as Choice Belt and the rare candy is selected. 1 final rare candy left in deck. Charmeleon, I think, is still hiding in those prizes. Choice Belt, a useful just discard fodder. And there's the Pidgeot.
Can attack with the Radiant Charizard here, so keeping that other rare candy potentially, but if they use both rare candies now, that will mean another TM Devolution would completely take out all of the rare candies from play. And it looks like that Pidgeot is going to be searching out for the other rare candy, looking to evolve another Charizard, and it will be done just there as we see all rare candies from Tord being used, 1 TM Devolution from William being used, and there is another one available, that Radiant Charizard, as an option towards the end game.
Yeah, one of those really useful cards to try and swing away at William's side of the board by taking 1 additional prize. If there's a world where Tord can navigate that William takes just 1 prize, can force a really awkward scenario where a Defiance Band could stretch for the KO on something like that Pidgeot EX on William's side of the board.
And even that Charizard EX, which has damage on it, will be in range of the Radiant Charizard. So just setting up this end game, still no Charmeleon, but we'll hopefully be able to take a final knockout later on. But at this stage, William might just look to devolve rather than anything else. But then that would mean just 1 prize is in play. So eventually, it would be for Tord to be able to take a knockout with the Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, very vital couple of turns here. Does have Boss in hand. There's an option to maybe target something different. Arven being played now. Is that TM Devolution still in the deck? There it is, right at the bottom.
Straight away, there's your question answered. Straight away, Super Rod going to be needed. Lots of energy has been discarded. So we'll have to try and find a way to get them back. That Super Rod, look, you can see there, straight away. 3 energy needed as that retreat from the Charizard took 2 energy out of play. The Pidgey in the active spot that was used for the Technical Machine Devolution was knocked out. So 3 energy was taken away last turn. So that Super Rod required. And we've got the Pidgeot EX to be able to get it out the deck if needed. And a Charizard Evolution too.
So it does potentially come down to whether Tor can just draw into something like that boss or a gusting effect card, which is not Countercatcher, of course, because he's ahead on prizes right now, and just swing away with potentially a Radiant Charizard. But at the moment, Excited Heart only allowing a reduction of 2 colorless energies for the attack cost.
For those of you who've just tuned in, we are here at EUIC in the top 4. This is the first of our semi-finals. We'll be watching the other semi-final in just a moment with Isaiah Bradner and Alessandro. You know his surname very well. I love the way you pronounce it. Go for it.
Cremescoli.
Oh, yeah, that is prime Italian name right there. They'll be playing off after this in the other semi-final. Meanwhile, we're having this Charizard mirror here between Tord Reklev and William Azevedo as that second technical machine devolution is used. Infrequently seen in Charizard EX, a double TM devolution. And on this occasion, Tord now left with no rare candies.
There we go. It's just a fist bump. I guess it's just... We'll get confirmation of exactly what's happened between the two players here. As time has gone down, we're just going to get confirmation. But it looks like Williams just signed a slip. It's just single prizes on the board.
And is that Tord Reklev
with a circle on the winner side? What a anticlimactic finish there. Time has been called. It's something we haven't really been tracking too much of. But Williams so close with a second TM devolution there.
Just not able.
Just so close. Once again, another top 4 finish.
Wow, Tord Reklev with the victory in the final moments, just getting far enough ahead in that last game and having that Radiant Charizard available towards the end game if needed for a knockout. Recognizing there wasn't enough turns, as that is our result here. I mean, my goodness, we saw the Charizard EX intricacy there. Every game completely unique. And consequently, Tord Reklev showing that class in those final moments, setting up a very stable board state, recognizing how to use those rare candies. But that is a unique take on the mirror match there. Never seen it quite like it.
No, this is a first for both of us to kind of see. I mean, we usually see Charizard EX just swinging into one another. We've seen Charmander swinging in. We've seen Pidgeys devolving the opponent's board state.
Cleffa
drawing cards. Who needs Rotom V in this scenario? But we get a chance to replay and recap this incredible 75 minutes of Charizard mirror match here.
2 of the greatest brains in our game as well, navigating it. And it was wonderful to see how they saw the intricacy of the matchup, recognizing the different cards within both decks that can punish them if they ever make a mistake. So for Tord, not using too many rare candies in case of Williams' devolutions, and vice versa. So both of them at this stage were showing the reason why they included those cards. But in the end, it was Tord who came out on top with a slightly stronger start in Game 3.
Yeah, kudos to both players here, making it to the Masters top 4 of this incredible EUIC for 2024 so far. William just falling a little bit short, it feels like, once again, but that Game 1 really sort of taking command as we see the boss's orders for some incredible important prizes and just impacting towards board there.
And throughout the game, whenever we knew a gust effect was coming through, it was very hard to know which thing they were going to gust up from the bench. And there was one occasion where the option was seeming like it was going to be Charmander or Charmeleon, and instead it was the Luminion. And just the smart navigation of the prizing from both players to recognize which target was the best target. And in the end, it did just come down to those small little inefficiencies early on in the setup. The mid-game not quite having the right cards in play that you needed once the disruption came through. Whatever it was, both players were trying to think through every scenario and did so well to make it hard for their opponent.
Yeah, Tord in this game too, finding a different direction than the usual to handle the TM devolutions, of course. Had his hand clogged up with that initial one there, and it was a real struggle to just find those pieces once again, but there was an extra turn which he had to kind of just wait before bringing up and sort of taking the right knockouts there, because Barrel got taken out twice, Games 1 and Game 2.
And then the little Charmander that could, with the Defiance band on, ready to take those big knockouts. There it was, Charmander hitting for the second 60 damage in a row to nail that Charizard EX and finish it off. And that's where those heat tackles are so key in the matchup. And Luminion V, frequently used to get the right supporter at the right time, but also left in play many a time to be an easy target.
And this was the greatest bit here in this game too, of course. Having set up a single prize board state, William could only take one additional prize, forcing Charizard EX to be able to deal enough damage to knock out William's own Charizard if he chose to do so. And it was that decision making, whether to take out the Pidgeot EX or the attacker following that Roxanne. And that's where Tor was able to take game 2. And game 3, I mean, I don't think we knew anything of what was to be expected. All of these support Pokemon prize, Forest Stillstone, Charmeleon in the top there, just to try and prevent some of that TM devolution. But you know what? Tor's found a way. All 4 rare candies used, all 4 rare candies gone in this game.
And early on, Tord using those Ionos to disrupt the hand and gained a few turns off the back of it. Took a 2 prize with the Luminion V and then was able to take out this Cleffa with the Charizard EX whilst constantly disrupting William. Eventually, William found a way out and was able to attack with that Charizard EX, using the maximum belt to increase the damage output. Pidgeot EX was taken out, and then at that point, Tord was just trying to go as far ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, this was 75 minutes of highlights that we're recapping here as well. Incredible matchup between 2 incredible players. I mean, just seeing Pidgey just devolve everything, cause chaos across the board there. It's just incredible to watch how Tor was navigating through the matchup. And having used the final 2 rare candies on this particular turn, maybe you didn't realize there would be 2.
Yeah, I mean, you hear your opponent's got Technical Machine Devolution. You do not expect it to be in a 2 count. Previously, before the rotation, it was just in there as a 1 count. Now, it's there as a 2 count. Maybe we'll see that happen more often. Maybe we'll see the barrel combined with the Pidgeot EX. But ultimately, it was Tord who made it all the way to our EUIC final tomorrow.
Yeah, again, massive congratulations to William. Another IC top 4 at the biggest tournament outside of Japan. And it's just fallen that little bit short.
If I recall correctly, we said at the beginning of that match, the last time William made a top 4, it was that same event that Tord went on to win in the final. So maybe there's something kind of happen here. Maybe you're going to have a repeat of history.
I mean, Tord, yeah, he makes his way into yet another final. I mean, what more can this man do in this trading card game? He could be looking to try just add to his own collection of those accolades that we already listed off below his name there. I'm just in shock still of just how that game played out.
That game did not go the way we expected it, as you'd expect with 2 great players. But you guys have been getting involved in the chat and joining us. But one thing we want you to get involved in is getting yourself one of these Raging Bolt EXs, a beautiful artwork using that Burst Raw EUIC24 code. You'll be able to receive the special illustration rare Raging Bolt EX and bling out your deck. Maybe give it a try as well. Not seen it much here at the event, but definitely a powerful card.
Yeah, just as we're composing ourselves following that gripping top 4. Don't forget also in VG, the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, you have the opportunity to receive Marco Silva's Iron Hands as well. We know how much Iron Hands has been impacting both the trading card game and Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet as well, but make sure to use that fake out EUIC. Don't forget the numbers in there, hidden away in that code, of course. But you get a chance to grab yourself Marco Silva's Iron Hands.
Fake 0 UTEU1C.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
You can see it on the screen there for you. And of course, the drops over at Pokemon Go, the Twitch drops, watch and earn. Make sure to get involved and get yourself some of these amazing goodies. We've had a lot of fun across all the streams at EUIC. Some of the most exciting moments have been happening here at EUIC. I know the Pokemon Unite guys have been having a great time as well. But we are closing in on our final semi-final today. We just witnessed the first, the Charizard EX Mirror. We now have one of those sitting in the final, piloted by Tord Reklev. On the other side, we have an interesting semi-final with a completely different matchup.
Yeah, we've already seen Isaiah Bradner make his way through top 8, of course, as our feature match then. Up against Alessandro Cremascoli with that control archetype that he loves to play. Yeah, that's what I mean. He loves it. And he's put himself in such a fantastic position once again. He does have a tall order, of course, in terms of the matchup, but I can't wait to see it all pan out.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, and that's always going to be an interesting matchup because Alessandro likes to innovate on what is already in place in the controlling archetype. So if you haven't seen how his deck functions, there'll be some unique ways in which it works, so definitely check that out. But typically, Losso and Giratina has had that good matchup into control in the past, so we'll see if that continues next.
Yeah, two fantastic players. I can't wait. Well, I think after that 75 minutes of riveting gameplay, I think you guys just deserve a little break yourself. Make sure you grab yourselves a drink, a snack, whatever you need. Just decompress a little bit. But we've got a fantastic top 4 B-side matchup for you coming up shortly. Just a small wee break.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
who will be joining Tord in our final match. One match decides who will be joining the finals. Championship Sunday awaits, but there is one more match standing between our last two top four competitors. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG stream. We've got one final match for the day. Top four, EUIC, so much on the line. This is going to be exciting.
Again, I promise we did not script this, no matter how many times Tord is just that good at Pokemon, but now it's going to be who can someone else pull off the Alex Szymanski and do the upset in the finals, and which of these two players that is going to be playing in this top four match now is it going to be?
Yeah, lots happened in that match. So if you're like me, I'm reeling a little bit from what I just watched there. I'm trying to soak it all in, but you know what? Sometimes you don't have time to soak it all in. We got to get straight on to our next match, our next top 4 match, of course. And that's going to be with Isaiah Bradner playing that Lost Zone Giratina deck up against Alessandro Cremascoli playing this unique, cool Pidgeot control deck. It has a bunch of different attackers. It has a bunch of different pieces. Of course, those are just 2 of our top 8 decks that we had here at EUIC this weekend.
Yeah, we had a really big mixture of, new and old archetypes, as you could say. We did see both Ufa and Yuho piloting that Iron Hands, Iron Crown EX new archetype, but both falling in top 8, leaving us with 2 Charizards and then, the Giratina V-Star and the Rotom and Pidgeot Control, which we're going to see right now. And so it's sort of Snorlax Control and Roaring Moon kind of falling by the wayside in top 8, along with the Iron Hands.
Yeah, both Iron Hands being eliminated. So really, Charizard already having a slot in the finals. Will it be Isaiah Bradner piloting this Giratina V-Star deck, or will it be Alessandro playing this unconventional Pidgeot control deck? Regardless, we're going to have a great top 4 match, and finals tomorrow is going to be exciting as well.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to want to miss that. There is one more top 4 match to go today, but then tomorrow, of course, is Championship Sunday, and that's what these 2 players are playing for a slot in. So, tune into this, but make sure you tune in tomorrow for Championship Sunday for the finals in all 3 age divisions. You're not going to want to miss it.
We've had an exciting top 8 bracket so far, of course. These players battling it out in a single elimination bracket. And look at this, top 8, all 2-0s across the board. Decisive victories, of course, that last match going the distance, 3 games all the way to time. We'll have to see the dynamic of this matchup. Isaiah was able to take down a different control deck using Pidgeot EX earlier on today, but will he be able to take down Alessandro's take on this deck? And Alessandro is somebody who has been playing Pidgeot control for a very long time.
Yeah, Alessandro, along with Sander, one of the premium control players in Europe and maybe even the whole world, is so experienced with so many different control archetypes, and he's going to make Isaiah's life very, very hard for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Alessandro's approach to playing Pidgeot control. Now, Alessandro got top 64 at the last International Championships playing Pidgeot with Snorlax, and that was at a time that the deck really wasn't seen to be as strong and as powerful, but it seems like through fate of fortune, through rotation, through good timing, this deck is finally in an excellent spot, and with that experience, Alessandro has eased his way all the way through. I'm sure he's had a lot of close matches, but he is where he is now, and he is looking to make his way to the finals, but it's not going to be easy when your opponent standing in front of you is Isaiah Bradner, who knows this Giratina deck inside and out.
Yeah, I think the really big difference maker with these control archetypes are coming so strong is, of course, that Eerie supporter card. We've seen it used not just in control, but in non-controlling archetypes as well, so strong that it is. But, of course, control can make the strongest use of it. Being able to plug any 2 items out of the opponent's hand is so, so powerful.
Of course, that Eerie card, one of my predictions, so I've already got Charizard locked up in the finals so far, so I'm doing pretty good on my caster prediction, but it would be cool to see me get the 2 for 2, so no matter what deck wins, we'll have Eerie and Charizard. There's a lot of key cards to talk about in this matchup. Of course, some Pokemon, like the Noivern EX, most likely won't see any play. Things like the Mawile, probably not going to be seeing a lot of that in this matchup. Isaiah's playing lots of ways to switch in and out, but do not be fooled. Though this deck has a lot of disruption cards, though this deck plays ways to put Pokemon and cards back into the deck, it is going to be trying to somehow and some way either force Isaiah Bradner out of resources, and most likely do that through attacking later on in the game. There are some deceptively good attacking options in this deck.
Yeah, it seems like the most successful control archetypes at this international seem to be the ones that have these attacking options. These Snorlax stall options not really doing as well, but we see here Alessandro all the way in top 4 with this Pidgeot toolbox of a mixture of just being able to search out disruption cards, but then when you've disrupted your opponent enough, just attack and take 6 prizes. Control decks can do that too.
We've talked a little bit about this matchup. I think it's time to get down to the field and get into our top 4 match. Isaiah Bradner up against Alessandro Cremascoli. Let's get down to the table and get into our top 4.
Both players there just still doing their setups currently. We do see those absolutely gorgeous sleeves that Alessandro's using there on the right. I'd love to see that. As I going more for the plain color, just practicality over everything. But yeah, I cannot wait to see how these 2 giants of the game play out this match. And look at those accomplishments there from both sides as well.
Isaiah Bradner looking for that big win. He knows he has another excellent opportunity in the top 4 to break through and finally not be the bridesmaid, get himself that first big win. Alessandro, the national champion, has been playing the game for years and years, really wants that big win at a regional, above regional level at an international. This would be with a deck he knows very, very well. This would be the performance that really solidifies him as one of the best players in Europe.
And Alessandro, technically a PokéDad, let's not forget. We did recently had a kid, and is just very, very happy about that. But it goes to show, it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter how many kids you have. You can still be one of the best players in the world and make your way all the way to the top 4 match.
I think one of these big cards we saw earlier on with Isaiah playing this Giratina V-Star Lost Zone deck is that Temple of Sinnoh. If Isaiah can keep that card available, he'll have a way to, of course, use these jet energies, pivot around, and of course, be able to get through any effects that are put in the way. Something like Mimikyu can also be dealt with something like Shred. So that's one card I've got my eye on, as well as something on Alessandro's side at Bouffalante with the Lost Headbutt attack. Isaiah is playing multiple different types of energy cards, so if Isaiah is maybe forced to make some awkward decisions, having to put a few types of energy in the Lost Zone, that is something that he has always got to be aware of and know that those resources can be put into the Lost Zone permanently.
Yeah, Bouffalante, really unique tech in this control archetype, and being able to put energies from the opponent's hand into the Lost Zone is actually, like you said, Ethan, if a few more Lost Zone decisions get a bit awkward, either flower selecting or chorus experiments, suddenly Isaiah might find himself in a position where he can't even attack. So Alessandro is definitely going to want to keep that in mind going into this match.
This is going to be an exciting one. Alessandro did have a mulligan, so that means Isaiah will get an extra card to work with, and especially when you're really not trying to use a bunch of flower selectings. Keep your resources as optimal as possible to make sure that all of the doors are open for later on. That is just going to be small advantages that are slowly going to start happening.
Yeah, and it's so important to get a small advantages against control as well, because control archetypes are the kind that really do not give an inch. You have to make sure that every single time that your opponent might exploit a weakness of yours, you have something to play against it, and you have to rethink how your deck strategy usually plays. We know Isaiah is capable of doing it, but Alessandro is one of the most capable control players in the world, so again, not going to make Isaiah's life easy for him.
See who decides to go first or second. I have seen Isaiah, when he's been playing against a lot of these control decks, opt to go second. Mainly just because Giratina is a great deck going second, especially with Abyss Seeking, but also because these control decks really want to get Rotom down early, and Arven is a great piece at doing so. We'll see these prize cards. These are ever so important, especially for Alessandro, because of the inability to access these prize cards. That Peonia, again, a super strong card in this Pidgeot deck, has rotated out. So Alessandro, sometimes in this matchup specifically, could be at the mercy of how impactful some of these cards are, and if they are in the prize cards.
That's true, but let's not forget, like we just mentioned earlier, this is one of those control archetypes that can take prizes. So, worst comes to worst, if there is something crucial prize, maybe Alessandro can, attack with these attacks that he has and just fetch those prizes.
Let's see what's in the prize cards. There is one of those Pidgeot EX and a few basic Pokemon, but that is one of the cards that can be grabbed out of the prizes thanks to that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, so the prize is working out pretty well for Alessandro here. Nothing, game crippling in the prizes there. The 1-1 Pidgeot line is not ideal, of course, but definitely workable, and very workable prizes on Isaiah's side too.
I think we are gearing up to have an exciting finals match. Who will be going through? Will we see Control at the first post-rotation tournament make it all the way to the finals with a chance to secure a W? Or will Isaiah Bradner put himself one step closer to finally achieving that big win? So many storylines. Let's get into it here. Masters top 4 at the Europe International Championships.
And it looks like Alessandro will be going first. It starts off straight away with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so we'll be able to take a look at his prizes, have an idea of what's there, and we'll be able to immediately fish out that Radiant Charizard, a very good first turn find.
Yeah, I think Pidgey is honestly going to probably be a better choice here for Alessandro. You really need to establish that Pidgeot engine, and yeah, having Radiant Charizard and the Heavy Ball on the prize cards, it's definitely not something you like, but this deck is centered around that quick search ability, and Alessandro will select that Pidgey, put it onto the bench, and the question now, is there anything else? And a very nice card for Alessandro on the first turn, Nest Ball, potentially to get this Rotom to just instant charge and draw a few more cards to really put himself in a spot to set this Pidgeot up for the following turn, and it will be even easier with that Forest Seal Stone. coming down to the Rotom right now.
Wow, an absolutely phenomenal there first turn from Alessandro. And, if Alessandro had, a buddy Puffin, or maybe some way, searching out the Pidgey without using the Hisuian Heavy Ball, then maybe he could have gone for the Charizard. But in this instance, yeah, just guaranteeing the Pidgey off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball so you don't have to use any other search card for it. And the Radiant Charizard coming into effect later, and maybe you could just work without it for now.
I think this will be pretty much all Alessandro does at this point. Does still have some solid cards for next turn, and of course, that Forest Seal Stone. I think Alessandro, putting this down confidently, he has a solid idea that Isaiah is not playing something like Lost Vacuum in his deck to remove this Forest Seal Stone. So it will be safe on this Rotom unless it is knocked out.
Yeah, so then ending the turn with an instant charge over to Isaiah's side, who starts off straight away with a Chorus Experiment. Also a phenomenal start from his side too.
It looks like 5 cards, not necessarily the toughest choice. Manaphy is a pretty easy throw into the Lost Zone, and from there I think it just comes down to, do you value getting more Comfey into play? There is a copy of that Buddy Poffin, or are you maybe okay getting rid of one of these Psychic Energy? Psychic Energy will be sent to the Lost Zone along with that Manaphy.
Yeah, but now it starts to come in, right? We talked right at the beginning about maybe Isaiah needs to be a little bit aware of that Bouffalon. A few more energies into the Lost Zone, that Bouffalon can suddenly start to provide a lot of value for Alessandro winning this game.
Yeah, to note, these players did face off in Swiss, and I believe they both tied each other. So this matchup could go either way. Of course, a little bit more time in top cut. And just as a general note, these control decks typically struggle a little bit more in the top cut environment because there cannot be draws. Whoever is ahead on prize cards after +3 turns in a set that both players are even on, and usually most of the time, Isaiah's going to be the one pulling out with an early lead in this matchup.
Yeah, and the early leads are crucial, but at the same time, that's perhaps why Alessandro's particular control list has seen so much success in the Swiss rounds, but also in these top-cut matches. If you are a control deck that can take prizes, then suddenly you're not at the victim of the clock in those last few turns of time, and you actually have a chance there.
So Isaiah doing what he does every single game, organizing his deck, seeing what Pokemon are available, what energy cards are there, any other key resources to keep note of. We'll note that one of those Colress's experiments are in the prize card. Could be a piece that, of course, is always important for you to just see more cards, build that Lost Zone up, but it is not detrimental. And, of course, an extra Colress at some point can be used thanks to that Banette's ability to send itself to the Lost Zone and bring something from the discard pile, a supporter in this case, back into the hand.
Yeah, and as I am very aware of the state of the game, did in fact did account the amount of energy in the deck too, so counted all the energy, sorted them just to see exactly how many he had, and actually going to go for a double Shuppet off of this Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, of course, playing that split line, you've got the Banette EX that for 1 Psychic Energy does item lock your opponent and deal 30 damage, as well as the Banette that I just explained helps you get some more consistency to your deck. And I think putting double Shuppet down here is sort of a little bit of a warning sign to Alessandro saying, hey, listen, if you don't get Rare Candy Pidgeot next turn, I am just going to start item locking you and start putting you in a position where your deck is really going to struggle.
Yeah, it's a strategy that Isaiah wanted to employ against control before, but couldn't. But, if he can pull it off here, then he's going to put himself in a very, very great spot to win because, of course, this deck is very reliant on that Pidgeot engine to search out the right disruption card every single turn. But it looks like a Flower Select and getting rid of a Chorus Experiment there, and then going to bench a Giratina V afterwards, and then perhaps if there's a Jet Energy in hand, maybe we could see it a bit seeking. And yep, indeed, exactly like Jet Energy whooshes that Giratina V into the active, and then I imagine we're going to see an Abyss Seeking for 4 more cards.
Yeah, you never want to send Colress to the Lost Zone. It's one of the consistency cards, one of the cards that just allows you to keep digging through your deck and building up large hands to put together these combo turns of Mirage Gate, Gusting cards, all of those pieces. We'll see what these 4 cards are. And Nest Ball is probably okay to go to the Lost Zone. And I think the choice now for Isaiah, is he okay getting rid of Stadium cards? Alessandro's really not playing anything too disruptive, actually is just playing the Artisan in terms of Stadium. So I think a good choice here from Isaiah. Nothing too detrimental. Now up to 5 cards in the Lost Zone as Alessandro starts his turn off.
Yeah, and Alessandro starting off there with drawing a Defiance Band for turn. Not going to be able to make the most use of that, especially given that the Radiant Charizard is in the prizes, but just going to start off with a Pokegear instead. Wants to find something to work with just to sort of really kick things off. So let's see what this Pokegear finds. 7 cards are going to want to find some kind of disruption supporter, I imagine. There is a Boss's Orders there.
Yeah, Boss not bad. I'm sure maybe looking for an Arven to find that rare candy to get Pidgeot EX into play and have that quick search engine. Now, Isaiah earlier on stream really went aggressive after Pidgeot EX as soon as it was established in the Swiss round that he played. just tried to build up Giratina V-Star, evolve it. Freya, do you think he's going to go for a similar strategy, even though Alessandro's deck is built a little bit differently than the one he played against earlier on stream?
I imagine Isaiah is going to go for it and see if it works until it's proven otherwise. It's Isaiah's a very good player. I think you're sort of adapting on the fly. Sure, Alessandro's list is a little bit different, but he's going to figure out what's best based on that. He's going to play through these games and adapt as he goes, and I think that's the way you kind of have to play against Control.
And no supporter card there off of that second Pokegear. This may have to be for Sealstone, that once per game V-Star power being used by Alessandro because he understands how important it is to establish Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, very interesting. After the first Pokegear, I actually found the Roseanne's back
we've
up.
got a third
there's
one. Hold on. And I mean, these are key resources you want to have later, but you really are more than happy to play these Pokegear if it's resulting in impactful supporter cards that will get you to Pidgeot. Come on, this is a third gear. Are we really not going to see something like an Arven here? And no, there's no supporter card to assist, just an Eerie. And now Alessandro in a position where he's got to decide, how does he want to navigate through the rest of this turn? Is it going to be that Forest Seal Stone use? But the biggest issue is there is no Pidgeot or Rare Candy, so even with that Forest Seal Stone, there is an inability to establish Pidgeot EX and has to bench a second Pidgey because of the fear of that solo Pidgey being knocked out on the following turn.
Yeah, it was forced in that situation there. And not finding the Arven off of the Pokegear, really, really unfortunate for Alessandro. Finding the Eerie is still pretty good, though. So, you mentioned the second Pidgey with the Nest Ball here. Maybe just go for that Eerie, see what your opponent has. Maybe try and pluck a few key resources. I think it's still a pretty decent backup play to make.
Better than doing nothing for sure. We will see the Eerie come down. What resources are discarding for Isaiah? Just handing the hand over, and there is just a switch. It's not the worst resource. Of course, you would really like to see things like Mirage Gates hit the discard pile, but Alessandro, he'll take the switch. It's not incredible, but still okay.
Yeah, it's one but less switching out that Isaiah is going to have access to later on. There is, of course, the Jet Energy already ready in hand, so we'll be able to switch next turn regardless, but again, it's better than nothing. So just going to end on an instant charge, and now it's going to be back over to Isaiah.
So, Giratina V still in the active spot. Alessandro, though, with both of these Pidgey, there isn't any way for something like a Lost Mine to come down. Not quite enough cards there. I mean, that would be devastating in this spot, knocking out these Pidgeys. So, even though it's not happening this turn, or hold on, wait, the pieces actually might be here. The Banette can send itself to the Lost Zone, and Colress plus one flower selecting will build Isaiah up to 10 cards in the Lost Zone if he can find a switching card, Sableye, and a Psychic Energy off of all of these draw cards.
And this is Banette really showing its strength here. Not just, of course, able to get back a supporter with it, but with that, of course, it's just 2 extra cards in the Lost Zone, so you can just burst, turning the Lost Zone out of nowhere.
I was proven wrong. Banette acting as almost like a lost vacuum in this case, just to boost these Lost Zone numbers up, and not only boosting the numbers up, but providing consistency, bringing this Colress back. And now the question is, what are the cards in this hand? There's just a lot of Pokemon and energy. Isaiah's going to be, looks like, forced to bench this Radiant Greninja to draw a few more cards. Really needs to find something like switches, Mirage Gates, but it's just more energy cards, and the more you draw into, the harder it is to use those gates later on, because you gotta have the energy in the deck if you want to accelerate them.
And all of a sudden, we were saying about how that Eerie hitting the switch wasn't that impactful. Actually, make the difference maker. If Isaiah had access to that, I think he would be able to pull off the Lost Mine this turn. But now he has to just commit to finding a Mirage Gate off of this flower selecting. Does he find it?
And he does find the Mirage Gate. It looks like. I believe that's the Mirage Gate in hand. But I think the question here for Isaiah is there a Psychic Energy available? Is that an option remaining in the deck? Now there's 1 in the Lost Zone, 2 in the hand, and I believe there is 5 in this deck. We'll have to see what these 2 cards look like.
I think it might be Psychic Energy plus Mirage Gate, I think that's why they're debating over. Oh no, it's a Nest Ball, okay.
Let's see what this card is. Oh no, it's
no,
a Jet Energy.
Okay, that makes sense. I think
not quite the piece there.
Yeah, I think if it was Mirage Gate, I think you probably just grab it instantly. I think the fact he was agonizing over it for so long, I think he did the evaluation earlier, right? He had a look at how many energies were in his deck, so he would know straight away if the Mirage Gate play was viable or not. But either way, it ended up being a moot point because he was not able to find it.
Unfortunate break for both of our players in these early turns. Isaiah not finding any of those Mirage Gate after Alessandro whiffed 3 Pokegear 3.0 to not be able to establish the Pidgeot EX. And this will open up another door here for Alessandro. We're potentially just going to see another Abyss Seeking come out this turn, and that is the choice for Isaiah. Precious time granted for Alessandro in this match.
Yeah, Alessandro breathing a sigh of relief there, knows he was in a real potential spot of bother, but Isaiah just a little bit short of putting together the devastating double knockout on the Pidgeys. So instead, yeah, just forced to Abyss Seeking, and maybe now he's going to find that Mirage Gate. No, not even. It's just a bunch of energy.
The Mirage Gate is hiding out, and this is also an awkward choice. Is going to have to put that Forest Seal Stone in the prize, or rather in the Lost Zone. Piece that can always be used as the V-Star power instead of Star Requiem, just to get a piece out that was needed. And instantly, we're going to see the Star Alchemy be used on the Rotom V, Star Power for Alessandro, and this makes me think that there's at least one of those pieces in the hand. With that Pidgeot grabbed, we will see the rare Candy evolve it. Now Quick Search is online for Alessandro.
Yeah, that'd be a gorgeous, shiny Pidgeot DX from the Paldean Fates, but able to now search for any card in the deck once per turn, and this is where Alessandro's really going to get going. He's going to find the perfect card every turn to have an answer to anything that Isaiah can do, and Isaiah's really, really reeling about not being able to find that Lost Mine play last turn now.
So we'll have to see what attacks of choice Alessandro wants to start to put together. He can't just sit here and use Quick Search over and over again. Isaiah's got pretty aggressive cards, something like Prime Catcher plus Gate plus Giratina V-Star means that we could see this Pidgeot get knocked out, and Alessandro's going to want to make sure that that does not happen. There is some things like the Luxray V that can, of course, use the Fang Snipe attack to maybe get rid of a trainer card in the hand for Isaiah. But I think Alessandro sort of has an idea that there may not be something just yet, but it is going to be that play. Luxray coming down, and this is the line that Alessandro thinks he needs to take, and to be honest, I agree with this route here.
Yeah, I do as well. I think it's very clever because it serves multiple purposes, right? This Luxray, with that Fang Snipe attack, you can get rid of a trainer from your opponent's hand, but it's an attack that you can constantly use to gain hand information. You can just slowly pick away your opponent's hand, you can have a better idea of what your opponent can do, and you can really start to whittle away Isaiah's counterplays from this. And especially with that Penny as well, to just pick up the active and send up the Luxray to double turbo is ready to go, and now we're going to see that Fang Snipe.
So here we go. Luxray V making its debut really on this stream the weekend. Gonna see Fang Snipe just does 10 damage because of that double turbo energy, but that's not its purpose. What does he find? And finds the Prime Catcher in Isaiah's hand. That is a big hit off this Fang